providing them with some breathing room invisibly, but Zhang Yanren seems to be unable to bear it. "Come to my office." Zhang Qian nodded. He didn't had any other thoughts, just felt it wasn't appropriate for the two of them to occupy the meeting room. "Well," Yao Qiuzi responded blushingly. Clutching her short skirt with both hands, she walked into the office with her head down. "Actually, I'm just transiting in yet by and will go to the dock soon. Boss John has reorganized Kangming Shipping and Changsan Shipping, and the Platinum Princess has a cruising event which I need to host. Boss John just asked me to ask you, how do you plan to handle this matter?" Yao Qiuzi didn't really have many thoughts about the ongoing business warfare. She just loves the feeling of being a captain and hopes to continue doing it, especially since the platform Zhang Qian is providing her is quite good. Several cruises, cargo ships, etc. These are all things she couldn't even dream of before. She came today to hear Zhang Qian's opinion, worried that he might disband the group. Well, Zhang Qian already had a plan for this matter, but hadn't had a chance to communicate with Zhang Yanren yet. However, when Yao Qiuzi asked about it like this, he still needed to think about how to explain it. Taking a cigarette, his right hand subconsciously tapping on his knee. "I see." Yao Qiuzi's face was so red as if water could drip out. Biting her lip tightly, she burrowed under Zhang Qian's desk, reaching out her jade hands to undo his belt. Staring at the small head popping out under the desk, Zhang Qian was stunned. What are you doing?" He quickly grabbed Yao Qiuzi's hand, nervously looking at the office door. Were you signaling me by tapping your leg just now?" Yao Qiuzi blushed, looking at Zhang Qian with infinite shyness. "You hinted at me like that in the hotel that day. Besides, I really miss you. I've never had an experience like that last time." The sensory impact was indeed very strong. From Zhang Qian's perspective, he could see the deep cleavage from her broad neckline, like surging waves. Just a slight lean forward, and she would touch her own leg subconsciously, already having a reaction. However, Zhang Qian difficultly refused Yao Qiuzi's advances. It's not that he was particularly virtuous. After all, they had a relationship before. He was just unsure if the office door was locked. What if someone like Song Yaxian showed up directly? That would be a disaster. "Tell Boss Zhang Yanren not to worry." Zhang Qian composed himself again, smiling. "The other party doesn't seem to have intentions of targeting us for now. Let's go along with them for now. Besides, our profits are still good, so let's continue steadily." "Okay, I understand." Yao Qiuzi sighed in relief. As long as she could keep her current job, she really didn't dare hope to be with Zhang Qian. "I won't disturb you any longer. We have to go to other places later. Let me drive you." Since she came from afar and had Zhang Yanren's mission, not driving her wouldn't be appropriate. The two of them arrived at the underground parking lot this way. She stopped in front of a black business car, hesitantly saying, "Qian, shall we have a meal together? It's almost lunchtime, and we haven't seen each other for a long time." "Well, and I've learned some techniques from watching movies recently. Zhang Qian clearly understood her implications. Just now in the office, he felt it, and was considering whether to agree or not. When he heard the last sentence, he decisively opened the car door without hesitation. "Let's go. Get in the car. Look at you. Coming from so far away, you must be starving. I'll take you to a hotel to eat something delicious." Blushing, Yao Qiuzi was pulled into the car. This car was purchased by Kind Group for official business travel. Technically, Yao Qiuzi was also a member of Kind, so when coming to Yebai, she naturally applied for a car. Looking at the driver, she's also dressed in a sailor suit. "Qian, Boss Zhang is so good," she tentatively said. "Her name is Xiaonan, my assistant. Didn't want to use the company's driver, so I let her drive." Holding Zhang Qian's arm, Yao Qiuzi whispered, "She's very strict with her mouth." Cough cough. Zhang Qian awkwardly coughed. "So, where are we going? Are we driving now?" Xiaonan's voice was very shy, like a mosquito. "Let's go to the hotel," Yao Qiuzi said candidly. "All right." Zhang Qian was now anxious. He really wanted to take care of Yao Qiuzi right there, but thinking about Xiaonan's shy voice, so soft and yielding, he figured the car wouldn't be speeding. He hesitated whether to drive himself, so they would reach the hotel faster. In that moment, he felt a strong push from behind, the entire car rushing out like an arrow leaving its bow. This Xiaonan, she was too contrasting. She drives more viciously than a senior driver. He wondered if she would be the same in bed as well. Zhang Qian gripped the handrail tightly. It was so exhilarating, almost too exhilarating. This girl was really something else. The speed of the car made one think it was being driven by a driver with 50 years of experience. Various extreme maneuvers were performed, almost reaching the point of speeding, but never quite crossing that line, crazily driving on the road. Just then, he suddenly felt his belt loosen at the waist. It was Yaokyuki. He no longer had time to worry about the belt, clutching the handrail tightly, nervously saying, You want to stay here. We are outside, and Xiaonan is driving. Yaokyuki glanced at Zhang Qian with flirtatious eyes, then lowered her head. It was too exhilarating. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel. The journey that originally required 40 minutes was condensed to half the time by Xiaonan. Truly extraordinary. The feeling of Zhou was more than doubled from the last time he was with her. But this also made Zhang Qian curious. Was she really just learning from movies? Was she not interacting with other men? I haven't been in touch with other men during this time. It seemed she saw the doubt in Zhang Qian's eyes, and as they snuggled in the bathtub, she coquettishly said, Many people can vouch for this. I've been on the 9-States dream ship all this time, and the sailors are all girls. After bathing, the two engaged in a series of battles. After the hotel brought food midway for a brief rest, they continued the frenzied activity. It wasn't until Yaokyuki was almost in tears by nightfall that he reluctantly stopped. The next morning, very comfortable ... apply a bit more pressure on the shoulders ... Zhang Qian felt someone massaging him. He lay on the bed, his robe already undone, feeling the delicate hands on his back. He was becoming more and more satisfied with Yaokyuki, even starting to enjoy this lifestyle. Opening his sleepy eyes, he saw the long legs casually draped over him, and couldn't help but feel something. Truly from a prestigious Parisian family, the touch was undeniably real. A soft and timid voice came from behind. This voice, something seemed off, familiar yet not Yaokyuki's. It was then he noticed the sound of running water from the bathroom. This realization shocked Zhang Qian as he sat up abruptly, realizing someone was showering. Who was this person perched on him? It turned out to be Xiaonan. Her face was flushed as if water could drip from it. With a sudden movement, Zhang Qian covered himself with a robe, embarrassedly asking, where's Yao ... Yaokyuki? She's in the shower. Xiaonan bit her lip tightly, not pretending to be naive like a girl, but instead of covering her eyes, she shyly raised her head. John, let me continue massaging you. Your back is so tense. You must be tired recently, right? Oh God, how could her voice be so gentle when driving so fiercely? No need. Really no need. I'm afraid things might go wrong if you continue. Zhang Qian awkwardly lit a cigarette and curled up on the sofa. It was then he noticed Xiaonan in a cute maid outfit, with her long legs looking slender in black stockings. Just sitting there, he could still feel those beautiful curves. He even reminisced a bit about the touch from earlier. Qian, what's wrong with you? Yaokyuki walked out wearing a bathrobe, sitting beside Zhang Qian with a hint of annoyance. You tired me out so much yesterday. My legs are truly weak. And Xiaonan has always admired you. I thought to have her joy to share the load, or I may really not be able to walk and still have to attend to matters. Oh, so that's what happened. Was it really that thrilling? John, let me help you relax your legs. I've studied massage before. You have some blockages in your meridians. I can help release them. You'll feel much better in the coming days. Xiaonan blushed and approached, kneeling in front of the sofa to massage Zhang Qian. Yaokyuki also didn't stay idle. She removed Zhang Qian's robe. Zhang Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, feeling a surge of desire rushing to his brain. Screw it, at this point. There's no need to pretend to be pure. Taking a drag, he rose and pounced on both girls amidst their astonishment. The three of them continued until evening. This rare experience unlocked a new form of enjoyment for Zhang Qian. Watching the two girls lying on his chest, he quietly lit a post-coital cigarette. If not for the impact on their schedules, he would come back a few more times. Ding ding, a WeChat message from Huo Muyan. This surprised Zhang Qian. Oh no, he almost forgot something important. Yesterday, when he went to the company, Xia Qianxi informed him about the situation. Ni Kai reached out, stating that there were issues with the art department of the movie crew. They initially hired a foreign team, but due to scheduling and visa problems, they needed to leave the country. This had a significant impact on the filming progress. The main concern was in the costume and makeup department, as it played a crucial role in character portrayal. While they could manage to find some local teams at short notice, they weren't top-notch. The experienced teams were already occupied, and the average ones couldn't meet the director's requirements. So Ni Kai thought of Zhang Qian, believing he had the resources to help. And Zhang Qian did have an idea, involving Huo Muyan. She was exceptionally professional in costume design, having participated in international shows and even had some luxury items sell well. So yesterday, he quickly arranged a meeting with Huo Muyan. Huo Muyan, I have a dinner appointment tonight, and might have to travel to Yanjing, the imperial city, in a couple of days, so I'm free now. Reading this message, Zhang Qian fell into contemplation. He couldn't let her leave, otherwise, the movie crew would truly face significant challenges. So, why not invite her to this hotel? Zhang Qian, I'm in room 1314 at Yuanhu Hotel. Would you like to come here and meet me? Huo Muyan, you're inviting me to a hotel. Don't you have your company to go to? Isn't it a bit inappropriate here? Huo Muyan, Zhang Qian, I didn't expect you to be like this. Zhang Qian, please trust my character. I am a decent person. Huo Muyan, hehe, a decent person asking a girl out to discuss something in a hotel room. I even suspect if you really have something to talk to me about. My time is precious. Please don't waste my time. Zhang Qian, then, how about you send me your location so I can see where you are right now? Huo Muyan shares a location with a friend. Zhang Qian, see? You are less than 100 meters away from me. Let's meet here. Zhang Qian, plus, I have two colleagues here. We have just been discussing work matters these days. You can relax. Huo Muyan, do you really have colleagues with you? Fine. If you dare to deceive me, you're done for. Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to deceive her. But he couldn't blame himself entirely. Considering Huo Muyan's busy schedule, she had left herself only a small window of time. She had a dinner event in the evening. What could he do? Moreover, they were in close proximity. Finding a place last minute was a bit difficult. The key was, well, after the intense battles with Yao Qiuqi and Xiaonan in the past few days, his body was somewhat worn out, and he didn't want to go elsewhere. Carefully climbing out of bed, he moved to the living room to rest for a bit. Fortunately, this was the presidential suite, with a separate living room, which avoided some awkwardness. Worth mentioning, Zhang Qian's arrangements for business trips for his employees were very luxurious. No, luxurious was an understatement. It was extravagant, but it was only for female employees. If a female employee needed to travel, the hotel room would always be arranged as a presidential suite, and if there was no such suite in the location, it had to be the best room in the best hotel there. They even provided vehicles, if needed. Not for anything else, just because spending on girls would bring in substantial returns. After about 15 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Qian reluctantly got up to open the door, assuming it was Huo Muyan. She had arrived too quickly. He even suspected if she had just come out of this hotel. He had planned to take a shower, but now it seemed unlikely. Huo Muyan was about to question Zhang Qian, but was taken aback to see him in the hotel bathrobe. From the exposed front, his chest looked strong, with some visible muscles probably due to the fitness training Jin Lu had been dragging him to. Zhang Qian was in good shape, presentable with defined muscles, not overly bulked up, barely noticeable underclothes, but bare-chested. His physique seemed strong. You dressed like this to discuss matters with colleagues. Are you engaging in inappropriate activities? Huo Muyan blushed as she articulated her suspicions. Zhang Qian ushered her in, leading her to the living room. The sight before her made her heart race. It was a mess, with several torn stockings on the floor. Black, white, knee-high stockings, along with crumpled tissues. Oh, a maid's uniform was hanging on the sofa. Passing by the bedroom, Huo Muyan subconsciously glanced inside. Ah, she gasped, quickly covering her eyes, and hastened to the sofa in the living room. Her chest heaved, her face flushed as if water could drip from it. With eyes wide and full of anger, she stared at Zhang Qian, her voice trembling. Are these really your colleagues? They indeed are my colleagues. Zhang Qian hurriedly shut the door. Damn, he had forgotten to close it earlier. He innocently nodded at Huo Muyan. They are colleagues, specifically in the cruise business. They just came from the south. You know, recently, there have been some issues in the shipping business. Huo Muyan rolled her eyes weakly. After pondering for a moment, She grabbed her bag and stood up, glaring at Jung Qian with a flushed face. Jung Qian, you're simply a rogue. I truly regret trusting you. I'm telling you, I am not that kind of person. Saying this, she turned to leave. Jung Qian quickly grabbed her hand. Oh, this sudden pull made Huo Muyan, who was wearing high heels, lose her balance and nearly fall. Jung Qian instinctively reached out to prevent her from falling but ended up holding her in his arms. In the process, Huo Muyan grabbed something to maintain her balance, unintentionally landing on. Jung Qian felt a twinge of pain and worried about making things more awkward, so he promptly released her hand, placing it on the sofa. You just now, I touched. Huo Muyan's face turned crimson, her words incoherent. Looking extremely flustered, such behavior was unlike her usual business-savvy demeanor, appearing more like a panicky young girl. Jung Qian quickly sat across from her, saying earnestly, you just held my fingers, that's all. Now, let's talk about the purpose of my visit to you. I indeed have serious business. Are you interested in joining my film team? Huo Muyan's mind was still in a fog at this moment. Her head was filled with question marks. Did she really touch that area earlier? She had never had a serious relationship, let alone such experiences, so she couldn't be sure. What did you say? It was only after Jung Qian called her several times that she came to her senses, turning around with a bewildered expression. Then, furrowing her brows, she asked, your film team? What do you mean? Well, I have invested in a movie, and the female lead in it. Well, you can consider her as an artist under my wing. Seeing her return to normalcy, Jung Qian silently breathed a sigh of relief. But there have been issues with the film's art team, requiring support in costumes, and your expertise lies in costume design. As Jung Qian explained, Huo Muyan finally snapped out of her daze. While a regular designer might have been excited, she was different. Already a well-known figure in the design industry, she needed to be cautious with her reputation and couldn't accept every job. Especially low-quality films, she couldn't risk tarnishing her name. What if the movie received bad reviews? Wouldn't that damage her reputation? How could she collaborate with international brands in the future? No, she couldn't agree to Jung Qian, this rogue. For this invitation, I am prepared to invest 500 million. Deal. Jung Qian was instantly stunned when he heard the words. This ... is agreeing. So readily? Actually, he didn't have much confidence in this movie. After all, there are a lot of bad films being churned out domestically now. He simply hoped to boost Yin Yanyan's fame. That's all. But for Huo Muyan, it might be different. She was already a famous designer and should cherish her reputation. Are you sure? You won't change your mind? Jung Qian hesitated as he looked at Huo Muyan. I'm sure. Huo Muyan's heart was pounding. Come on. This is 5 billion. 5 billion. If someone else offered this price, she would think that person was crazy. But Jung Qian was different. He previously offered 2 billion just for the design. He definitely had the money, so why hesitate on such a great opportunity to strike it rich? That's settled then. Jung Qian breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. This movie is an artistic film and will serve as Yin Yanyan's debut. Originally, the art direction for this film was handled by a foreign team, but I felt it wasn't quite grounded. These things are better done by our own people. So, it's agreed. After some time, you can start working in Sebei. The biggest investor in this movie was Yin Yanyan's foundation, equivalent to Jung Qian's contribution. He had already invested 100 billion, and if he couldn't make a female star popular, no matter how she looked, he probably wouldn't be able to make a name for himself in Asia. Not to mention Yin Yanyan was quite beautiful and already gaining popularity. Although he had already made 100 billion through the system, theoretically enough, spending money on developing the entertainment industry was also great. An artistic film in Sebei, with Yin Yanyan as the female lead. Huo Muyan's eyes trembled slightly. She was already eager to get started, having a vague sense that this film wouldn't be a flop, especially with Jung Qian's financial backing. The script was written by a renowned writer and had a good feel to it. Perhaps, through this collaboration, their company would reap many rewards, a win-win situation. Yes, even though Yin Yanyan's current fame isn't high, trust me, it's only a matter of time before she becomes a sensation. This time the company has provided many resources, and she has the potential to become a new generation Asian diva, maybe even snagging an Oscar. Jung Qian began to elaborate. As long as he could get Huo Muyan on board, he didn't mind talking endlessly. The immediate task was to expand the company's business lines actively. With money to spare, he aimed for diversification. The key was to build a real giant conglomerate, not just an empty shell. Yin Yanyan, I've heard of her. She released a single before. Very nice. Just don't know why the company suddenly shelved her. Didn't expect you to dip your toes in the entertainment industry and sign on Yin Yanyan. You have great vision. Huo Muyan now viewed Zhang Qian in a new light. Originally thinking he was just a tasteless tycoon, she now realized he was ambitious and had achieved more than she thought. After some more discussion on details, Huo Muyan was eager to head to Sibei. All right, then, I'll prepare and head to Sibei as soon as possible, she said as she got up to leave. Oh, Mr. John, where are you? Just then, the door of the room opened, and a disheveled Yao Kyuki stumbled out, still half asleep. From Zhang Qian's viewpoint, it seemed like she was half-dressed. She was only wearing a shirt on top, and nothing below. Her legs were slender but seemed a bit wobbly as she walked. Clearly, she had just woken up. She met Huo Muyan's gaze, and both women stared at each other, then let out a simultaneous scream. Huo Muyan quickly covered her eyes, while Yao Kyuki hurried back into the room. Zhang Qian, the host caught in the middle, stood awkwardly in place, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking lost. I'll go. You. Just focus on work with your colleague. Huo Muyan, her face red with embarrassment, shot Zhang Qian a scathing look before hurriedly running out. Zhang Qian didn't bother to explain, just chuckled to himself in embarrassment. Initially, he didn't want Huo Muyan to come over, but time was pressing, and he couldn't leave the two girls alone here. That would make him seem heartless. Sorry, Mr. John. Did we interrupt something? Yao Kyuki, hearing Huo Muyan leave, cautiously peeked out of the door innocently. It's fine. It's still early. We can have another workout session. 3 hours later, Yao Kyuki and Xiaonan left a hotel for the pier. This time Xiaonan couldn't drive, so Zhang Qian arranged for the company's driver to help. He returned to his office, going over the data collected by Zhang Xiaoya and others, lost in thought. The reports were complex, but thanks to Xia Qianshan's organization, patterns emerged, leading to conclusions. She stood before Zhang Qian, and upon discovering the hidden cash flows, she was in disbelief. She had consulted several cybersecurity experts and employed various methods to trace this line. Perhaps, we've been deceived by a series of major shipping giants' acquisitions. Zhang Qian pinched his tired brow, muttering to himself. The flow of these funds didn't come much from Shanghu. If it was really the young master of Shanghu America Club, they wouldn't have left Asia Airlines alone and not reached out to me. But instead, the movement of those funds, mostly, they all seem to be from Kijinyi, hidden very deeply. Xia Qianshan nodded in agreement. She couldn't help but say, it's very likely that the real player isn't the young master of Shanghu America Club but someone using that name to intimidate everyone, safeguarding the acquisition process. The true person is Star Path Group, Zhang Qian concluded firmly. Although they concealed themselves deeply, Zhang Qian still discovered some clues. At first, he felt very strange. Clearly, there was no deep personal vendetta between him and the young master of the Shang America Association for Shipping. There was no reason for them to target him. More importantly, after acquiring those shipping companies, there was no further action taken. This led Zhang Qian to suspect a possibility at the very beginning. The other party might be out of money or needed time to mobilize funds. However, if the young master personally took action, there was no way a funding chain would be broken. There was only one explanation. Someone was using the name of the Shang America Association's young master to make acquisitions. Since the young master did not step forward to clarify, it was very likely that they had reached some kind of agreement with each other. As for the specifics, Zhang Qian still did not know. The one thing was certain. Allowing the other party to join the Shang America Association meant that they would accomplish a certain goal set by the young master. Following this line of thinking in the investigation, clues were indeed found, but it was unexpected that it was the Shinta group. General Zhang, what should we do? Should we take action at this opportunity? Xia Qianshan looked at Zhang Qian expectantly. Since it had been confirmed that the other party was not an invincible enemy, there was no reason to remain idle. In her mind, Zhang Qian had played the previous commercial battles very skillfully, even crushing opponents with ease. So she was very eager to see how Zhang Qian would handle this situation. There's no need to take action for now, Zhang Qian said, as he lit a cigarette and pondered. I'm curious as to why the Xingta group is doing this. From Tang Xingyu's father, even neglecting his own bar, it can be seen that they are indeed short of funds. He wants to enter the Shan America Association, but I won't allow him to succeed. Let's wait and see. Secretary Zia, there are a few things I need to assign to you. Zhang Qian took a deep drag from his cigarette and tapped the table. Arrange for an investigation into the members competing to enter the Shan America Association this time, and find out who the Xingta group's rivals are. Also, regarding the election committee of the Sung Business Club, find out who the opponent of the Su family is. Zia Qianchen quickly noted down the tasks and went out to begin the arrangements. Although the business battle had not yet begun, the sense of impending storm and pressure was palpable, because she knew very well that this was a billion-dollar war, unlike anything they had faced before. If they were not prepared in advance, the outcome would be extremely harsh. Either they wouldn't engage, or once they did, it would be catastrophic. Asterisk phone ringing asterisk Zhang Qian's phone kept ringing. When he picked it up, it was Su Yuanchuan. Looking at the series of calls from yesterday up to now, she had called dozens of times. It was about time. Hello, Miss Su. You. Before Zhang Qian could speak, a clear and angry voice came through the phone. Zhang Qian. What are you up to? Su Yuanchuan gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and continued in frustration. I agreed to your WeChat message. When will you fulfill your promise? Zhang Qian was momentarily surprised. Oh, it was about the bar issue. How do I put it, Miss Su? Shouldn't you know that he's just a freeloader, wandering between several forces every day, just trickery? Can't you see that? Zhang Qian sneered. How could I not know? But even if he's a freeloader, he does have some connections and resources that can be used. Although he doesn't have much power, he can still serve as a middleman. Cut the crap. I offended this freeloader for you. Don't you think you should do something in return? You promised me to join forces with our Su family. Before Su Yuanchuan could finish, there was a knock on the door. General Zhang, the guest has arrived. Zia Qianchen's clear voice sounded. Intentionally not hanging up the call, Zhang Qian put the phone aside and said, Come in. The office door opened, and three figures entered. Leading the way was a man in his 30s, not too old, not too young, a strong young man. Behind him were two middle-aged men in suits, looking very serious. Yan Zhang, it's not easy to see you. Sun Xiaoren, please sit down. Sun Xiaoren? Su Yuanchuan listened keenly on the phone, knowing that there were many people surnamed Sun in the world, but around JZH, especially in her circle of alcohol distribution giants, it was well known. In the entire JZH area, no, in the southern part of the 9 provinces, there were 3 major alcohol distribution giants. They were the Su family, Sun family, and the relatively laid-back Liu family. The family competing to enter the Song Business Club this time was the Sun family, one of the most formidable opponents. And without a doubt, from the tone of his voice, this person must be Sun Jifen, a prominent figure in the young generation of the Sun family, with substantial influence. When did he get involved with Zhang Qian? But just as Su Yuanchuan was eager to hear what they would talk about, Zhang Qian craftily hung up the call. This made Su Yuanchuan so frustrated that she directly dropped her phone on the ground. I wonder what business Sun Xiaoren wants to discuss with me? Zhang Qian asked tentatively. Sun Jifeng leaned back on the sofa, but his eyes were always on Zia Qianchen. She was bending over to serve tea to a few guests. As the weather was gradually cooling down, Zia Qianchen was wearing a translucent OL shirt with a clear inner lining underneath. She wore a tight pencil skirt that accentuated her graceful body shape, showcasing her wonderful curves. Although nothing seemed to be exposed at first glance, this feeling was what stirred people the most. Not to mention Zia Qianchen's exceptional beauty with her frameless golden wire glasses, a mix of sophistication and allure. Sun Xiaoren? Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought just now. Sun Jifeng took a sip of tea and finally fixed his gaze on Zhang Qian's face, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I happened to pass by Yebai today, so I thought of paying a visit. I've heard about the wine tasting event before, and there's a wine here that's highly praised by many connoisseurs. I was wondering if we could collaborate. While his words sounded polite, his attitude was incredibly arrogant. Evidently accustomed to being in a position of power for a long time, he had developed a habit of dictating terms. Regarding the collaboration, how would you suggest we proceed? Zhang Qian nodded, then turned to say, Secretary Zia, you can leave. This doesn't concern you. Sun Jifeng's eyes flashed a cunning look, and he quickly waved his hand. It's easy to talk about cooperation. Miss Zia, this tea tastes really good. After we're done, could you please send me some tea leaves? It's almost dinner time, so to express my gratitude, I'd like to treat you to a meal. He didn't regard Zhang Qian with much respect. Zia mei, what kind of tea is this? It tastes really good. Sun Jifeng happily finished the tea in one go. Just as Zia Qianxi was about to speak, he quickly waved his hand to stop her, furrowed his brow slightly, closed his eyes, smacked his lips, as if continuously savoring the flavor, sometimes deeply moved, sometimes tears welling up in his eyes. Seeing his demeanor, Zhang Qian briefly thought he might be possessed by the tea. Carefully, he pushed the teacup away, afraid he might end up in a ghostly state himself. Delicious. Truly too delicious. Sun Jifeng suddenly stood up excitedly, reaching out to grab Zia Qianxi's hand. I have never had such delicious tea in my life, can't even tell what kind it is. Zia mei, you are truly amazing at brewing tea, better than those tea artists who specialize in kung fu tea. May I ask the name of this tea? Zia Qianxi, experienced in handling such advances, smoothly withdrew her hand, letting him miss. Then she gently wiped her eyes and said seriously, this is the cheapest Maojian tea, 20 yuan per jin. Mr. Zheng specifically instructed that we cannot buy tea leaves over 25 yuan per jin, purchased wholesale online. If Mr. Sun is interested, I can send you the link. 20 yuan per jin. Sun Jifeng almost sprayed out old blood. His face stiffened incredibly, coughing awkwardly. If it's so delicious, it must be related to the skill of the beauty. Zia mei. I have an awkward request. Mr. Sun, are you here to discuss business with me today, or with my secretary? Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow, calmly stating. Sun Jifeng frowned, glanced at Zheng with impatience evident in his eyes. I'm trying to charm the lady, can't you see? Zi Zheng, since you've spoken, let me share my thoughts. Sun Jifeng pointed at Zia Qianxi, saying with a smile, your secretary is really good, very professional. Such talent is really wasted in Yeben. Why not come to Jikeng with me, closer to Shanghai? It's where young people should be. Zia mei, what do you think? Regardless of how much they offer you here, I can offer you double, no, 5 times. As he spoke, he became more enthusiastic. And Zia mei, so delicate and tender, must be matched with a good car. Zi Zheng, I have to say, in Yeben with its poor environment, are you only letting the beauty drive a company-issued car? Zia mei, just nod, and I'll arrange a top-grade BBA for you. Sun Jifeng, full of enthusiasm, declared. In his eyes, Zia Qianxi probably didn't have a broad vision in this small Yeben. This small city, he probably reasoned, where Zia Qianxi was probably Zhang Qian's mistress, she would be lucky if she could drive a Mini Cooper. In Sun Jifeng's mindset, what he set his sights on, Zhang Qian had no reason or way to stop. And the conditions he proposed were pretty good. Zia Qianxi couldn't possibly refuse. Sorry, the BBA that Mr. Zheng assigned to me is, well, a top-grade BBA. Zia Qianxi maintained a polite but embarrassed smile. Oh, what? Sun Jifeng frowned, coldly saying, what car? A Mercedes AMG, 3.9 million yuan. Zia Qianxi answered seriously, I'm about to buy an AMG. Sun Jifeng looked at Zhang Qian, feeling like a fool. He felt his face flush, almost spitting out blood. How could the secretary have such a good car assigned to her? Not even for him to have. Wait. No, I remembered this car. Wasn't it in the hands of Lin, the entertainment boss in Jiangnan? Sun Jifeng gazed at Zheng, feeling disdainful. How did it end up here? Zia mei, even if you want to push me away, you don't need to go this far, right? This excuse is rather poor, Sun Jifeng sneered, disdain in his eyes as he looked at Zheng. Here are the keys. Zia Qianxi took out the keys from her bag and placed them on the table. Mr. Sun, you can go and confirm now if you don't believe me. It was indeed Lin's, but he gave it to Mr. Zheng to make connections with us. Then Mr. Zheng gave it to me. It's one of a kind globally, quite unbelievable to ordinary people. Sun Jifeng felt a strong sense of suffocation. He clutched his chest in pain, as if breathing had become difficult. This was too painful. He felt like the punishment from God. At this point, he wasn't the type to need to confirm by seeing it with his own eyes. He could be reasonably confident that what she said was mostly true. This Jung, he wondered, was so capable. Wasn't his main business shipping? What's the connection with Banana Entertainment? Did he need to make such connections? And, according to the information, hadn't they encountered a huge crisis? But Sun Jifeng still didn't give up. Standing up abruptly, he gritted his teeth. Ha ha, what about the salary then? I said, no matter how much he offers you, I'll give you 5 times more. And for a Lamborghini, Amire Anji, I'll give you something better. A Lamborghini. How about that? Jun Qian maintained a calm smile throughout. He could see that Sun Jifeng was just a playboy. If the Su family's opponent was of this caliber, then there was nothing to fear. And he had full confidence in Xia Qianxi. If she could be lured away so easily, then his favorability rating would be in vain. Subconsciously, he took a glance. 65 points. Not high, but not low either. According to the system standards, it even reached the stage of a lover. Sorry, some Laban. Recently, Mr. Jung also assigned a Lamborghini to me. Xia Qianxi responded politely. Sun Jifeng's expression changed, staring at Jun intently. He really wanted to ask Jun, are you out of your mind? Why give such a good car to a secretary? Is this spendthrift behavior? Just can't let it go. He gritted his teeth and asked, what model of Lamborghini? To Veneno Cade. Seems to be the only one globally. Hearing Xia Qianxi's words, Sun Jifeng's face turned red in disbelief. Could this be real? Giving a secretary such a good car? Not even for himself. No. I remember this car. Wasn't it in the hands of Lin, the entertainment boss in Jiangnan? How did it end up with you? Xia Mei. Even if you want to send me away, you don't have to go this far, right? This excuse is rather poor. Sun Jifeng sat arrogantly, sneering repeatedly, looking at Jung with even more disdain. Here are the keys. Xia Qianxi took out the keys from her bag and placed them on the table. Mr. Sun, if you don't believe it, you can go and confirm now. It was indeed Lin's, but he gave it to Mr. Jung to make connections with us. Then Mr. Jung gave it to me. It's considered unique globally, quite unbelievable to ordinary people. Sun Jifeng felt a strong sense of suffocation. He clutched his chest in pain, feeling like breathing had become difficult. This was too painful. Damn it, was he sent by God to punish him? Actually, my basic salary isn't very high, Xia Qianchen said with a somewhat resentful look as she glanced at Jun Qian. The latter awkwardly took a sip of tea. Sun Zifeng seemed to see a glimmer of hope and stood up excitedly, his voice trembling. Not high. That's good. Come to me. I'll give you wealth and luxury. Isn't it much better than being in a small place like Yebai? Xia Qianchen sighed. She said with a bitter smile. Well, although the basic salary isn't high, the bonuses are too much. Sometimes I even have to endure inexplicable pressure, making others doubt whether I earned it by my own abilities. Sigh. Sun Zifeng furrowed his brows suspiciously. Xia Qianchen always spoke in half-truths and half-lies, making him unsure of her words. However, regardless of the situation, he couldn't back down now. How could he continue to survive in the future? How could he flirt with girls? How much? With a few setbacks earlier, his confidence was a bit shaken. How high could the salary of a secretary be? Even if she was being kept by Jun Qian, it would only be a few tens of thousands each month, right? At most, it definitely couldn't be more than that. He planned to only promise her the money, and when he got tired of playing with her in a few months, he would find an excuse to kick her out. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel very confident. A small country bumpkin from Yebai, how could he compare to the young master of JZH? 1 million, Xia Qianchen sighed. Oh, just a 1 million bonus. Sun Zifeng nodded and was about to retaliate when suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He turned abruptly to look at Jun Qian, his eyes as if he saw a ghost, unsure. His voice even started to tremble. How much? Is it true? It's 1 million. Xia Qianchen innocently nodded, sighing. But General Jun gave me this separately last month as a reward for my outstanding performance in the Suneti business. Actually, I feel really unworthy. General Jun, I feel guilty, so I want you to have the finance department take it back. I really feel embarrassed. This money was indeed given separately by Jun Qian. Although he was very confident about Suneti, Xia Qianchen was the one executing it. It was just that the cocktail party was a disaster, But that wasn't her fault. Jun Qian had carefully examined everything, and whether it was the construction of the distillery or the equipment of the production line, everything was done very well. Moreover, he managed to acquire Tsuneti's new formula, which was like a shot in the arm for him. This wine had high commercial value. By 2023, the red wine market in Kyushu had already reached over 100 billion, which was terrifying. This Mada wine was a prominent presence and was in dire need in the market. Without this high value, it wouldn't have attracted the attention of families like Su and Sun. At this point, as the three giants of JZH liquor suppliers, Su and Sun's liquor brands were somewhat similar. If one had something, the other basically had it too. This was the importance of differentiation on the racing track. This Mada wine was likely to decide which of the two families could truly enter the Song Business Club. Going back to the conversation, when Xia Qianchen confirmed it, Sun Zifeng took a deep breath and was lost in thought for a while. He really didn't expect things to progress to this stage. Jun Qian was just insane or crazy. He was willing to spend so much money on a mere female secretary, tossing out a bonus of 1 million. If that was multiplied by 5, would it not be 5 million? If his father knew he was spending so much money on flirting, he would probably slap him awake. Well, since Comrade Zijun has such a keen interest in Secretary Xia, I can't force him out of love. Let's now talk about business. I want to acquire your Tsuneti wine. Sun Zifeng immediately started to change the topic. He arrogantly continued, the strength of our Sun family is actually a bit better than the Su family. Our control over the channels is very strong. Without a word from us, you won't be able to sell a bottle of your wine at JZH. Oh, I know you might say that. You can sell it to the north, but our channel partners are pivotal. All resources are deeply tied. If I ask them to refuse you, it's just a phone call away. You better consider that carefully, Sun Zifeng said coldly. Despite not having much money for flirting, his family's financial power in business was formidable. Jun Qian didn't doubt the truthfulness of his words. However, Su had said something similar to him. Jun Qian was currently keeping quiet, not because there were no suppliers willing to take Tsuneti's products, but because he hadn't opened up officially yet. The timing wasn't right. Sun Zifeng seemed not to realize this. If you're interested, then I think we can discuss it. One price, 50 billion. Jun Qian lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair, smiling at them. What? 50 billion? Sun Zifeng, along with the two middle-aged men he brought along, were utterly stunned. Were they playing a joke on an international level? This wine hadn't made any impact yet, let alone being officially sold. It wasn't influential at all. Asking for 50 billion upfront, Sun Zifeng felt that Jun Qian had gone crazy or was having mental issues. Unable to contain himself, he burst out laughing, looking at Jun Qian as if he were an idiot. Is there something wrong with you, or did I just hallucinate? 50 billion? Have you gone bankrupt, or were you a beggar in your past life? Do you think my money is not really money? Damn, it's so unlucky. Why did the family ask me to discuss brand acquisition with you? Jun Qian's expression remained unchanged. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, pointing at his head. In that case, you might as well use your brain to think. I definitely don't intend to sell. And let me tell you, whether it's the Su family or the Sun family, your so-called control over the channels is worthless in my eyes. Don't talk about your plans to compete in the Sun Business Club. I can make your entire family go bankrupt and restructure from scratch. Do you believe me? Sun Zifeng laughed even more heartily. He stood up, saying coldly, young man, I'll remember your words. I was actually thinking of throwing a few million your way as a gesture, to honor you, by buying your brand. But since you're so ignorant, it's difficult to force a strong man like me. Now within 3 months, I will make you kneel down and beg me. Oh. What if you can't do it for 3 months? What then? Jun Chanrao looked at him with interest. Sun Zifeng had already taken a step towards the door, but turned back and sneered, that's not possible. Not only will I make you kneel before me begging, I'll even make you hand over Xia's secretary to me. If you really can't do it, I'll write your name backwards from now on, he said, about to leave. Jun Chanrao coldly smirked and flicked the cigarette butt in his hand. Sun Zifeng quickly dodged, feeling even more enraged. You're asking for death. I'm just telling you. In my eyes, you're just like this cigarette butt. Jun Chanrao stepped on it harshly, crushing it. First, I'm sending back your words intact. Secondly, Xia's secretary is an independent person, not an object to be handed over. If she voluntarily chooses to be with you, I have nothing to say. But if you force her, it's suicide. Lastly, just writing your name backward is not enough. I want you to kneel in front of her, count out 10 times, until she's satisfied. Jun Chanrao stood, unfaltering, in front of Sun Zifeng. Thanks to Jinxing's fitness training, Jun Qianra's physique had improved significantly. Coupled with his already impressive height, he stood taller than Sun Zifeng and others. The commanding presence in his eyes made Sun Zifeng tremble inwardly. HMPH. Fine, I'll wait for the day when you kneel and kowtow in front of me. With that, Sun Zifeng stormed out of the room. Jun Chanrao adjusted his collar, lit a cigarette in annoyance and leaned back on the sofa, muttering, "Damn it, who gave that JZH young master the audacity to try and step on me? Do I look that easy to deal with? This time I'll show you all what true power is." The small Sun family dares to be so arrogant, but with billions in my account, am I joking around? No way. Affection plus one affection plus one affection plus one affection plus one. Jun Chanrao, seething with anger, he noticed Xia Qianxi's affection point steadily rising beside him. Unconsciously, it had reached 75 points. This was a new height. Well, Yin Yanyan also had 75 points. She was already within reach. Could Xia Qianxi also be? Secretary Xia, you don't have to do this. Jun Chanrao touched his nose and said sincerely, I was only speaking the truth earlier. I respect every employee, and while he only saw your beauty, I find it wasteful. Rest assured, I will have him come apologize to you in person. Xia Qianxi nodded gratefully. She was deeply moved at that moment. This side of Jun Chanrao was rare. She always thought of him as despicable and surrounded by women, a total scoundrel. But his words just now struck a chord in her heart. She valued her worth in her work, and being acknowledged by Jun Chanrao made her feel respected. Perhaps even a strange sense of affection. Oh, how could I be attracted to such a scoundrel? No. No. This might be his deliberate ploy, a strategy of playing hard to get. Affection -5. Jun Chanrao. What? My politeness just now cost me affection points. Well, it's better. Gives me room to work with. When the time comes, I'll shock you a few more times and earn more money. Yes, I truly am a genius. All right, got it. Thank you for your concerns, General Zhang. I'll go back to work now. Oh, by the way, I feel I should remind you. Because Sun Zifeng tried to meet you before, I investigated the Sun family. They control more capital than the Su family. If they suddenly ally with the Star Path group, it could be a deadly blow to us. After finishing her warning, Xia Qianxi left. More capital than the Su family. Jun Chanrao scoffed at that notion. No matter how much they had, his grip on power was sturdy enough. He was confident he could crush the Sun family. He even had the audacity to consider withdrawing all his cash if needed. He believed he could crush them with ease. With that in mind, he picked up the phone. Suan Xuan, by now you should have realized that the Sun family has approached me as well. You can see the true extent of my value. What started as a simple cooperation is no longer enough. You make me a major shareholder in the Su family, and I'll have the Su family devour the Sun family, then enter the Song Business Club. What do you say? After Suan Xuan angrily smashed her phone, she immediately regretted it. She really did not want Jun Chanrao to collaborate with the Sun family. Anticipating his call, her assistant swiftly went downstairs to buy a new phone. When she inserted the SIM card and received Jun Qianra's call, Suan Xuan was caught off guard. The prospect of consuming the Sun family and entering the Song Business Club was the Su family's long-cherished dream. However, if it meant making Jun Chanrao a major shareholder, the cost might be too high. Taking a deep breath, she knew the importance of the decision she was about to make. She managed to say one word before Jun Chanrao interrupted. You can keep considering, that's okay. But I'll tell you, the cost of time is high. We don't need the Su family, I can crush the Sun family myself. When that time comes, you can say goodbye to ever entering the Song Business Club. Without being among the top 3 elite clubs, the Su family will never truly be prestigious. Believe it or not, I'm giving you a week to consider. This is a chance I'm giving the Su family. With that, Jun Chanrao hung up the phone. Suan Xuan was initially stunned, then furious. She slammed the phone on the table, fists trembling with anger. 2 days later, Suan Xuan and Jun Qian sat on the same plane. The destination of this trip was Shenzhen. She never dreamed that she would end up sitting next to Jun Qian. Watching him sleep soundly next to her, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. This man was truly despicable, causing her to break two phones. But thinking about the purpose of this trip, she held back her frustration. After all, it concerned the economic lifeline of the Su family. The Su family, Sun family, and others were important wine distribution businesses, but they had a fatal weakness. They were not the exclusive agents of top international liquor brands. At best, they were secondary agents with very limited authority. It could be said that their fate was all held in the hands of the domestic general agents. Over the years, through the management of several generations of the family, even holding the identity of domestic general agents for some well-known brands. Perhaps for an average family, this was already a very impressive achievement. However, the Su family and Sun family were clearly not satisfied with this. The two families had now formed a terrifying balance, with each having several wines in the top 10 in the red wine sales market, but neither could get the rights to distribute the top 1 and top 2 best-selling wines, which belonged to the general agents. Although they could both sell these wines, if they continued like this, they would not be able to close the gap. So, if one side could monopolize the best-selling wines of the other and prevent them from selling, it would deal a deadly blow. Now, what Zhang Qian and Su Yuanchuan had to do was exactly this. Are you really confident that you can convince Shanchan Group? Su Yuanchuan furrowed her brow slightly and couldn't help but say, they are very laid back, holding the rights to sell the top to best wines, but they have no ambition to join the 3 major clubs. I have contacted them a few times, and it seems that just using money won't sway them. So the Su family and the Sun family were both low-level agents of Shangchen Group, both able to sell and getting goods at similar prices. Both families wanted to exclude each other so they could seize the opportunity to destroy the other completely. However, Shangchen Group's attitude was very ambiguous. They seemed uninterested in the 3 major top clubs and showed no intention of participating. Even if they were offered a higher price, they remained indifferent, which gave Su Yuanchuan a headache. Listen, first of all, don't rule out one possibility, that you haven't given them enough benefits. Not that more money won't work, but you haven't given enough. To put it bluntly, if you throw in billions, would they refuse? Of course, I'm just giving an example. Our target this time is heiress Pei Moin of Shangchen Group. And don't forget our agreement. Zhang Qian closed his eyes to rest and lazily spoke. Su Yuanchuan nodded silently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. This time she was traveling with Zhang Qian was also for one last attempt for the Su family. After Zhang Qian intervened in the night market of Subei City, the Su Sheng Group's plan to expand massively, thereby entering the Song Business Club, had fallen through. Thinking of taking over Linmix, expanding the company's value greatly, and possibly securing a vote through the committee. But just as they were about to take over, after a long price war, Zhang Qian took the opportunity. The critical point was the endlessly deep pocket of the other party. She had no confidence in beating Zhang Qian. She could only compromise. The agreement they reached was, if Zhang Qian could secure the exclusive rights to JZH for the wines Huan Kanishi and Jiwayueshi, kicking out the Sun family, they were willing to discuss investing in the Su family with Zhang Qian. Once they reached this point, it would mean that the real owner of the Su family would be Zhang Qian. By then, helping the Su family enter the Song Business Club would essentially mean Zhang Qian becoming a hidden elite member of this top club. This was a bold gamble for the Su family, but they didn't believe he could do it. After all, the heiress of Shangchen Group, Pei Moin, was known for her quirky temperament. So this time, only Su Yuanchuan was sent out. As a top beauty in Subei City, she actually looked down on Zhang Qian. However, under his repeated monetary attacks, she had to seriously consider the possibility of the operation being successful. Upon landing, they immediately arrived at one of the most famous hotels in Shenzhen, Star River International. It was touted as a 7-star equipped hotel, and as usual, Zhang Qian had booked 2 presidential suites. Although Su Yuanchuan often traveled and stayed in luxury rooms, she had never stayed in a 7-star presidential suite a few times. Her fondness for Zhang Qian had decreased as she considered him just a nouveau rich. Not understanding taste, he pursued the best in everything. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, smiled and remained silent. The lower her fondness, the better, as he could then spend more money. After a brief rest, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Hey! What are you doing in the room? It's already 7 o'clock. Didn't you say on the plane that you were going to meet Pei Moin today? It's already very late. Hey, Why aren't you answering the phone? Reply to the WeChat right now. Right now. Damn ... Are you intentionally playing with me? I'm hungry. Suyuan paced back and forth in the room, looking at the series of unanswered WeChat messages, feeling like throwing her phone in frustration. But considering no one was buying her a new phone at the moment, and the fact that the specialty store was likely closed, she gave up. She raised her phone several times, but ultimately threw it on the bed vigorously. Damn it, this annoying Jun Qian. Is he planning to meet Paimon or not? And he's making me starve ... No. I need to eat something. This damn man. Clutching her teeth, Suyuan picked up her bag to leave. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound was heard at the door. Who? She was still angry, so her voice sounded stern. Is this Miss Suyuan? Miss Su? The person at the door obviously felt Suyuan's anger and spoke very cautiously. It's me. What's up? Hello. I'm an employee of the Paris high fashion boutique. A few days ago, Mr. Zheng placed an order with us for a high fashion evening gown, and he called us just now to deliver it here. Please accept it. High fashion, an evening gown. WTF. Zheng must be referring to Jun Qian. What is he up to? Suyuan opened the door suspiciously and was immediately captivated by the sight before her, her eyes slightly dazed. Several men in suits were delicately carrying a black evening gown. The silky flowing gown had a luxurious feel, with intricate embroidery that exuded a unique charm of the East within a Western fashion context. In the light, a noble aura emanated from it. Is this the gown Jun Qian sent me? Damn, it's too beautiful. This is Mr. Yi, our city's top clothing master, who custom-made this dress using pure handwork. He only accepts one custom order per month and usually requires booking at least half a year in advance to have a chance to take on the project. Moreover, Mr. Yi also carefully selects his clients. Not all orders will be accepted. Also, this is the latest Bulgarian necklace prepared for you by Mr. Zheng. The deep blue impression. Looking at the exquisite evening gown, Suyuan's brain went into a momentary freeze. Although she usually exuded a commanding businesswoman and was admired wherever she went, deep down, she was still very much a girly girl. Especially upon seeing such a beautiful evening gown, she felt a hint of girlish excitement. Several attractive female shop assistants accompanied the delivery of the dress, all showing envious looks. Miss Su, do you need help putting it on? Oh, no. It's not necessary. I can handle it myself. Please take it inside. Suyuan stepped aside. Ding ding. It was Jun Qian calling. She quickly picked up the phone and calmly asked, "Hello, what's the matter?" Jun Qian. Big sister, didn't you just send me a long string of WeChat messages? I felt a bit tired just now, lay down in bed for a while, then took a shower. Why the frantic messages? And you even said you were hungry. Oh, Jun Qian quickly understood, glanced at the time, and thought that the clothes must have been delivered. Dear Miss Su, please change into the clothes quickly. Ha, you want me to wear this now? Why? It's because you said you were hungry. I am taking you out for a nice meal. Suyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. With a hint of frustration in her voice, she said, "What are you up to? You come to the city without any instructions, don't reply to my WeChat messages, I'm starving and want to grab something to eat, and you sent this dress and necklace." As she spoke, Suyuan's voice became more emotional and even contained a hint of a crying tone. Well, I might have been inconsiderate. Actually, this is a surprise gift for you. Jun Qian scratched his head and smiled. I don't have time to explain now. I'll talk in detail after you change. Simply put, we are going to attend a charity gala, and according to reliable sources, Paimon will be there. If you go in ordinary clothes, it won't be appropriate, so I arranged this dress for you in advance. The event starts at 8 tonight. Once you're ready, send me a WeChat. Suyuan finally understood what was happening. This dress, was it not rented by Jun Qian? No, it shouldn't be. Well, since it's a custom-made dress, it must have been tailored to her size. Indeed, it fit her perfectly. Even the measurements were precise. How did he know? Looking at herself in the mirror, Suyuan's cheeks blushed, her mind filled with all sorts of thoughts. Although she had attended many high-profile events before and had several evening dresses at home, this one was particularly luxurious and undoubtedly valuable. Mr. Yi was a top-tier tailor in Kyushu, sought after by many celebrities for custom clothing. making it hard to secure an appointment with him. Jun Qian had quite the influence, and this necklace, the deep blue impression. Girls are usually very sensitive to these things, especially when it's a top international brand like Bulgari. This latest necklace is limited edition, priced at 3 million on the market, but usually unobtainable at that price, requiring a higher cost, similar to Hermes' allocation system. Su Yuanchuan never dreamed of such a situation. She, a daughter of a wealthy family, experiencing heart palpitations due to money. Are all these gifts from Jun Qian? Does he like me? Oh well, a girl shouldn't initiate such things. Moreover, she had only met Jun Qian twice, and there were still many unfamiliar aspects between them. She definitely couldn't fall for him. 15 minutes later, the two appeared in the hotel's rooftop banquet hall. Looking at Jun Qian, who was in a sharp suit, Su Yuanchuan admitted that her heartbeat was a bit fast. It wasn't that she fell for Jun Qian, but the contrast he brought was so strong. Earlier, seeing him in very casual attire, he looked like an ordinary beau. But now, dressed so elegantly, Jun Qian's figure was strikingly tall and upright. With well-defined lines and curves, he exuded a hearty aura. Coupled with his nonchalant smile, even Su Yuanchuan found it hard to resist. He must be near billion. Not because he's handsome, that must be it. She now understood Jun Qian's intentions. This was a charity auction, and all the funds raised would be donated to charity organizations. Many items up for auction were contributed by the attendees, such as paintings, jewelry, even cars, and more. Before the auction officially began, everyone wandered around the tables holding wine glasses, chatting. Many prominent figures from the city were present, making it a good networking opportunity. Except for two people, Jun Qian and Su Yuanchuan. She was really hungry and didn't want to eat airplane food, planning to have a good meal after landing. But Jun Qian conveniently disappeared. Now that she finally saw food, she couldn't enjoy it. Knowing that Pei Moin would be there today and possibly bumping into him, she wanted to maintain a good image and pretended not to notice the pastries and such, silently drooling. The most annoying thing was Jun Qian. She glared at him not far away, totally ignoring her hunger and enjoying his meal. Her frustration was visible as she stomped her foot. Hello, miss. I'm Feng Yuan Han. I do some international trade business at home. Can I have the honor of getting to know you? At this moment, a very handsome young man approached. He had noticed Su Yuanchuan for a while and was struck by her beauty. Even with so many beauties around, Su Yuanchuan still attracted a lot of attention. However, due to the necklace she wore, people felt a sense of nobility and unapproachableness. Everyone firmly believed she wasn't a kept woman because no boss would spend that much. She must be a wealthy girl. This made many hesitant to approach her. Feng Yuanhan had been gathering courage for a long time to approach her, especially when Su Yuanchuan looked his way. Oh no, that was the feeling of love. In that moment, he felt he was in love, even planning their future together. It's so beautiful, simply stunning. Feng Yuanhan's heart was pounding. She's looking at me. She's looking at me. Oh my god, how did I gather the courage to approach such a beauty? Should I name my child after her? What's her name? Why have I never seen her before? His mind started going crazy. Countless thoughts rushed through his mind, causing his hands to tremble slightly, and he felt like he was having a seizure. Su Yuanchuan noticed someone talking to her, so she subconsciously turned around. She had originally thought Feng Yuanhan looked pretty good, but why was he shaking so much? Was this a sign of Parkinson's? It's a pity. So young and already getting Parkinson's. Hello. I know some very good doctors. Looking at you, so young, there should still be hope. Su Yuanchuan said seriously. Feng Yuanhan? What does she mean? What's wrong with me? Do I have some kind of terminal illness, right? She must be from some prestigious medical family. Maybe she has learned some medical skills and can tell what's wrong with me at a glance. It seems she's right. My head really hurts. He immediately lost interest in flirting. Hurriedly asked, Goddess, did you figure out what illness I have? I've been to many foreign hospitals before, but all the tests came back normal. Just saying I'm overthinking for no reason. If you're sure, can you arrange treatment for me? He became more and more excited as he spoke. Even his cup was shaking, and the drink was spilling out. Su Yuanchuan sighed and nodded sadly. Your whole body is shaking so much. Could it be a sign of Parkinson's? Although I'm not a doctor, I've seen some patients like this before. Some uncles have had this kind of trouble. If you need, I can introduce you to the doctors they've seen. Well, although this disease can't be cured, there are ways to alleviate it. We can't just ignore it. Feng Yuanhan was stunned. He finally understood what she meant by his illness. His face turned red. It turns out it was all because he was too nervous, causing him to speak so awkwardly. He quickly shook his head, preparing to explain, but then saw a pig's hoof reaching out. Zhang Qian casually wiped his mouth and said excitedly, "Try it, it tastes really good. And pig skin is very good for your skin. Look at you, starting to have crow's feet in the corners of your eyes. Don't you want to fix that?" Huh. Su Yuanchuan was already starving. Adding this pig's hoof almost made her lose control. "Sorry, I'll be right back." She smiled awkwardly at Feng Yuanhan, then quickly pulled Zhang Qian aside, tightly gripping her fist. "Zhang Qian, you despicable scoundrel, don't you know how hungry I've been for a long time? Why do you have to tempt me with this stuff? You're hungry, so I let you try it." Zhang Qian earnestly handed it over. "It really tastes delicious. Should I just take a small bite?" At this moment, Su Yuanchuan started to struggle fiercely in her heart. She was already wavering. Feng Yuanhan nearby was also watching in confusion. Does she already have a boyfriend? Or is it that she loves pig's hooves more than handsome men? Please take your seats in an orderly fashion. The auction is about to begin. With the host's voice resounding, Su Yuanchuan finally came back to her senses. She glared at Zhang Qian, making him quickly put down the pig's hoof. Then she hurriedly led him towards the venue. There were many people in attendance today. Most were social elites from the city, and there were also some wealthy people from Shanghai. The charity event was organized by the local capital association. Perhaps feeling that the face of capitalists was too detestable, they wanted to improve it through this method. The first few editions of the auction were just small scale, purely for formality. But as the event's frequency lengthened, some competitive mentality inevitably arose. Everyone hoped to gain a good reputation, and their items were highly sought after. There are many items here, just don't know which one Paymoin provided. Su Yuanchuan glanced through the auction catalog thoughtfully. The organization here was very formal. Following the traditional auction format, all items were documented in a booklet. There was a wide range of items, from antiques to modern jewelry. It was comprehensive. The second to last item, that ring, Zhang Qian said casually. Hearing this, Su Yuanchuan quickly flipped to the last page of the auction catalog. As expected, it was a seemingly ordinary jade ring, but despite its plain appearance, the quality of the stone was extraordinary. The starting price alone indicated it. 200,000. Of course, there was probably some inflated value. Ultimately, the final proceeds would all be donated to a welfare organization, so no one really cared about its true value. The person providing this ring is called Liu Luxin, probably Paymoin's close friend or something. She's quite low profile, knowing many people would flatter her, so she deliberately used someone else's identity. How do you know? Money talks. Zhang Qian smiled, whispering, "This time Paymoin is traveling very low-key, so the sons probably haven't noticed. And they've contacted the Pei family many times before, all unsuccessful. They probably have given up hope. Even if they did know she was here, they probably wouldn't come." Su Yuanchuan pondered the information. She couldn't help but ask, "Then how can you be sure to take this opportunity to cooperate with Paymoin?" "I'm not sure either," Zhang Qian replied honestly. "You're not sure?" Su Yuanchuan was dumbfounded for a moment, rolling her eyes. Oh my god. She didn't know what spurred her to trust Zhang Qian and come here. If he's not sure, then why bother coming? But we have to try, right? You'll be responsible for bidding, and I'll take care of the money. Anyway, we have to get it at the highest price in the room. At least that way, we'll have a chance to contact her, because as usual, the items are given privately after the auction. She sighed. There was no other way. Since she had come, she had to try. And since it was Zhang Qian's money. Humph, if he wants to play tricks on me, I'll make him bleed a lot. Just then, the auction finally began. Paymoin and the others also arrived late, wearing sunglasses, and sat inconspicuously in the middle and back rows. The people around probably couldn't believe they were sitting next to the daughter of a billion-dollar corporation. Looking at the auction invitation in her hand, Su Yuanchuan appeared lost in thought. Could it be that she had misunderstood Zhang Qian? Although he appeared nonchalant, as if nothing mattered to him, he was so well prepared. Even the valuable item hidden by Paymoin was discovered by him, and he had even prepared evening wear in advance for himself. Thinking about this, her cheeks blushed slightly. "Hey, Jun Qian, I'm asking you." Lowering her voice, Su Yuanchuan leaned close to Jun Qian's ear, biting her lip as she said, "How did you determine my body proportions? And, damn, why do they all match so perfectly? Were you a tailor before?" Jun Qian nearly spewed out old blood, awkwardly wiping the sweat from his forehead, fearing that the misunderstanding would deepen, making Su Yuanchuan think he was a pervert. However, upon reflection, if one could determine measurements with just a glance, it was not perversion, but more of an experienced lecture. You needed solid theoretical foundation and rich practical experience. You had records of custom-made clothing in Sibai before. "I spent a little money and got it done," he said. Hearing this, Su Yuanchuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay. It's not that I'm afraid he'll find out I've padded things. I wasn't small to begin with." She also understood that Mr. Yi's schedule was very busy and usually required a long wait, but Jun Qian managed to get it done in just a few days, which must have cost a lot of money. From scheduling Mr. Yi to buying off a series of auction personnel, to giving her a necklace and more. All added up, Jun Qian must have paid a considerable price. Was he doing this out of interest in her, or did he really want to take control of the Su family so urgently? Suddenly, a groundbreaking idea popped into Su Yuanchuan's mind. In fact, Jun Qian didn't need to go through all this trouble. If he just took her down, why go through such elaborate steps to take control of the Su family, the whole Su family? Wouldn't it all be his? Thinking of this, Su Yuanchuan's cheeks involuntarily blushed. TFF, PFF, PFF, what was I thinking about? Jun Qian did spend a lot of money in this whole process, a total of over 8 million. Just handling Mr. Yi to free up other appointments cost Jun Qian 2 million. Truly, money can move ghosts. Also, because this money was spent on Su Yuanchuan, Jun Qian also received over 80 million in return. He realized that spending money on these young ladies could maximize profits. Their standards for clothing, food, lodging, and transportation were absolutely high, so spending money on them brought in more income than spending it on normal girls. Meanwhile, the auction was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Some antiques, blue and white porcelain, works by famous foreign painters, etc., appeared ahead, but they didn't cause much of a stir. The selling prices were mostly in the tens of thousands, with the highest not exceeding 600,000. More often, there were obvious jewelry and handbags previously used by socialites, selling for tens of thousands. Finally, it was P. Moin's ring. This item is very important to its owner, preserving many precious memories. This time, in order to raise funds for charity, she reluctantly decided to auction it off. On behalf of those in need, I express heartfelt thanks for this spirit. Now, it's time for our entrepreneurs to make their bids. Starting at 200,000, increments of no less than 10,000, now, officially begins. The charming host exclaimed, "How much should we bid for it?" Su Yuanchuan hesitated. "Let's see how it goes. If no one raises the bid against us, then let's just smash it for 1 million. Jun Qian shrugged. Su Yuanchuan nodded slightly. 1 million wasn't much, but it certainly wasn't little. In fact, she had made a decision in secret. Although she hadn't known Jun Qian for a long time, he had spent quite a bit of money on her. Not to mention this outfit alone, just the millions she spent last time in Sibai, defying Suje. This time she had to buy it herself. She couldn't let Jun Qian spend money again, and just for one ring, there shouldn't be anyone competing with her, right? She looked around, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she didn't see fellow peers from the wine industry here. There shouldn't be anyone showing off here to please P. Moin. 300,000. Just then, a man raised his bidder's paddle. "It's number 18. 300,000 once," the host excitedly announced. Su Yuanchuan followed the voice and saw a dandy-looking young master. He must have also received the news that this ring came from P. Moin, and as soon as he made a move, he directly raised it by 100,000. Young Master Su is really willing to spend money. I wonder whose ring this is. Is it some rare item? Don't speculate. Maybe he's already found out the owner. Hearing the whispers around her, she roughly understood this person's identity. His name was Su Yehen, also known as a big shot in the hotel group, the First Heir. In the whole city, he owned several high-end hotels and had considerable wealth. And because P. Moin was also from the city, His move was basically self-explanatory. It was aimed at her. This made Su Yuanchuan tighten her fist. Maybe this time it really could be a big financial loss. 350,000. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Yuanchuan also raised her paddle. Number 153. 350,000 once. Everyone's eyes turned towards her. Originally, Su Yehen's eyes were cold, wondering who dared to challenge him. But when he turned his head, he found a beautiful girl who exuded grace, and she was also exceptionally stunning. Her evening gown was particularly eye-catching, which even made him hesitate for a moment. What if he stopped pursuing P. Moin and pursued her instead? No. This is a family alliance. For future development, he must take over P. Moin. Thinking of this, he raised the bidder's paddle again. 400,000. Number 18. 400,000. Number 153. 500,000. Number 18. 600,000. Number 153. 700,000. The sounds of the auction were escalating. The people present immediately smelled a different kind of atmosphere. It seems like a good show is about to happen. T. Moin frowned slightly. Looking around, she caught sight of Su Yuanchuan. The two had met before, so she naturally knew why Su Yuanchuan was bidding so fiercely for this ring. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips, hinting at many indescribable feelings. This angle was caught by the idling Zhang Qian. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and a terrifying idea popped into his head. Could she be interested in women? Could she actually be interested in girls? No way, right? A ring with no brand endorsement actually sold for a high price of 700,000. It's unbelievable. What's even more crucial is that the bidders competing were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The man, needless to say, Su Yehen, the young master of a famous high-end hotel group in Shenzhen, and the future first heir to a property worth tens of millions. He wanted to bid for it, probably to discover that the true owner of the ring was a beauty. To make a beauty smile, he was willing to throw away 700,000. But this woman, what's going on with her? And some scheming individual suddenly realized something, with a pensive look. It's estimated that Su Yuanchuan was probably trying to attract Su Yehen's attention, deliberately engaging in a bidding war with him. It was merely about wanting to rise in status, but the price was a bit steep. Su Yehen deeply glanced at Su Yuanchuan, his gaze filled with complex emotions. If it were an ordinary person daring to crazily raise the price with him, he would have probably sent a warning long ago. Not to mention the fact that this was Shenzhen, his territory. But Su Yuanchuan was just a good-looking, right? Even purely based on appearance, she was comparable to a beauty like Pei Moin, each excelling in their own way. For a moment, Su Yehen found himself in a dilemma. Being too handsome and attracting too much attention from beauties wasn't exactly a good thing either, but there was no way around it. Apologizing to the beautiful woman, "I'm sorry. I am now with Pei Moin. This concerns the future industry layout of the family. After I secure Pei Moin in the future, we can have a long discussion with you whenever." With these thoughts, Su Yehen's eyes carried a sense of pity and regret. He raised his bidding card and gently said, 800,000. The host excitedly shouted, Number 18. 800,000. 800,000 once. People shook their heads, probably thinking that the show was about to end. Su Yehen had bid such a high price, signaling that Su Yuanchuan might not be able to continue competing. Even for the sake of gaining attention or status, it wouldn't be wise to spend so much money. It seems she hadn't even been with Su Yehen yet and had already spent so much money. How would she make a profit in the future? Su Yuanchuan slightly furrowed her brows. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her bidding card, adding 100,000. Number 153. 90,000. Asterisk gasps asterisk. Immediately, everyone unconsciously gasped. Hearing the host's words, they instantly drew a cold breath. Has she gone crazy? Wanting to attract Su Yehen's attention, she should know when to stop, right? 90,000. Is she really that confident that this young master will be willing to spend so much money on her? Does she truly believe she can make a profit out of this? Their eyes were filled with various emotions. Does she really like me that much? Su Yehen furrowed his brows tightly, suddenly feeling a bit hesitant. His thinking was quite different from others. He believed Su Yuanchuan must really like him, probably a woman not short of money, desperately trying to get his attention through this and make him fall for her. Thinking this, A sense of regret appeared in his eyes. He was extremely curious about Su Yuanchuan, eager to understand her background. If her family's business was also powerful, he wouldn't mind developing a relationship with her. But Pei Moin was a local, ever-present figure. If Su Yuanchuan knew what he was thinking, she would probably smash her phone on his face. He had never thought Su Yuanchuan was here for Pei Moin. In his understanding, how could a woman spend so much money for another woman? She must be trying to get his attention, and she probably has money too. After much contemplation, Su Yehen ultimately decided to first secure Pei Moin. He glanced regretfully at Su Yuanchuan, hoping she would understand his heart. 1 million, beauty. I know you probably really like me, but, sorry, my heart is already taken. You don't need to continue fighting for this ring. Even if you offer more money, I cannot change my initial intention. Saying this, he hesitated to glance in the direction where Pei Moin was. Everything was left unsaid. Su Yuanchuan, is he out of his mind? Why would I like him? If this matter reaches Sabei, who knows what people who know me will think? It's absurd. I fought so hard just for Pei Moin. We have no relationship at all. Okay, but 1 million is indeed too much. She could afford this money, even more. Maybe, if she could truly move Pei Moin, she would be willing to bid 10 million to win this. But the key question was whether spending this money would be worth it. After all, the sus had interacted with the pies many times, with no sign of concession from them. Even the sons had long given up and were considering other ways to surpass the sus. Zheng Qian seemed to sense her hesitation, frowning slightly, whispering, "What are you afraid of? It's just 1 million, and I can afford it. Just raise your card. We must win today, no matter what." Su Yuanchuan hesitated and replied, "You've already spent a lot of money these past couple of days. I think I should bid for it for myself this time. It can't always be you." Hearing this, Zheng Qian rolled his eyes with a hint of helplessness. "Do I need you to save money from me? If you don't spend extravagantly, how can I possibly earn 1,500,000? At that moment, Zheng Qian smoothly raised Su Yuanchuan's hand, stating the shocking amount. Su Yehen immediately noticed that Su Yuanchuan had been showing extreme intimacy with the man beside her. The latter even held Su Yuanchuan's hand directly, making him feel that he might have misunderstood the situation. Could it be that the person who genuinely wanted to bid was this man? With someone like Su Yuanchuan, a superb beauty, did he really still have Pei Moin in mind? This ignited a raging fire within Su Yehen. 1,500,000, and the young master hesitates. What a joke. He raised his bidding card high and declared, 2 million. Provocatively, he even glanced at Zheng Qian. 2 million. This amount was 10 times higher than the starting price, a tenfold increase. Insane. Truly insane. 2,000,005. Well, this number isn't very auspicious. Let's raise it to 3 million. Without hesitation, Zheng Qian directly lifted the bidding card. 3 million. He had instantly elevated the price to 3 million. Shocked, the whole audience was shocked. 3 million. This has already set a new record for tonight's highest bidding price, and judging by this momentum, it's likely to continue. The look in everyone's eyes was pensive, suggesting that Su Yuanchuan must have a backer, most likely this young man. People felt that he was not very familiar, most likely from out of town. Could it be a crossing the river to borrow a tiger, coming to cause trouble for Su Yehen? Don't they know that Master Su is a well-known local tycoon? 3 million may sound like a lot or a little. Many people present could afford it, but having the ability to afford it doesn't mean there isn't some price to pay. Number 153, 3 million once. Number 153, 3 million twice. Number 153, if no one else bids, I'll start the hammer. The host's voice was crisp and pleasant, but everyone could sense that she was starting to get nervous. After all, everyone could see that Su Yehen was getting angry. Hold on. As expected, Su Yehen raised his hand, staring coldly at Zheng Qian, and sneered, "Just 3 million, and you think you can take away something coveted by me, Su Yehen? It's simply a ridiculous joke. 5 million. Are you in or out?" Su Yehen raised his bitter number high, his eyes full of provocation. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to hold back their astonishment. This was madness. Truly an incredible sight to behold tonight. Many people were getting excited. Su Yehen was a well-known local young master. Although not among the very top, he was still highly sought after by many. What he set his eyes on, apart from the top tycoons, No one dared to snatch, but Zheng Qian, this outsider, was really clueless. 5 million. That was an extremely irrational number. 5 million. You want to make me bow out? You really underestimate me. Zheng Qian couldn't help but smile lazily as he raised his bidder number. 10 million. I'll leave it at that. No matter how much you bid, I'm in. Well, double it. Lastly, Zheng Qian added this sentence. At this moment, many women in the audience were already starting to glisten with stars in their eyes. Many of them were here to get some exposure, hoping to show themselves in front of the various tycoons. If someone took notice of them, wouldn't it be like going from rags to riches, like a wild chicken turning into a phoenix? In their eyes, Zheng Qian was the perfect candidate. Not only did he look good, but most crucially, he was extremely generous. Facing the covetous eyes of many women, Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel a prickling sensation on his back. He gave Su Yuanchuan a blaming look. If it wasn't for her taking the initiative just now, hesitating slightly, should I have personally made a move? When the bid reached a certain point, Su Yehen's expression changed. He clenched his fists nervously, his eyes flashing, and his emotions were highly charged. 10 million, are you kidding me? Setting aside how much I bid, you're going to double it. He instinctively glanced at Pei Moing, and his heart sank even further. Pei Moing's eyes showed a playful interest, looking at Zheng Qian thoughtfully, but it was unclear what was on her mind. What was more important was the subtle twinkling in her eyes, as if she was very interested in him. ***, Su Yehen vowed that if this weren't a public place, he would have thrown Zheng Qian into the sea long ago. Hesitating slightly, he suddenly smiled. Yes. You said no matter how much I bid, you'll double it, didn't you? Let's see if you can afford this money. 15 million. Before his words could even finish, Zheng Qian's voice rang out. 30 million. Su Yehen, Manuel actually followed up. Shall we say 50 million next? Would that claim it's 100 million? It shouldn't be possible. 100 million. That's just, it's truly too absurd. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't compete with that number. But if I said 50 million, and he didn't follow, would I end up having to pay that money? Would my old man kill me? No, I must not fall for his trick. After all, he's an outsider. Even if he really doesn't follow through, the people here won't know him, let alone say anything. But I'm different, I'm Su Yehen. But, if I back down like this, will I be looked down upon, ridiculed? How will Pei Moing see me? Disappointed? For a moment, Su Yehen's emotions were torn between two choices. His eyes crazily darted around, his forehead covered in cold sweat. His appearance looked extremely embarrassed, as if a person stranded in the desert without water for days. His face even started to pale. Does this Master Su kind of seem weak? Is his health not good? I thought he was so impressive. How powerful was he? He even tried to pursue my two sisters before, but didn't last more than 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Many girls below started gossiping. These voices reached Su Yehen's ears, almost making him want to spit out blood directly. He suddenly stood up. ****men women. How dare you question this young master's abilities? Are you kidding me, young Master Su? Are you preparing to continue bidding? The female host saw Su Yehen standing up and subconsciously thought he was ready to continue bidding, so she eagerly asked. Su Yehen was briefly stunned. He had seen a lot in his life and wouldn't completely collapse mentally over this. He took a deep breath, and gradually, his emotions started to normalize. Heh, impudent brat, even if you do manage to win this item, do you really think you'll win over Pei Moing? What haven't I done over these years? How hard haven't I tried? What haven't been gifted? Haven't I even held hands before? Moreover, you brought an absolute beauty here. Isn't that intentional? The realization hit him. He suddenly laughed, clapping in a gentlemanly manner. A true gentleman doesn't seize others' delights. Since this gentleman here is so fond of this ring, I won't stand in his way anymore. Just hope you won't go back on your word. 30 million, not a penny less. This is a charity auction. For the people who need help, you can't back out. You can't even pay in installments. I'll make sure of it. Zheng Qian shrugged nonchalantly. Just 30 million. Of course, I won't back down. According to the auction rules, payment needs to be made after everything ends and under the arrangement of the organizer. But if you question my integrity like you do, I can pay now. Upon hearing this, the host also hesitated. It was indeed the rule of the auction that the payment process usually took place after the auction ended, but judging from Su Yehen's expression, it seemed like he wasn't planning to let Zhang Qian off easily and wanted him to foot the bill now. Yet, on the other hand, considering the amount of 30 million, purchasing just one ring did pose a risk of the other party leaving without paying. Additionally, since this was a charity auction of public welfare nature, attendees were not required to pay a deposit. In other words, they could basically leave without any loss. Many eyes turned to Su Yehen. Although this auction was not hosted by their family, the hotel belonged to him, making him more or less a host as well. Well, since you are so determined, I won't say much more. Su Yehen waved his hand and said coldly, 30 million is no small amount, and I now have reasonable doubts that you are here to cause trouble on purpose. I certainly hope you are truly here for charity and not just to grab attention. At his cue, the organizers quickly started arranging things. Several female attendants brought relevant documents to Zhang Qian. It was indeed very user-friendly, supporting various payment methods. Even bank representatives were prepared, and they even supported equity pledges and property pledges. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qian felt delighted. He speculated that there might have been instances of people leaving without paying in the past, prompting this arrangement. Zhang Qian, thank you. Su Yuanchuan hesitated, only managing to utter these 3 words in the end. Zhang Qian waved his hand, feeling inclined to thank Su Yuanchuan as well. Because of this 30 million, it would soon turn into 60 million. It was a pity that Su Yehen eventually backed down, otherwise, he could have earned even more. Due to the credit card limit issue, he chose to transfer the money directly to the organizer's corporate account. Under the gaze of those around, Zhang Qian quickly completed the payment. Su Yehen, watching, felt his heart pounding. Damn it. There really are people with so much cash at any given time. What on earth do his family do? If it's a business, don't they need working capital? Of course, it's a business. Otherwise, where did all this money come from? But he was truly carefree, almost unreasonable. Transfer receipt, the staff confirmed and immediately informed the host. The female host was extremely excited and nervous at this moment, having never encountered such a huge transaction in her career. Yet, this wasn't a world-famous piece of art or collectible, it was just a ring. Even if it was jade, it wasn't of top quality and was quite ordinary. Upon closer inspection, there were many traces of frequent use and some signs of wear and tear. Anyone with a bit of insight could tell that it wasn't valuable, let alone worth the starting bid of 200,000. Sir, would you like to say a few words? As this money will be directly allocated to welfare institutions, we hope you can make a few remarks. The female host spoke excitedly. Zhang Qian rubbed his nose, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. He had already made a name for himself in Jianan and had intended to lay low a bit. Unexpectedly, Su Yuanchuan ended up faltering, making her raise her hand in the end out of reluctance. It wasn't a good thing for many people to know he had a lot of money. To mitigate the impact of the 10 billion raised during the auction, he had spent quite a bit on public relations. Initially, rumors were flying everywhere, and many gossips were linking him and Zhang Yanren ridiculously. After spending a considerable amount on handling the situation for a while, there wasn't much news about him anymore. Moreover, apart from the people present at the time, outsiders were mostly unaware of what happened back then. Even the parties involved, under his arrangement, mostly chose to remain silent. Thus, he didn't wish to attract too much attention. After some thought, he took the microphone handed by the attendant and simply said, I certainly hope to help those in need. But what I want to say is, it will be given to a very beautiful lady. He then received the system transfer. 60 million. At the same time, he looked at Su Yuanchuan with deep emotion that was palpable, stirring emotions within anyone witnessing it. Su Yuanchuan felt countless envious gazes in the venue, and her normally composed face flushed red. Damn, this man is too good at flirting. Coming from a prominent family, she shouldn't be moved by 60 million. But then again, lacking experiences in love, she had basically never encountered such a situation, let alone this kind of treatment. As a girl, under Zhang Qian's persistent approach, she began to feel a flicker of doubt in her heart. After all, who wouldn't want to be envied? The beautiful lady will surely feel very happy, the female host said seriously. Thank you to this gentleman and lady for their generous donations. Let's applaud them fervently and show our respect to them and those in need. This statement brought a sense of shame into Jung Qian's heart. After all, his original motivation wasn't entirely for charity. However, the host's words served as a wake-up call for him. With plenty of wealth already accumulated, he wondered if he could use this money to help those in need. Perhaps establish a charity foundation or directly make donations. Jung Qian closed his eyes slightly. He was genuinely contemplating this matter. On the other hand, facing the established fact, Xu Yehan was burning with anger. Clenching his fists tightly, he watched Jung Qian lost in thought, almost wanting to tackle him directly to the ground. But after a while, well, Jung Qian appeared taller and more robust than him. He wasn't likely a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Having lost his face and with only one item left in the auction, he discreetly left with a few people through the back door. Some tried to strike up a conversation with him, but seeing his stern face, they opted to remain silent. What if you lose this 60 million? What will you do? After all, this is a lot of money. Su Yuanchuan bit her lip, her gaze slightly trembling. Interrupted in his thoughts, Jung Qian seemed a bit absent-minded. He then smiled and said, "You are a prominent young lady from the Su family. Why would you fuss over such a sum of money? Relax, take it step by step. Establish a relationship with her first." Su Yuanchuan nodded thoughtfully. Little did she know, subconsciously, she was already thinking about helping Jung Qian save money. Could it be? She already considered them a family and didn't want her significant other to spend unnecessarily. As if I would. Originally, Taimoen thought that the person who bid in the auction was Su Yuanchuan, but unexpectedly, it was someone else. Looking at Jung Qian not far away, she couldn't recall at all when this person appeared in the JZH circle, or perhaps, was this person from the imperial capital, Yanjing. However, the accent didn't seem quite right, so there were no clues for the time being. At this moment, the auction was coming to an end. The final item up for auction was an antique from the former dynasty, said to be an authentic work by a certain master. However, it only sold for 3 million, completely overshadowed by Paimoen's ring. After the auction, it was the customary time for social elites to mingle. Usually, everyone would gather in small groups, networking and discussing potential future collaborations. Many people were eyeing Jung Qian and Su Yuanchuan, eager to get to know these two influential figures. People who could casually spend tens of millions on such matters were definitely not ordinary. But before everyone could surround Jung Qian, he had already disappeared. At that moment, he was in the VIP lounge of the hotel with Su Yuanchuan. Xu Yehan might be a dandy young master, but his father was definitely a big shot in the business world. Star River International Group, as the largest and most powerful high-end hotel chain in Shenzhen, had its reasons. For example, the top floor was the high-end banquet area, often hosting upscale events. Below the top floor should logically be the presidential suites, given the excellent view from there. But Su Zhenshan, Xu Yehan's father, didn't go for that. He adopted a high-end membership system, setting up many luxurious suites with top-notch facilities exclusively for elite members to use. These rooms were not publicly available, only accessible to those at the top. The Pei family also held a prominent position in Shenzhen and naturally had an exclusive suite there. In fact, in terms of specifications, it was even more high-end than the presidential suite. It had 3 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and even a private tea room for conducting business. Now, Jung Qian and Su Yuanchuan were there. Taimoen was dressed modestly in a Chanel suit, but her exquisite features were particularly eye-catching. Holding a glass of red wine and slightly raising her chin, she looked at the 2 people in front of her thoughtfully. "Initially, I thought about who might have bid on this ring. I planned to buy it back from them after the auction and consider it a personal charity donation. But now, you've put me in a difficult position." Her voice matched her appearance, exuding a natural air of aloofness. Su Yuanchuan clenched her hands slightly, feeling nervous. Even though she had met Paimoen a few times, she still felt overwhelmed by the other's strong presence. She wanted to explain, but was at a loss for words, somewhat flustered. Below the table, Jung Qian gently held her hand, which somewhat eased Su Yuanchuan's anxiety. Before speaking, Jung Qian pushed the modestly packaged ring box towards Paimoen. "As I mentioned at the auction, this ring is a gift for a beautiful lady. She is you, Miss Paimoen, and it has returned to its rightful owner." Su Yuanchuan's delicate body trembled slightly, but she was used to grand occasions and did not reveal much in her expression. However, she felt extremely disappointed inside. So, Jung Kian's intended recipient wasn't me. Affection points -5. Instead, Pei Moin's affection points had reached 20, which was much higher than an average stranger's. I cannot keep this ring, despite how much I like it. Pei Moin waved her finger, taking a sip of wine and blushing slightly, looking even more charming. I cannot accept it because I know you. I cannot afford a favor of 60 million, and I do not like owing anyone anything. I called you here today just to convey these thoughts, she continued, tapping her chin thoughtfully. You may leave, I have to rush to the airport later. Was she indicating they were no longer welcome? Su Yuanchuan was already feeling agitated by Zheng Qian. Now, she felt even more distracted, realizing that the time and money spent earlier seemed to have been wasted. If I'm not mistaken, the red wine you're drinking should be from the Burgundy region in France, Zheng Qian suddenly remarked. Pei Moin raised an eyebrow, and Su Yuanchuan was even more surprised. With Zheng Qian's reminder, she realized the red wine was indeed from Burgundy, France. Had he recognized it all along? Zheng Qian also knew about red wine. Do you know about red wine? Pei Moin asked casually. A little. It has a robust structure, rich flavor, and a distinct Burgundy character. However, white wine production is more common there. This particular red wine seems rare, not a brand typically found in the market. In fact, after that wine event, he made a special effort to study various red wines, hiring foreign sommeliers for tailored teaching sessions. The aim was to be well prepared for similar occasions and not feel out of place. Little did he expect it to come in handy so soon. Pei Moin was actually quite curious about Zheng Qian, especially his background. She had been observing him since he arrived, trying to discern where he came from. After much consideration, she remained clueless. He didn't seem like he was from the JZH area, or Yanjing, almost like a capitalist who appeared out of nowhere. I think I know why you two are sitting together. Pei Moin nodded slightly, tapping her glass gently and suddenly smiling. I shouldn't have given you this opportunity, but I'm in a good mood right now because you saved me from a nuisance. With that, she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. The union between Star River Group and her family had actually received her father's approval. However, she detested Su Yehen and had no interest in such playboy airs. Different from most beauties, her thoughts were simple: to succeed in her career, especially with the new red wine brand she was planning to develop, an investment in a vineyard in Burgundy, France. In her eyes, there was no significance in romantic relationships. Zheng Qian unintentionally blocked the contact between Su Yehen and herself by bidding on this item, indirectly saving her from a lot of trouble. If he had just bought the ring without any ulterior motives, even if it cost 600 million, she wouldn't have flinched. But his unexpected action surprisingly lifted her mood. Fate sometimes works in mysterious ways. You should make the most of this opportunity. I want you, Zifan. What time is our flight? Pei Moin asked her female assistant standing beside her. 3:30 in the early morning. She glanced at the time, and quickly replied. 3:30 in the early morning. Pei Moin murmured slightly, then nodded at Zheng Qian and Su Yuanchuan. I will be departing for France shortly. We only have 3 hours left until the plane officially takes off. I really like French culture, and I especially admire Jean Ferdinand, the pianist. He is about to perform at the Grand Theater in Deep City, but unfortunately I won't be able to watch it live. The airport is very close to here, but if I go there and come back, I definitely won't make it in time, and I am in a hurry. So before she could finish, Zheng Qian smiled and said, so, if I can bring Jean Ferdinand the pianist here within an hour and a half to perform for you alone, will you give us this opportunity, right? Pei Moin's eyes lit up. Then she nonchalantly sipped her drink. With the red wine down her throat, her cheeks also turned slightly red. Su Yuanchuan couldn't help but sigh, even though both were women, but she was exceptionally charming. Perhaps it was due to her high status or her extraordinary temperament. In any case, Pei Moin was truly a beauty. Leaning on the sofa, her Chanel suit naturally opened at the front. Zheng Qian couldn't help but shiver. That snowy white ... hem. Is it ... is she ... vacuum packed? Afraid of being misunderstood as a pervert, Zheng Qian quickly averted his gaze, pondering the feasibility of the situation. Give me some time, Zheng Qian said, then pushed open the door and walked out into the corridor. Oh my god ... oh my goodness. Nearly bumping into Su Yehen eavesdropping at the door, both of them exclaimed in surprise. The latter looked extremely embarrassed, but quickly adjusted himself, disdainfully eyeing Zhang Qian as he walked out. Hehe, if I'm not mistaken, you've just been given the cold shoulder, right? Let me tell you, Pei Moen is not someone you can establish connections with and be treated as a VIP. Did you see that? I'm the young master of the Milky Way group, and the owner of this hotel won't even let me in. Not to mention a bumpkin like you. Zhang Qian rolled his eyes and simply ignored him. Impatiently shoving him aside, he lit a cigarette and handed the task over to Zia Chat. Soon, he received several WeChat messages. Tonight's performance is Jean Ferdinand's first stop on his Asia tour, so all aspects are very concerned about this, especially the Deep City Grand Theater. The organizer is Ganglon Technology, hoping to leverage Jean Ferdinand's influence to promote their AI music production website. Currently the response is good. Jean Ferdinand's character is very stubborn. Once he accepts an invitation, he won't easily change his mind. I think, even if you offer him $1 billion directly, he won't agree to cancel the performance and come to you. Zia Checha was indeed skilled at collecting information. Based on the current information, she finally drew this conclusion for Zhang Qian. Presumably, Pei Moen also understood Jean Ferdinand's personality very well. In short, this matter could be said to be deliberately difficult. Zhang Qian took a deep drag on his cigarette, furrowing his brow. Was there really no way? If $1 billion can't move him, what about 10 billion? Even 100 billion? Hehe. Pei Moen asked you to invite Jean Ferdinand? Su Yehan overheard Zhang Qian's phone call and grinned slyly. I advise you not to daydream. The performance is starting in 15 minutes, and he is very punctual. He will not give up the performance and come here. In fact, I started trying several days ago, but he never gave me a chance. I tried to contact him in advance, but it was useless, let alone now. Ha ha ha. Give up on that hope. Zhang Qian was now filled with bitter resentment towards Zhang Qian. Finally seizing the opportunity to gloat, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Jean Ferdinand's character was extremely peculiar. Perhaps it was because of this that he could become a world-renowned piano master. Not only could he play classical music, but he also had the ability to compose his own pieces. Tonight, he would be performing a new piece he created called Dreams and Gardens. Pei Moen was looking forward to it, but there were issues with the French vineyard that had to be resolved by her personally. In comparison, she could not attend the charity gala and head directly to the Deep City Grand Theater on time. Su Yehan originally thought the opportunity was rare, so he tried to arrange this in advance several days ago. However, Jean Ferdinand was unapproachable. Even if he offered a hefty sum, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. He even considered directly kidnapping him, so he was convinced that Zhang Qian would not succeed. Just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't. Zhang Qian took a deep drag on his cigarette, gripping Su Yehan's arms tightly. Remember, a man should never say he can't. Zhang Qian's strength was immense. Su Yehan was caught off guard and dared not speak. Furthermore, the former was taller than him, leaving him dumbfounded, thinking that Zhang Qian had gone mad. After speaking, Zhang Qian immediately dialed a phone of the person in charge of the performance. Hello, I want Jean Ferdinand. Now come to the Galaxy International Hotel, Deep City Center store, and name your price. TFFT. Upon hearing this, Su Yehan almost choked. He looked at Zhang Qian as if he was crazy. Who did he think he was? If he invites Jean Ferdinand over, would he just agree? Has he lost his mind, or gone insane? Why was he talking nonsense? You're the chairman of the Qianju group, Zhang Qian. Your secretary just contacted me, saying ... you will invest $1 billion, and you will individually offer Mr. Jean Ferdinand $1 billion appearance fee. Yes, I know your tech company needs funds. I can transfer it anytime. But ... stop stalling. Just now I also spoke with Mr. Jean Ferdinand. He declined and scolded me for not keeping my word. Damn it ... this foreigner ... Zhang Qian frowned. He never expected that someone would be indifferent even to $1 billion. So he quickly said, $2 billion will work. No. $5 billion. As long as he agrees, I'll give $5 billion. $5 billion. Yes. Go ask him right away and be quick. Please hold on. Without disconnecting the call, he hurriedly ran to Jean Ferdinand. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, he trembled. Mr. Jean Ferdinand, if someone is willing to offer $5 billion to invite you to perform, will you agree now? No one was clear why a technology company would undertake Ferdinand's piano recital. They had been planning this for a long time. After many twists and turns, they finally reach an agreement with Ferdinand, securing the rights to host his concert in Asia as part of his tour. However, Jung Kian's words deeply moved them. It was simply because of money. Their purpose in doing this was nothing but to create publicity, to attract the attention of investors during the process, and to secure a large investment to help the company operate. Jung Kian's direct willingness to invest hundreds of millions of dollars perfectly solved their problem. As for whether Ferdinand would perform in the end, and where he would perform, had nothing to do with them. Holding the phone, the person in charge, Chen Zudong, nervously looked at the French piano master in front of him, hoping that this person would agree. In this way, it could be said that everyone was happy. When he received a call from Xia Qianchen earlier, he had doubted it at one point, but after immediately checking the relevant information of Qianza Group, he relaxed, knowing that the other party would not speak falsely. With a company value of over 10 billion, and recently acquiring several cruise ships in succession, their strength was formidable. "Mr. Chen, I've already told you," Ferdinand said seriously as he prepared for his performance on stage, checking the time. "I value this performance very much, and what I value the most is credibility. Please stop talking about it." "But..." "There's no but. I don't want to hear such words again." With the help of the translator, a few simple instructions from Ferdinand were given, and after a final check of the equipment, he was ready to perform. Chen Zudong looked helpless, even momentarily considering kidnapping Ferdinand. Jun Qian also heard the translation on the other end. Frowning tightly, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He immediately hung up the phone, found another person, and said, "Ni Kai, your entertainment company often collaborates with musicians. Do you know Ferdinand?" Ferdinand ... the French pianist. "Yes, that's right. Here's the situation. Due to some important reasons, someone really wants to enjoy his performance. However, due to special circumstances, they can't go out. Remember, money is not an issue. It doesn't matter to him or to you." Jun Xiao, "I can only do my best, but I can't guarantee. Give me some time." 5 minutes. After saying that, Jun Qian hung up the phone and checked the time. The performance was about to start in a little over 10 minutes, and he couldn't afford any delays. "Kid, I advise you not to have any more wild ideas," Su Yehan approached, looking at Jun Qian with a smirk. "I don't care where you're from or which city's rich kid you are, but remember, this is Deep City. Even if you can't invite Ferdinand, it's useless even if you do." "What do you mean?" Jun Qian took a drag of his cigarette and said calmly, "Because Pei Moin is not someone you can climb up to. Before I think about dealing with you, you'd better leave." Su Yehan squinted his eyes, his words filled with a threatening tone. Jun Qian laughed at his remarks, his eyes full of disdain. "Believe it or not, if you upset me, I'll have you fired from the company." He said it seriously, so much so that Su Yehan felt it might be true. He was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, shaking his head disdainfully. "You, outsider with delusions of grandeur, really have some nerve. I'm the young master of the group who could fire me. Are you out of your mind? If I buy Star River Group, can I then fire you?" Jun Qian said nonchalantly, glancing at him with a faint smile. Su Yehan was momentarily stunned. Before he could formulate a response, Jun Qian turned and left, slamming the door as Su Yehan almost bumped into it with his nose. Such a weirdo, wants to buy Star River Group. He must be out of his mind. Back in his room, Jun Qian saw Su Yuanchuan sitting there nervously, while Pei Moin didn't seem interested in talking to her, merely leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed in contemplation. The French matter had been bothering her recently. If she could see Ferdinand's performance now, it would be a relief. "Qian ... how's it going?" Su Yuanchuan subconsciously held Jun Qian's hand, whispering anxiously. Her hand was very cold, showing how worried she was. Jun Qian gently squeezed it, took a sip of red wine, and said, "Miss Pei, I don't know what problems you encountered in France. If possible, or rather, if within my capabilities, I hope I can help alleviate your worries." Pei Moin slightly opened his long, narrow eyes. Her eyes were big and beautiful, mostly kept in a half-open state. It seemed that in this world, there was no one worth her serious consideration. "I don't want to discuss this issue now, and I don't think you have the ability to ease my worries. We're less than 10 minutes away from Ferdinand's official stage performance." After some contemplation, she felt that this matter was too difficult, and Jun Qian shouldn't worry about it. "Xiao Fan, turn on the TV, The assistant Xiaofen quickly turned on the TV in the living room. It was a specially customized channel in the hotel that catered to the needs of VVIP clients like them. Of course, in this day and age, no one wanted to watch TV, especially busy people like them. The reason for the appearance of this customized channel was to prepare for such performances, a way to broadcast events not allowed on television to their screens. The scene appeared. The theater was full, with occasional glimpses showing prominent figures in the front row. There was only a piano on stage, waiting for its master to arrive. In 5 minutes, Ferdinand appeared slowly. The hall erupted in applause. Su Yuanchuan held Zhang Qian's hand, trembling even more with anxiety. She sighed softly in her heart. Perhaps she shouldn't have such high hopes for Zhang Qian after all. Although she didn't know Ferdinand, she could tell from Pei Moyin's words that it must have been very difficult to achieve. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a request to both of them. Asterisk. Doorbell rings asterisk. The door opened, revealing Su Yehen. Moyin, I know you enjoy Ferdinand's performances, so I specially arranged for the TV station's crew to go there and conduct a live broadcast just for you. It's the best 8000 signal available right now. Let the staff help you adjust it. There was a young man with tools beside him. Pei Moyin's indifferent expression flashed a hint of subtle contempt. However, due to her strong liking for Ferdinand, she still spoke in a mild tone, slightly raising her chin. Thank you. Please come in. Please go quickly, Su Yehen exclaimed joyfully, urging him on. He then attempted to sit next to Pei Moyin, but she nodded slightly and said, I am discussing business with someone, so if you have no other matters, please sit over there. Originally, she wanted Su Yehen to leave directly, but refrained from being too cold, as he had indeed put effort into this. All right, I'll just sit over there. Ha ha ha, the view here is quite nice. He forced a smile and sat on the side, while throwing a mocking glance at Zhang Qian provocatively. Soon, the young man finished adjusting the TV signal and left. The picture appeared much clearer, and at the same time, Ferdinand also appeared on the screen. He looked like a gentleman standing on the stage, almost like a piano god. Even Zhang Qian, who knew nothing about music, could feel the strong artistic atmosphere. Some people really do not know their own limitations. Clearly not qualified for such a prestigious event, but they still eagerly take part. Is Ferdinand so easily invited over? Su Yehen said, pointing at Zhang Qian. Everyone present understood that he was referring to Zhang Qian. Although Pei Moyin had some displeasure towards Zhang Qian, she had to admit that everything he said was true. Perhaps my expectations of him were too high, Pei Moyin thought to herself. In fact, she simply found Zhang Qian very unfamiliar, and his various actions led her to believe he was energetic and interesting. But now, he just seemed like an ordinary person. He might even be inferior to Su Yehen in some aspects. At least Su Yehen, despite his nonchalant attitude, was dependable when needed. The icy atmosphere made Su Yuanchuan feel increasingly uncomfortable. She was beginning to regret agreeing to Zhang Qian coming here. After this incident, Pei Moyin might have different thoughts about the Su family. Failure to handle things properly might lead to resentment. It was the same reasoning. However, Zhang Qian acted as if he was uninvolved, simply playing with his phone and seemingly chatting with someone. Pei Moyin and Su Yuanchuan were even more disappointed in him, wondering why he was given this opportunity. The performance is about to start. Su Yehen changed his posture, smiling as he looked at the TV. Still, he glanced at Zhang Qian as if he were the winner. Things are always uncertain. Zhang Qian put down his phone, wearing an inexplicable smile on his face. Hey, stubborn like a dead duck, Su Yehen snorted, refusing to argue with Zhang Qian and turned his head away. At that moment, Ferdinand picked up the microphone. With a gentlemanly demeanor, he slightly bowed to everyone and said, Thank you all for attending my piano concert today. Here, I sincerely express my thanks to those who truly understand music and artistry. His voice was clear and powerful. Su Yehen, though unable to understand, did not arrange for a simultaneous interpreter on the TV because he knew that Pei Moyin could understand. The broadcast was prepared specifically for her. Pei Moyin nodded in satisfaction and said, You did very well this time. I am very pleased. Last time you made a mess. You must definitely be involved in the translation. Her translation was inaccurate and greatly affected my impression. Su Yehen quickly stood up and said respectfully, That is my duty. After all, I will not be as clumsy as someone. Pei Moyin said nothing more. focusing her attention on the TV. Su Yuanchuan hesitated but wanted to say to Zhang Qian, "Shouldn't we leave?" Apparently, Pei Moin was concerned about losing face, or perhaps due to the emerald ring they purchased, she did not ask them to leave. It was awkward in such an atmosphere. Zhang Qian just touched his nose, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. "However, I am sorry," Zhang Qian began. "Due to some unforeseen circumstances today, I seem to be unable to continue the performance for everyone." Suddenly, Ferdinand's voice came from the TV. Pei Moin's expression changed instantly. Everyone in the room could feel the tension and seriousness. Su Yehan sat upright, no longer leaning on the sofa. He knew Pei Moin's expression all too well. Every time Pei Moin was about to scold him, she had that same expression. "Did Pei Moin want to scold me again? But I didn't do anything wrong. Oh God. This is the aura of an elegant lady. Su Yehan, just love this kind of woman." Sitting next to her, the girl may be pretty, but her demeanor cannot compare to Pei Moin's. Pei Moin was not just an elegant lady, she was a queen. Su Yuanchuan did not understand French and did not know what Ferdinand was saying. However, professional translators were present, but the TV station did not provide sound equipment for live translation. So although there were exclamations coming from the live audience, most in the room did not know what was happening. "I am truly sorry. Although many of you know me, you are not aware that I have a benefactor in Kyushu," Ferdinand explained. "We met in France. He's a very enthusiastic and kind person. When I faced unprecedented troubles, it was because of his help that I was able to get out of the predicament. He found me for a special reason, and I must fulfill his request, or else my conscience would be troubled. I believe everyone present is righteous and understanding, right?" He continued, "I announced that the tickets for this concert will be postponed, and I will reschedule the entire Asia tour, staying in Shenzhen for half a month, preparing more suitable performances for everyone during this period." With that, Ferdinand bowed deeply and then left after thanking the audience. The whole scene was in an uproar. Ferdinand's sudden departure left everyone at a loss. Among the guests were top elites with extremely high net worth, who had precious time and usually scheduled to be here in advance, deliberately choosing this time. Ferdinand's action truly angered many people. However, there was nothing that could be said. Who doesn't have a patron? Having a patron's help at a critical moment is what has brought everyone to this point, and everyone understands this feeling. But on the other hand, the most complicated mood in the hotel at the moment was Su Yehan's. He sensed the strange atmosphere on the scene, so he quickly inquired with the staff on the other side. After the translation was relayed, he finally understood what was going on. Ferdinand actually left. He looked at Zhang Qian suspiciously, his eyes full of surprise. Could it be really him? Could it be he, an outsider, couldn't possibly have a network and capital stronger than mine, right? Pei Moin furrowed her brow slightly, showing her displeasure. She had been looking forward to this performance, and not being able to watch it live was already disappointing, but now she couldn't even watch it on TV. An invitation from a patron friend? That could actually make Ferdinand, a person so loyal, leave the show. This person must be very extraordinary. She slowly stood up, sighed, and said, "It seems that things don't always go as planned. With such a disappointing turn of events, I really don't have the mood to continue chatting with everyone. Please leave. I want some time alone." Xiao Fan, prepare to see off the guests. Pei Moin's response was brief and to direct. Su Yuanchuan's heart sank completely. She sighed. Decides whether there was a good interaction with Pei Moin this time. Even the tens of millions spent were wasted. It didn't have the desired effect it was supposed to have, and instead, because of Ferdinand's sudden departure, her mood became even worse. Oh well, maybe she had placed too much hope on Zhang Qian, so now the disappointment was even greater. She already knew that Pei Moin was quite difficult to deal with. Having interacted a few times before and hit a wall each time, it seemed another approach was needed to beat the Sun family, not getting stuck on one path. The three top-tier clubs were indeed not so easy to get into. Speaking of which, even strong organizations like the Pei family, the Shanchen group, were not members of the top three clubs, although there were rumors that they wanted to join the clubs in Hongcheng. But now thinking about these things was useless. They should first think about how to help the Su family through this crisis. Moin, you rest well. We will leave quickly. Su Yehan quickly stood up, fearing that Pei Moin's anger would focus on him. He signaled to Zhang Qian and the others. Ahem, how come some people are still sitting and unwilling to get up? Have you not heard that Moin has already issued orders to have the guests leave? If you continue to hinder, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, he took out his phone, seemingly preparing to call someone. It's about time. Zhang Qian glanced at his phone and then said, Zhisu, please inform the staff that a helicopter will land here in a minute, and inside will be Mr. Ferdinand. Oh, and there's also a top-notch piano. Everyone, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Yehan couldn't help but furrow his brows. He sneered, Kid, are you crazy? Haven't you seen that Ferdinand has already gone to his friend's place? I advise you not to play games here. Don't you think you look like a clown? Hearing this, Zhang Qian's gaze suddenly became sharp. He stared at Su Yehan and slowly said, Listen, if it's because of your non-cooperation that Mr. Ferdinand couldn't appear in front of Miss Pei Moin on time, not only will I hold you accountable, but I will also involve your entire family. If you don't cooperate properly, do you believe I will really dissolve the Star River group on the spot? Zhang Qian's voice was not loud, but it seemed to dig deep into his heart. Su Yehan began to waver inwardly. It was not that he didn't believe it, but more accurately, he didn't want to believe it. Is it really Zhang Qian? Su Yehan. Immediately, right now, do as he says. Pei Moin's expression was somewhat agitated. She slammed down her wine glass and stood up abruptly. If you can't do it, please disappear from my sight immediately. I'll figure it out myself. Even if he is abroad, I can still handle this in Shenzhen. No. 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 I'll do it. Su Yehan hurriedly agreed and immediately made arrangements. At this moment, Pei Moin suddenly turned around, took a deep breath, and said slowly, Your name is Zhang Qian, right? If I find out that you deceived me about this, you should be able to imagine the consequences. The Su family will not only not get what they want, but will not even be sold a bottle of wine in the future. These words were extremely powerful, so much so that Su Yuanchuan's delicate body trembled slightly, her pretty face extremely pale. Don't worry, Miss Pei Moin. Zhang Qian stood up slowly and walked towards the door. Seeing is believing. From the Shenzhen Grand Theater to here, there is only a distance of 20 kilometers. The helicopter will come and it's already been confirmed. Let's go. Pei Moin also didn't waste any time and quickly followed. Su Yehan, after quickly making arrangements, followed suit. He also wanted to see for himself if things were really as Zhang Qian said. Just a phone call, and everything was already arranged. To actually make Ferdinand personally come over. What kind of person is he? With a look of suspicion, they had already arrived at the rooftop of the hotel. They had just opened the door to the rooftop when they saw a helicopter hovering in the sky, ready to land at any moment. Pei Moin couldn't hide her excitement. She had seen Ferdinand's live performances many times, but this time was different. He had prepared his magnum opus, a brand new piece, Dreams and Garden. This piece had previously released a demo and had already sparked collective discussions in the Western world. Even the Pei family had considered sponsoring his global tour, but Ferdinand had refused. He seemed more interested in this AI music company. But that was no longer important, because Pei Moin strongly felt that he would be in front of her, performing solo. The plane descended slowly. Ferdinand appeared in front of Pei Moin and the others. Su Yuanchuan was extremely excited, holding her small hands tightly, her eyes full of amazement. Zhang Qian, he did it. Although they didn't know what tricks he used, he still did it. He turned the impossible into possible. Welcome, Mr. Jean Ferdinand, Pei Moin said excitedly. Her eyes were even slightly trembling, as if a young girl finally seeing her idol. Completely devoid of the queenly aura she had shown when they first met, she was now just a starstruck fangirl. Zhang Qian and the others were stunned, never expecting that Pei Moin actually liked Ferdinand so much. It turns out that even a beauty of her caliber is a fangirl. Hello, Ferdinand nodded slightly to Pei Moin, then looked around the crowd, as if searching for someone. The female translator beside him pointed towards Zhang Qian, whispering a few words. Ferdinand's eyes lit up, and he strode over to Zhang Qian, shaking his hand excitedly. You must be Zhang Qian, right? Thank you for agreeing to help my friend's company turn things around. I offer you my utmost respect. With that, he hugged Zhang Qian tightly. The latter had a wry smile on his face, trying to push Ferdinand away. But when he saw Pei Moin's face that seemed ready to kill, He stopped in midair. Only when he felt Zhang Qian starting to struggle for breath did he reluctantly let go. It was nothing. Zhang Qian coughed and nodded, smiling. Actually, getting this thing done was just a stroke of luck. Zhang Qian couldn't help but marvel at his incredible luck. After he entrusted the request to Nikai, the latter immediately started inquiring about his connections, but everyone had shallow ties with the person in question. Nikai then started shouting at the set, asking if anyone knew the damn John Ferdinand. At this moment, a trembling photographer raised his hand. He was Li Zihao, whose father, Li Qiansheng, used to be a famous owner of a camera equipment company. However, due to investment losses earlier in the year, the company faced financial ruin. Mentally shattered, he turned to alcohol and ended up in a severe accident while driving. After waking up recently, he took on several jobs to raise money, even though it was meager compared to his father's company. Nevertheless, he felt the need to do something. When Li Zihao saw Ferdinand shortly before going on stage, he made a decision with almost no hesitation. The Grand Theater had a helicopter ready. As a high-end performance hall, it was used to transport VIPs, and of course, to show off. Little did they know that the purchase of the helicopter had hardly been used until today. Mr. Li just called from the hospital, saying he received the payment from Kind Group. Not only were the medical expenses covered, but his partner also contacted the supply company to settle the fees. The female translator quickly reported the situation to Ferdinand. Upon hearing this, his eyes became moist. His friend did a very poor job. Even in the face of such a big incident, he was completely clueless. If it weren't for Zhang Qian helping out, Li Qiansheng might have died due to lack of treatment, and he would have known till late. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You not only saved Li Qiansheng but also me. Thank you, Ferdinand said excitedly. Zhang Qian waved his hand. He looked at the female translator who pointed towards Pei Moin nearby. Please help me tell Mr. Ferdinand that today, the one who really made this happen was not me, but Miss Pei Moin. I was just following her orders, and if it wasn't for her, the outcome would have been much worse. Pei Moin's eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Zhang Qian with a different expression. It was no longer as simple as a favor. Through their conversation just now, she had figured out the general situation. When Zhang Qian transferred 5 billion yuan to Li Qiansheng's account, he instantly revived the company, arranged for the best doctors to go to the hospital, and now, under a casual tone, he gave this important favor to himself. It seemed as if Su Yuanchuan knew this big shot from way back when. He had so much power. Maybe he could really solve the predicament he encountered in France. It's because of you. Ferdinand quickly turned around, bowing solemnly to Pei Moin. I finally recognize you. You attended my performance before and we had a chat at the party. Thank you for everything you did for my friend, Miss Pei. Thank you. Facing his gratitude, Pei Moin didn't explain. She shook hands with him in a dignified manner. Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand. Would you like some wine to relax? Upon hearing her words, Su Yuanchuan felt like she had been pardoned. Her anxious heart finally settled. Pei Moin's action meant she accepted Zhang Qian's goodwill. At the same time, it indicated that the Pei family's Shanchun group was about to reach an unprecedented strategic cooperation with the Su family. He did it. No, Miss Pei. I don't think it's a time for niceties now. I urgently need to express my respect. No need to say more. Where's the piano? Ferdinand said seriously. The piano, Su Yehen. Pei Moin turned back, frowning. Is the piano ready? Su Yehen stuttered, unable to say a word. He never imagined that Zhang Qian will actually bring Ferdinand here, even though he was watching like it was a show. Damn, how was he supposed to get a piano there within minutes? Don't worry, I have a way. Wait. Let me make a call. Thankfully, Ferdinand didn't show up. Now he actually appeared here. If Pei Moin is delayed in enjoying this performance, it's likely he will never had any further chance with her. Su Yehen quickly turned around and excitedly made a call. What's going on? What? The piano is broken. Why did it break? Are you guys out of your minds? It's a sample. It has never been used before, so no one checked it. Is there a good reason? But because it hasn't been used for too long, it broke. Su Yehen rolled his eyes weakly, almost falling straight to the ground. Absurd. It's simply too absurd. Pei Moin's gaze was extremely chilling. Even though Su Yehen didn't need to turn around, he could feel those sharp eyes like knives staring straight at his back, and that feeling was terrifying. Su Yehen stammered for a long time, not managing to get a single word out. He didn't dare to look into Taemoen's eyes. What should we do? Taemoen weakly held her head. If killing was legal, she swore she would really want to kick Suyehan down. Yeah, at this height, it would definitely be enough to send him to meet Satan. Don't worry, I have a way. Jun Qian waved his hand, checked the time, then picked up his phone. Where is the piano now? Speed is important, but it must also be ensured that it is not damaged during transportation. Mr. Jung, please rest assured, we are a professional transportation team. The theater has had situations before where clients' instruments needed to be delivered promptly, so we have experience dealing with such matters. We have arrived and are in the air. Please have hotel staff cooperate immediately. Just then, another helicopter appeared in everyone's view, and hanging from it was a piano. This is Mr. Ferdinand's custom piano. I have already arranged for it to be delivered to the theater. Thankfully, the pilot is experienced enough. Otherwise, this nearly 1,000 kilograms grand piano would really not have been easy to bring over. Jun Qian slightly bowed, smiling. You are truly amazing. Taemoen couldn't contain her excitement and immediately gave Jun Qian a big hug. Seeing this scene was more unbearable than killing Suyehan. Damn it, I've known Taemoen for so long, we haven't even held hands, let alone any physical contact. God, he's actually hugging my goddess. I really want to kill you. Suyehan trembled with excitement, shaking all over, combined with the roaring wind from the rooftop helicopter's propellers. It made him shiver as if he had been electrocuted. Su Xiao, what's wrong with you? Oh no, Su Xiao suddenly had a stroke. Quickly, call a doctor. Don't talk nonsense. This isn't a stroke. Clearly it's epilepsy. Quickly, send someone to take him away, or it will be dangerous. So, Suyehan didn't even have a chance to explain and was hastily taken down by a group of people. Fortunately, the staff were quite professional. Once the piano landed safely, it was promptly delivered to Taemoen's suite. Upon learning that Taemoen would soon be heading to France, Ferdinand didn't delay and immediately started playing. Although Jun Qian didn't have much appreciation for music, he could feel that it was quite pleasing to the ears. Leaning back on the sofa, sipping the red wine Taemoen brought from Burgundy, he closed his eyes slightly. Luck, sometimes it's just magical. If it weren't for Taemoen's fondness for Ferdinand, and she hadn't coincidentally found Li Qiansheng through Nikai, today would have had a completely different and disastrous ending. Even if money was involved, they wouldn't have shown gratitude, but now, it was different. With this operation, a turning point was immediately reached. Taemoen undoubtedly had tacitly agreed to a cooperative relationship with the Su family, becoming the highest authorized agent for Huan Kanai Shai and Zhuayue Shai, the two best-selling nightclub liquor brands. This surpassed the Sun family and established JZH as possibly the largest liquor supply group in the whole of Kyushu, if not the largest. After playing a few tunes, everyone was enchanted. After a brief communication between Ferdinand and Taemoen, due to her needing to catch a flight, they had to bid farewell at this point. Jun Qian naturally gave Ferdinand a high-standard send-off, and this time, everyone was very satisfied, except Suyehan. Jun Qian, I have to admit, you really seized this opportunity. Sitting in the nanny car heading to the airport, Taemoen intentionally brought along Jun Qian and Xuan. The latter also understood the significance of this meeting. After experiencing this series of events, they finally began discussing the most important matter. My father's health hasn't been very good in recent years, and I have been handling many things for the family. You know, even though I have the most say in Shangchen Group, I can't decide everything. Coincidentally, Huan Kanai Shai and Zhuayue Shai, these two brands are under my control. I can agree to an exclusive partnership with you. But, what can you offer me? Taemoen had now reverted to her previous businesswoman persona. She looked calmly at the two individuals in front of her and said methodically, actually, this isn't a secret either. After all, it has been reported in the news. It's a bit embarrassing to talk about. My several older brothers are also eyeing this family inheritance, and you should also know that Shangchen Group doesn't just have these two brands, but for the others, I can't get involved for now. Jun Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally realized why Taemoen was so eager to develop her own brand in France. She hoped to use a powerful channel to create a new flagship brand, allowing herself to have a greater say in the family and not be sidelined by others. Jun Qian fiddled with the cigarette in his hand, not immediately answering the question. If you want to smoke, go ahead. I have some Havana cigars here, not sure if they suit your taste. Tae Moin opened a small cigar box in the car and pushed a vintage box in front of Jun Qian. She took out an elegant 520 lady cigarette for herself. Holding it in her mouth, she deeply savored it. Looking at her indifferent expression, at very sensual lips, Jun Qian felt a strong urge. She gently exhaled the smoke, swirling around her, as if transcendent. Inadvertently, Jun Qian suddenly had other thoughts. If what's in her mouth isn't a cigarette, it must be an ultimate delight. I still prefer to smoke traditional cigarettes. Jun Qian waved his hand, took out a Yabai brand cigarette, and deeply inhaled. In fact, he was aware of the internal affairs of Shangchen Group. However, he was not ready to intervene for the time being because he did not know much about Pei Moin. Compared to the must-have Su family, the Pei family was not a necessity at the moment. What he valued most now was only the agency rights of the two foreign liquors. It was crucial to take down the Sun family. However, if he could easily incorporate the Pei family after resolving the current difficulties, Jun Qian wouldn't refuse either. After all, no one would complain that their sphere of influence was not big or deep enough. Miss Pei, do you know what a businessman is? Jun Qian suddenly laughed. Businessmen prioritize profits above all else, right? In business, that's a businessman. So, I invited you here just to discuss cooperation. I can provide what you want, but you must also impress me. Tae Moin stared at Jun Qian intently. Jun Qian realized that he had underestimated Pei Moin, or rather, had not expected her to be such an ambitious woman. In this regard, whether it was Kui Ziking, Zhang Yanren, or even Su Yuanchuan, they were completely inferior to her. She discovered his unfathomable financial power and began testing one after another. He believed that Pei Moin was not just after the money. She wanted to find out how deep her wallet could go. I heard someone say that businessmen are people who can negotiate everything. It's not just about profit, it's about finding a point of agreement from the negotiation. So, Miss Pei, why don't you tell me your needs? As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Or let me put it this way. I have no interest in the internal struggles of your Shangchen Group's family. I only care about the agency rights of Huan Kanesi and Zihuayu's liquor brands in the Kyushu region. As long as there is this cooperation agreement, I will unconditionally help that person, Jun Qian said lightly. Speaking harshly in a gentle voice was his style. Su Yuanchuan really broke out in a cold sweat. Jun Qian was too daring. His meaning was clear and straightforward. If Pei Moin couldn't maintain an advantage in the family's internal strife and control the dominance of these two major liquor brands, he would not hesitate to choose a new supporter. If it were someone else, Pei Moin would think that person was crazy. The Pei family was a supplier that many liquor suppliers needed to bow down to. When could someone be so tough? But Jun Qian could. Just because of his bottomless pool of funds. Within half an hour, Su Yuanchuan and Jun Qian were on the plane. It was a private jet he had rented temporarily to take himself back to Yabai first and then send Su Yuanchuan back to Sebei. Watching the man next to her who was resting with his eyes closed, Su Yuanchuan was incredibly turbulent inside. She never expected that she would be successful. It's just a pity that the company she signed a cooperation agreement with was not Su Sheng Group from the Su family, but the Shumel Group under the Kind Group. Overnight, he became a man who could influence the JZH liquor supply chain. As long as he was willing, he could make the Sun family suffer a severe blow within minutes. In less than a month, the cooperation agreement between the Sun family and Shangchen Group was about to expire. Originally, they only needed to wait until the agreement was near its end and then renegotiate a new contract with the Pei family. But now, if they wanted to sign a new agreement, they would have to deal with the Shumel Group. Of course, what Jun Qian obtained was only the exclusive agency rights of JZH. If the Sun family wanted to switch to racing and expand north, that was also possible. However, the cost of doing so was too high, because it also meant that they would never be able to join one of the three major clubs in Shuhu. Don't overthink it, just go back and communicate my intentions properly. Jun Qian stretched and patted Su Yuanchuan's thigh. The room for your choices is dwindling, and smart people know how to choose. It's not a bad thing for me to take over the Su family. Su Yuanchuan blushed and wanted to move away, but she realized that Jun Qian wasn't intentionally making advances. He just patted himself and didn't move his hand away. She let his hand rest. Actually, he didn't have any evil intentions. It was just a subconscious act, hoping that Suyuan Xuan would seriously consider it. However, damn it, Suyuan Xuan wasn't wearing stockings, and her skin felt way too good. Could it be so smooth? I understand. Suyuan Xuan nodded with a red face. For heaven's sake, Suyuan Xuan had always been an ice-cold beauty in Sabay. Ordinary men would feel inferior when they saw her and couldn't even speak properly. Where had she ever experienced such stimulation? Jun Qian's hand was scorching, making her feel completely different. Most of the men in Sabay would never believe what they were seeing. One of Sabay's top beauties, allowing Jun Qian to make advances, was simply more unbearable than killing them. Su Yehan had the most say in this matter. After all, he watched as his goddess held on to Jun Qian tightly. Damn it, it was too close in front. Jun Qian seemed to sense Suyuan Xuan's unusual reaction and reluctantly withdrew his hand. All right, take a good rest later. I initially planned to stay longer in Shenzhen, but things went smoothly, so I have to go back and handle matters quickly. After your Su family finishes its internal meeting and comes up with a decision, I'll go to Sabay. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, Jun Qian stood up. The plane had already landed smoothly by this time. He touched Suyuan Xuan's cheek, smiled, and walked towards the exit. She didn't move away. Her cheeks were even redder. Lamentably pitiful. No man in all of Sabay would believe that the ice-cold goddess of Sabay would show such an expression. This clothing and necklace are too valuable. She realized something and quickly stood up to stop Jun Qian. I said, these are for you. You deserve it. Jun Qian suddenly realized. The agreement made for March initially seemed somewhat conservative. Mainly because he had not anticipated capturing Paimon so quickly. It was truly a combination of timing, destiny, and luck. With the divine assistance from Ferdinand, the matter was smoothly concluded ahead of schedule. However, he was clearly not satisfied. Jun Qian desired not only the Sun family, but also had bigger ambitions. By expelling Tang Xingyu from Yebai and acquiring the West Asia Bar, he was only laying the groundwork. Jun Qian never underestimated the power of the Tang Xingyu family and the Starry Road group controlled by his father. This move was called testing the waters. He wanted to see what the Starry Road group was up to. According to Jun Qian's understanding of them, the Tang family did not possess such massive financial resources. There must be someone influential behind them. He was very curious about this. But before the upcoming series of commercial wars began, Jun Qian did not make plans for this. He was invited to Deng Yuking's home. For him, this place could be considered familiar, as he had been there before. However, today was a bit different. Deng Shuxin and their father were not present, only Deng Yuking. How could he not understand the implications behind this setup? Nevertheless, Jun Qian did not come for such things. At least for now, he did not intend to get involved with Deng Yuking. Joking aside, they were about to become shareholders of the Shumul Group, with Jin Lu as the chairman. Although she was currently studying abroad, if she were to learn about these things, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? But things often unfold this way. Plans lag behind changes, especially at the moment Deng Yuking opened the door. Jun Qian nearly petrified on the spot. Seeing her in a tight-fitting dress, perfectly outlining her curves, particularly with her revealing fair legs, left him stunned. Come in. What are you standing there for? Blushed Deng Yuking, urging him inside. Oh. Jun Qian regained his composure and hurriedly walked in, smiling awkwardly. Deng Yuking had previously invited him, but he had been preoccupied with Jin Lu's study abroad and the issues with the Su and Sun families, delaying the visit. Feeling it was not right to keep avoiding, he decided to come over for a simple meal tonight. But most importantly, Deng Yuking's outfit seemed somewhat translucent, as if it had gotten damp. She appeared unusually generous today. Previously, encountering such a situation would have left him unsure how to react, but now, it was different. He pretended not to notice the attention and deliberately displayed it. I was refreshing in the bathroom, but it seems there's a problem with the pipes. Qian, can you fix pipes? Deng Yuking asked, somewhat embarrassed. She was genuinely not trying to be provocative. Feeling her attire was already too revealing and now coupled with the water splashes, making it even more transparent, she had intended to change clothes, but encountered Jun Qian's timely visit. No problem, leave it to me. Great. Oh, I'm still cooking something, I appreciate your help. Saying so, Deng Yuking swiftly ran into the kitchen. Jun Qian nodded, found some tools in the house, and busied himself in the bathroom. He did have skills in this area, which reminded him of the days spent with Yao Monmon. Initially, she often complained about renting such a cheap rundown apartment with faulty water pipes and electrical circuits. Jun Qian had tried his best to do better, but, as people often say, he had met the girl of his dreams at his poorest. In a sense, he could understand Yao Monmon. She did appreciate wealthy people, but she shouldn't have resorted to such measures without his knowledge. Finally done, Jun Qian sat on the couch and lit a cigarette. From there, he could see the figure in the kitchen. It should be white. Jun Qian's face flushed. He quickly lowered his head, afraid to continue looking might lead to trouble. At that moment, he missed Sinan and Yao Qiuqi, a carefree experience without any burdens. If they were here, they would surely keep him from having any impure thoughts. Soon, a sumptuous meal was prepared. It included soft-shelled turtles, oysters, deer antler. Was she doubting her abilities? Jun Qian couldn't help but have such thoughts. She was now sitting across from him. When looking down, he could see the deep cleavage on her chest like a bottomless gold mine. Qian, you've been traveling a lot lately. Don't overwork yourself, eat a bit more for strength. These oysters are fresh, a friend brought them back today. Don't just eat, have more dishes. Deng Yuqing was very gentle. She barely ate, solely focused on serving Jun Qian. This inexplicably made him feel a deep warmth. This meal was comforting for Jun Qian. He had been quite tired lately. Constant trips to Sebei and Shenzhen, while they resolved some issues, required his constant travel. Suddenly, he wished for a competent deputy by his side, equally capable and independent. He drank more than usual today. The atmosphere started to become slightly ambiguous. How's your father been lately? After dinner, they sat on the sofa in the living room for a chat. He's fine. My sister is with him handling some matters. Won't be back tonight. It might take a few days. There could be delays. The more Deng Yuqing spoke, the more flushed her cheeks became, as if water could drip from them. You seem quite tired lately. Let me massage your head. I used to massage my dad often, so my technique should be fine. Lie down. Deng Yuqing patted her thigh. Those dazzling thighs, whether it was the effect of alcohol or the oysters, he suddenly felt the heat rising within his abdomen. He didn't dwell on it and lay down, feeling a comfortable sensation as Deng Yuqing's soft fingers gently massaged his temples. Moreover, since he was lying on her lap, she had to slightly arch her back to massage, and her was not small. Each touch, seemingly accidental, on Jun Qian's cheek became increasingly unbearable. Neither of them spoke, but the ambiguous atmosphere continued to spread and ferment, stimulating each other's hormones. At this point, she was not just massaging her head anymore, but continuously moving downwards. Deng Yuqing's technique was really good, and if Jun Qian didn't know that she was from a respectable family, he would have suspected that she had received special training somewhere. Jun Qian lay on the sofa, and Deng Yuqing was very considerate in helping him massage his legs. The pressure was just right, causing a tingling sensation in his heart. Although Jun Qian had decided not to push Deng Yuqing down, he was afraid that even a gentleman couldn't resist such stimulation. By now it was late in the evening, and his inner turmoil began to grow. At this moment, just a wall apart, noses from the neighbors made the atmosphere between the two even more awkward. Deng Yuqing was originally massaging between his legs, and she heard the nose, and naturally reacted in a certain way. I'll get some water. I'll help you get it. Jun Qian had initially wanted to drink some water to calm down, but at that moment, Deng Yuqing also reached out her hand. Their hands touched, and the water spilled onto his legs. Sorry. Let me wipe it for you. Deng Yuqing was genuinely not doing it on purpose, and she admitted she had feelings for Jun Qian, but not to the extent of using such methods. Her offer to massage Jun Qian was simply out of concern, knowing that he had been running around without much rest, combined with the fact that she often massaged her father's head. That's why she did it. But unexpectedly, under various circumstances, the atmosphere between the two became so ambiguous. Her hands were trembling so much that she accidentally knocked over a glass, spilling water on Jun Qian's pants. Without thinking, she felt sincerely apologetic and quickly grabbed some tissue to wipe it off. Maybe it was because of the alcohol. She felt a bit dizzy, and her actions became a bit more exaggerated. Due to the hot weather, Jun Qian was only wearing shorts. Deng Yuqing's actions ended up touching, It was really risking his life. Even though John Qian had been enduring such temptation for a long time, he could hardly hold it back anymore, especially because he was not a gentleman. He went for it. Damn it, he had indeed pushed a girl down before. With these thoughts in mind, John Qian immediately flipped over and pressed Deng Yuqing underneath him. Initially, she let out a cry of surprise and was a bit bewildered, but subconsciously hugged John Qian. After a brief moment of distraction, she closed her eyes slightly and passionately kissed him. The atmosphere was heating up, ready to get into the topic. John Qian's desire was strong, urgently needing an outlet to release it. But just then, ding ding ding, the phone suddenly rang loudly. Like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, the primitive impulse instantly faded. Hello? He tried to maintain a calm tone. It's me, Suyuan Xuan. We discussed these past 2 days, and Before she could finish her sentence, John Qian accidentally stood up, brushing against Deng Yuqing's hair, causing her to make a strange sound subconsciously. Realizing that John Qian was on the phone, she quickly covered her mouth. You. Suyuan Xuan on the other end of the line was first stunned, then her cheeks blushed to the extreme, fiercely biting her lips. What a scumbag! He had only been gone for a short time, and he was already fooling around with another woman. I should break up with him. Oh. Wait. We weren't even dating. But then why did he flirt with me? He bought me clothes, jewelry, and even touched my face on the plane. Isn't that Kui Ziqing currently in North Sus? Does he have other women in Yebai? Suyuan Xuan held the phone tightly, feeling both embarrassed and angry. John Qian, seeing Deng Yuqing in disarray, blushing cheeks adorable, almost couldn't control himself. He quickly walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette tremblingly, finally calming himself a bit. What is it? What were you doing just now? Forget it. What does it have to do with me? We discussed it in our family these past 2 days, since it's such a big matter. My father wants to talk to you. So that was the matter. John Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette and said with a smile, Okay, I'll arrange to go over during this period. But I need to confirm something in advance. What does your father mean by all this? I don't want to go for nothing. You'll probably get what you want, you jerk. Goodbye. With that, Suyuan Xuan angrily hung up the phone. John Qian shook his head helplessly, not sure how he had provoked her. He remembered that her favorability rating had just approached 80 points before he left. Was it because she was on her period recently? He put out the cigarette, returning to the living room. Seeing Deng Yuqing had somehow put on another piece of clothing, her cheeks blushing cutely, pale skin tinged with a rosy hue extending down to below her collarbone. Her hands were entwined, lips bitten, saying, I'm sorry. I was too careless. The person who should be apologizing is me. I shouldn't have done that. Taking a deep breath, John Qian smoothed out Deng Yuqing's hair, gently embraced her, saying, I was too impulsive just now. If I hurt you, please don't blame me. I'm leaving. Thank you for the meal you made. But Deng Yuqing clung tightly to John Qian. Her eyes were incredibly moist. This warm embrace fascinated her deeply. If she had once doubted her feelings for John Qian, now she was absolutely certain. She really liked him a lot. Being held by him, filled with indescribable security, she really didn't want John Qian to leave. Can you not leave today? Stay with me, please? She raised her head, gathered courage, looking directly into John Qian's eyes with such tender eyes. How gentle and watery her gaze was. John Qian felt his innermost chords being touched. His newly established mental defenses seemed to crumble again. He really couldn't bear to just leave Deng Yuqing here. Would she be very sad if he left like this? Then, what if I stay and make a mistake? You've already made a mistake just now, haven't you? Deng Yuqing didn't know where she got the courage. She felt extremely shy and her whole body was burning. Unable to bear it anymore, there was no need to hold back. Dry wood meets a raging fire. What will happen tonight? For John Qian and Deng Yuqing, it's destined to be a sleepless night. He couldn't remember how many times this had happened, but Deng Yuqing could no longer keep walking upright. Even taking a shower required him to hold her. The next morning, as he looked at the sleeping beauty in his arms, John Qian sighed softly. Damn it, he had slept with her. His fondness for her had reached an astonishing 99 points. He lit a cigarette as he fell into contemplation, realizing that just half an hour ago, they had engaged in another morning exercise. Carefully getting up, Zheng Qian stared at the incessantly vibrating WeChat messages, feeling conflicted. Xia Qianchen must have something important going on, but leaving like this would seem heartless. He and Deng Yuqing weren't just casual flings. Sometimes, having too many women around could be quite troublesome. If you have something on your mind, you can leave first. Deng Yuqing softly opened her eyes, saying gently, I heard your phone vibrating just now. Thank you for staying with me yesterday. Zheng Qian awkwardly patted her head. I'm sorry. There's an urgent matter at work. I may have to go back. I'll see you off, Deng Yuqing said, getting up. But before she could take 2 steps, she exclaimed and almost tumbled to the ground. Luckily, Zheng Qian swiftly caught her before she fell. Sorry. My legs are so weak. I really can't walk. Deng Yuqing's cheeks blushed as if they were about to drip water. She didn't dare look at Zheng Qian and quickly pushed him away. Oh, you're suddenly full of energy again. It's fine. I'll rest for a bit. You should leave quickly. Then I'll go first. If you don't feel well, call me. Zheng Qian hurriedly put on his clothes and left. If he didn't leave now, he feared he wouldn't be able to control himself from pulling Deng Yuqing back down. What's going on? Sitting in the car, Zheng Qian called Xia Qianchen first. During the meeting earlier, you mentioned that Yin Yanyan was slow to catch on fire, so we should first create hype for the movie and release the promotional song, right? But there seems to be an issue with the producer. He doesn't seem willing to cooperate. Xia Qianchen succinctly explained. Zheng Qian furrowed his brow slightly. Never mind the alternatives. Who exactly is this person? He's one of the best producers across the regions, with significant influence. He's powerful enough to not give face to Nikai. That impressive. Wait. Let me ask Nikai. After a brief communication, he understood the situation. Ultimately, it came down to money. Apparently, he had already agreed to produce a single for a singer who happened to be in Sabay. He had promised Nikai as well. But it seemed Nikai wasn't willing to share, so he had no choice but to postpone his commitment to Nikai. But who knew how long this delay would be? Especially considering the strategic timing required for promoting the movie project, waiting too long could cost them momentum. Huo Muyan had arrived in Sabay a few days ago. She had been getting along well with the crew, and with the addition of the high-profile international fashion design team, the director had gained more confidence. Many were looking forward to her. In addition, with the inclusion of a top producer, the film was expected to attract a larger audience. Upon returning to the company, Zheng Qian held a small meeting with Xia Qianchen, Zhang Xiaoyao, Qin Zuli, Song Yaxian, and others. He wasn't as well-versed in entertainment matters as they were, and definitely not as knowledgeable in gossip. The producer is named Muen. Had you heard of him? Zheng Qian didn't necessarily think they had to work with him, but the urgency from the production team and Nikai's perspective emphasized the importance of preheating at this time. He thought to have a simple chat with the girls. Maybe they could provide some insights. Muan, Mu Dada, of course, I know him. Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, he has worked as a producer for many singers. For our previous hit show, 9 Provinces Good Voice, he was the music director. Qin Zuli rolled her eyes and said, in disagreement, what's so great about the music director of 9 Provinces Good Voice? His songs are so outdated. It seems you have no taste. What do you mean? How dare you question my taste? I'll question you all I want. What are you going to do? I think you're no longer wanted. Hey! How dare you say that in front of General Zhang? General! Woo-woo. She's always bullying me. Zheng Qian wearily held his head. He suddenly felt like calling them all over was a mistake. It was Song Yaxian who remained calm. Zheng Qian was about to ask her about the situation when he sensed something was off. Lowering his head, he discovered a piece of black silk high heel brushing against his lower leg under the table. Song Yaxian hadn't been interested in discussing with them earlier. She had just returned from a business trip, Miss Zheng Qian. In a mischievous mood, she was trying to tease him. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Song Yaxian's lips curled slightly. She found General Zhang increasingly amusing. Stop arguing. Let me talk. Xia Qianchen frowned slightly as she pushed a stack of documents in front of Zheng Qian. In terms of influence, Muen is indeed the top figure across the regions. He possesses profound skills, excelling in composition, positioning, and more. He's produced many hit songs, loved by everyone. A producer is very important, and he's also a very talked-about figure. Yin Yanyan wants to regain popularity, which requires public attention. As for the others, Watching Xia Qianchen methodically analyze the situation, Zhang Qian couldn't help but admire her efficiency. She was indeed valuable. Efficient when there's work to be done. Ahem. Though Zhang Xiaoyao and Qin Zuli often bicker, when it came to actual business, they were quite competent. Perhaps wanting to impress Zhang Qian, each of the girls had their opinions. Eventually, Zhang Qian made the final decision to go with Mu Wen, regardless of costs, but when he called Ni Kai, the latter seemed hesitant and struggled to speak. "What's going on? Spit it out," Zhang Qian demanded. I found out that Mu Wen is collaborating with someone. That female singer seems to be backed by a small financial power in Sibei, who has invested quite a bit. Zhang Xiao, your budget is. A small financial power in Sibei, who seems to be surnamed Sun. Named. Oh, I remembered. Sun Jifeng. So it's him. Zhang Qian smirked inwardly. Good kid, you cornered yourself before I even had to deal with you. Excellent. Very good. I'm going to completely crush the Sun family this time. Ni Kai. Listen carefully. I'm giving you a direct order. No matter the cost, I can afford it. You have only one mission. By tonight, bring Mu Wen to our side. Don't worry about that Sun guy, because the Sun family is about to be finished. Yin Yanyan has been in showbiz for a while now and has seen quite a few big scenes. Even though she used to play supporting roles before, it was still within the drama crew. Moreover, in a place like Hongchen, encountering situations where fees are collected is quite common, so initially, she didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until someone specifically called for her that Yin Yanyan started feeling a bit uneasy. Why would she encounter such a situation in Sibei? If only Zhang Qian were here. Strange. Why am I thinking of him? But these people are truly terrifying. It's her. Stop hiding. I see you. Fun Miao Miao took off her sunglasses and pointed sternly at Yin Yanyan not far away. Oh, Sun Jifeng took a closer look and was momentarily stunned. This Yin Yanyan is also really good looking, right? Coincidentally, due to the shooting, Yin Yanyan was dressed very fresh and youthful. She looked just like an 18-year-old girl. Very appealing. The pure white lawn skirt depicted a fresh beauty. Standing under a willow tree, she seemed like a transcendent lotus. Sun Jifeng couldn't help but be a bit amazed. In that moment, he thought of many things. He remembered the love that had come to nothing back in the day, remembered the sweet moments they had together, remembered the promises of eternal love, and the beautiful future they had once dreamed of. He was moved. Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao. Fun Miao Miao looked at Sun Jifeng hesitantly, not understanding his reaction. Could it be he knows Yin Yanyan? No. That's impossible. She must be overthinking. After being called a few times, Sun Jifeng finally came to his senses and with a slightly embarrassed expression, furrowed his brows, saying, "Oh, you are Yin Yanyan." Seeing Fun Miao Miao, he understood what was going on. Fun Miao Miao intimately linked her arm with Sun Jifeng's and disdainfully laughed, saying, "Yin Yanyan, what are you hiding for? Are we going to eat you up? Don't overthink it. We are just here to visit the set." Yin Yanyan furrowed her brow slightly. She looked calmly at Fun Miao Miao and said, "What do I have to hide from? Don't create drama for yourself. It's our work time on the set now. Please stay outside and don't affect our filming." The director was taken aback. He wished he could rush over and cover Yin Yanyan's mouth. "Sister, miss, do you know who you are speaking to?" Fun Miao Miao. Well, she's just a female star being subsidized by a wealthy person. But Sun Jifeng is different. He is a famous wealthy man in Sibei, a young master. Hey. Interesting. Sun Jifeng nodded slightly, smiled, lit a cigarette. I didn't expect that there would still be someone in Sibei daring to talk to me like this. And you, just a little actress from out of town, dare to defy me. He was truly getting angry. Not only did Meng En dare to provoke him, now there was this Yin Yanyan. She's quite beautiful, can be brought into the harem. Just the thought of Yin Yanyan, Xia Qianchen, and Fun Miao Miao serving him made Sun Jifeng uncontrollably excited. It was truly a joyous occasion. How's it going on the Meng En side? Sun Jifeng didn't continue the conversation with Yin Yanyan, casually asking the person next to him. The subordinate quickly whispered, "People have been arranged. It shouldn't take long. The hotel owner has informed the front desk so they can directly bring them into the room and get the person back. Sun Jifeng nodded slightly, obviously very satisfying. Since someone dared to challenge his authority in Sabay, he had to teach them a painful lesson no matter what. Now is a critical time for the family to enter the Song Business Club, where every detail must be flawless to have an impact on the city's influence. If the higher-ups of the club find out now that even a small star dares to defy him, how will he be able to navigate in the future? Call me Kyant, right? Also inform the boss. The director discreetly said to the staff beside him. He felt helpless, not understanding how Yin Yanyan had provoked someone to the extent that Sun Jifeng personally came to cause trouble. It was quite puzzling. According to reason, people of their stature never needed to take matters into their own hands. It just so happens that this time they did, apparently very infuriated to do so. Mr. Sun, I wonder what has caused you to be alarmed. The director walked over with a sycophantic smile, trying to please Sun Jifeng. Sun Jifeng glanced at him, not interested in engaging. Turning to Yin Yanyan, he said, "No wonder you, a little actress, never made it big, have no manners at all. When you see your senior here, don't you know to serve tea?" With that, he even kicked the table beside him, looking at Yin Yanyan maliciously. Yin Yanyan clenched her hands tightly, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. She was never one to readily accept being bullied, even though she had been concealed for so many years and had never resorted to sleeping with wealthy individuals in hopes of climbing up the ladder. Faced with Sun Jifeng's humiliation, she bit her lip, really wanting to leave. Seeing Yin Yanyan being mistreated, Fun Miao Miao felt very pleased. Typically, with people like Nikai around her, she never had a chance. But today was different. With Sun Jifeng backing her, she had to show them who's boss. Hey, Yin Yanyan, why can't you even understand simple words? She coldly laughed as she sat down, legs crossed. Sun Sha asked you to serve tea. That's really giving you face. If you feel dissatisfied, don't even think about it. These resources that were supposed to be mine were taken by you. How are you going to settle this debt? How to settle it? Not saying this made Yin Yanyan uncomfortable, but when it was brought up, she was even more furious. During the time when she was concealed, she still had opportunities for advertisements and commercial performances, albeit with low pay, but it was money. However, during those times, Fun Miao Miao was riding high and she, with just a word, took those opportunities for her own little sisters. As a result, over the years, Yin Yanyan's bank account had never exceeded 20,000 yuan. Fun Miao Miao, you're going too far. Yin Yanyan couldn't hold it in anymore. Though she was also afraid of Sun Sha and the others, this had touched a nerve. Tears even welled up in her eyes as she, suppressing anger, said, "The cooperation with Meng En was arranged by the company. If you are not satisfied, you can talk to the company. But what do you mean by those resources? What do you mean?" Fun Miao Miao, seeing Yin Yanyan not giving her face, suddenly felt very annoyed. Standing up, she was about to slap her. "I won't allow it." The director threw caution to the wind and shouted, quickly standing in front to block the way. Crack! A sudden sound rang out, and I saw a red palm print appear on the director's face. Fun Miao Miao was still not satisfied, forcefully pushing her aside and preparing to continue confronting Yin Yanyan. She truly envied and resented Yin Yanyan. Even at the peak of her popularity, she was only ever the second female lead in film and television dramas, never the female lead. But Yin Yanyan actually had the qualification to be the female lead directly. What's more, this was a big screen movie, not a TV drama, let alone an online drama. Sun Zifeng stood by smoking, watching everything that was happening in front of him with a smirk, silently scheming. Deep down, he was still a bit twisted, already considering how to train Yin Yanyan. I never expected Fun Miao Miao to have the potential to be a female antagonist, allowing her to ruthlessly suppress Yin Yanyan. When the time comes, let her play the masochist role. The two of them can collaborate to perform for me. Sun Zifeng became more and more excited as he thought about it. What are you all doing? If you continue causing trouble, I will call the police. Just then, a few people walked over from the next room. Fun Miao Miao raised her hand high, about to strike downwards, but she hesitated slightly. Looking at the woman walking towards them, she seemed familiar. Although she wasn't dressed ostentatiously, she exuded a certain elegance, and she was definitely not a minor character, not domestically, but somewhere abroad. Milan, Paris, where could it be? Sun Zifeng, who was already bored, suddenly became intrigued. This This crew is really full of hidden talents. How could a girl who came out so casually be this beautiful? Logically, in a filming location like this, there should be a plethora of beauties. And Sun Zifeng had had his fair share of women, actresses, singers, and the like. He had filtered out ordinary beauties long ago, especially those with plastic looks. But Xia Qianchen, Yin Yanyan, and the woman who had just come out were all immensely beautiful. In Sun Zifeng's mind, there were also exceptional beauties in Sibai, but unfortunately, they were in the Su family, Su Yuanshuan. He even had the idea that if he could get into the Song Business Club before the Su family, he must find a way to conquer Su Yuanshuan too, so that he could enjoy the best of both worlds. Do you have no sense of propriety? The timely appearance of the girl was Huo Muyan. She was just discussing with the team how to continue working on the makeup and costume design when she heard a commotion outside. Seeing Fun Miao Miao trying to bully Yin Yanyan, she couldn't agree to it. She had already become good friends with Yin Yanyan. And who is this? Sun Zifeng's eyes lit up as he looked at the director who had been knocked down on the ground. The director stood up helplessly, holding his slightly reddened face, and said bitterly, "She is our art director, Huo Muyan. Son, Miss Fun has caused trouble and even resorted to violence. Can't you give her a break?" Sun Zifeng didn't even listen to what he was saying. He just kept repeating Huo Muyan's name in his mind. I seem to remember. Fun Miao Miao's face immediately changed, then happily rushed up, saying excitedly, "Miss Huo, I'm your fan. I've seen your works at many fashion weeks before. I really like them." But Huo Muyan frowned. She subtly dodged her hands and linked arms with Yin Yanyan. "What is your name?" Huo Muyan looked at her indifferently. I am Fun Miao Miao." Her voice even trembled, her eyes sparkling. It was understandable for her to react this way, considering Huo Muyan's status in the industry. She was one of the most prestigious Chinese designers among mainstream fashion designers worldwide. Rumor had it that Huo Muyan was very low-key and intentionally kept a distance from the entertainment industry. Most people didn't even have her contact information. Having a good relationship with Huo Muyan had its advantages. Female stars loved walking the red carpet and luxury brands were willing to collaborate with celebrity endorsers for the spotlight. Interestingly, Huo Muyan, as a reputable designer, had a say in these matters. Wearing a dress designed by her could easily make one the standout presence at any event, capturing headlines and attention. So when Fun Miao Miao saw Huo Muyan, she couldn't contain her excitement. Though when she heard Huo Muyan directly asking for her name, it made Fun Miao Miao feel like screaming. "Oh my god, does she have a good impression of me? Maybe during the next fashion week, I could wear a dress designed by Huo Muyan on the red carpet. Sun Zifeng has money anyway, he can sponsor me. Is it possible that my luck is finally changing? Fun Miao Miao, I have not heard of you." Huo Muyan's expression remained extremely cold, seemingly uninterested in her. Instead, turning back to Yin Yanyan with great concern. "How are you? Did you get hurt just now? Is everything okay? There are uncivilized people everywhere. Really disgusting." This statement was quite harsh. Sun Zifeng, who was previously in a good mood, suddenly darkened. "Damn it, what's wrong with these women? Today must be my damn unlucky day. Why doesn't anyone give me face? If I don't properly educate them, how can I continue to thrive in Sibai later on? Damn." "Miss Huo, Fun Miao Miao hesitated. She wanted to keep her distance from Sun Zifeng and didn't want Huo Muyan to misunderstand her. She wanted to please her but regretted it somewhat. To think that Yin Yanyan seemed to have a good relationship with her as well only fueled Fun Miao Miao's jealousy. Why did she suddenly have all these resources and skyrocket? Suddenly, she felt a sense of dread. What if she was about to be supported by someone powerful? That would be ... Don't call me Miss Huo, I can't afford it." Huo Muyan nodded slightly, her voice extremely cold as she slowly spoke. "I remember your name. Fun Miao Miao. From now on, any brand related to me, I will not allow them to cooperate with you. Not just dresses, jewelry, and other resources will blacklist you." Your performance just now truly opened my eyes. Fun Miao Miao was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that Huo Muyan would actually sentence herself to death. She was truly dumbfounded. However, she quickly came to her senses. Wasn't she here with Sun Xiao today? With Sun Xiao here, how could she possibly suffer any losses? It's true that Huo Muyan was influential, but she was just a woman. Besides, Subei was not her territory, so what did she have to show off about? Thinking this, Feng Miao Miao immediately turned around to find Sun Jifeng. Before she could speak, Sun Jifeng gestured with his hand. He realized that today, no matter who it was, everyone would be causing him trouble. What were these people thinking? Wasn't it good to be alive? Why seek death? He took a deep drag of his cigarette and looked around at everyone. Listen up, my mood isn't great today, and you're all unlucky. It's like you've walked into a gun sights. Director, come here. I have something to discuss. Hearing this, the director who had just been slapped walked over anxiously. He nervously said, Sun Shao, please forgive me. We are all just trying to make a living. Trying to make a living gives you the right to make me unhappy. Since I'm not happy, then you shouldn't be either. With that, Sun Jifeng pointed at Hua Muyan and Yin Yanyan. Both of you, come here. If you serve me well later, maybe I'll be kind enough to give you a way out. If you don't serve well, don't even think about leaving Subei in one piece. Sun Jifeng's voice was very low, and everyone felt the chill in his emotions. What to do? The director was frantic, not knowing what to do. If it were just ordinary minor celebrities, that would be one thing, but Yin Yanyan's background was very mysterious. The most mysterious thing was the boss behind the scenes. Even entertainment industry veteran Ni Kai remained silent out of fear. He didn't have the boss's phone number. He was just the boss's assistant and didn't know if this matter had been relayed. Glancing at the time, it had been quite a while. Why was there still no response? If help didn't come soon, there could be danger. Vroom vroom. Just then, the loud roar of powerful car engines suddenly sounded. 5 cars, led by a Hummer, drove straight into the open space in front of the set. The director's heart was on the verge of breaking. His face instantly changed. It's over. They must also be Sun Jifeng's people. Sun Shao was indeed formidable, deeply rooted in Subei City, able to easily call so many people over. Moreover, the leading car was so domineering, and the others were all luxury cars. It was obvious that the other party was not here to make peace. Otherwise, they could have shown off by driving sports cars. No. Instead of flaunting, they drove these spacious cars that can fit many people. Couldn't this directly explain the situation? The director slumped back in his chair, eyes wide and vacant, as if he had lost his soul. It's over. Everything's over. So much effort was put into this movie, hoping to make a splash, but now, disaster strikes. In that instant, the director seemed to age several decades. Even his posture became stooped, and many crew members seemed dazed, their hearts racing. Will there be a fight? Should we run first, or stand our ground and fight? Seeing the other side's posture, I estimate we might not have the upper hand in a direct confrontation. But if we run away, who knows if we can outrun those cars? Maybe we should just play dead. Sun Jifeng also turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and skeptically looked at the cars. Were they his guys who brought Muan over? But it didn't quite look like it. Did he ever buy a Hummer, a long-outdated brand? Or did they just requisition it from a hotel? But he remembered he didn't arrange for this many people. What was going on? At that moment, Sun Jifeng had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. He just thought they were his people. It was almost too ostentatious, he thought to himself, to wait for them to come out so he could teach them a lesson. Sun Shao, give me a break. Can we leave from here? Just then, a person descended from the Hummer. Their face was stern, exuding a chilling aura, their gaze disdainful as they looked deeply at Sun Jifeng and the others. Seeing the newcomer, Hua Muyan, Yin Yanyan, and others furrowed their brows tightly. What's going on now? Sun Jifeng was initially a bit puzzled, but upon seeing who it was, he immediately understood. He then sneered, showing no intention of leaving. Who am I? So it's you, Sujeng? How come? Are you here to seduce female stars too? Get lost. This isn't a place where a little kid like you can vie for them. The two of them, I've already claimed. Sun Jifeng, casually sitting with one leg crossed, completely dismissed Sujeng, even though he saw that a lot of people were coming out of those cars. So what? In Subei, are there more people than me? Or maybe your Su family's wings have grown strong now, daring to stand up against me. Do you have that capability? Sujeng was actually very helpless at the moment. He had just been in bed with a newly met girl when he received a call from his sister Su Yuanchuan, instructing him to immediately bring some people to the film and television base specifically to protect Yin Yanyan and Hua Muyan. He dared not disobey his sister's words, as it involved his pocket money, so he came over without delay. What he did not know was that the call was arranged by Zheng Qian. He was on his way and needed some time to arrive in Subate, so he had to find someone to cover for him first. Sun Xiao, I'm asking for a favor. Can we all just get along? Sujin lit a cigarette and smilingly said, there are people behind them that you can't afford to mess with. It would be wise to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. Sun Jifeng was furious. He was also a top figure in Subei. Sujin was younger, and whenever they met at events, he never dared to directly challenge Sun Jifeng. After all, Sun Jifeng was considered the second heir, while Sujin, who basically could not control the family, was incomparable. Sujin usually didn't dare to provoke Sun Jifeng. However, today was different. Su Yuanchuan's tone on the phone was unprecedentedly serious. Even if Sun Jifeng were to be crippled, even if it led to a full-scale war for the entire Sun family, they could not back down. They had to protect those two women. This made Su Zheng instinctively ponder. Who could withstand the wrath of the entire Sun family? Was he truly a lover of beauty rather than power? What are you? Why should I give you face? Sun Jifeng laughed at the words, unable to help himself. He had previously competed for girls with Su Zheng on some occasions. Due to their status, Su Zheng was not even a match for Sun Jifeng, and he only struggled briefly before stopping to oppose him. In the process of the competition between the Sun and Su families, the former still held the dominant position. Of course, this only represented their advantage and did not mean they could completely suppress the Su family. However, it indirectly showed the influence of the Sun family, so he subconsciously thought that Su Zheng dared to challenge him verbally, but would not dare to do anything serious. But this time, he may have misjudged the situation. Su Zheng sighed, his face gradually becoming serious. Son, I already told you earlier, this is not a place where you can behave recklessly. To be honest, someone called us and asked us to come provide some backup. That person is very important to our family, so I had to come over. You know me well. I've never really opposed you before. Today, I came personally to support this place. You should understand what's going on. If you have any sense, back off. Su Zheng now only felt one thing, that he was enjoying this. Damn, he had always been seen as a playboy in Su North, and many people actually looked down on him. Relying on some money and the reputation of the Su family, people treated him with some respect. Even when encountering the young masters of those top families, they wouldn't directly confront him. Living like this could not be considered enjoyable, but today was different. He knew that the person who called must be very important. Otherwise, Su Yuanchuan wouldn't have arranged this. It was now a crucial time in competing with the Sun family to enter the Sun Business Club. If there was any mishandling, it could delay the interests of the entire family. That would make him a sinner of the family. He was also very curious about who Su Yuanchuan had gotten involved with to speak so boldly. So Su Zheng's words were so domineering. Damn, are you talking to me? Ha. Sun Jifeng exploded. Damn, today was really bizarre. Why was everyone opposing him? With that, he suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. If looks could kill, Sun Jifeng might have already killed the other party countless times. Clenching his fists tightly, he shouted, all of you come at me. Let's see who dares to step forward today. Hearing this, his lackeys immediately sprang into action. However, due to his hasty arrival today, he hadn't brought many people with him, only about 5 or 6 in total. On the other hand, Su Zheng had around 20 people with him. They looked tall and sturdy, clearly hired thugs from the Su family who usually dealt with such matters. It seems you won't give up until you see the coffin. Su Zheng shook his head slightly, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and said, Son, I think you've got a problem with your head today. How about you quickly find a way to lift Sun into a car and take him to the hospital for a checkup? As he finished speaking, a group of strong men rushed forward. Sun Jifeng was completely dumbfounded. Until just now, when they really started, he thought Su Zheng was just talking big, saying things for show, joking. But he never expected that they would actually come and do something. Who the hell gave him the courage? Did he meet a beer walking? Before he could react, these people immediately started attacking. Sun Jifeng's lackeys were outnumbered and were quickly defeated. In just a few minutes, they were all lying on the ground, some with injuries. Su Zheng's people were relatively restrained in their actions, just subduing the opponents, temporarily restricting their movements. They didn't really break their legs or anything, keeping the situation under control. But the impact they made was very direct and shocking. You actually dare to make a move. The Su family. Aren't you afraid that we will wage an all-out war with the Sun family? Sujin, let me tell you, you're finished. Your Su family is finished. I will make a call now. Have our distributors target the Su family. Make your family disappear from Su North. Damn it. Do you think there's no one backing me up at the Song Business Club? Let's see who has a stronger backing. With that, Sun Jifeng picked up his phone, preparing to make a call. Sujin nodded slightly and calmly said, "Go." Throw his phone to the ground and stomp on it. Just as he finished speaking, a strong man stepped forward and swatted Sun Jifeng's phone to the ground. Then, with one swift motion, he stomped on it, causing the new phone to shatter into pieces. I think you're crazy. Sun Jifeng was trembling with anger, his fingers shaking uncontrollably, his whole body shivering. Fun Miao Miao was too scared to speak a word. Her mind was in a fog. How could someone dare to speak to Sun Jifeng like this in Su North? And they immediately resorted to violence, showing no mercy. Could it be she had gotten involved with the wrong wealthy person? This young man had clear features. Maybe she should ask for his WeChat later. Get them all out of here. Sujin shook his head. They are too disruptive here, and all this fighting is meaningless. Don't affect the progress of the crew's filming. My sister will blame me again then. Immediately, amidst cries of pain, Sun Jifeng was carried into a car. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he thought, finally, the savior has arrived. Was it Nikai's connections, or the boss's arrangements? Sujin was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Ladies, I remember when that person called to make arrangements. My sister had me convey a message. She said, "Don't worry, he's on his way to Su North and will arrive soon. Those who bullied you will pay a heavy price. Don't panic, and don't act recklessly. He will be here soon." Yeah, that's what she said. Okay, I've delivered the message, so I'll leave now. Huo Muyan and Yin Yanyan were both stunned. They couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that person arranged this? These people arrived quickly and left quickly as well. In order to not affect the filming of the crew, Sujin immediately led the people away. As for how the Sun family would handle their anger next, it was not a problem for him to consider at the moment. Although the accident happened suddenly, fortunately Sujin was there, and the incident did not cause much trouble. It was rather Huo Muyan and Yin Yanyan who had some slight palpitations in their hearts. It seemed that whenever they encountered danger, Zheng Qian was the most reliable one. Even if he didn't show up in person, he could still successfully resolve the danger. Alright, let's continue filming. Everyone, calm your emotions. Damn it. How come we can't reach the mail late ... The director clapped his hands, signaling the departments to prepare for work. Looking around, he felt extremely frustrated. This time, they had finally invited the famous male star Chu Tianj, but he was often difficult to locate. Occasionally, after shooting a few scenes, he would say he had other things to attend to, and the staff couldn't really blame him too much. After all, his status was high. A few hours later, Zheng Qian initially didn't pay much attention to the situation on the set, as Su Yuanchuan had already told him the problem was successfully resolved. So he came to Nikai first to understand the situation. Before he arrived, Nikai had already reached a preliminary agreement with Muan. They had even started preparing the recording studio, getting ready to record songs for Yin Yanyan. Even before seeing Zheng Qian, Muan had already imagined his appearance, assuming he was a typical mainland tycoon. In terms of age, he was probably around 50, the youngest being in his 40s. After all, directly investing tens of millions of dollars required a certain level of courage. Although rich second generations were wealthy, it was not their own money. If they wanted to spend so much money on playing with female stars, they had to apply for funds from their families, and they might not even get approved. However, when he saw Zheng Qian, he couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. You're General Manager Zhang, Muan said in surprise. Zheng Qian nodded slightly, patted his shoulder, and said seriously, I heard some of your work on the plane, and it's really good. It just has a bit of a rustic feel to it. Can you give it a more international flair? Nikai next to them nearly spat out old blood. It was just too real. Previously, Muan was very mainstream, and had written many catchy melodies, representing a generation's memories. But for some reason, in recent years, he had started creating internet hit songs. Although they might not be very melodious, their click rates and traffic were high. Among them, the most famous ones were Love Is Not For Sale and Tonight You Are Really Too Beautiful. General John, please rest assured, I've already arranged for someone to buy the music for this time. He just needs to handle the arrangements and production. The melody is very catchy and suits Yan Yan very well. Nikai wiped his cold sweat and said with a smile, the lyricist is excellent. We're going to invite Shanshan from Baodao province. Muen stepped forward eagerly, grabbing Zheng Qian's hand excitedly. I knew General Zheng was talented and had achieved so much. With your personal touch on it, it will definitely be outstanding. Zheng Qian nodded, even feeling a bit excited himself. Shanshan was an excellent lyricist, ranked among the top in the whole Chinese-speaking world. Is she here yet? Zheng Qian hurriedly asked. Not yet. Nikai glared at Muen, knowing they had only discussed it without making concrete arrangements yet. He seems to have. Just now, he had called Shanshan's agent, who informed him that Shanshan was currently on a trip, crossing the Sahara Desert in search of new inspirations for her creations. During this period, no one could reach her. Zheng Qian wasn't angry at all, as everyone had their schedules and he respected that. Instead of directly persuading Shanshan with money, which he found uncomfortable, he had other ideas. In fact, when he heard the music earlier, he already had some images forming in his mind. Memories of unrequited love, of past struggles and uncertainties, and the flow of time all flooded back in an instant, inspiring him with new thoughts. Why don't we do this? Let me take charge of the lyrics for this song, Zheng Qian suddenly proposed. The others were stunned and exchanged glances. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? You're the big boss, your word is law, but we're the ones paying for the work. If the lyrics turn out badly and the promotional song doesn't perform well, won't you blame us? You won't carry that responsibility. We will. Nikai hesitated for a moment, considering how to dissuade Zheng Qian from this outrageous idea. That's great. With your personal involvement, the result will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Muen immediately, went up excitedly, grabbed Zheng Qian's hand and said, I knew General Zheng was talented and successful. Letting you write the lyrics is definitely the right choice. Although Muen had achieved good results in the past, he was getting old. Finally encountering a truly wealthy person like Zheng Qian, he felt determined to seize this opportunity. Hold on to this opportunity. Don't let go. Nikai. He had a puzzled expression, really wanting to kick Muen out. Damn. Nikai felt that Muen had never worked a proper job and had always been a freelance producer. He didn't understand the dynamics of the workplace, too naive. But before he could react, Muen handed over paper and pen, ready for Zheng Qian to start writing. Zheng Qian was quite pleased with Muen's flattery. He patted Muen's shoulder approvingly and picked up the pen, his thoughts flowing like a spring. The first line quickly appeared on the paper. Wait for a love that is unattainable. Leap into a firework display. This somehow looks not bad. The first sentence evoked a heart-wrenching pain. Waiting for someone you love but can't have, isn't that in itself a destined tragedy? At that moment, Nikai's eyes became slightly moist. He admitted he had spoken too loud a moment ago. Apologies. Upon seeing these words, Muen was also stunned. Originally, he just wanted to flatter Zheng Qian, but he never expected to be so moved. The two stood on either side of Zheng Qian, much like gate gods. Lowering their heads, they eagerly waited to see what he would write next. Waiting for someone to love but in vain. Waiting for someone to dive into the fireworks. Waiting for someone to break my heart. Waiting for someone to lose their soul. Vivid. Backup part. Waiting for someone to selflessly fight for love. And then once again, exile me from the desire of my heart. Waiting for someone, enjoying good times flow. And then once again, leaving me to drown alone in my heart. Vivid. Backup part. In the most vivid moment, meeting you brings no regrets. In the most vivid moment, losing you breaks my heart. In the most vivid moment, falling in love with you feels humble. In the most vivid moment, missing you is a sin. Zheng Qian almost effortlessly completed this set of lyrics. He picked up the pen, and each scene from the past reappeared before him, like scenes from a movie, constantly flashing in his mind. The subject of the lyrics was not his ex-girlfriend Yao Monmon. She did not deserve this. It was the beautiful fantasy of Zheng Qian's youth. It was a dream that every boy has in his heart. As he finished the last word, Zhang Qian placed the pen on the table, letting out a long breath. I'm done. I don't know if it's any good. We'll wait for Shanshan to see ... After finishing the lyrics, Zhang Qian felt a bit embarrassed. What he wrote was mostly just expressing his feelings, without much skill. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, Muen and Nikai began to applaud enthusiastically. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's simply amazing. No need to look for anyone else. There's no need to change a single word of these lyrics. I say so. Muen grabbed Zhang Qian's hand excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. It's really good. Even better than I imagined. To be honest, my original intention was just to flatter you, but now I'm very serious. Just based on these lines, I, Muen, will do my best, mobilize resources, and produce the best work. He was truly serious, even revealing his true thoughts from earlier. His eyes were filled with emotion and seriousness. Nikai had limited interactions with Muen, but they had collaborated occasionally. Previously, they had worked on an album for a female star. And although Nikai had been professional, his attitude was not as fervent as this time. He could sense that Muen really liked these lyrics. He also liked them, silently relieved that he had underestimated Zhang Qian. It seemed that having so many women around had its reasons. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian was a bit of a playboy. Yun Zhang, I'm serious. Even if you reduce the amount in the contract, I must produce this single. Don't look for anyone else. Even if it's cheaper. Don't look for anyone else. No, not a single, but an album. Please let me produce an album for Yin Yanyan. Please, I will do my best to create an amazing album. Yin Yanyan must become famous in Asia. Zhang Qian did not expect Muen's reaction to be so intense. He was simply expressing his emotions after hearing the song, but Muen's passionate response made him happy. Handing over to cigarettes, he said with a smile, Don't worry. I'm very pleased that you like it. There might be some parts that don't quite match the beats and rhythm of the song, so feel free to make adjustments. Muen nodded firmly, holding onto the paper as if afraid someone would take it away. Okay. How are things on set? Zhang Qian suddenly changed the subject, looking at Nikai beside him. Well about that ... Nikai's heart trembled slightly. He had only heard about what happened before Zhang Qian arrived. Although Zhang Qian had contacted the Su family and temporarily resolved the issue, according to the information he received, it seemed the Sun family was not pleased. The elders were furious, feeling that their family's dignity had been challenged. This situation must be rectified, no matter what. What's going on? Zhang Qian saw Nikai struggling to speak, and furrowed his brow. It's like this. Nikai recounted the incident to Zhang Qian in detail. Muen, on the other hand, had no interest in these matters and had already run off to the side with the paper. Putting on his headphones, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the world of music, determined to make this single a success. I see. Zhang Qian nodded slightly, and Nikai couldn't discern any change in his expression. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qian spoke slowly. It's getting late now. Let Huo Muyan and Yin Yanyan come in to rest. I want to personally confirm what harm they've suffered. Yes, I'll make the arrangements. With every word, Zhang Qian seemed to be suppressing his inner anger. He was genuinely upset. It wasn't just because Sun Jifeng dared to cause trouble on the set he invested in, but more importantly, in a sense, they were his women or part of his people. He never expected Sun Jifeng to be so tasteless, showing off to women. What kind of ability was that? Fine. Since he provoked my women, I will make the ringleader, Feng Miao Miao, pay the price. Doesn't she like to show off in front of people? I'll let her understand the world of adults is not so easy to navigate. Nikai, I have a task for you. Zhang Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette and spoke. Find Feng Miao Miao for me, regardless of her resources in Gancheng or any backers she has, before Huo Muyan and Yin Yanyan arrive. I want her in front of me. Nikai was shocked, but quickly agreed. He knew that when Zhang Qian was angry, he had to agree no matter what was asked. Let me give you some guidance. The foundation's money must be managed by a certain bank, right? Immediately contact the local bank manager and investigate Feng Miao's deposits, specifically at which bank, and freeze them for me. Contact the company's HR department, immediately have her hidden. Stop all bonuses and benefits. What? The bank may not cooperate. Tell them, say that I'm about to deposit 200 billion. And they better kneel down and get it done. At this moment, Nikai was sweating profusely. He had never seen Jun Qian so angry before, and the oppressive atmosphere in the room made it hard for him to breathe. The aura of this young man was truly terrifying, and now Nikai was very certain of one thing. That is, Feng Miao Miao, who came to provoke Yin Yanyan and Huo Muyan, would definitely meet a very tragic end. Jun Qian was not pleased at all. He even had a moment of self-doubt. Had he been to Loki in the past, he had even spent a lot of money to ease the turmoil in Jiangnan. If he had known earlier, he would have let the whole world know that he spent over 1 billion yuan on buying a ship, and then another 1 billion to fawn over Yin Yanyan. But soon he realized that this was not the right approach. Throughout history, there had been a reason for shooting the bird that sticks out, especially among the recent richest Tinjuzhou. It seemed like every one of them had encountered problems. Therefore, showing off in normal times was fine, but one must be prepared to spend a hefty sum to smooth things over afterwards. It was acceptable if only a small group within one circle knew that one was wealthy, but it was absolutely not acceptable for the whole country to know, causing a huge commotion. On the other hand, Feng Miao Miao was extremely agitated at this moment. She finally witnessed the power of the Sun family. Brother, you must help me with this. It's not just an attack on me, it's an attack on the Sun family. After Suzhen sent Sun Jifeng away, he immediately found the current top heir of the family, and also the person Sun Jifeng had considered his biggest competitor, his own brother Sun Mofeng. Usually, Sun Jifeng would not easily return to the main mansion. He mainly resided in his own villa. This was mainly due to the tense relationships among the heirs, each of whom was very antagonistic towards the others. But now that something had happened, he had no choice but to come back to bring reinforcements. Fortunately, their father's son Zhanten was not in Sibei, otherwise, the consequences would be even more severe. Perhaps he would completely lose his share of the family property. Sun Mofeng did not speak, but instead was on the phone with someone, giving instructions. He seemed to have just learned about the situation, that the Su family dared to confront them directly, which in his eyes was no different from rebellion. However, Feng Miao Miao did not have the qualification to enter the Sun family's main mansion. She could only sit in the car outside. The Sun family had strict rules, and actresses, like her with bad reputation, were not allowed in. It was a typical Sibei garden. Just by looking at the entrance, one could tell that it was a family that had been wealthy for generations. The entrance was meticulously designed, with iconic elements such as drum-shaped stones and gate pins, exuding a sense of solemnity. Even though Feng Miao Miao might lack education, she had seen similar scenes on TV, understanding the concept of matching household backgrounds. The value of this garden was not trivial, and she could sense the deep heritage of the Sun family. They were definitely very wealthy. As she was imagining Sun Jifeng taking her to teach Yin Yanyan a lesson, her phone suddenly rang urgently. Looking at the area code, was it from Hong Kong Island? And it seemed to be from the CEO's office of Changlong Entertainment. Hello, Mr. Zhang, it's late. What's the matter? Feng Miao Miao asked tentatively. Feng Miao Miao, it's nothing too serious. I just received notice from the company that due to your actions, you have brought extremely negative impact to the group, so it has been decided to terminate your contract. I'll inform you of the follow-up measures later. With that, the call was cut off directly. Feng Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, furrowing her brow slightly, but soon understood the reason behind the problem. It must be that wretched Yin Yanyan. She gritted her teeth fiercely. However, she didn't care too much, as she had climbed up the social ladder now. With the backing of young Master Sun and his family's influence, why bother about this petty company? Ding ding. Following that, another call came through. Instinctively feeling that something was wrong, she hesitantly answered. This time, before she could speak, the other side went straight to the point. Miss Feng, we have found some irregularities in your bank account, involving several abnormally large transactions. According to regulations, your account needs to be temporarily frozen, and the relevant department will be informed. Feng Miao Miao was lost. She hurriedly exclaimed, wait a minute, what's wrong with my account? Have you previously endorsed a web game? Yes. What does this have to do with anything? They are currently under investigation by the relevant authorities for suspected money laundering, and we suspect your involvement. It was only when she heard the busy tone from the other end that she realized. Perhaps something had actually gone wrong. Could it be Yin Yanyan? Was her influence that strong? No, it couldn't be. This had to be a coincidence. Ding ding. Ding ding. The phone kept ringing one after another, urgent and causing her heart to race. So far, there had not been a single piece of good news. All were bad tidings. Contract terminations, account freezes, property management pressing for half-year fees, utility bills for her residence in Hancheng, overdue payments at the beauty salon, and so on. Everything related to her seemed to be spiraling downhill, all self-destructing. What? What is happening here? Am I having a rough year? Or is this just bad luck? She was truly panicking. Yet, another call came in. Fun Meow Meow instinctively answered, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Hello, Mr. John. Is this call ... for what? The general manager suddenly convened a meeting and the final punishment has been decided. Due to your actions that have brought significant negative impact to the group, the executive office has decided, based on the memorandum signed at that time, you need to compensate the company with 10 million. You must deposit it into the designated account within 15 working days, otherwise, we will take legal action against you. Please be advised. Fun Meow Meow was stunned, utterly stunned. Where could she get 10 million from? Would Sun Jifeng help her? While she was hesitating, the phone rang again. This time, every time the phone rang, her body couldn't help but shiver. She feared hearing even more disastrous news. Ni Kai, what does your call mean? Was it you who did this? Seeing Ni Kai now made Fun Meow Meow even more furious, itching with hatred. Fun Meow Meow, considering our past at the same company, I'll give you a chance. Come to the hotel immediately and apologize to Yin Yanyan in person. If you can show sincerity, Yin Yanyan's boss might give you a chance. But, if you remain stubborn, be ready to face even worse consequences. With that, Ni Kai hung up the phone directly. Soon after, she received a text message. It was the hotel information sent by Ni Kai. Boss. This boss again? Who exactly was this person? Fun Meow Meow couldn't wait any longer. She had called Sun Jifeng several times, but so far, his phone was turned off. The situation in Hong Kong was getting urgent. It was not just about frozen bank accounts anymore. There could even be legal issues. She couldn't believe that just with one call from Yin Yanyan's boss, all this could happen. She hurried out of the car and approached the gate. Can you help me get in touch with Master Sun? I have something extremely urgent to discuss. Fun Meow Meow anxiously asked the security guard. The guard remained impassive and coldly replied, I don't have the authority to contact Mr. Sun directly, and you can't enter. It's a family rule. Please step back and don't block the gate. Fun Meow Meow was at a loss for words and didn't dare to retort. What to do? If she couldn't see Sun Jifeng now, all her assets in Hong Kong could be at risk. It took her so many years and countless men to accumulate this wealth. She regretted deeply now. If she had known, she wouldn't have provoked Yin Yanyan. Should she really go apologize in person? Where did this vulgar woman come from? Get lost. At that moment, a clear and stern voice came from behind her. She was about to retort out of anger, but ended up keeping her mouth shut when she saw several security guards bow respectfully and greet, Miss. She was Sun's daughter, Sun Shengxi. Sun Shengxi's appearance was exceptional, tall and elegant. Her presence overshadowed Fun Meow Meow. This was probably the vast difference between internet celebrities, minor stars, and the daughters of real tycoons. Miss Sun ... Even Fun Meow Meow, who had been giving orders, couldn't help but greet nervously. Sun Shengxi glanced at her indifferently, a hint of undisguised mockery playing on her lips. I never expected that our Sun family would fall into water because of someone like you. I warn you. Get out of my way now. If I see you again, I'll throw you onto a cruise ship in the open sea to serve guests for the rest of your life. Get lost. Although Fun Meow Meow felt 1,000 grievances in her heart, she didn't dare to confront Sun Shengxi and quickly slipped back into her car. Who could blame her? After all, she was just a minor star while Sun Shengxi was a tycoon's daughter. Shivering, she gripped the steering wheel and, after much contemplation, finally made a decision. She set the navigator sent by Ni Kai, mentally prepared herself, and slowly started the car. Meanwhile, Zheng Qian also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Yin Yanyan and Hua Muyan unharmed in front of him, he finally relaxed. The only slightly awkward situation was Kui Ziking's unexpected presence. 3 women and a melodrama ensued. It was the liveliest scene at the moment. Hearing Zheng Qian was in Subei and the production ran into some trouble, Kui Ziking rushed here immediately. She thought after not seeing each other for days, they could catch up. To her surprise, not only was Yin Yanyan here, but also a beautiful woman by her side. Huo Muyan. The circle in Yob must be small. Huo Muyan was a top Chinese designer, and Kui Ziking, being a girl, naturally knew her. However, she never expected. They seemed quite familiar with Zhang Qian. Although Huo Muyan didn't know Kui Ziking, she couldn't help but notice her exquisite appearance. Even though she was a girl herself, she couldn't help but glance more than a few times. Could she be a star too? Does Zhang Qian have other celebrities? And today she dressed in an office lady style. Had she just finished filming an office romance scene? Or planning to play humiliation play with Zhang Qian? What am I thinking about? What does it matter to me who Zhang Qian is with? However, the atmosphere today is indeed strange. Why does she look at me with such hostility? I know, she must have misunderstood the situation between me and Zhang Qian. I'll just let her keep misunderstanding. Huo Muyan, who usually paid attention to these matters, was puzzled, especially regarding her relationship with Zhang Qian. But today, the atmosphere in the room seemed different. Sitting with them made her feel compelled to compete. Kui Ziking couldn't stop her wild imagination, but thinking it over, she and Yin Yanyan were probably in a business cooperation. She just didn't know if it was designing clothes exclusively for Yin Yanyan or related to the movie crew. Well, as long as it doesn't involve Zhang Qian. Analyzing the situation, Kui Ziking felt much better. Remembering how Yin Yanyan had referred to herself as a colleague during meals, this Huo Muyan was probably a colleague too. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian was sweating profusely, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. His back was drenched in sweat. While smoking and contemplating, he didn't know how to break the tension. The atmosphere between these three women was terribly intense. Although nobody was speaking, and they maintained polite smiles on their faces, their eye contacts felt sharp and dangerous. A misplaced word might lead to bloodshed. It was terrifying. Terrifying. It had been 15 minutes since the three of them had met without anyone saying a word. Zhang Qian was about to break the silence, but Kui Ziking beat him to it. Miss Huo. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Kui Ziking. Yin Yanyan. We meet again. I'm glad to see you're okay. I brought some good doctors with me. They will check up on you later. After all, in a way, you are part of our group. We can't neglect you. Miss Huo, I didn't expect that because of this incident, you got involved too. I'm truly sorry. I hope it won't affect our cooperation. Shocked, Zhang Qian was left with his mouth wide open, as Kui Ziking, in a sudden switch, adopted the demeanor of a hostess as she conversed confidently with Huo Muyan and Yin Yanyan. In just a few words, she brilliantly tied herself and Zhang Qian closely together. She even characterized Huo Muyan as a partner and directly referred to Yin Yanyan as an employee. Instantly, the war between the three women seemed ignited. Even Huo Muyan, who had no intention of getting involved, couldn't help but show her fighting spirit. Oh, I didn't expect Miss Kui is Qian's colleague. Well, you have nothing to do here anymore. We are old friends, it's been a long time, and I'd like to chat. So, please go rest. True to form, Huo Muyan. Yin Yanyan had been thinking about how to retaliate, but Huo Muyan took action directly. It was a precise and harsh move. Not only did she delineate a very intimate relationship between herself and Zhang Qian, she even issued a direct order to expel Kui Ziking. It was ruthless, not giving the other party a chance, aiming to kick Kui Ziking out. Kui Ziking is definitely not one to be trifled with. She wasn't angry at the words at all, and instead, she smiled and said, Qian has just returned from the north of Yi. He must be exhausted from the journey. I think we should eat something first. Besides, it's not appropriate for you two girls to stay in his room, right? Kui Ziking actually felt a bit embarrassed. She seemed to have shared a room with Zhang Qian before, and also that. True. Miss Kui, we know you're busy now, so we won't disturb you. Qian, let's go eat something. There are plenty of food streets in Sibei. I'll take you to try some. With that, Huo Muyan linked arms with Zhang Qian, as if wanting to take him out. This unexpected touch. Since it was summer, everyone was dressed lightly, especially Huo Muyan, who was already quite well endowed, now fully pressing her weight on Zhang Qian's arm, causing him to feel overwhelmed. He almost had an immediate reaction. In that moment, Zhang Qian thought of many things. He desperately recited multiplication tables, the periodic table, Pythagorean theorem, the 42 chapters scripture. Exhale, taking a deep breath, he felt much better. However, the belief he had just built up collapsed almost instantly. I also know some places that are very, very nice. At this point, the other arm also felt the same sensation. Somehow, it was on par with Hua Muyan's. She even had a softer figure, causing Jun Qian's mind to sway fiercely. Struggling to turn his head, he found it was Yin Yanyan. The latter blushed, even to the base of her neck. Kui Ziking felt helpless. For a moment, she seemed to have no solution. Seeing Jun Qian with his arms occupied on both sides, it seemed that she had no chance. What should she do? Should she ask Jun Qian to carry her on his back? Just then, there was an urgent knocking on the door. What's up? Jun Xiao. Feng Miao is here. Let her in. Jun Qian breathed a sigh of relief, finally avoiding the awkward situation. But knowing that this person was coming made his good mood dissipate. Just thinking about how Hua Muyan and Yin Yanyan were bullied by her on the set, arrogantly, and even nearly slapped, filled Jun Qian's eyes with murderous intent. Even though they hadn't crossed the line yet, perhaps subconsciously, he had. Hua Muyan and Yin Yanyan exchanged glances, deciding not to linger around Jun Qian. They had actually been joking before and could somewhat perceive the situation. Sensing Jun Qian's change in mood, Kui Ziking also did the same, and the three of them quietly sat on the nearby sofa. Just as they entered the room, Feng Miao was taken aback. This is the boss. He's so young, right? Just now Nikai called him Jun Xiao. Could he be a son of some top-tier family from Shanghai or the imperial city of Yanjing? The fact that he could ignore the Sun family in Sabay meant he had true power, or was it just ignorance? However, she had no time to think about all this now. Taking a deep breath, she said with bitterness, Jun Xiao, I'm sorry, I was ignorant. I didn't know it was you. Before she could finish, Jun Qian waved his hand. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he leaned back in his chair and said lightly, you don't need to apologize to me. You provoked my friends. What you need to do is apologize to them until they forgive you. Feng Miao's mind trembled slightly. Despite 100 reluctances, she turned around. With a forced smile, she said, Yanyan, it was my fault. I shouldn't have done that. Since we are fellow disciples, can you please forgive me? In this moment, Hua Muyan and Yin Yanyan were equally shocked. Bringing Feng Miao over and asking her to apologize was completely different. Most importantly, that Sun family seemed a bit complicated. Having faced humiliation on the set, they were surely planning how to retaliate. Yet, how come there was no tension in the air so far? Just how powerful is Jun Qian? Yin Yanyan was soft-hearted and quick to act on emotions. She hesitated to continue troubling Feng Miao, subconsciously wanting to agree. But Kui Ziking quietly tugged at her hand, shaking her head slightly. Kui Ziking was different from the other two girls. She oversaw the entertainment industry in Yebai all year round and had some connections with the underworld due to her family background. Knowing that in this situation, forgiving Feng Miao so easily was absolutely not permissible. She and Jun Qian were quite similar in their approach. This aspect was even what attracted Jun Qian. When dealing with enemies, they must be ruthless. Just like the autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, only by giving the opponent the most painful lesson can they be prevented from making a comeback and causing more trouble. On the contrary, if they don't feel the pain or the cost of violating the law is too low, they will hold grudges and seek revenge once they have the chance. The key is to give them deep psychological trauma, so they won't pose a future threat. It seems she doesn't intend to forgive you. Jun Qian flicked the ash off his cigarette, nodding slightly. In that case, please think of a way to make my friends happy. Feng Miao, listen, I wasn't someone who willingly raised my hand against women. I never hit women, but today, you really opened my eyes. Yanyan, go. Slap her twice. Yin Yanyan trembled slightly, unable to go through with the action. She hesitated on the spot, not knowing what to do. Kui Ziking sighed quietly. Though they had just been jealous moments ago, she didn't really dislike Yin Yanyan. Seeing her at a loss, Kui Ziking got up and stood beside Jun Qian. Let me do it instead. Jun Qian's eyes flickered slightly. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he couldn't help but have some change of heart towards Kui Ziking's thoughts. She was really a decisive and interesting woman. I'll do it myself. Feng Miao was also a determined person, and she directly raised her hand and slapped her face. The crisp sound shook the entire room. This woman was ruthless enough. Since Zhang Qian didn't object, Fun Miao Miao continued to slap her several more times. The sound, out. If the soundproofing wasn't good, from outside, they must think something out of the ordinary is happening in there. Sounds of smashing were very loud and quick, and Fun Miao Miao's face soon turned red and swollen. Although it was very distressing to watch, Zhang Qian had no mercy. In fact, if he hadn't arranged for the Su family members to come to the rescue in time, the fates of Huo Muyan and Yin Yanyan would have been even more tragic. He was never a saint and knew that kindness had no use in this world. With Sun Jifeng's despicable character, it was likely that the two of them would be ruined for life. And the root of all these problems was Fun Miao Miao, who actively sought trouble for Yin Yanyan. So, Zhang Qian felt that he had done nothing wrong. During this process, Yin Yanyan wanted to speak several times, but was stopped by Kui Ziking. She knew Zhang Qian's temperament very well and completely agreed with his judgment. If Yin Yanyan said anything at this moment, she would probably disappoint Zhang Qian greatly, and they might not meet again. It was that serious. All right, stop making noise. Zhang Qian took a puff of his cigarette and nodded lightly. Leave Su North City immediately. Don't let me see you again. Leave tonight, remember. Don't stir up trouble again. Fun Miao Miao suddenly collapsed to the ground. She bit her lip tightly, tears flowing like a river, feeling an unparalleled sense of injustice. But fortunately, Zhang Qian chose to give her a chance to live. Thank you, Zhang Sha. As for my frozen assets on Hong Kong Island, that was her entire fortune. If it all turned to nothing, she might as well die. I will leave you with a part, so you won't end up on the streets. Listen carefully. I am not pitying you, but as a lowly person like you, it's really not worth my trouble to deal with. Go. Take a taxi and leave. Fun Miao Miao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the depths of Zhang Qian's methods. He could control Hong Kong Island effortlessly, even getting the British bank or her account was held to cooperate with his actions, which was terrifying. She understood that it was like gods fighting, and she didn't want to get involved as the cannon fodder. Whether it was the Sun family or Zhang Qian, they were beyond her reach. Watching her leave unsteadily, Yin Yanyan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. After the recent events, she hesitated to look at Zhang Qian. His character was too ruthless and decisive, and she felt a bit scared. No, to be more accurate, she now understood how ancient officials felt. It was like accompanying a tiger. Zhang Qian, are you going too far? Huo Muyan couldn't help but speak up. She stood up, frowning. I couldn't say anything when Feng Miao Miao was here, but now that she's gone, I think it's necessary to remind you that she is just a girl. It's fortunate I didn't take action, or else can't bear to watch anymore. Zhang Qian looked at her calmly, smiling. Well, a bit. Huo Muyan was also straightforward. Zhang Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, stubbing it in the ashtray. He showed no intention of explaining further, opened the door, and prepared to leave. Huo Muyan stood still, her mind blank, unable to believe that Zhang Qian didn't even bother to explain. Did he really think what he did was right? Letting a girl slap him? Zhang Qian, are you even listening to me? I just want you to know that I'm looking out for you. I don't want to see you. Her voice trailed off, and Zhang Qian actually stopped in his tracks. Suddenly turning around, he took out a cigarette and flicked it towards Muen, who was still immersed in his music not far away. The latter was startled and quickly stood up. Let's go. It's late. I'll arrange a place for you to rest. We start work the day after tomorrow. All right. I was too engrossed earlier. Muen took off his earphones, satisfying, and followed Zhang Qian out. He had been so immersed that he had no idea what was happening around him, or that there were so many beauties in the room. Now he just wanted to do one thing, and that was to finish producing this Zhuan Ni quickly. Muen was very professional. He wasn't just a producer. Strictly speaking, he was a location producer, able to create the most suitable style for the singer. He had a hunch that this Zhuan Ni would definitely make Yin Yanyan famous. Zhang Qian. Actually, Huo Muyan stood there dumbfounded, only to realize that Zhang Qian had already left without a trace. She didn't know what had happened and felt an extreme sense of grievance. Tears fell like pearls. Don't cry. Yin Yanyan hugged Huo Muyan and handed her a tissue. Zhang Qian really is a jerk. If it weren't for you being here, I would have left. It's despicable. I tried to reason with him, but he treated me like this. He really is just a jerk. I just don't want him to become cold-blooded. Woo-woo. Jun Qian looked so scary just now. It was as if a floodgate had been opened in Huo Muyan, and tears kept flowing. Yin Yanyan didn't know what to say but gently patted Huo Muyan's back. After a long silence, Kui Ziking sighed. She looked at the sobbing Huo Muyan and said seriously, Huo Muyan, you shouldn't have said that to Jun Qian just now. Think about it. If Jun Qian didn't know what had happened, if he hadn't arranged for help in time, what would have been your fate? Sun Jifeng had already decided to take you both away. I don't need to say more, right? And what if they recorded a video or took pictures? What would the consequences be? Huo Muyan was slightly stunned. What she said didn't seem wrong at all. Though she had some revelations, she still couldn't help but mutter, but there's no need to treat Fun Miao Miao like that. He was indeed a bit insulting just now, and it's not just her fault, but Sun Jifeng's too. That's right, because it wasn't just her fault. Jun Qian only did as much as he did. And what Sun Jifeng will face is a real disaster. Huo Muyan, I think Jun Qian was not wrong in this matter. Tomorrow, find a chance to apologize to him. After all, what he did for you. No, for us. After settling Muen, Jun Qian took Duen Qiren out to relax. He knew that a tough battle was inevitable in Subei this time. Without reliable bodyguards by his side, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, he didn't want to go through what the Li family of Hong Kong had experienced back then. His status had changed now, and if he were to encounter ruthless bandits like Zhang Ziqian, there would be nowhere to cry. Duen Qiren's skills were pretty good, so having him around made Jun Qian feel more at ease. At that moment, Jun Qian didn't feel very good in his room. He didn't expect Huo Muyan to say such things. This made him think of Jin Lu in the United States. If she were by his side, when facing recent events, she would surely understand, right? She was a woman of great insight, with both elegance and substance, capable of accompanying him outside and taking care of things at home. However, Jin Lu was determined to go to business school, and despite his reluctance, he respected her choice. He wondered how she had been doing recently. Should he go to the United States to check on her? Duen Qiren carefully followed Jun Qian, sensing that his mood was not good. Despite everything, regarding his own role, Duen Qiren was genuinely satisfied. He was adapting more and more to his current identity, being Jun Qian's exclusive bodyguard, and was getting used to approaching problems from that perspective. He truly admired Jun Qian, a young man capable of controlling such a huge business empire. The two casually arrived at a bar. It was quite lively, with people dancing in the dance floor. Jun Qian wanted to find a corner to sit at the bar and have a drink. However, a girl sitting nearby instantly captivated him. Jin Lu. No, it couldn't be. Absolutely impossible. Jun Qian's heart trembled slightly. He had just video chatted with Jin Lu a few days ago. She was currently preparing for a minor exam and was always busy. How could she suddenly appear here? Jun Zan, is she? Duen Qiren subconsciously looked in Jun Qian's direction and was also stunned. He knew about Jin Lu going to the US. It was impossible for her to return to the country so quietly, especially not to Subei, which was so far away. It was just too much of a resemblance. If it were only Jun Qian feeling this way, he wouldn't show such expression. But seeing the intense reaction of Duen Qiren, Jun Qian couldn't help but think the same way. However, he quickly realized it wasn't her. He knew his almost fiancée too well, and the girl in front of him felt strange. She looked like a pure young girl, but her eyes seemed to have experienced worldly affairs, as if she could see through everything and understand all hearts. I'll go over to take a look. You find a place to sit nearby. I'll have a simple chat. Jun Qian patted Duen Qiren's shoulder and walked towards the girl. She was playing with a glass of crimson wine, seemingly not intending to drink. Her eyes constantly scanned the bustling crowd, seemingly in the world but also detached from it. Jun Qian had never felt such aloofness in a girl before. Even ordinary men would feel inferior speaking in front of her. Jun Qian even felt a similar sensation. Yet, his curiosity was overwhelming, especially with her resemblance to Jin Lu. Is this seat taken? Jun Qian tried to be polite. Please, have a seat. She lightly smiled and nodded. Jun Qian relaxed a bit, sat down, and couldn't help but say, I didn't mean to disturb you, and I'm not here to flirt with cliché topics, it's just that you really look like a friend of mine. The girl's face maintained a distant smile. Then your friend must be very beautiful. An interesting response. Jun Qian was increasingly interested in this girl. "May I ask, what should I call you?" "I'm Jun Qian. Just call me Xian Xian." "Xian Xian." Was she not willing to reveal her real name? "Are you waiting for someone?" Jun Qian asked with confusion. "No. Just like you. I came here to sit and relax," Xian Xian said lightly. "How did you know I was just here casually? If you had specific plans, you would have reserved a table in advance instead of looking for one after coming in. And since you have bodyguards around, you're probably not poor. It's illogical for someone like you not to have any company. And from how you look, you don't seem to be here for romantic encounters. In your eyes, I don't see desire. So, you must have something weighing on your mind. Coming here to have some drinks and unwind, right?" Xian Xian continued casually. She was truly remarkable. Jun Qian's heart raced. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. A smart girl like her, besides Jin Lu and Kui Ziking, seemed unmatched. No, she might be the smartest girl he knew. She was becoming more and more like Jin Lu. Even her way of speaking and demeanor had a resemblance. Asterisk. Ding ding. The untimely ringtone of his phone interrupted. Xian Xian glanced at the screen, then gracefully stood up and pushed her untouched glass of wine towards Jun Qian. "I have a low tolerance for alcohol and don't drink. I just ordered this. You can have it, don't waste it." Jun Qian was about to say something, but she shook her head slightly, placing her right index finger on her lips. As he watched Xian Xian walk away, Jun Qian felt ripples in his heart. His earlier restlessness had dissipated, replaced by a sense of loss. This feeling was truly indescribable. He gulped down the drink in the glass. He suddenly understood why Xian Xian didn't drink and yet ordered a drink. It was because her demeanor was too exceptional. Sitting here without a drink would make her stand out. Perhaps it was just a prop to help her blend in without drawing attention. Unfortunately, he didn't get her WeChat. Call. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure. Immediately, a surge of anger welled up within him. Was he out of his mind? Damn. Jun Qian's sudden change in mood was caused by a man. In a certain sense, he was a very handsome man, because he was the male lead who acted opposite Yin Yanyan. Chutia. Due to his love for a certain anime, and his name differing by just one character, everyone called him Chutianch. Having trained for 2.5 years and with ample resources, he quickly rose to fame. However, he was still just a popular male star needing a breakthrough big screen work to enter the top tier. Yet, Jun Qian heard that during this time, he was very careless while filming, to the point that even the director couldn't find him often, causing frustration. And who would have thought that he would be sitting alone in a corner drinking alone? Actually, Jun Qian didn't follow celebrities, so he wouldn't have recognized him. Coincidentally, he was wearing clothes designed by Huo Muyan, the same style from the movie, and he hadn't even changed. He played a destitute poet in the movie, so his overall image was quite sloppy. It was estimated that if it weren't for his features looking handsome, the bar might not have even let him in. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize him. He was the famous star Chu Tianch. What bothered Jun Qian even more was that he noticed a suspicious person not far from Chu Tianch secretly taking photos of him. If he guessed correctly, that person must be a paparazzo. And since the movie hadn't finished filming yet, if Chu Tianch's lonely drinking appearance in the bar got out, who knew how it could be twisted? Jun Qian knew those unscrupulous media well. They might portray him as a womanizer, which was already a lenient scenario. If this incident delayed the movie's final box office results, it would truly be regrettable. Thinking this, Jun Qian could only sigh and walk over, patting the paparazzo's shoulder. "Brother, I want to buy your camera. Name your price." The paparazzo was fully focused on taking photos, trying to find the best angle to show Chu Tianch's desolation. He even attempted visual distortion to make it appear as though there were many beautiful women beside him, even though his camera only showed himself. That the paparazzo was indeed very professional at his craft. With so many people in front of the camera, who knew if the several girls nearby were his own doing? "Damn, you scared me." The paparazzo glared disapprovingly at Jun Qian, surprised at being discovered, and promptly got up to leave. Dwayne Kieran timely approached, placing a large hand on the paparazzo's shoulder, maintaining a face of kindness with a smile. What do you want?" The paparazzo realized the newcomer wasn't friendly and just held on to his camera tightly. This was his treasure, and these photos, if used to extort Chu Tianch, would undoubtedly make him a good profit. After all, a girl had approached him just now, and he captured that detail. Once that spread, his image would be tarnished. How much should he extort? Oh, why was it so hard to say? It should be, how much in PR fees? As he indulged in his inner thoughts, he didn't expect to be discovered once again. And the moment John Qian spoke, expressing interest in his camera, he instinctively wanted to slip away. However, Twin Kiran's tough demeanor made it impossible for him to move, firmly held in place. Ziduan, for our dear doggy friend. Oh no, I mean paparazzo friend instead. I believe this gentleman knows my intentions. Name your price, let's bypass the tug-of-war over benefits with Chuchange. In one go. I want to buy your camera. Zheng Qian lit a cigarette and seriously stated, you want to buy my camera? I didn't take any unauthorized photos. You're saying his name is Chuchange. How could that be? He looks nothing like him. And what's up with that outfit? The paparazzo beat around the bush, fearing repercussions if he confessed directly. Zheng Qian sighed, took out his phone, and played around with it. How about a flat price of 500,000? What do you say? As long as you agree, I can arrange the transfer immediately. Zheng Qian casually said. The paparazzo's eyes widened, feeling happy inside but not letting it show. What? What did you say? Am I hearing it right? You want to pay 500,000 for this camera? Hey, you're really overthinking. If I just find Chuchange's company directly, by then, it won't be just. Before he could finish, Zheng Qian interrupted. 2 million. How about that? 2 million. Are you sure? Stop dilly-dallying. Enter it yourself. Remember, my patience has limits. Make it snappy. But if I find out you spread rumors after getting the money, don't blame me for not being polite. The paparazzo was well versed in his bank card number. To ensure quick payment upon extortion, he even trained at home in reciting their 3 bank account numbers within 15 seconds. Despite the competition in the paparazzi circle, he excelled in this ability. Bank card credited with 2 million. This time, the paparazzo was truly impressed. He quickly handed the camera to Zheng Qian, seemingly afraid of a change of heart. Along with it, he also handed his business card. Nervously and excitedly, he said, Boss, I have other good stuff on my computer. Besides capturing Chuchange today, I also have photos of a famous female star from Baodao province with 7 men in a hotel room. Go, just go. Without letting him finish, Zheng Qian impatiently waved his hand. His mood wasn't sour because he dished out 2 million for nothing. Rather, it struck him that he wasn't spending on a lady, he was paying a man for a man, without the possibility of a tenfold return. Damn it. Arriving at Chuchange's table, Zheng Qian sat beside him. Chuchange seemed indifferent to the presence of others, just mechanically drinking one glass after another. Looking at this scene, could it be? He was heartbroken. Chuchange, if you stay like this, there might be more paparazzi coming. If you're sensible, leave before I lose my temper, or don't blame me for being impolite. Chuchange's eyes remained sorrowful, and he shook his head sadly. You wouldn't understand me. Brother, meeting is fate. Come on, let's drink together. Buddy, lost in love today. Lost in love. Zheng Qian was taken aback. Even such a handsome male star could get dumped? What kind of girl was she? Actually, when Zheng Qian first saw Chuchange in such a state, he was quite angry. He was considering whether to have Ziduan throw him outside to sober up, or to give him a profound lesson physically so that he could concentrate on filming. But he actually said it was because of a breakup. WTF. Dig brother, you are an idol star. Look at yourself now, you seem like a complete loser. Zheng Qian patted his shoulder hard. Can't you act like a man? It's just a breakup, a woman, that's all. After you finish filming properly, I'll find you a new one. A military woman to serve you. How about that? Chuchange helplessly shook his head. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and despondently said, You don't understand this feeling. AI, Zixi is really cute. She is like a goddess in my heart. But she just broke up with me earlier. She is the only one in my heart. For some reason, Zheng Qian felt a bit of sympathy towards him. This guy is really emotional. It seems he's not intentionally avoiding the crew. He's truly troubled by emotions. And through their brief conversation just now, he felt that Chuchange wasn't the typical male star he had in mind. He was a passionate person. A slight fondness arose in Zheng Qian. AI, brother, let's stop talking about it. Let's have a drink. Chu Qian shook his head, poured a glass of wine for Jun Qian, and drunkenly said, "Brother, from what you said just now, it seems like you know me. Don't tell anyone. I am here. I really don't feel like signing autographs now." Jun Qian finished his drink in one go, feeling quite irritated inside. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will disturb you. Since you're not feeling good, let's have a good drink together. To be honest, I'm feeling a bit annoyed too." Just seeing Xian a moment ago made him immediately think of Jin Lu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Suddenly his regret surged within him. Why did he agree to a request to study in the United States? What if she was just testing him? Before, they were always together, and he didn't feel this way. But now, even separated by distance, that indescribable feeling of affection began to spread within his heart, leaving him speechless. "Are you also sad about a breakup?" Chu Qian teased with a tongue twist. "No. It's just thinking about my fiancé. She and my father-in-law are in the US, and I don't know how they're doing now. These days, contacting them is not as timely." Chu Qian heard this and burst into tears. "Brother, you are about to get married, that's great," sob. "But my goddess abandoned me. It's too early. Come on, let's go." Qiran called a few of his brothers over, protecting Jun Qian on both sides in the shadows. It was his first time seeing Jun Qian show such a look. Unexpectedly, Jun Qian was still as emotional. "Hey, Qianj, what are you doing here? I finally found you." Just then, his manager Wu Ming finally arrived. As he was about to pull Chu Qian up, Qiran quickly stepped forward. In a flash, he was standing in front of Wu Ming like a formidable mountain, coldly staring at him. "What are you trying to do?" The manager was stunned, only now noticing Chu Qian was drunkenly drinking with a young man, his face changing. Luckily, he had arrived just in time, otherwise, who knows what could have happened to Tianj. It's not surprising that the manager reacted this way. Something similar had almost happened before. Chu Qian had a very appealing look, very handsome, not only attracting wealthy women, but even older men with peculiar preferences. At a previous gathering, Chu Qian had been intentionally fed a lot of alcohol. He was almost taken to a hotel, but Wu Ming arrived in time and managed to talk the person out of it. Seeing Jun Qian and Chu Qian getting closer. Damn, this couldn't happen again to Qian. With his current resources, if this kid were to, it would be too tragic. Thinking this, he knelt in front of Jun Qian, emotionally clinging to his thigh. "Big brother, please spare Qian. He really has no experience. You wouldn't enjoy it. Please don't make things difficult for him. If it comes to that, you look at me." Jun Qian was enjoying his time drinking with Chu Qian, but suddenly seeing a creep holding onto his thigh, he became alert. Plus, with his indescribable expression, he subconsciously wanted to kick him. But amidst the dazzling lights, he realized something. Earlier, he had seen some pictures of the crew members, and this man seemed to be Chu Qian's manager. "You are Chu Qian's manager." By this point, Jun Qian was already partially sober. Unintentionally having had so much to drink, he had already had enough fun for the day. "Why yes, big brother, can you let us go? Qian has hemorrhoids, you definitely wouldn't like that." Seeing Jun Qian relax his expression, Wu Ming felt a surge of relief and swiftly administered a strong medicine. Theft. Jun Qian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling a chill, he glared at Wu Ming and gritted his teeth. "I don't have that kind of fetish, and besides, quickly take Chu Qian to sober up. Don't delay tomorrow's filming. Be careful on the way. Don't let the paparazzi catch you." After that, Jun Qian unsteadily got up and left. Suddenly remembering something, he stopped, turned back, and tossed a business card into Wu Ming's hand. "This kid, Chu Qian, his personality suits me. If he really can't get up tomorrow, he can rest for a bit, no rush to film, and if he encounters any trouble in the future, he can contact me at any time. Remember, don't just give out the number randomly." Patting Wu Ming's shoulder, Jun Qian left with Qiran's support. Who is he?" Wu Ming furrowed his brow and unconsciously asked Qiran. Just from seeing a few bodyguards here, he knew Jun Qian wasn't ordinary. He was also in the entertainment industry and understood that without the help of influential people, it was impossible to become popular. Thinking that Jun Qian might bring resources in the future for Chu Qian, he asked another question. "He is your boss?" "Oh no. Our boss. You're Qian. This time he's truly lucky. When Kieran answered with a smile before leaving directly. Our boss. Wu Ming felt a bit dazed. Could it be the mysterious investor behind this movie? Forget it. Let's first take Chu Change back and deal with it. Fortunately, they had come in the company's nanny car, so he quickly picked up the phone and called. Hurry. Bring two more people down to help carry Chu Change back. Damn it, he really needs to lose some weight. Trip. Jung Qiansai returned to his room, and the phone started ringing urgently. What's wrong? So late. Miss me? Perhaps due to just having a drink, Jung Qiansai answered the phone, and his speech was a bit off. Su Yuan Chuan on the other end of the phone was surprised, not expecting Zheng Qian to say such things. Although he sometimes spake, he had never said such words to himself before. If you miss me, come to my room, I'm here now. Su Yuan Chuan was taken aback as Zheng Qian spoke in a way that was going farther off track. She immediately blushed and stopped him. How much have you been drinking to act like this? I just wanted to tell you that the Sun family has started to take action. Do you have any thoughts? Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, glanced at the time, and estimated that the Sun family was indeed about to strike back. However, it was earlier than he had anticipated. I don't have any thoughts for now. I prefer to play it by ear. But, speaking of which, isn't your father planning to have a chat with me? Let's set up a game. Thanks for your help today, or there might have been trouble with the production team. Su Yuan Chuan remained silent for a moment. Let's meet tomorrow night. My father has been wanting to meet with you. The timing seems right now. Okay. Let's leave it at that for now. Contact me tomorrow. I need to sleep. Wait. I also have something to tell you. Even before the call ended, Zheng Qian's snores could be heard. Su Yuan Chuan was left astonished. She had gathered the courage to say something to Zheng Qian. It wasn't a confession. She just had a lot of things on her mind these days. Especially after that day in Shenzhen, Zheng Qian had given her clothes and behaved very intimately on the plane. Even their conversations were somewhat ambiguous. But after he returned, he barely contacted her. Even on this trip to Sibei, there were said to be 3 or 4 pretty girls around him. She just wanted to understand things from a different perspective. She swore she wasn't falling for Zheng Qian. She just wanted to clear things up. But Zheng Qian fell asleep at this crucial moment, and his snoring was so loud, it even made her hands tremble a bit. He fell asleep midway through a conversation, and even left the call open. Was he trying to intentionally annoy her? Then, Su Yuan Chuan directly dropped the phone on the ground. Clutching her fists tightly, her once-fair cheeks puffed up with anger. This scumbag. Early the next morning, Zheng Qian was awakened by the ringing phone in his room. Subconsciously checking his phone to see the time, he realized it had shut down due to a lack of battery. Hello? Zheng Qian's voice was hoarse. You finally answered. Come down for breakfast quickly. I heard you drank last night, and the sobering soup and porridge here are very good. Come warm your stomach. Kui Ziking breathed a sigh of relief. She had called Zheng Qian numerous times without an answer. If he didn't pick up now, she might have to find a way in. After all, Sibei was full of unknowns. Okay. I'll come down now. Zheng Qian took a shower and felt refreshed. Looking at himself in the mirror, he suddenly remembered the girl from last night. Xian. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Just as he opened the door, ready to take the elevator, he bumped into Huo Muyan head-on. Actually, just now, after Kui Ziking confirmed that Zheng Qian had woken up, she informed Huo Muyan about this. She hoped that Huo Muyan could apologize to Zheng Qian, take the initiative, and turn a conflict into harmony. After all, she was going to stay in Sibei for a long time. Avoiding Zheng Qian or bumping into him everywhere would be too awkward. Huo Muyan thought about it and realized she had misunderstood Zheng Qian's intentions towards her. So she arrived at Zheng Qian's doorstep. But as she was about to apologize, she didn't know how to say it. She paced back and forth in front of the door, mumbling to herself, trying to figure out the first thing to say after knocking. She hesitated. What if Zheng Qian ignored her? What if he felt disappointed? But at that moment, Zheng Qian suddenly opened the door, and they collided face to face. The crucial part was, she happened to turn her head at that very moment, facing the door, ready to knock, and Zheng Qian opened the door and stepped out, directly bumping into each other, with Zheng Qian even subconsciously lowering his head to see who was at the door, creating this incredibly classic scene where their mouths were tightly pressed together. In fact, Jun Qian quickly realized what had happened. And before Huo Muyan could recover from the shock and bite his tongue, he quickly pulled back. Seriously holding on to the stumbling Huo Muyan, he scolded. "Why are you so clumsy? What if you fall? You're the art director of the entire crew now. If you get hurt, what will we do? Come, let's go have breakfast together. Did you have a nightmare last night? Why do you look a bit dazed? Watch your step." Huo Muyan's brain was still short-circuiting, repeatedly trying to reboot her malfunctioning brain, but with no response, as if she had lost her soul. Being led by Jun Qian, they made their way to the tea restaurant downstairs. Kui Ziking was sitting by the window and suddenly saw Jun Qian and Huo Muyan. A very complex feeling flashed through her heart. Clenching her hands tightly, taking a deep breath, she quickly recovered her usual composure. Smiling as she stood up and waved, "Over here." It wasn't until the two of them sat down that Huo Muyan suddenly realized. She immediately looked up, her pretty face blushing intensely. You, ahem. Quickly eat something. Look at you. You almost fell at the door just now. Luckily I caught you in time. It's normal to have some trouble with your spirit if you had nightmares after waking up, so replenish with some nutrients, Jun Qian said earnestly, leaving Huo Muyan a bit bewildered. Just now, was it her imagination? The main question is, what actually happened? Why can't she remember anything? The taste in her mouth doesn't seem to be the usual fruit-flavored toothpaste, it's the taste of a different toothpaste. Did she use a different toothpaste to brush her teeth? Oh, thank you. Huo Muyan's cheeks turned red, and she subconsciously said, she was really a bit out of sorts, or perhaps unwilling to recall what had just happened. Could it be? Really something happened between her and Jun Qianjun? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Huo Muyan was originally a clever girl. By encountering such a situation, she appeared particularly clumsy. Kui Ziking was a clear observer. From the subtle clues between the two, one could sense some things. He sighed slightly in his heart, but did not say anything after all. Some things really depend on fate. The meal went smoothly, but Yin Yanyan needed to continue filming, so she left early. Huo Muyan was also supposed to leave with them originally. Suddenly, she remembered why she had stayed here all along. It was to apologize for yesterday's incident, so she waited at the door of Jun Qian's room. Then she seemed to have bumped into Jun Qian, and then Huo Muyan's pretty face turned even redder. She seemed to be recalling something, just focused on kneading. This time during the movie shooting break, we may need to shoot a music video for Yin Yanyan's new song. And we need new outfits. I will need to trouble you then. I feel more at ease with you around. Jun Qian broke the silence first, wiping his mouth and smiling. And I've brought a few trustworthy people and several nanny cars. So during this time, let these people escort you all. Due to the previous incident with the crew, Jun Qian absolutely did not allow those around him to encounter similar troubles again. Okay, I understand. Huo Muyan was surprisingly obedient this time, not confronting Jun Qian anymore. I'm full. Seeing that it was almost time, she stood up blushing. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Jun Qian softly and gathered the courage to say, I wanted to say, about yesterday. Haven't you already apologized in the morning? Jun Qian smiled and winked. Just this morning. Okay, you should go now. I see the driver seems to have received a lot of calls from directors. There's important business to take care of. Huo Muyan's face turned even redder at this. She dare not look at Jun Qian anymore and simply got into the car. Jun Xiao is really amazing. There was some conflict between the two yesterday, but in just a morning, a few minutes, it was resolved. TSK, can you teach me? Kui Ziking raised an eyebrow, teasing Jun Qian. This is a unique skill in our Jun family, passed down among men but not women. Jun Qian shrugged, stood up and said, let's go. Since we're almost done eating, let's go out and meet a few people. I'm currently preparing for a new business. Maybe you can help me oversee it. New business? Kui Ziking furrowed her brow suspiciously, not knowing what Jun Qian was up to, but she followed him. Lately, Jun Qian's commercial layout was dizzying. She wasn't sure where the real focus should be. The vast client group already had several business lines, each of which could stand alone. Starting a new product line, could it be a bit too eager to expand? But this was just a simple thought from Kui Ziking. She didn't show it. Worth mentioning, before coming to Sibei, Zheng Qian purchased a batch of cars for the Suneti winery. Of course, it was under Kui Ziking's name, and a hefty sum of cash was deposited into her account. Thinking that she would often come to Sibei, taking a taxi every time wasn't convenient or safe. Duan Qiren drove steadily. Kui Ziking noticed there were the latest basic foreign language newspapers and magazines in the car. She picked one up and almost laughed. She knew Zheng Qian's foreign language wasn't very good. So many articles were marked with Chinese. Obviously, he was trying hard to read the contents, whether it was the prominent titles of Fortune, Financial Times, Business Week, or Time magazine. There was a common name that kept reoccurring and was where Zheng Qian focused the translations. Her name was Wei Rusi. The large headline was very striking. Jury unanimously delivers verdict. Beautiful banker Wei Rusi acquitted on the spot. Banker family from the East struggles to gain foothold on Wall Street. Evidence shows finance has nothing to do with appearance. Though only a few words, Kui Ziking was deeply drawn in. Wei Rusi. From these newspapers and magazines, she could roughly understand some of the situation. Their family started developing in the US after World War I, gradually making a name for themselves with the careful planning of their ancestors. At their peak, they held important board seats in various Western banking groups. However, during the 2008 financial crisis, they suffered a heavy blow from Lehman Brothers, causing significant damage to their family's reputation. The patriarch of the family, Wei Donghuang, made a strategic error and was manipulated in a cooperation with Jewish people, resulting in a huge loss. They were hoping to make a stake in the Federal Reserve Bank but were reported for alleged financial crimes. The Federal Reserve is the U.S. central bank composed of a central board called the Federal Reserve Board, along with 12 regional Federal Reserve banks. The former is a subsidiary of the U.S. government, while the latter is more privately owned. This is why many joke that the U.S. central bank is not state-owned but privately owned. Jewish people have a significant stake. These details are temporarily set aside. In summary, the Wei family faced severe retribution. Wei Donghuang couldn't bear the blow to the family's reputation, suffered a heart attack, and died in the hospital. His only daughter, Wei Rusi, narrowly escaped prison. Thanks to decades of connections, there were places for help. Though she avoided the fate of prison, the Wei family fell apart, and most of their assets were seized. This Wei is truly a legendary woman. Kui Ziking looked at the report, her eyes sparkling with increasing brightness. At a young age, she displayed remarkable talent in the banking field. At just 22 years old, she already has many representative works in the banking industry and is called a financial genius. Such a person, as long as she is given a chance, she can definitely make a comeback. This was Kui Ziking's conclusion. Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, nodded, and said, "Indeed, she is such a person, and she has the drive to move upwards, very different from those rich heirs who live without purpose. Today, we're here to meet Wei Rusi. It is us who will give her this opportunity. Shall we give her this opportunity?" If someone else said something like this, Kui Ziking would definitely think he was joking, and a very outrageous joke at that. Who are the Weiss? They are a family who had been thriving in the European and American financial system for decades. The family wealth they controlled during their peak period is absolutely staggering. Even their opponents could not match them, so why should we give her an opportunity? Furthermore, just because it's an opportunity, does that guarantee success, or? Suddenly, Kui Ziking's eyes brightened as if she somewhat understood Zheng Qian's idea. Are you wanting to open a bank? This conclusion almost blurted out, but she quickly became suspicious again. No way, right? Even if Zheng Qian has a huge pool of funds, opening a bank shouldn't be that easy, right? The capital needed behind this is definitely astronomical. Isn't it hundreds of billions to pull this off? Is he serious? Yes, that's right. I do have that plan. What else could be more suitable for us than a beautiful female financial expert like her? In fact, this opportunity is very rare. Not only us, many people see her potential. To put it bluntly, giving her money is like rushing to help her rise again. It all depends on whether we have this opportunity or not. Zheng Qian nodded. As they spoke, the car had already arrived at an izakaya. Kui Ziking frowned slightly, looking at Zheng Qian with some doubt. Is that female financial expert really here? Is she drinking here in broad daylight? And There actually is an izakaya open during the day. Ignoring Kui Ziking's gaze, Jun Qian led her inside. It was somewhat dim inside. Not many people. No, just two people. Two very beautiful women. One standing at the dining table, preparing something. It smelled quite good. The other was Wei Rusi, with frameless gold wire glasses perched on her fair and delicate nose. Her eyes slightly narrowed, cheeks tinted red, probably from drinking a bit but not too much. She was dressed in a simple skirt and t-shirt, the style of a vibrant young girl. No one would believe that such an apparently ordinary girl was once called the new generation banker. However, her face showed maturity and demeanor not typical for her age. Her eyes carried a hint of mockery and playfulness, pushing the newspaper aside. "Auntie, is the sushi ready yet?" "Almost there." Her voice was gentle as she slowly walked out. Addressed as auntie, she must be an elder too. However, she didn't seem to have many traces of aging on her face. It even felt like Jun Qian only thought she was around 31 or 2. "Oh, you must be the friends introduced by Xiaolu." "That's right, Auntie Fan. I'm Jun Qian that Jin Lu mentioned, and this is my friend Kui Ziking." "Hello, Auntie." Kui Ziking politely stepped forward to shake hands. When Auntie Fang mentioned Xiaolu, a slight tremor ran through her heart, but she quickly concealed her emotional fluctuations. Auntie Fan looked deeply at her and then smiled. "Please sit down. I'll go prepare something." "Oh, don't rush to refuse. Our families have a long-standing relationship with Xiaolu. Why be polite to me?" It seems Xiaolu mentioned she was her fiancé. Auntie Fang was indeed tactful and didn't reveal this in front of Kui Ziking. "Are you that Jun Qian?" It seemed that only now Wei Rusi noticed the two people. Turning around, she propped her chin with one hand, lazily tapping the table with the other. Her newly polished nails shimmered with a brilliant shine. Kui Ziking couldn't help but think, even her hands are so pretty. She must be good at playing the piano if she does. "It's me." Jun Qian nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Thanks to Jin Lu, we finally have the chance to meet. Actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time. The reason I haven't acted yet is because I haven't found the right person. I hope you can join my team." Jun Qian's words were quite ordinary, without anything particularly appealing. There were no promises made, seeming more like he wanted a free ride. "What are you planning to do? Just run an investment firm, or do you have some spare cash and plan to make it grow, earn interest on interest?" "Anyway, I'll be staying in Sibei for a while. I can help casually, but join your team." "I'll pass. I'm not interested." Wei Rusi rejected directly, sweeping a glance at Jun Qian. Her gaze lingered on Kui Ziking for quite a while, from top to bottom, in a probing manner full of aggressiveness. Kui Ziking has definitely met many people in her life. She may not have observed countless individuals, but has at least interacted with various types. Yet, Wei Rusi seemingly brings something new. Her gaze is just so unabashed. If genders were switched, she would be considered a rogue. It even made Kui Ziking's cheeks turn slightly red. Unexpectedly, this sparked Wei Rusi's interest even more. "Is this beautiful lady also from your company?" Wei Rusi extended her slender fingers, pointing towards where Kui Ziking was. Jun Qian was momentarily stunned. "Yes, she is currently in charge of our Suniti business and is an executive director of Shumel Group. If you join us, she will temporarily assist you." Kui Ziking blushed even more. "Why does she keep looking at me like that?" "Perhaps Jin Lu didn't explain clearly to you at that time. I'm looking for you not just to run a simple investment firm. I don't currently have the idea of being a guardian angel investor. I want to open a bank first." And then, before Jun Qian finished, Wei Rusi almost spit out the drink she had just sipped. It seemed like she was looking at Jun Qian, dumbfounded, speechless. "Do you have some misunderstanding about banks? Is it something you can just open up? Although the country allows the existence of private banks, but do you know how much money is needed?" "Don't know. A lot." Jun Qian shook his head very honestly. "The first requirement is that the registered capital shall not be less than 1 billion. "No problem." Without letting her finish, Jun Qian nodded earnestly. "This is only the initial registered capital, but if you want to operate this bank, you'll need an enormous cash flow. At least 5 billion in all aspects." "No problem. No problem." Wei Rusi was stunned. It's not that she had never encountered wealthy and powerful people before. On the contrary, most of the people she had interacted with in the past had a net worth of several billion or even managed organizations operating with tens of billions of US dollars. Before returning to China, she had looked down on many entrepreneurs here. Indeed, many people were eager to give her money, and the amounts were not insignificant. Some were even willing to entrust her with several billion to manage, but she had declined them all, simply finding it uninteresting. However, today she felt a bit different. How much money can you bring out to do this? Wei Rusi looked deeply at Zhang Qian. I hope you can answer truthfully, not talk nonsense. I am not in the mood to joke with you. You should be clear about the relationship between Jin Lu and me. If you dare to deceive me, you're doomed. I'll go to the restroom for a moment. Kui Ziking quickly stood up as an excuse to leave. She was indeed very clever, so clever that Zhang Qian didn't even need to say much. She knew what to do. That's also why Zhang Qian chose to bring her out. It was really worrying-free. He didn't need to give her any instructions. Sometimes just a glance from him and she understood what he meant. A woman like her was truly rare. However, this time Zhang Qian really had no intention of deliberately hiding things from Kui Ziking. After all, bringing her to meet Wei Rusi was also a way to prepare for possible future cooperation. There was nothing wrong with knowing some secrets. After all, the money now was just numbers to Zhang Qian, and these numbers would only increase and grow. 10 minutes later, Kui Ziking estimated that the two had discussed the main points of information. When they sat back down, Wei Rusi seemed uneasy. She looked at Zhang Qian as if he were a monster, unable to speak for a while. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she might have thought Zhang Qian was crazy. The way she looked now, where was the demeanor of a financial goddess? All right, you can consider it first. Give me a response when you've made up your mind. I will be staying in Sibei for quite some time. Even if you don't want to do it, it's fine. You are Jin Lu's friend. If you need money for business, I will fully support you. Downing his drink, Zhang Qian nodded to Wei Rusi and stood up, ready to leave with Kui Ziking. Wait a moment. Wei Rusi seemed to come back to her senses, gracefully approaching Kui Ziking and taking out her phone. Duty. Can I add you on WeChat? If I have a response, I can contact you directly. Is that okay? Kui Ziking? Sure. No problem. Well then, after getting Zhang Qian's approval, she took out her phone to scan the QR code. Even after leaving the izakaya and getting into the car, she still felt a bit dazed. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian leaned back in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. At first, when he was crazily making money using the system, he didn't have this feeling. However, as the numbers kept increasing, he felt incredibly fulfilled and excited, a huge sense of satisfaction. But after a long time, he gradually discovered some downsides. Unconsciously, he counted his assets. It had already reached a staggering 373 billion yuan. This number was terrifying. Hence, Zhang Qian had to specially hire a team to work with Northeast Zhang Shengchan to reorganize his assets for a long period of time so that the colossal asset wouldn't attract attention. So he thought, why not just establish his own bank to manage his assets? There were many benefits to this approach. It could keep a low profile and when the time was right, he could establish an investment bank. Like Goldman Sachs, investing in female entrepreneurs worldwide, the system could start delivering crazy rebates. The thought alone was thrilling. Moreover, Wei Rusi was also a woman. What if he put all 373 billion into it? Would that count as spending on her? Or how could he manipulate it to make the system think it was spending on her? In that case, he would instantly transform and possess 30 trillion. That was a whopping 30 trillion. What are you thinking? Kui Ziking, sitting next to him, asked suspiciously. She saw Zhang Qian smiling and making weird expressions, even drooling at times, and she felt a bit scared. But upon a closer look, she didn't see the same fear in Wei Rusi's eyes. Oh, nothing. Really? Zhang Qian chuckled, touched his nose, checked the time, and said, let's go. We didn't eat much at the izakaya earlier, and I'm not used to island food. Let's go have some hometown dishes. After a simple meal, Kui Ziking headed to Lin Mix's office. Recently, she had been busy overseeing the establishment of Zundi's team, among other things. Checking the time, Zhang Qian decided to return to the hotel to rest. There was an appointment at the Su family in the evening. He needed to be well prepared. Speaking of Wei Rusi, Zhang Qian was also surprised that Jin Lu knew such a talented individual. It turned out that although the Wei family lived in the United States year-round, they would return to China for a period of time, every once in a while. Since Wei Dongwang's ancestral home was in North Yi, Several generations had maintained good relations with the Jin family. After Wei Danhuang passed away, Wei Rusi didn't want to return to that place of sorrow, so she came to a relatively unfamiliar city. The auntie who owned the izakaya had watched Wei Rusi grow up since she was little. At the time, due to certain circumstances where Jin Yadao had to go in, Jin Lu had considered asking Wei Rusi for help. However, coincidentally, at that time, there was a misfortune in the Wei family in the US, so they didn't bring it up. Fate sometimes worked in mysterious ways. Zheng Qian also had a deeper understanding of Jin Yadao. He always felt that his father-in-law wasn't a simple person. Returning to the story, even though Zheng Qian had been busy with other things today, a lot of news still reached him. It was all about the Sun family's retaliation. This matter truly hurt the Su family. Following a family meeting, they immediately took action. Their first move was to contact all their channels, suppliers, nightclubs, etc. that they had cooperated with their influence covering most of JZH, and halted the payment for the alcohol purchased from the Su Sheng group. Everyone knew their intentions. They wanted to force the Su family's financial chain to rupture, to force the Su family into lawsuit battles with them. Ha. You want to sue? Dozens of leading suppliers and channels, all suing you. Can you handle it? Okay. Even if you can, how long will it take? By that time, the dishes will have turned cold. Filing a lawsuit is of no benefit to the current Su family at all. With so many people, can they even manage to sue everyone? Even in cases of malicious business competition, what can you do about it? At this stage, it's all about financial strength. The Su family can totally retaliate in an equivalent manner, engage in a mutual siege, and see who is tougher. But, does the Su family have that much money? And where did the Sun family get their funding from? Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, glancing at the news, and couldn't help but smile faintly. The opportunity to make money has arrived. At 6 p.m., someone from the Su family came to the hotel to pick up Zheng Qian. Although he had had many exchanges with the Su family before, this was the first time he visited their home in a true sense. Zheng Qian didn't bring anyone else, only Duen Qiren accompanied him. The Su family's mansion was grand as well, not far from the Grand Canal and the Su North Museum. Everything was strict and majestic. The Su family is indeed arrogant, Duen Qiren couldn't help but whisper as soon as they got out of the car. Why do you say that? Zheng Qian was puzzled, but following his gaze, he noticed Duen was looking at the architectural layout. The architectural style of the Su family mansion is designed exactly like the royal standard. Many people in my hometown are from the Fragrant Hill gang, and their architectural skills are very impressive. So, I grew up hearing about it and had seen quite a lot. For example, the largest room in the back, its roof is called the Wudianding, of the same level as the Forbidden City. As he spoke, Zheng Qian understood what he meant. It wasn't about the noble nature of the building but the standard of the system that only the royal family had the qualification to enjoy. If this was placed in ancient times, if someone dared to build such a roof at home, they would probably face severe punishment. Zheng, this way please. The old steward personally received Zheng Qian and led him deep into the Su family mansion. It was actually a vast complex of buildings, but what took up a larger area was the beautifully landscaped garden. It seemed more like the Jiangnan region than Jiangnan itself, and he was starting to like it here. How much money does it take to build such a garden? Zheng Qian couldn't help but ask. Well, if we don't consider land prices and just construction costs, it's not that outrageous. It can be done with a few $100 million. The old steward slightly bowed, very politely answering. So his point was, compared to the construction costs, being able to acquire this land was the impressive part of the Su family. After all, as long as you have money nowadays, you can build any kind of house. The crucial part is the location. As they conversed, Zheng Qian was led to the center of the garden, where a pavilion surrounded by water sat. Looking around, there were 7 to 8 people in the pavilion, but the main seats were very apparent, occupied by only 3 people. They were the head of the Su family, Su Yuanshuan's father, Su Yulu, her brother, Su Zhengting, and Su Yuanshuan herself. As for Su Zheng, it seemed he did not yet have the qualifications to sit here. Not only because of his young age but more so due to lack of ability, he had been excluded from the power circle and was just a playboy. Everyone's expressions were quite intriguing. If he guessed correctly, these should be the core high-level members of the Su Sheng group. Yan Zheng, you are indeed promising. Seeing you today, truly remarkable. Please, Sit. Suyulu nodded slightly, smiling. Su Jingting, however, looked at Zhang Qian with caution and hostility. He was essentially the designated first heir in the Su family, currently serving as the general manager of the group. Suyulu had retired behind the scenes as the chairman of the board of directors, personally overseeing the eldest son. Su Yuanchuan, although more capable, was unlikely to inherit the group. At most, she would assist her brother. With the arrival of Zhang Qian, not just the Su family, but even the entire Su North situation had begun to undergo subtle changes. Originating from the conflict between the Su and Sun families, many factions had started to move. Mr. Su, I have long admired your name. Courtesy demands reciprocity, so Zhang Qian replied politely. Suyulu introduced all the typical members of these family businesses, interconnected by blood relations. The men were either surnamed Su or had married Su women. Chairman, today is a family meeting. Is it appropriate to bring an outsider here? The speaker was Su Bowen, Su Yuanchuan's second uncle and held significant influence within the group. Su Yuanchuan frowned slightly, but she kept silent. The people present were of high status, so sometimes she could only maintain silence. It's all right, we have already finished discussing what needs to be said. Suyulu waved his hand and then turned his gaze to Zhang Qian. Young man, I heard you've reached a partnership with the Shangchen Group, secured the rights to represent 2 types of liquor. Indeed, Mr. Su, do you have any instructions? With just a few words, Zhang Qian understood what today's meeting was about. It seems that taking down the Su family is not as simple as it seems. I'll say it plainly. Due to your relationship, Su Yuanchuan has already been punished by our family. Even though we are destined for a confrontation with the Sun family, now is not the time. She directly sent Su Jin, that disobedient son, to abduct Sun Jifeng. Do you know what that means? Suyulu's tone was calm, but everyone could feel his apparent anger. So what? Zhang Qian was known for being flexible and calm under pressure. If you treated me well, I would reciprocate. So when he first arrived, he was polite, even addressing Suyulu as Mr. Su. But as the conversation deepened, he sensed the animosity and changed his address to Chairman Su. Now, he was more direct, cutting to the chase. This all started because of you. Don't you even have the decency to apologize? How uncultured. Su Bowen slammed the table, coldly snorting. Do you think we Su family are a pushover? Let me tell you, if you don't provide an explanation, do you believe I will turn the contract you have with Paymoin into a useless piece of paper? Hearing this, Zhang Qian suddenly laughed. He lit a cigarette and calmly said, It's amazing how all of you windbags managed to build up the Susheng group. I hold such important resources in my hands, and instead of seeking to collaborate, you take this attitude. Oh, I see now. You want to start by oppressing me, playing the bad guy, then have Suyulu play the good guy, right? You'll wait for an opportunity to let me transfer the rights of those to liquors to you at a very low price, then claim out of consideration for me, you won't pursue Su Yuanchuan's matter. Is that it? Do you think I'm stupid? Or perhaps, I look stupid? Zhang Qian's words left them stunned. How should I put it? It was really sharp, going straight to the point and expressing the central idea, because that was exactly what they were thinking. First, they had to show some strength, sing a tune of disapproval, and suppress Zhang Qian. Then, they used Su Yuanchuan as an excuse, saying her actions directly affected the life and death of the Su family. And the main culprit was Zhang Qian, because Zhang Qian allowed Su Yuanchuan to help on his own, leading to all these results. Therefore, in their view, if Zhang Qian wanted to atone, to protect Su Yuanchuan, he must give up a large share of profits in the contract. Of course, Suyulu, as a figure who had been dominating for many years, naturally knew that Zhang Qian might not just comply. But after this back and forth, if Zhang Qian gave up a little, it would still be considered a victory. However, what was this situation? How could Zhang Qian so easily see through their intentions? Cough. Su Jingting awkwardly cleared his throat and said seriously, Zhang Qian, do not judge us with a villain's heart. Is there anything that our Su family has done to wrong you? Seeing the relationship between you and Su Yuanchuan, we only punished her a little. Just now, my second uncle's words were a bit loud, but the point was this. If you want our Su family, it's not possible, but if we cooperate, it will be a win-win situation, and we can arrange for Su Yuanchuan to be by your side. As he spoke, a hint of a knowing expression flashed in his eyes. This made Zhang Qian feel genuinely disgusted. To be honest, he was truly disappointed in the Su family. Initially, because of Su Yuanchuan, he thought this family had some capabilities, but getting to know them up close was truly disappointing. Su Yuanchuan wanted to speak a few times, but was sternly stopped by Su Yulu's fierce gaze, feeling anxious. She didn't expect her family to have such thoughts. They clearly needed Zheng Qian's help but were putting on this posture. She knew Zheng Qian well, typical in that he preferred coaxing over coercion. However, when Su Zhenting mentioned the possibility of delegating herself to Zheng Qian, she hesitated a bit. Well, although it was different from their previous conversation, it wasn't unacceptable. It was just that the family was being too much. Clearly, it was because of Zheng Qian that they could secure the agency rights for the JZH group, holding a huge advantage, yet they insisted on using this so-called emperor's strategy to try to control Zheng Qian. Come on. What era was this? Did they really think Zheng Qian was just a naive kid and would comply just because of some intimidation? In reality, Su Yuanchuan was also very disappointed in her family's behavior. Since you don't want to negotiate, let's not. Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, stood up, and said, "In my eyes, the only use of your Su family is as an existing group framework. I don't need to reorganize teams, and so on. Apart from that, there is no other value. Oh, if there is any real value, it's Su Yuanchuan. She is different from you all. More visionary." After saying that, Zheng Qian turned to leave. Everyone was left stunned, unable to react for a while. Did he just leave like that? Su Yulu slammed the table abruptly, sternly saying, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Just because the Sun family seems strong now, don't think our Su family is defenseless. Do you really think our only profitable avenue is in the liquor business? Kid, believe me, the agency rights you acquired from the JZH group will be useless. When we finish this war, don't even think about selling a bottle of wine through JZH. If you want to negotiate with us then, sorry, it's not happening." Zheng Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. He flicked the cigarette ash, calmly stating, "Don't be too arrogant." Well, that shouldn't be the line now. Old comrade, I must remind you, you really don't understand the power of capital. Now that it has come to this, I see you have prepared for the worst. Good. After this battle, I will completely manage the liquor sales channels of the entire JZH. Meeting adjourned. Zheng Qian was right. They really didn't understand the power of capital. No. More accurately, they didn't understand how immense Zheng Qian's capital really was. With over 3 trillion in assets, it wasn't just about dealing with the small Su family and Sun family. He even dared to directly confront the SHMEC. Ignorance is bliss. There was no need to save them anymore. Well, then Su Yuanchuan can manage the integrated family afterward. She is quite good. Apart from liking to throw her phone, there seemed to be no other flaws. Su Zhenting saw Zheng Qian getting farther away and couldn't help but stand up to reprimand him. "Shut up." Su Yulu gave him a cold glance and then addressed everyone. "Have you all seen it? This kid doesn't really want to negotiate with our Su family. In this era, access is king. As long as we can win this battle, become the head of the JZH liquor channel, the Sun group will definitely change their decision." Su Yuanchuan slightly closed her eyes. She seemed to have already seen the scene of her family's collapse. "Father, I voluntarily give up my position and shares in the family and officially exit the Su Shang group. I thought this was an opportunity to win over Zheng Qian, to resolve the Sun family with his help. But it seems you all have a different idea. I want some solitude. You can contact my assistant for the handover work." Watching Su Yuanchuan leave, the expressions of everyone present were varied, but most were smiling. Although Su Yuanchuan didn't qualify to inherit the family business, she did hold a significant amount of shares. In the past 2 years, she had been thriving, and people were worried that if Su Yulu suddenly passed away, Su Yuanchuan might actually have a chance. Now that she voluntarily withdrew, there was no need to worrying about potential palace and intrigue in the future. Let her go. When it comes to important matters, she's unreliable. Without even facing any challenges, she's thinking about selling the family business. What's the use in that? Su Yulu waved her hand, stood up, and said, "It's time to make the Sun family truly feel our strength. Contact that person from the Sunshang Club immediately. With him on our side, the Sun family is as good as finished. And we must force Zheng Qian to hand over the agency rights for the 2 wines. Su Bei, because of the Su family, there is Sube." This statement was resounding. People felt invigorated, as if victory was within reach. Only Su Yuanshuang, who had already distanced herself from the group, shook her head silently, believing that this was the revelry before the storm. After leaving the Su family, Zheng Qian immediately headed to Kui Ziking's office. She already knew the current situation. If anyone else heard about this, they would definitely scold Zheng Qian for being crazy. But not Kui Ziking. She took a deep breath, tried to maintain a good mood, and said with a wry smile, "The Su family is really crazy." Yes, Su Yulu, the parent of the Su family, was not thinking about teaming up with Zheng Qian to take over the Sun family. Instead, she was eyeing the agency rights of Tuwines in Zheng Qian's hands, attempting to take them by force. Is this not madness? This is good. I was still a bit sympathetic towards the Su family because of Su Yuanshuang, but now, I can finally act without restraint. Our Suniti Wine Company wants to take off. This is the perfect opportunity. Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes and said, "Let's do it according to the plan we discussed before." Kui Ziking's expression was extremely strange. Although this plan was indeed proposed by Zheng Qian, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like someone with too much money to burn. It seemed like emphasizing the use of money. This time, let's give them a little shake-up in Yabai. Just like this, send out all the people that Key's group can use to find and negotiate with them. It doesn't matter how much money, offering 10 times is okay, the effect is what matters. But remember, absolutely do not reveal my information. Everything should revolve around your Kui family, or the Suniti Wine Company. After all, this is a deal worth billions. I don't want to be targeted again. After discussing for an hour, Zheng Qian left the office. In the car, Zheng Qian did some calculations. The Sun and Su families were engaging in a price war based on equal terms, closely controlling their distribution channels to boycott each other's products. As a result, both sides' inventories would soon run low. Because they wouldn't purchase each other's products, they could only deplete their stocks or find other sources. This was a foreseeable fact. What Zheng Qian needed to do was use her massive cash flow to buy all the goods from upstream suppliers. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. She wanted to intercept this flow and buy up the goods they might purchase in large quantities through other channels. How much would this cost? Kui Ziking probably calculated that it would cost tens of billions. Zheng Qian waved her hand confidently, proposing 10 times if necessary. Properly executed, it could reach hundreds of billions. If all this money was spent through Kui Ziking's hands, then Zheng Qian would essentially be making a huge profit using the system, possibly over $1 trillion. Of course, this was still in an ideal state. The actual situation might be a bit less, but not by much. Looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, Zheng Qian felt content. She lit a cigarette, a faint smile on her lips. The more she lost money, the more she made. Only those with a system could understand this feeling. Let the Sun and Su families continue their battle. Once they depleted their inventories and found nowhere to make purchases, they might come back seeking her. At that time, Zheng Qian could increase the price and profit from both ends, a sure win. Let's not go back to the hotel. Let's go visit the film crew. I've never seen how they make movies despite being this old. And I don't know how the progress is going now. Zheng Qian had some spare time, and since the battle between the families would take a while to conclude, she might as well use this opportunity to visit the film crew. Maybe she could come up with another way to make money. When she reached the set, she didn't rely on her status as an investor but rather discreetly asked Ni Kai for a staff pass to hang around her neck. Standing nearby and observing everything felt fresh. The employees there didn't pay much attention, as there were various staff members around all the time, assuming Zheng Qian and Duen Qiren were employees from another crew in the film base. At that time, they were filming a scene between Chu Chanj and Yin Yanyan. It portrayed the encounter of two people who had lost contact years ago due to misunderstandings and coincidentally meeting on the street. Chu Chanj had spent nearly a decade searching for Yin Yanyan, lingering at places where she might appear, spending all his savings, looking disheveled as he played the Qing and wrote poetry on the streets. On this day, while Chu Chanj was preparing to move on to another place to wander, he serendipitously encountered the long-lost Yin Yanyan at a corner. Her appearance hadn't changed much. However, at this moment, he was shabby and far from the handsome figure he used to be. Despite this, Chu Chanj struggled to express the contrasting emotions in the scene. In the director's words, His eyes lacked a necessary emotion. After several unsatisfactory shoots, they planned to take a break and find the right emotional state. However, at that moment, the director suddenly noticed Zhang Qian in the corner. The demo music of Zhuan and I was playing in the background. Mulan had completed the lyrics and arrangement, ready for Yin Yanyan to record and release it online as the soundtrack for the movie. Listening to the familiar melody, along with the stirring memories, Zhang Qian felt a bit lost in thought. She thought about her past, her future, and even Jin Lu in the US. A whimsical thought crossed her mind. If she were to suddenly lose the system many years later, losing all her wealth, what would happen then? Would Jin Lu still stay by her side? Would she leave like Yao Mongman did? If she ended up on the streets, would Jin Lu search for her worldwide, just like the protagonist in a movie? Thinking along these lines, Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel emotional. Lighting a cigarette, her eyes were filled with melancholy. The director was awestruck. The fan in his hand fell to the ground. Wasn't this the expression he had been eagerly anticipating? He had painstakingly guided Chu Qianzhi for 2 hours to immerse himself in the plot to show this desolate expression, and now, he couldn't get it right. That look in Zhang Qian's eyes was fantastic. The director was excited. He pulled a staff member over. Who is he? The staff member looked suspiciously over. Oh, he is a staff pass. Maybe he's from another studio. What's up, director? Bring him over to try out for a role. The director was ruthless, gritting his teeth. Damn it, let him audition. Let him come for an audition. The staff member Zi Huan looked confused, unsure, and glanced at the director, thinking he was talking in his sleep. The director gave him a big poke and said seriously, "Yes, young man, pay attention to the look in his eyes now. Doesn't it resemble what I've been hoping to portray in the movie all this time?" Zi Huan followed his finger and happened to see Zhang Qian's desolate gaze. At that moment, he seemed to be possessed by a character from a movie. How were these layered emotions brewed? Go. Bring him over to me. Seeing the director being serious, Zi Huan reluctantly had to go and do as told. Chu Qianzhi was currently sitting backstage, trying to get into character. He was a very serious actor, not just handsome, but also one of the few male artists who didn't act like a big shot and took memorizing lines seriously. However, his acting skills seemed limited. He could sing, but acting was a bit lacking. Yin Yanyan also felt helpless. She didn't want to disturb Chu Qianzhi, so she came to the front to prepare for the next scene with the director, thinking that if there was time, she could seize the opportunity and maybe visit a recording studio. But at that moment, she didn't expect to see a very familiar figure here. Why is he here? Is he here to see me or Huo Muyan? Yin Yanyan's heart began to race. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, had been brewing emotions and was about to leave without disturbing the crew filming. But suddenly, he was stopped by Zi Huan. Brother, what are you doing here? Zhang Qian was caught off guard and a bit confused. He had been so immersed in his state just now that he was finding it hard to snap out of it. Being suddenly interrupted by someone nearby, he was unsure how to respond. We're just here to take care of some business, Duan Qiren quickly interjected. Oh, taking care of business. Does this brother had any interest in trying the role? Zi Huan pondered for a moment and said, with a smile, the director felt his emotions were very suitable just now and he would be a good fit for a role in the movie. Don't worry, if you pass, the crew will provide a boxed meal, and maybe even a $2 service fee. That the boxed meal might not necessarily have drumsticks, given the current economic situation. It might only have 2 buns without pickles. The buns might even be expired. And also, Zi Huan calculated in his mind. This guy looks a bit vacant. He might not stay to audition if he hears that the boxed meal is not so good. Audition? Zhang Qian was taken aback and didn't hear the part about the boxed meal. It all seemed very new to him, so he nodded. If it's just a trial, it's no problem. In fact, Zhang Qian found the experience quite refreshing and a rare opportunity to try something new. If he found acting fun, maybe he could even venture into Hollywood and act alongside Scarlett Johansson. At that moment, Zhang Qian's mind also wandered. You want to audition? Young man, don't blame me if I don't warn you. To make it big, timing is crucial. If Chu Qianzhi thinks you are trying to skip work, you're in big trouble. It's said that he knows members of the underworld. Be careful, you might get. Zhang Qian didn't even listen to his bragging. Once he was interested, he went straight to the director. He was the only one apart from Nikai, Yin Yanyan, and Huo Muyan who knew the real investors behind the movie. Oh, Chu Qianjan, his manager, knew too, but that was it. The director only knew there was a mysterious director behind it all, but he had no idea who it was. Young man, what's your name? The director Han Shintao handed him a cigarette. Zheng Qian took it without hesitation, nodded with a smile, and said, "Hello, director. You can call me Zheng Qian, on ... I heard you want me for an audition. Was it for a fight scene or a kissing scene?" Of course. It's best to start with the kissing scene. That way, I can show off my exceptional kissing skills and really get the female actress into character. Of course, I don't want to use stand-ins. The audience might not like it. Before Zheng Qian could finish, Han Shintao almost choked on his cigarette. Cough, cough, cough. Zheng, you're thinking too much about that. The thing is, your emotions were really good just now, very much in line with what we need for this scene. How about you try with the female actress later? Run through it again. How about that? If you perform well, I can give you a small role. Han Shintao then patted Zheng Qian's shoulder firmly and said with emphasis, "Young man, this is an opportunity that you can't seek out. The investors behind this film are very powerful. The movie will definitely be a hit. You will surely become popular." Zheng Qian felt speechless but also thought to himself, "You're good at talking." However, the thought of not having a kissing scene made him feel a bit disappointed. In reality, Han Shintao couldn't replace Chu Qianj. At best, he hoped Zheng Qian could play a guiding role, helping Chu Qianj figure out how to act the scene. Perhaps Chu Qianj might have an epiphany. After all, the movie was almost done shooting, and switching the male lead at the last minute would be too costly. And he couldn't guarantee if Zheng Qian could handle other scenes well. That could work too. After some consideration, Zheng Qian nodded with a smile. "If that's the case, then I'll trouble the director. I just stood there and listened briefly to the plot earlier. I'm not very familiar with it, so could you explain the scene to me?" Seeing Zheng Qian's cooperation, Han Shintao quickly led him to a corner to discuss in detail. After half an hour, Zheng Qian had his makeup done, changed into clothing similar to Chu Tianji's, and stood in front of the camera. Who was that person just now? Huo Muyan happened to be out for a bit and returned to see Zheng Qian in costume and makeup walking past. "Oh, he's here for an audition as per the director's request. Not sure where he came from." Huo Muyan nodded thoughtfully. She couldn't shake the feeling that this person seemed somewhat familiar. When it truly came time to start filming, there was a conflict with Zheng Qian's ideas. In his mind, all that was needed for filming was to stand in front of the camera and act cool. After all, he had seen movies before, and weren't those actors just posing in front of the lens? But reality proved otherwise. The issue of positioning baffled Zheng Qian from the start. Often, as he walked, he would find himself outside the frame, leaving the director speechless. Han Shintao even wondered if his own idea was wrong. Could Chu Qianj play the role well by imitating him? But something magical happened. Perhaps it was Zheng Qian's natural talent or his quick learning abilities. Once he grasped simple techniques like positioning, he became smooth and confident, unaffected by the nearby camera. However, if Xia Qianchen were here, she definitely wouldn't attribute it to any talent. It was purely because he had a thicker skin. The lines were simple, or rather, there were almost no lines at all. No specific techniques were required, no back and forth dialogue. All that was needed was genuine emotions. After all, it was just a scene of a long-lost encounter, mainly conveyed through eye contact. Just a few lines of dialogue that were easy to remember. "Yanyan, come here." Han Shintao beckoned. "This guy is an amateur, but I thought his eyes just now were quite good. Come interact with him. Do it once, and then show Chu Qianj how to act." Yin Yanyan nodded, walking over with a complex expression. As for Zheng Qian, he was seated on the ground, trying to find inspiration. In front of him was a worn-out guitar, and in his hand was a paper with a poem that he had just written. But unexpectedly, Han Shintao, having an interesting thought, directly used his written song Colorful Clouds. Considering that it was soon to be Yin Yanyan's promotional song, it made sense to integrate it with the film. Stop. Han Shintao shouted excitedly. "Now is not the time for you to speak. Did you forget what the script demands? Don't ruin the atmosphere. Attention everyone. Remember to shoot a close-up of that person's face a few more times." Yin Yanyan blushed, she felt a bit embarrassed by her outburst earlier. As for Jung Qian, he appeared quite natural. At that moment, he had entered his zone, replaying the scenes he had just imagined in his mind. If he truly lost everything but then encountered her searching for him worldwide, their reunification would surely be wordless, communicated through silence. No lines were necessary at that moment. They felt pale and powerless. Cut. The assistant director furrowed his brows, ready to call a halt, but he was interrupted by Han Jintao. What are you yelling for? Do you want to die? It's not. Director, earlier you scolded Yin Yanyan for flubbing her lines, but now this guy, when it's his turn to speak, remains silent. Isn't this wasting everyone's time? He turned back, looking confused, with question marks all over his face. Han Jintao glared at him, saying, "Are you insane? Don't you see the current atmosphere is just perfect?" After some reflection, I realized that sometimes words aren't necessary. Not speaking right now actually feels more fitting. Assistant director, but isn't that your call? Okay, fine. You're the director after all. Jun Qian's eyes conveyed a mix of emotions. He stood up abruptly, briefly locking eyes with a girl walking towards him. Both of them stood still. She vaguely felt the man in front of her was familiar, like the one she had loved years ago. However, the current him appeared too unkempt, like a homeless man, completely opposite to his former perfect image. No. It couldn't be him. She must have mistaken him for someone else. Yet, his gaze was so familiar, something only he could possess. Conversely, Jung Qian, after gazing deeply at Yin Yanyan for a moment, slightly nodded, then bowed as if encountering a stranger unexpectedly. Turning around, he lit a cigarette in the wind, picking up his recently packed bag and walked away with somewhat unsteady steps. Yin Yanyan couldn't hold back and uttered this word. Despite that, Jung Qian continued to move forward, his footsteps somewhat wavering but resolute. The assistant director was about to call cut, but upon looking back at Han Jintao, he noticed the director's emotional expression. His eyes trembled slightly, as if contemplating something. The script originally didn't have many scenes for Jung Qian. It was a simple encounter followed by a few lines, then an embrace. However, Han Jintao realized that Jung Qian's silence and sudden turn enriched the character's depth. Yin Yanyan didn't know how to proceed. In the script, after a few words, they were supposed to embrace. Should I catch up with him? But the director did say he was supposed to embrace me. Would it seem awkward if I took the initiative to hug him? Cut. At that moment, Han Jintao suddenly slammed the table in anger. Pointing at Yin Yanyan, he said, "What's wrong with you? Don't you see he's already far away? Why are you still standing there? Shouldn't you go after him now?" Should I go after him? Yin Yanyan asked, embarrassed. Yes, you catch up. Then he speeds away, and you both lose sight of each other at the street corner. You're in agony, unsure if you mistook him again, conflicting internally. Only then, in the grand finale, he appears, sacrificing himself to save you, creating a more magnificent end. That's when you realize, oh, we truly reunited. Understand? Han Jintao approached excitedly. Even though Jung Qian's interpretation had deviated entirely from the script, the director immediately grasped his intention and made some artistic adjustments to the script. The two seemed to share an understanding like kindred spirits, reading each other's thoughts. Jung Qian also walked over, nodding in agreement, affirming that was his idea. In that moment, Han Jintao found Jung Qian very pleasing. Yin Yan is still a good actress. It's just that sometimes she lacks a bit of inspiration like myself. It's fine. I'll guide her well to achieve that feeling. All right, everyone, get ready. Let's shoot again. Jung Qian clapped his hands, instinctively taking charge. Upon hearing Jung Qian's words, Han Jintao was momentarily stunned. It seems like I'm the director. Why does this kid seem a bit off? Boss. Just then, Chu Tianji's agent also couldn't help but pause as she walked out, initially thinking it was some fool who had taken Chu Tianji's role, wearing his clothes and performing the same scene. Ready to scold Han Jintao, she unexpectedly caught sight of Dwayne Kieran not far away. Coupled with the familiar feeling about the man in front of her, it suddenly hit her that she had witnessed him that night. Upon returning, she immediately contacted Mi Kai, confirming her suspicion. The person she saw that day was indeed Jung Qian. Boss, isn't your boss ... Han Jintao was a bit dumbfounded. He's the investor of this film, right? Mi Kai mentioned he's the big boss behind the foundation. The agent looked at Han Jintao strangely. Don't you know him? Haven't seen him before. Indeed, he had never seen him before. Chu Qianzhi also walked out, planning to say something, but Han Jintao intervened, pulling him away, nodding slightly. I don't care who he is for now, but solely based on his acting skills, he's already outshining many of the young idols today. Pay attention to the subtle changes in his emotions, very delicate, as if he truly experienced them. Yin Yanyan, being a professional actress, had naturally improved after her previous mistake. As Zheng Qian left her line of sight, dragging his tired body, his scene should have been concluded by protocol. However, seemingly touched by something or reminded of something, he lit a cigarette, leaning against the wall in the alley, creating smoke rings. Han Jintao, witnessing this scene, felt a scalp-tingling sensation. Hastening over, he fiercely kicked the cameraman's buttocks, shouting, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and continue filming. Capture this scene." The cameraman, looking puzzled, thought the scene had already ended. However, under his authority, he reluctantly went to resume filming. Han Jintao couldn't help but light a cigarette as well, feeling quite regretful, shaking his head repeatedly. Too bad, a real shame. Perhaps, if he had seen him earlier, he might have fought to have him play this role from the start. But, just heard he's an investor boss. Maybe it could still work. Han Jintao's gaze towards Zheng Qian was becoming increasingly strange. Ding ding. The emotions Zheng Qian had prepared instantly dissipated upon answering the call. Looking at his phone, it was Kui Ziking. What's up? Encountered some difficulties in practical operations. There are 6 companies in total, each with a supply relationship with the Sun and Su families. It's temporarily impossible to overpurchase alcohol due to contractual agreements, so we must prioritize meeting the shipment quantities of the Su and Sun families. This point is indeed as you suspected, Kui Ziking said with some difficulty. Zheng Qian nodded slightly. This situation was somewhat expected. Nevertheless, he still wanted to try, as if it were too straightforward, it would lack excitement. In that case, we can start the real action. Remember what I told you, the Bear Hug acquisition. It's absolutely perfect for these listed companies. But not now. As soon as the Su and Sun families are at each other's throats, we step in. Acquiring all these companies by force, the Zuniti Group at that time should be the strongest alcohol supplier for JZH, no doubt. Hanging up the phone, Zheng Qian was still very confident in his plan. He had considered outright spending money to buy everything. Heard you don't want to sell the company? Fine. I'll give you 100 billion. Do you want to sell now? I believe only a fool would refuse that. But from another perspective, wouldn't that be akin to giving away money? Even if he could turn that 100 billion into a trillion, wouldn't he just be handing over 100 billion to someone else? And crucially, they were still adversaries. What's the point? Meanwhile, throughout this process, Zheng Qian experienced a kind of pleasure. Spending money where necessary, but never deliberately giving it away. As for the Bear Hug acquisition, it was a strategy provided by Jin Lu. At that time, when she was home reading, she specifically mentioned this method to Zheng Qian. It might not be easy for normal businesses, but for publicly traded companies facing turmoil, it was almost unavoidable. While probing these companies, Kui Ziking especially ensured their background was not exposed. There was one thing puzzling her. Why did Zheng Qian suddenly ask her to buy shares of these target companies from now on? Even the stock of the Sun and Su companies were gradually being acquired. Trying to acquire a certain percentage of stocks through these retail investors to become a major shareholder, even control the company. This is nearly impossible unless privately contacting those directors. But if the stock price is raised, will they be willing to sell? Aren't they expecting it to rise further? Unbeknownst to Kui Ziking, this was Wei Ruxi's provided strategy. After a brief hesitation, she agreed to Zheng Qian's invitation to establish and operate a bank for him. Zheng Qian hung up and his phone continued to ring non-stop. It was Wei Ruxi. Thinking she must have a reason, he quickly took off his costume, intending to go talk to her. However, rushing too fast, he accidentally scraped against a spray gun from the prop department. It was a prop used for shooting rain scenes, spraying Zheng Qian all over, making him look incredibly awkward. What's going on with the prop department? Han Jintao immediately furrowed his brows, growing fonder of Zheng Qian by the minute. Not only was he a talented actor, but crucially, he was a key figure in the production of the film. Simply a talented individual, But what dumbfounded Jung Qian the most was, the design of this outfit was quite intricate, aiming to make the male lead look haggard and thin. It had a highly complex and not easily detachable inner lining. Similar to a corset, it was difficult to manage. The staff hurried over to help, seemingly at a loss too. The outfit seemed damaged by the spray gun, making it impossible to remove. Violently forcing it off would be a pity, considering the effort put into the design. If Chu Qianzhi's outfit got ruined, they could make a quick replacement, so they wouldn't have to waste time making another one. Director, let me take a look. After all, I designed it, Huo Muyan said, blushing. Regarding Huo Muyan's statement, everyone did not have any objections. After all, this did indeed come from her technique. Although the presented effect was fairly good, it was indeed a bit too complicated. Come with me to the changing room at the back. Huo Muyan blushed as she approached Jung Qian. I'll trouble you with that, Jung Qian said with a wry smile. It was already difficult to put on, not to mention the rubbing caused by his own mistake that he couldn't undo now. And so, the two of them arrived at the makeshift changing room. The original changing room was being used by other actors. There was no choice but to make do here. Only a curtain was used to cover, but someone with a keen eye could still see through the gaps. The space was very narrow, only enough for two people to stand uncomfortably. Therefore, their postures were also very ambiguous. Huo Muyan almost pressed her entire body against Jung Qian to help him remove the prop costume. In fact, Jung Qian's current mood was also very complicated. Being so close to Huo Muyan, he still felt that the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Not to mention that her figure was also very explosive, just that she usually didn't like to expose too much. But now, pressed against him, the feeling was completely different. In reality, Huo Muyan regretted offering help. Damn it, wasn't the distance between the two of them too close? Even it seemed like something was poking at him. Was Jung Qian playing a joke on her on purpose? Jung Qian, what did you put in your pants? Stop touching me so much, Huo Muyan annoyedly said. Jung Qian truly had a difficult time expressing himself. It really wasn't intentional. It's just that you keep accidentally touching me with your chest. I really can't control it. Could you please not face me directly? Otherwise, my lollipop in my pocket might poke you. You might not know, but I usually always carry lollipops with me. It's a childhood habit, Jung Qian said difficultly. He realized that Huo Muyan was really innocent. She didn't mock him after finding out. She genuinely didn't know. In fact, what Jung Qian didn't know was that the people Huo Muyan usually worked with were very professional models. Maybe you have seen the selection process of male and female models. They all wear swimsuits to show off their bodies. Female models aside, male models only wear very tight shorts below. The reason they were considered professional was that even when they saw very eye-catching scenes on site, they could still ensure that there were no flaws exposed, let alone pitching a tent, so they didn't have these awkward experiences. Also, Huo Muyan was a very obedient girl at home, and had not seen those kinds of movies, so she really didn't know what Jung Qian represented. Jung Qian also realized this, so he didn't explain much, hoping that saying it was a lollipop would temporarily fool her. Otherwise, if she found out what it was, it would be too awkward. You have this habit? Huo Muyan suspiciously looked at Jung Qian, and suddenly smiled. You can't take it out? Then I'll take it out for you. I never expected you had this childlike side. Saying that, she reached out with her fair and slender hand. No. Important things should be said 3 times. Jung Qian quickly moved aside, narrowly avoiding Huo Muyan's hand. This only sparked her curiosity even more, as she wanted to see what it was, eagerly chasing after him. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment not far away, someone happened to capture this scene. Hidden in a corner, equipped with professional gear ready in advance, a smile of unknown meaning appeared on their lips. What lollipop is it after all? Why hide it like that? Huo Muyan straightforwardly pushed Jung Qian out. Standing at the door, looking puzzled, she had already helped with the most crucial part, so the remaining part he could handle himself. Only after Huo Muyan left did Jung Qian finally breathe a sigh of relief. In reality, he didn't mind being a bit ambiguous with Huo Muyan. He didn't mind pushing her down, but he had to consider the situation. After all, he couldn't just act directly at the filming site. Besides, she was so innocent. she might not have such intentions towards him. Hey. Jun Qian was changing into fresh clothes and about to leave, but Huo Muyan stopped him in his tracks, hands on her hips, right hand flat in front of him. Give me the lollipop. Why were you hiding it like that just now? I want to eat it, the lollipop. Jun Qian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He shivered, lit a cigarette against the wind, trying to calm his nerves. He patted Huo Muyan's shoulder and said seriously, you'll have a chance to eat this lollipop later. At least it's not the time to eat now. When the time comes, I'll definitely let you have your fill. Huo Muyan looked suspiciously at Jun Qian, full of confusion. HMPH. Forget it if you don't want to give it. The lollipops you men love to eat must not taste great anyway. Well, I know you like fruit flavors, even your toothpaste is fruity. That's right. I've liked using this kind of children's toothpaste since I was little. Huh, Huo Muyan said halfway, then suddenly realized, how do you know I like using this fruity kind? Are you? Jun Qian's heart trembled. Did she remember? It's getting late, you should rest soon. I'll leave first. Jun Qian hastily made his escape. Huo Muyan looked up at the large sun. It's not late. After leaving the filming site, Jun Qian rushed to the Linmix Group headquarters. This was his first asset purchased in North Su, and it was the only office space they had. The Linmix Group didn't own a commercial office building. Instead, it rented a 5-story small office building in an industrial park as their administrative office. Administrative staff still needed to be separated from places like nightclubs. Kui Ziking also prepared a separate office for Jun Qian. He came here because of Wei Ruxi's invitation. After all, if they were going to discuss serious matters, she preferred a more formal location rather than an izakaya. As soon as he opened the office door, Jun Qian's eyes lit up. Wei Ruxi today seemed particularly different. Dressed in a business-style suit and trousers, clean and sharp. A white blouse inside acted as an undergarment, blocking certain parts, but making the overall curves more agile. Hence, her seriousness carried a hint of sweetness. Most importantly, the feeling she gave Jun Qian was different from all the other women around him. How to put it in today's language, it could be described as she got that big sister vibe. Yes, she exudes such a strong aura. Wei Ruxi dressed like this gives off that exact feeling. She is no longer just the professional career woman that Zhang Yanren represented. She is more of a someone who makes people overlook gender and focus on beauty. But take note, it's not that she dresses in a gender-neutral way. The feeling she gives off is rather peculiar. Jun Qian noticed that Kui Ziking's cheeks were slightly flushed, as if there was something off about the lipstick on her lips. Could it be something she ate just now? Or something she drank? But there were no cups in front of her. However, she seemed to intentionally avoid Wei Ruxi's gaze. Your situation here isn't great, Wei Ruxi said lightly, crossing her legs. I briefly looked into it just now and found that Linmix has a lot of issues. Didn't you pay attention to the problem of bad debts and discounted goods when acquiring? Not only that, even the purchase prices for many alcoholic beverages are extremely unreasonable. Are you running a charity here? I may not know how much money you have exactly, but let me tell you, continuing to operate like this will likely result in wasting at least billions annually. Either your brain isn't functioning properly, or you might be laundering money. Jun Qian didn't rush to refute either. After all, ordinary people generally don't understand the logic of more systematic individuals. As for these unreasonable purchase prices, Jun Qian had been busy lately discreetly stockpiling goods, something Wei Ruxi was unaware of. And most importantly, Jun Qian wasn't afraid of Kui Ziking losing money. He was afraid she wouldn't spend it. Jokingly, wasting billions equates to essentially earning over 100 billion. Isn't that good? Let's not dwell on that for now. I naturally have my plans. Did you come to see me today to start preparing for the bank as soon as possible? How long will the whole process take? I hope everything progresses swiftly. Jun Qian didn't intend to continue nitpicking those issues. He got straight to the point. According to the regular process, after the Banking Regulatory Commission receives all the required application materials, they need to make a written approval or rejection decision within 4 months. Of course, there are ways to expedite the process reasonably. I have a way to shorten this timeline to around 20 days, which is already the fastest possible. Wei Ruxi replied calmly, her eyes shining with confidence. Jun Qian furrowed his brows slightly and shook his head. No, 20 days is still too long. That's just for the approval. We still need to prepare, such as building the management team, hiring new employees, constructing the headquarters, and so on. If we add all that up, it might take several months, which is too time-consuming. Wei Rushi rolled her eyes weakly. She really wanted to ask, "Brother, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate?" It's not possible. When I say 20 days, it's already the fastest in the industry. Are you joking about starting a bank? The relevant departments will surely scrutinize and approve it thoroughly, but we can simultaneously pursue multiple avenues. We can apply while selecting the headquarters location, start building the team, and so on. As for the management team, I do have a proposal, but I need your approval since you're financing it. With that, Wei Rushi pulled out a document. Zheng Qian took it and found a highly detailed list. From the board of directors to the supervisory board, down to the operational management team, everything was meticulously outlined. Zheng Qian's only thought after reading it was that it was extremely professional, exceptionally professional indeed. With her around, establishing the bank could become a reality. As for the personnel list, Zheng Qian had no qualms. As they say, trust those you employ. If Jin Lu trusted her so much, why wouldn't he? Besides, Zheng Qian wouldn't mind if Wei Rushi ended up squandering his money. In this way, the 300 billion could quickly turn into 3 trillion, which would be delightful. So, in a way, Zheng Qian might be the only boss in the world who wasn't worried about being sidelined or having assets transferred elsewhere. In fact, the more you waste, the happier he'd be. After hours of discussion, many details were finally settled. Wei Rushi was utterly speechless at Zheng Qian's lavishness. The extravagance was simply excessive. Moreover, this man was truly a spendthrift. Although he already had such a good girl as Jin Lu by his side, and even a beauty like Kui Ziking, the relationship between the two seemed a bit awkward. But it was alright, she was determined to snatch Kui Ziking away. However, he had chosen an all-female management team. Even in mid-level management, the salaries offered were exorbitant, far exceeding industry standards by more than double. Many of them were elites who had worked abroad, and while it would cost more to attract them, was it really necessary to spend that much? Typically, a company of this size would allocate nearly $1 billion annually for employee salaries. However, according to Zheng Qian's plan, it would be over a dozen billion, several times beyond the industry benchmark. Wei Rushi even worried that Zheng Qian was planning to use this bank for money laundering. Nonetheless, she knew Jin Lu wouldn't harm her, and her financial knowledge far surpassed Zheng Qian's. If any issues arose, she could cut her losses in time. So, where would you like to locate the bank's headquarters? Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian hesitated. Actually, to facilitate the group's development, places like Shanghai and Beijing were the most suitable, but with great power comes great responsibility. Being so high profile from the start could attract unnecessary trouble. I don't know your concerns, but I have a suggestion. Wei Rushi tapped the table lightly with her crystal-clear nails and smiled. Currently, the Su and Sun families are engaged in a fierce battle, both seeking capital support from Shanghai. Interestingly, the Su family does not know that their financial backers are actually part of the Sun family's interests, planning to join forces to manipulate the Su family. If I'm not mistaken, in less than half a month, the Su family will be destroyed by them. Then it could be divided among them. Zheng Qian furrowed his brow slightly, not understanding Wei Rushi's point. The reason this family is in such a hurry to divide the Su family is that their financial chain is having issues. Being a listed company, their stock price is of utmost importance. Therefore, whatever they do must be built on this premise. They specialize in real estate and are preparing to purchase a prime area in Shanghai to create a buzz. I think our headquarters could be located there. Handling the headquarters while also having the opportunity to strike back at that company. If their stock price plummets, we could acquire them. In doing so, you directly control both the Su and Sun families, killing two birds with one stone. After hearing this, Zheng Qian had one thought only. Genius. She's truly a genius. With Wei Rushi, it's like having divine assistance. She is simply a business genius. In the past, Zheng Qian just followed the traditional business battles without truly understanding the essence. Mainly because the opponents were too weak, nothing like the tough and strong opponents here. Now with Wei Rushi around, everything has changed. He even felt somewhat grateful to the American Jews for bringing Wei Rushi to him. After settling some details, his main job was providing funds for Wei Rushi. To facilitate the incoming overseas employees, Zheng Qian even arranged for Xia Qianchen to purchase several private jets. Despite not knowing why this man was so wealthy, she felt a sense of hope for revenge from him. A few days ago, when she talked privately with Zheng Qian, she chose to join hands with him to establish this private bank because of Zheng Qian's sincerity and being a man of his word. Only with such strong capital could Wei Rusi have a chance to return to America. She didn't like the country. In fact, she despised the American capitalists. What Wei Rusi wanted was to reclaim everything she had lost. Banker of the new era, she didn't care about the title, but she would do whatever it takes to regain what was taken from her. If possible, the ultimate goal, of course, is to acquire the Federal Reserve. To have someone from 9 provinces managing America's central bank, the thought alone was exhilarating. Of course, she didn't believe Zheng Qian could achieve this for her. At least Zheng Qian had money. At least more money, and many tycoons she knew. However, Zheng Qian seemed to care somewhat. Behind the Sun family, the family chamber, this business battle of ours, some high-ranking members of the Song Merchant Club are also watching. If we lose the battle, it won't just be bankruptcy for our family. The Su family will successfully encircle and attack us. The business world is like a battlefield. The consequences can be dire. I'm sure you all understand. Sun Mofeng's gaze fell on everyone, sitting in the main position. Looking around the room, his voice was low, speaking confidently. He was starting to exude the aura of a true patriarch. This made Sun Zifeng somewhat uneasy, but he had to accept it. Who made their father favor his older brother's abilities more? And he had, indeed, done quite well in recent years. Sun Zhongtang had been personally discussing collaborations in the Western world during this time, so he did not participate in this meeting. But he had full confidence in Sun Mofeng's ability to handle the situation. Most of those present were family members of the Sun family, along with a few professional managers from outside the family. Both the Sun family and the Su family were typical family-style corporate groups. Brother, I think you're overthinking it. The youngest daughter, Sun Shangxi, played with her neat nails and said lightly, currently, the Su family is in a mess, and it seems they've been entangled with that mysterious person from Yiba who seems to have a deep relationship with Su Yuanshuang. Hearing this, Sun Zifeng couldn't help but sneer. He took a sip of tea disdainfully. That guy is just a small-time thug. I heard he even slapped Fun Miao Miao some time ago. I was just thinking about how to get rid of that scum. This works out perfectly. It seems he has some connections in the entertainment industry, but he does have a decent one under him, called Sunity. Sun Zifeng added at the end. In reality, although he spoke lightly, he deeply hated Zheng Qian. Even if Fun Miao Miao was disgraced, she was still his woman. It happened while he was in a meeting, and she not only got slapped but was also driven out of Sebei. There was still some face to worrying about, but no one in the family cared for those in the entertainment industry. In a sense, the current battle between the two families started because of her. Sunity? Never heard of it. Sun Shengxi shook her head and then coldly glanced at Sun Zifeng. Sun Zifeng, I advise you to control yourself. Want to mess with female celebrities? Go ahead. But do you have to be so messy about it? Every time the family has to clean up after you, I think you should give up your seat on the board of directors. Sun Shengxi couldn't stand her brother's lack of ability. She even refused to call him elder brother and just called him by name. You. Sun Zifeng was about to stand up and hit the table. Sensing Sun Mofeng's gaze, he could only sit back down helplessly. The boss of the Jin Hua New Moon Group in Shanghai, Zhang Kilian, has replied to me. What the Su family doesn't know is that their so-called big support is just Zhang Kilian's underling, Huan Junyi. Huan Junyi has done business with several big bosses from Song Merchant Club, making the Su family think he is also part of the club. Now, we can only work together with the capital side in Shanghai to swallow the Su family. Sun Mofeng waved his hand and explained the current situation to everyone present. Indeed, it was true. If Zheng Qian were here, he would definitely marvel at Wei Rusi's power. What was said was almost the truth. By the way, big brother, there's something we need to pay attention to. Sun Shengxi glanced at the report in her hand, frowned, and said, the alcohol business is the core foundation of our family. This must be taken seriously. In less than a month, the contract with Shangcheng Group is about to expire. But after several contacts, we hit a wall. I had to dig deep to find out that they've already signed a new contract with a channel distributor. As soon as our contract expires, they will take over. and they will be the main highest authority distributor for the entire JZH region. Is there really someone with this much power? Upon hearing this, everyone present furrowed their brows tightly. They all knew how difficult it was to deal with the Shan Chen group, currently in charge of the Zhuangquni Poetry and Zhihua Yuxi, the two best-selling brands of the Peimoe, always kept people at arm's length. Regardless of their status as the most elite domestic agents, they allowed anyone they wanted to sell. The Sun family even raised prices by 30%, but couldn't persuade the other party, leaving them baffled about what they truly wanted. But like this, they actually renegotiated a cooperation agreement with someone new. Could it be the Su family? Someone couldn't help but ask. Sun Shengxi shook his head, looking somewhat strange, hesitated as he spoke. Actually, I've been thinking since just now. Is this too much of a coincidence? Their new partner seems to be from the north of Yi North. Sun Jifeng couldn't sit still. Could it really be that guy? But how is that possible? Although he also did the liquor business, it seemed like his influence hadn't even extended beyond his own province, Yezhou. Not to mention JZH. This person definitely hadn't established his own sales channels. How could they seize it? No. It's definitely not him. Maybe it's some big shot. I'll leave this matter to you. Sun Moin pondered for a while before slowly saying, contact the senior executives of the Shan Chen group you talked to before, offer some money, get more detailed information, preferably even get that person's phone number and have a talk with him. After speaking, he felt uneasy again. Shengxi, keep an eye on it, or you take the lead. All right. Sun Shengxi nodded. Sun Jifeng felt like 1,000 grossmud horses were running rampant in his heart. But then he thought, well, your mom is my mom. My mom is your mom. Isn't this basically insulting himself indirectly? The board adjourned. Sun Jifeng soon acquired the contact information. Anyway, the contracts on both sides were about to expire soon, so there was no need to hide anything. Checking the phone's location, it was indeed from the north of Yi. Looking at the information sent over afterward, his heart chilled instantly. It was really the Sun Needy Winery. What to do? Should he contact Zhang Qian? If he did, would he kick himself out? Sensing his dilemma, Sun Shangxi's face showed a hint of disdain again. Let's go. I just inquired. He's at the Film Man television base. He really has the leisure to hang out at the production crew amidst all the turmoil outside. Quite similar to you, Sun Shengxi said coldly. Seeing Sun Jifeng hesitating to get on the car, Sun Shengxi frowned. Do I have to teach you? The Su family had a falling out with him before. Isn't this a good opportunity? If he's smart, he probably won't dwell on your issue, as long as we offer enough incentive. He bought the agency rights to these two wines. In the end, it's all about making money, right? Having lost the Su family's sales channel, he's unlikely to have a problem with us again. Go. Apologize, give him a way out, and it's done. For such a small matter, I don't want to have to teach you a second time. Sun Jifeng was filled with frustration, but he had no choice. If he didn't handle this well, he might really be kicked out of the board. He might have to reduce his pocket money a lot, or even have to ask his sister for help in the future. He could only grit his teeth and get on the car. An hour later, when the two appeared at the Film Man television base again, many crew members looked at them hesitantly, especially Sun Jifeng. His actions that day were still fresh in everyone's memory. Many of them almost got implicated. And it wasn't until the boss sent someone to drive them away that they knew what might have happened. Why are they here again? Sun Jifeng also felt the hostility in their gaze and kept his head down, not daring to speak. Sun Shengxi looked around, then suddenly furrowed her brows. She saw Zhang Qian and Chichiaje squatting in a corner smoking. The latter lacked the air of a big celebrity. His attire suggested a destitute wandering poet, his face all dirty. They looked like two juvenile delinquents sitting there smoking. Zhang Qian was gesticulating with impatience, seemingly instructing Chichiaje, snippets like, when you act later, do it this way and that way. Understand? Use real emotions when acting. Got it? Why can't you understand, child? Remember, you've been separated for years and then reunited, but you ran away. However, you still secretly watch over her, not wanting to disrupt her current life. Unexpectedly, she almost had a car accident that day, and you come out to protect her, tragically dying on the street. The look in your eyes before death can't be as lively as just now. You need to be sad. You need to be forgiving. And you need a kind of indescribable relief. We're about to wrap up. Show your best. If the film screening receives great reviews, that girl who dumped you will definitely come back to you. Jun Qian spoke earnestly, his lips nearly whitened. Chu Qiaozhe had been somewhat introverted, struggling to grasp Dong Qian's intentions. But suddenly at the end, his eyes lit up. Is what you said true? Is it possible for her to reappear? That's right. Go over quickly. This scene is very important. Jun Qian nudged Chu Qiaozhe's with his foot. Everyone had gotten used to their way of interacting these days and wasn't too bothered. They knew Jun Qian's identity, but didn't expect the CEO to be so young and quite handsome. Well, he definitely couldn't compare to Chu Qiaozhe, but he could hold his own due to his charisma. Chu Qiaozhe took a deep breath, snuffed out the cigarette, and approached the camera. Suddenly, he seemed to have caught a familiar figure. Wasn't that Sun Shengxi? In an instant, Chu Qiaozhe was struck as if by lightning. The woman who dumped him was Sun Shengxi, the youngest daughter of the Sun family. At this moment, Jun Qian was sitting with the director Han Jintao. The two were staring intently at the screen when they suddenly tensed up, sharing a glance, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. That expression, that gaze. Jun Qian was moved to tears, feeling that his lengthy advice had been worthwhile as Chu Qiaozhe had, indeed, found her. Wasn't this the gaze they had been eagerly anticipating all along? Good. Very good. Attention all departments, don't miss a single shot. When Chu Qiaozhe rushes over to save someone later, don't skip the close-ups, they are incredibly vivid. Actually, Sun Shengxi didn't want to come, but she couldn't bear to leave her brother, who had more failures than successes. Moreover, Sun Mofeng needed to stay and manage the company. After much deliberation, she decided to come by herself. She really didn't want to see Chu Qianzhe, originally planning to quietly speak with Jun Qian and be done with it. However, she was unexpectedly seen by him. Even though she was wearing sunglasses, Chu Qianzhe still spotted her. Coincidentally, at that moment, Yin Yanyan was facing away from Sun Shengxi. Chu Qianzhe wasn't looking at her, but at Sun Shengxi behind her. However, the director didn't know this and assumed Chu Qianzhe had suddenly become enlightened. Jun Qian was moved to tears, loving that gaze. Shall we go out first? Feeling Chu Qianzhe's intense gaze, Sun Shengxi couldn't help but frown, turning around and softly saying, "There are too many people here, and what you did earlier was too much. Don't stir up trouble. Let's discuss this another time." With that, she started to leave. "No," Chu Qianzhe shouted and ran straight ahead. "Great." Han Jintao slammed the table heavily, excitedly shaking all over. He grabbed his neck, shouting, "We cannot miss these details. I admit I spoke too loudly before. Apologize to Chu Qianzhe. His acting is simply divine, as if he's truly experiencing a life and death separation." He's running towards the car now. Props team, be prepared. Let's make it perfect in one go. Even the manager was pleased. Chu Qianzhe's acting was truly outstanding and posed for an award. But, as Chu Qianzhe ran, he suddenly veered off the intended path. It seemed he wasn't heading towards Yin Yanyan but surpassed her and ran out of the camera's view. Yin Yanyan was dumbfounded, filled with question marks. Was he, like Jun Qian, finding a better way to perform than what's in the script? Or is he playing a new game? Why couldn't she understand their points? Suddenly, Chu Qianzhe rushed over and grabbed Sun Shengxi's hand. Looking at her eyes excitedly, choked up, he said, "Why did you leave abruptly last time? Do you know how much I missed you after you left? If it's my fault, can you tell me? If you don't like my profession, I can quit acting at any time and fly away with you. If it's because I haven't announced our relationship, I can post on Weibo right now." Hearing Chu Qianzhe's emotional confession, Sun Shengxi remained unmoved. She even withdrew her hand with some disdain. Coldly, she said, "Whether you're an actor or not is irrelevant to me. Back when we were together, it was just out of curiosity. Now that novelty has worn off, I'm not interested anymore. Leave. I didn't come to see you today." Chu Qianzhe felt thunderstruck. Standing dumbfounded, he couldn't utter a word. Han Jintao at this moment wanted to curse, but for the sake of Chu Qianzhe's resources, he held back. Damn it, is Chu Qianzhe feeling this way because he saw his ex-girlfriend? Did he really think he became enlightened? Let's disperse for now, take a break. I'm tired. Han Jintao sat down wearily, lit a cigarette, contemplating life. Jun Qian rolled his eyes at this moment. So, the girl who dumped Chu Qianzhe is actually the daughter of the Sun family. She looks decent. How did she enchant Chu Qianzhe like this? No, For his brother, Sun Shengxi must sacrifice herself voluntarily. It's time to put pressure on the Sun family. So ... Who are you here to see? Chu Qianzhe's voice was trembling. Zheng Qian, Sun Shengxi stated her purpose clearly. You want to see him. If it's him, then I understand. Chu Qianzhe sighed, dejected. As Chu Qianzhe rambled on, Sun Shengxi quickly interrupted. Looking disgusted, she walked past him and directly approached Zheng Qian, saying with a smile, "You are Zheng Qian. I didn't expect you to be so composed. The entire city is in chaos, yet you are so leisurely watching the show here." Zheng Qian raised his eyebrows. In reality, he was already a bit disgusted with this woman. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, leaning back in his chair, he responded indifferently. When did the entire city become chaotic? Do you think the Sun family and Su family are the sun in the sky? Without you, the earth won't revolve. Don't overestimate yourselves. Sun Shengxi's heart shuddered as the spoiled princess in her surfaced, but thinking of her family matters, she had to swallow her pride. This place is crowded. Shall we move somewhere else to talk? No. Here is fine. Zheng Qian waved dismissively, showing boredom. To him, what he had to discuss with Sun Shengxi was just a trivial matter. Sun Shengxi tightened her fist. My friend's wife is about to give birth to quadruplets. I'll go help with the situation. My friend's house is on fire. I'll go check out the situation. I'll also go see what the commotion is about. Maybe I can lend a hand. The director Han Jintao and others knew it was time to leave. Several staff quickly found a lame excuse and departed. Why are you here? Sun Shengxi had just sat down, preparing to talk with Zheng Qian. Suddenly, he noticed Sun Jifeng next to them. His brow slightly furrowed as he coldly said, "You are annoying. Get out." Hearing these heartless words, Sun Jifeng shook in anger. He swore, if it weren't for Sun Shengxi being there and family matters, he'd want to confront him. He's here to apologize. Sun Jifeng, do you forget what brother said before you came? Sun Shengxi furrowed her brows. Sun Jifeng gritted his teeth, nearly biting through them. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his cool. I'm sorry for earlier. Before he could finish, Zheng Qian interrupted, pointing at some nearby staff. Your apologies are for them. Got it? No sincerity, all in your dry, insincere apologies. Is this the Sun family's manners? Such a big family, but you only know to talk and not take real action whenever something happens. Have you ever shut up? Are you spouting pearls or gold from the ground? Embellished speech? Why should everyone listen to you? Zheng Qian's blistering remarks left Sun Jifeng dumbfounded, unable to react. Eventually, his mind was filled with one question. Is Zheng Qian complimenting me or insulting me? Wow, he can really talk. But what he's saying is really enjoyable. I never expected our dear boss to be so eloquent. If he's so good at speaking, can he say a few more words? If not, let's crowdfund to get the boss a microphone, so he can speak every day. Those staff members really dare not speak up, facing Sun Jifeng, who would dare say anything to him, but Zheng Qian dares. And not only that, he's brazenly firing away in front of so many people. This feeling, it's really something. Sun Jifeng isn't really not smart, but when he realized what was happening, he felt his face burning. I never imagined Zheng Qian's eloquence would be so outstanding. I've thought for a long time, and still don't know how to fight back. It's like being wooden, standing there, muddled and not knowing how to respond. It's Sun Shengxi who stays calm. She sent a WeChat message, and soon 2 business cars arrived. Everyone immediately became alert, still troubled by what happened to the Sun family, worried that they intentionally came to cause trouble. But what happened next made everyone marvel at Zheng Qian's power even more. I found out about what Sun Jifeng did before, and I had been wanting to apologize in person to everyone. But filming for the drama was tight on time, and I didn't want to delay everyone's schedule, so I didn't dare to come over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I offer a little gift, and hope everyone will accept it, Sun Shengxi said with a smile. At this point, more than 10 people got out of the car. Each was dressed in a black suit. At the same time, there were many beautifully packaged bags in their hands. Many sharp-eyed people immediately recognized familiar big brand logos. These people didn't speak much. They walked up to the staff members and handed out the gifts one by one. Still very polite. Wow, it's Chanel No. 5. And there's an Hermes scarf. This one is expensive. This Gucci wallet looks good too. Oh, there's a belt here to ... They say flattery gets you everywhere. After receiving the gifts, their attitude suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Jun Qian silently praised Sun Shengxi's cunning. It seemed that these things were indeed prepared in advance, showing thoughtfulness. Although each item wasn't very expensive, the total amount added up was considerable. Estimated with this move, it would cost several million. The Sun family was indeed more generous than the Su family. Especially Sun Shengxi's skill, it didn't seem like something a person of her age should have. He couldn't help but compare her to Su Yuanchuang, who was almost the same age, and realized that they were not equals. Learn something from your sister. Don't always have filthy thoughts in your mind. Always competing and feeling jealous of others. How can you accomplish anything big? Luckily you didn't have the chance to inherit the group, otherwise the Sun family would have been ruined in your hands sooner or later, Jun Qian said mercilessly, taking a drag of his cigarette and glancing at Sun Jifen, not mincing his words. The latter's face turned red. He remained silent and didn't dare say anything. He had never felt so embarrassed before. All right, Jun Sha, can we talk now? Sun Shengxi shifted the topic, gazing deeply into Jun Qian's eyes. What's the matter? Is it about my good brother's wedding? Don't worry, as his elder brother, I won't compromise on matters of principle. I can prepare the betrothal gifts, following the customs of our hometown. 88,008. Very auspicious. Jun Qian began to speak confidently and fluently. Sun Shengxi and others listened in astonishment. 88,008? Are you kidding me? Even if I had intentions to marry Chu Qianj, is this the price I'm worth? Even if you throw 8 million in front of me, I won't even raise an eyebrow. Sun Shengxi was furious, but had to maintain a soft smile on her face. In reality, she was constantly cursing Jun Qian in her heart. It's not about that, it's about the matter of agency rights. She tried to maintain grace and said, with a smile, I heard that you have already partnered with Shangchen Group and obtained the JZH General Agency of Henderson's Poetry and Zhihua Yushi, which is indeed a cause for celebration. However, on the other hand, you must have taken on the agency to make money, right? You also understand the strength of our Sun family, and we are willing to offer you favorable terms to collaborate. You don't need to worry about our family's shipping capacity. The contract can be drafted in black and white. As for the specific conditions, feel free to propose. As long as it's negotiable, our Sun family doesn't want to lose you as a friend. But on the other hand, it seems that besides our Sun family, there may not be any other family that can match your requirements, right? If you don't choose us, perhaps, you really won't find a suitable candidate for a while. Sun Shengxi's words were well thought out, covering all aspects. She expressed her attitude and emphasized the importance of the Sun family. It was like giving a candy and then delivering a blow. Quite impressive. Jun Qian nodded slightly, smiling. Oh, is that so? You may not understand my temperament well. I always hate being threatened. If you were to plead with me, I might have considered agreeing. Saying that, well, then forget it. With that, he shrugged, seemingly not intending to continue the conversation. Sun Shengxi frowned slightly. She really couldn't figure out Jun Qian. She didn't know if he was really fearless, indifferent to the Sun family's channel power, or did he have his own thoughts and wanted to build his own team. But was that even possible? The Sun family had been cultivating in JZH for so many years. How could an outsider come in and easily capture the market? Even the Su family was now on the decline and wouldn't last long, right? Jun Sha, I need to remind you. This isn't a threat, I'm sincerely stating the facts for you. You may not know, but I can tell you this much now. The Su family is on the verge of collapse. In less than 2 months, they will be completely bankrupt. When that time comes, our Sun family's chip stack will only be larger. Jun Sha, please think seriously about this. Sun Shengxi's words were actually quite polite, but Jun Qian wasn't buying it. He flicked the ash of his cigarette, pointed thoughtfully not far away where Chu Qianj was glancing this way. Talking about those things is meaningless. It's better to talk about love. Little beauty, my brother really likes you a lot. If you agree to be his girlfriend, I might really consider the possibility of cooperation. If you can get married on the spot, I might even let you have the lion's share of the profits. Sun Shengxi's eyes narrowed as she stared at Jun Qian. Is this for real? Of course, I never brag. My brother has been single since birth, never had a relationship in his 20s, never even held a girl's hand. He trembles all over when he sees a girl, doesn't even dare to look at them directly. completely clueless about love. You see, he can't even capture a simple shot properly. Doesn't that indicate a problem? Jun Qian said earnestly, talking endlessly. Sun Shi rolled her eyes hearing this, saying he never brags, putting these words on Chu Qiaozhe, who would believe it if said out loud. The important thing is, didn't they have a relationship before? Although they never held hands or kissed, they did date. It's just absurd beyond belief. Sun Shi could only think to herself like this. She didn't dare say it directly to Jung Qian. I'm serious. If I agree to date him, will you choose to cooperate with our Sun family? Exactly, but the extent of our cooperation depends on the progress of the feelings between you and Chu Qiaozhe. Let's say, if you hold hands, I'd be willing to talk to you both. If it progresses further, then we can sign a contract. Jun Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, speaking seriously. Sun Ji's face turned various shades of blue and purple, speechless for a while. Although dating Chu Qiaozhe wouldn't disgrace her, but she looked down on actors from the bottom of her heart. Dating Chu Qiaozhe back then was just for fun between girlfriends. Being able to win him over was just a show. There were no real feelings involved. She didn't feel anything for him. Wasn't this like selling herself to the Sun family for cooperation? Forget it. I can see you're not prepared for this. Let's just forget about it. Jun Qian shook his head, sighed, stood up and said, please take your leave. We have a tight filming schedule here. There are only a few scenes left, so when it premieres, please show up as an offering to your dead love. How come? We're offering our dead love. Did we have love between us? Watching Sun Ji's uncertain expression, Jun Qian couldn't help but feel puzzled. The affection level is only 5 points. The potential to develop is huge. It's a shame. She's the woman Chu Qiaozhe likes. Otherwise, there would have been a great opportunity to boost the affection. Brother, forget about this. Chu Qiaozhe, who overheard the conversation, walked over. His handsome face showed sorrow, but also a hint of determination. If possible, I hope to be with Sun Shi through my pursuit and effort. If our love is influenced by these conditions, it wouldn't mean much to me. Chu Qiaozhe's eyes were incredibly firm at that moment. Sun Ji's heart suddenly beat a little faster. Well, looking at it this way, Chu Qiaozhe seems quite handsome. I agree. Sun Shi mustered up courage, gritted her teeth preparing to agree. But Chu Qiaozhe shook his head. He grabbed Sun Shi's shoulder, and with a serious expression said, I'm serious. Sun Shi, I fell in love with you at first sight at the party. I just hope you can give me a chance to pursue you. Sun Ji's cheeks turned crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. She wasn't here to date, but to talk about cooperation with Jung Qian. However, with the current trend, it seems Jung Qian didn't outright refuse, nor did he mention cooperating with the Su family. Then it's easy. No rejection means there's still a chance. After all, it's such a big business, it's unlikely to be resolved in one go, right? You can't give me an answer today, right? Sun Shi clenched her teeth tightly. Jun Qian shrugged, remaining non-committal about it. Fine. We'll meet next time then. Just as Sun Shi was about to leave, Chu Qiaozhe hurriedly caught up, nervously saying, I've taken you off the blacklist. Sun Shi said bitterly, then turned around, walking away in high heels. Chu Qiaozhe's eyes sparkled. He grabbed Jung Qian's hand excitedly. Jun brother, if I can be back with Sun Shi, I'll be very grateful to you. When we get married, you must come as a witness, and our children. He had even thought about where to bury him and Sun Shi after their deaths. Jun Qian quickly stopped him, patting his shoulder, handing him a cigarette. Just a woman, especially a woman like her. Listen to my advice, you can't hold on to her. Seize the opportunity to end things, you deserve a better girl. Seeing Chu Qiaozhe still a bit stubborn, Jun Qian shook his head and left. Oh well, he wasn't hurt deeply enough. But this incident helped him find his emotions completely, especially via acting, seemingly capturing Jung Qian's essence, fitting the film's atmosphere perfectly. Good news kept coming in for the next few days. The movie had almost wrapped up shooting. Just a few more shots to go. And Yin Yin Yan's movie promo song Colorful had also been completed. Combined with the movie's editing clips, it started strong circulation on the internet, bringing tremendous hype. This is the power of capital. Jun Qian had only one demand for Nikai. He didn't care about costs, only the final outcome. There had to be a popular annual single created. With phenomenal heat, it had to make waves. Under Jung Qian's three musts demand, Nikai didn't feel much pressure. Because money was indeed a good thing. He had never fought such a lavish battle in his life. What? Need several million to advertise on major video platforms and social media. Not several million. Straight away throw in 50 million for initial promotion. Hit it hard. What? Need hundreds of million to find a creative team for designing posters, illustrations, videos, etc. Or 50 million. Get me the best team, the best designs, global search for me. What? Need to hire a fake account army? Social media operations? Need online reputation marketing? Influencer joint promotion? 1 billion. Get everything sorted out. Note, get the top influencer network moving. Let them all dream and get active immediately. Make them all start fantasies, like arranging a website to set up. Ni Kai gestured grandly, full of enthusiasm. He had now left Changlong Entertainment, working full-time for Yin Yin Yan alone. All his energy was dedicated to managing this foundation knot. Well, all his energy was spent on spending money. The results were quite satisfying. Yin Yin Yan had truly been hiding in obscurity for years, and now her singing has made a name for herself. It's a hit. Ni Kai is truly a seasoned manager in the entertainment industry. He is extremely adept at navigating this system. Let's not forget Jung Qian's extravagant spending without regard for costs. He is simply indulging in it. The feeling of spending money is so carefree, isn't it? Sitting in the office giving orders, with a casual wave of his hand, results in expenditures in the tens of millions. He even feels that it's not quite real. Zifang, can you pinch me? He lowers his head and says to Zifang, who is diligently working under the table. She used to be an artist at Changlong Entertainment and still looks decent. Unfortunately, she never achieved much success and ended up becoming Ni Kai's assistant. From the assistant, she has now become his secretary. When Ni Kai has free time, she becomes that secretary. Zifang flirtatiously glances at Ni Kai. Oh, I didn't ask you to pinch me there. Forget it. Just keep working diligently, he continues, pressing her head down, with his eyes closed slightly. Ah, this feeling is truly wonderful. Thank God. No. Thank Jung Qian. You are my God. Summarize the recent foundation expenses and send the details to Zia Qianchen. Also, avoid excessive exposure. She can't participate in variety shows for now or accept interviews. Maintain the mystery. At that moment, a message arrives on Jung Qian's WeChat. Ni Kai perks up and quickly asks Zifang to get up and put on her pants. He never dares to be careless about Jung Qian's arrangements, though sometimes he may indulge a bit. His years of work experience tell him that opportunities like this only come once in a lifetime. He doesn't want to risk being kicked out by Jung Qian due to impulsive decisions. Mr. Ni, why haven't you come out yet? Are you feeling unwell? Zifang gently sits beside him, massaging his shoulders. Work is important. Although Zhang Xiao trusts me, he values efficiency. I need to attend to the arrangements immediately, and the tasks at hand are not many. Ni Kai solemnly opens his computer to contact the chief financial officer to summarize the data. Zifang pouts playfully and says, smiling, Mr. Ni, you control so many resources now, spending hundreds of millions in just a few days. Why not take advantage? Imagine how lavish we could be. I think this Zhang Xiao is just rich and gullible. If he trusts you with money so easily, if you don't make good use of it. Although she doesn't finish her sentence, those who understand will. Ni Kai lights a cigarette, looking at her calmly, pointing to the door. Get out. Zifang, Mr. Ni, what do you mean by this? I mean get out. Ni Kai looks at her coldly. He trusts me with so much money. Naturally, he's not afraid I'll take some. Just think with your simple mind. For someone who can easily throw around billions, would it be difficult to get rid of a person? I'm not ready to die yet, so go away. In truth, Ni Kai is overthinking. Although Zhang Qian is wealthy, he is not a mafia boss. But due to Ni Kai's long years in the industry, especially in the entertainment circles of Hong Kong, which have a dark side, he needs to be careful. Subconsciously, he started thinking that Zhang Qian is either a puppet for a big shot or a powerful person himself. Under Ni Kai's scrutinizing gaze, Zifang instinctively kneels down, gripping his thighs emotionally. Mr. Ni, I was wrong. I was just kidding. Don't you understand Chinese? Fine. If you can't leave on your own, I'll have someone take you out. With that, he calls security to escort her away. Watching Zifang being dragged out, Ni Kai finally relaxes, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He truly values this job opportunity and fears that it's a test from Zhang Qian. If he doesn't pass it, his position is at risk. A job with a salary in the millions may not come around again in his lifetime. At this time, Zhang Qian just landed in Shanghai for the first time. This trip's main purpose is to secure a land auction in a quiet area of Shanghai. Browsing through information about Yin Yanyan in the car, he's very satisfied. Ni Kai's work attitude is commendable, and his capabilities are strong. Under his management, Yin Yanyan has begun to generate a strong buzz online. The crucial thing is that Xuani has received great reviews, and everyone loves it. Zhang Qian hasn't started using fake reviews to boost the song, as he wants to gauge real reactions. The results are quite good. His primary goal was to have Ni Kai control the exposure, ensuring Yin Yanyan isn't overexposed. As for the exact expenses, he's not too concerned because the system periodically refunds funds. In less than half a month, they have amassed around 7 billion in refunds. Their total assets have reached about 380 billion. He feels the pressure growing with this money. Establishing a bank has become urgent. For now, he can mask it with Zhang's help, but with growing amounts, it poses a danger if targeted by someone malicious. Zhang Qian consider opening foreign accounts and linking them to the system, but it's too troublesome. Though countries like Switzerland are secure, transferring massive assets internationally sparks suspicion. It's better to receive the refunds locally. Once the bank is established, they can allocate assets better. However, for now, Zhang Qian is not only accompanied by Wei Rusi, but also Xu Shuang. The land in the quiet area is vast, with a building area of 150,000 square meters. Crucially, 2 office buildings have already been erected on it. Due to the previous owner's financial issues, the land was withdrawn before auction and reclaimed for auction. Zhang Qian has a plan. One building will serve as the headquarters for the bank, while the other will be the new headquarters of the Su Shang Group, not solely led by the Su family but by himself. He envisions merging the Su and Sun families under his umbrella, and the future Su Shang Group will be a conglomerate encompassing these 2 major families, while Xu Yuanshuang will be the public face as the chairman. Using various stockholding methods, Zhang Qian plans to make the entirely new Su Shang Group his own. The building is being prepared for the new Su Shang Group's entry into the Song Commercial Club. This is Zhang Qian's confidence. He believes supporting a family casually is as good as entering the club himself. When it comes to the big 3 clubs, Zhang Qian's feelings are actually quite ambiguous. His purpose is definitely not just to join them so simply. With his own hundreds of billions in assets, what club in the world can't he enter? He just wants to support the Su family, allowing them to try the waters after entering the Shan Commercial Club. He wants to see what kind of new and exciting things these so-called top clubs are playing. He has always been a lone ranger. It was fine when his assets were in the tens of billions, but as the numbers on his account kept fluctuating, he increasingly felt a sense of crisis. Some things really cannot be resolved by himself alone. It's not just a safety issue. A tall tree stands in the forest. The wind will destroy it. For now, he can still temporarily suppress the waves of public opinion with his capital strength and hide himself. He won't let too many people know that Zhang Qian is a multi-billionaire. When his various groups are up and running, the impact will become greater and greater. If someone is really determined to take him down, it won't be easy for people like Dwen Qiren to defend against it. Of course, Zhang Qian is even less likely to hire any mercenary army around himself. Come on, this is Juzhou, not some war-torn place. Even real organized crime is absolutely not allowed to exist. If possible, Zhang Qian hopes to integrate the top 3 clubs. Let all potential enemies become part of his sphere of influence. Quietly expand his business empire. No, not just the top 3 clubs in Shanghai. The whole Juzhou, Yanjing, and Ganshan. These 2 cities also have clubs with extremely strong potential. These are places he intends to actively conquer. But there is a major precondition. That is to truly hold the city of Shanghai in his hands first. Only when he gathers enough powerful people around him will he be truly secure. Before that, he has many things to do. That said, Wei Rusi looked at Xu Yuanshuang beside her, her eyes smiling like a crescent moon. She really didn't expect there to be so many beautiful women around Zhang Qian. Counting on her fingers, Kui Ziking, Yin Yanyan, Hua Muyang. Now there is Xu Yuanshuang added to the list. It seems that her choice to collaborate with Zhang Qian was indeed the right one. She is not interested in men, but she is interested in pretty girls. At the moment, her favorite is still kuizaike. They just kissed not long ago. The taste was quite good. She definitely wouldn't dare to tell Jun Qian, right? Jun Qian is indeed a scumbag, having a top-notch wife like Jin Lu, and still fooling around. She is in no rush anyway, slowly getting all the women around him and leaving him with no place to cry. So Yuan Chuan also vaguely felt that something was wrong, keeping a wary distance from Wei Rusi. Jun Qian, on the other hand, finds Wei Rusi very interesting. Her regard for him is currently at 11 points, just slightly better than an average passerby, barely considered a normal friend. Wei Rusi is even harder to please than Xia Qianchen and Song Yaxian. She has been appointed as the CEO of the bank group and receives the astronomical annual salary. She remains unmoved, making her a money-making tool. Jun Qian has already made plans. When the land auction happens later, he will buy under the names of Wei Rusi and Yuan Chuan respectively. If all goes well, it will be another billion in his pocket. It's just up ahead. The driver slowly stopped the car in front of an office building. It is worth mentioning that land auctions are not something anyone can casually participate in. One must have the appropriate construction qualifications, so Jun Qian intends to secure this piece of land under the guise of Teacher Zhao's name. His current working principle is not to show off in public unless necessary. Otherwise, he would attract too much attention by spending hundreds of billions every time. And to avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't bring Teacher Z directly. She decided to let her son come instead. On one hand, it sufficiently represents her Ling Xiao group, facilitating various procedures. On the other hand, she wants her son to learn by being at Jun Qian's side. Where's Xiaolan? Jun Qian glanced at the time, asking casually. The driver looked around awkwardly. Manager Lin just sent a message on WeChat saying he's nearby, probably arriving soon. Well, no rush, we'll wait a bit longer. Jun Qian nodded slightly. At that moment, everyone noticed a couple not far away who seemed to be arguing about something. The girl walked away in anger. She was quite pretty, but just an average campus beauty. She didn't catch Jun Qian's attention yet, as the girls around him have always been top-notch to the point that ordinary campus beauties were no longer appealing to him. However, he suddenly thought of his past. It seems there is only one kind of sickness in the world, and that is poverty. The boy seemed hesitant about whether to catch up. He occasionally glanced at his phone as if he had things to do and couldn't break away, looking anxious. Jun Qian couldn't bear to watch, pushed open the car door, and walked towards them. Lin Luyang, you're Mr. Zhang, right? He is Teacher Zhao's child, currently interning at the group, under the CFO, carrying out specific tasks. Due to the sensitivity of his position and his strict family upbringing by Teacher Z, Lin Luyang had very little pocket money. Depending on the company's salary, he was just slightly better off than an ordinary person. Not really a second-generation rich kid. Well, let's go. Lin Luyang looked a little reluctant, glancing in the direction where the girl had left. Is she your girlfriend? Jun Qian handed him a cigarette, jokingly asking. Ow. You saw that? Lin Luyang awkwardly took it, shook his head with a bitter smile. It's nothing. Sorry you had to see that, Mr. Zhang. Let's focus on our business first, please. Jun Qian nodded thoughtfully, lit a cigarette in the wine, and patted his shoulder. Young man, although I don't know what exactly happened, don't worry. After the land auction ends later, I will make sure she returns to your arms. I guess what happened? Did she want to buy something? Or is it about wanting to break up because of this matter? Lin Luyang nodded bitterly. Helplessly he said, it's her birthday today. She particularly likes a restaurant, and wanted to go eat and post on her moments. But it's by reservation only and accepts members only. I really don't have the means to fulfill her wish. Let's not dwell on it. Jun Qian thoughtfully took a drag of his cigarette. It's not a big deal. Let's focus on our business first. Well, he could probably reimburse himself for spending money on his girlfriend, right? Office building top floor. This is the official land auction organized by the government, and the scene is not very lively. In recent years, the real estate market has been bleak. Many companies are very cautious about acquiring land. Today, there are only a few real estate companies participating. Actually, this is not bad, mainly because the location is quite good. The commercial atmosphere in this quiet area is still strong, but the prices are a bit high. The total construction area is 150,000 square meters, priced at 80,000 yuan per square meter, with a total price of around 12 billion yuan. Oh, the Lin Xiaoyuan group is also interested in this plot of land. When Zheng Qian and others came up, they saw a few middle-aged men smoking and chatting at the entrance. One of them seemed to know Lin Suoyang. General Zhang, General Yang, hello. Lin Suoyang nodded politely and smiled. Xiao, chairman, asked me to try my luck. With you all here, I guess my chances are not great. I just came to liven things up. Hehe. Leavening things up is fine, but don't blindly raise the price. But shout, chairman, you are really amazing. You were just asking for a one-time bridge loan from us before. How come you now have so much capital to bid for land? Do you have spare money to bid with? The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. Zheng Qian had seen the information. He was one of the owners of the Jinhuaxinyu group, Zhang Kilian, and the person next to him was the owner of the Times Tide Real Estate, Yan Ruhuan. It's getting late, let's go in. Wei Rusi, not interested in this kind of probing, urged with a frown. Lin Suoyang nodded and quickly led them inside. Zhang Kilian and Yang Ruhuang, on the other hand, seemed excited. The two young women seemed more and more beautiful, especially the one who spoke just now, looked particularly haughty. Wearing gold-rimmed frameless glasses, her petite and fair nose formed a sharp contrast. Under the tight-aligned skirt were incredibly slender, muscle-wrapped legs. This sight was enough to make people unable to control themselves. They had seen good figures before, but they had never seen such a charismatic young woman. Wei Rusi, used to this kind of gaze, chose to ignore it. She naturally linked arms with Su Yuanchuan, smiling brightly. Miss Su, you should be careful, you've probably caught someone's eye. Su Yuanchuan's face blushed instantly. It wasn't because of Wei Rusi's words, but because Wei Rusi seemed to be intentionally holding onto her waist while linking arms with her. Subtly, she pinched her, then slid her hand down behind her. Ah, it's quite round. The whole action was completed in one go. Without hesitation, Wei Rusi was clearly quite skilled. If Zheng Qian saw this, he would surely be impressed. What are you doing? Su Yuanchuan blushed with anger. Oh, just flirting. What's wrong? Wei Rusi answered directly, glancing towards Su Yuanchuan's chest. Adjusting her glasses, I suggest you better not speak again. If that person notices you, it won't be good. Su Yuanchuan followed her gaze, eyebrows slightly furrowed. What did she mean? This person's name is Fang Junqi. He is a senior executive at Times Tide Real Estate, and his subordinate is someone you probably consider an influential figure, Wang Junyi from the Su family. So it's best to keep a low profile. Fortunately, he's not here today. Su Yuanchuan shivered slightly, seeming to have realized something. She had heard of the name Wang Junyi before. Her father, Su Yulu, had met a talented individual in Shanghai who had intricate ties with the Song Commercial Club, and this time it was said that he had promised to help the Su family in a price war, pledging to invest 10 billion yuan into the family. But recently, there had been no contact, and his attitude was ambiguous, leaving the Su family at a disadvantage. The Sun family seemed to have an unexpectedly strong network of relationships, having secured a large sum of money from Shanghai, and aggressively spending it. The failure of the Su family seemed inevitable. However, she didn't expect the Sun family's network to be so powerful. They had long planned for the downfall of the Su family. Sister Su, listen carefully. Wei Rusi lowered her head slightly, whispering in Su Yuanchuan's ear. Forget about Zheng Qian. He's already engaged. As for you, there will be plenty of opportunities for us to interact in the future. Sometimes, men aren't necessarily the best option. We could have a drink together sometime, and I'll show you a different side of yourself. Su Yuanchuan trembled slightly. She could be considered a businesswoman, a standard mature woman, but it all depended on who was in front of her. Wei Rusi was just too aggressive. No, she was just too bold. After saying that, she tactfully kept her distance from Su Yuanchuan, but her eyes still carried an intrusive tone. This made Su Yuanchuan blush even more, wanting to retort, but not knowing what to say. If it had been a man, she would have had several potential responses. But unfortunately, it was a woman. Ha ha. Wei Rusi suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. All right, I was just teasing you. Look at how scared you got. Don't worry, I couldn't care less about your relationship with Zheng Qian. I'm not Jingle's mother. Why should I meddle in such matters? And you don't have to worry. Even if Won Junyi is really here, you don't need to be afraid. Our presence here is basically like showing our cards. The battle between the Su and Sun families should be coming to an end soon. This building today is the headquarters of the new Sushun group that Zhang Qian prepared for you. You are the future leader of this group. Su Yuanchuan was dumbfounded. It's prepared for herself. Honestly, before she set off, she really had no idea why Zhang Qian had asked her to come. She thought it was just to inspect some project, but affection points plus 10. Zhang Qian, he just went to the restroom and returned to find that Su Yuanchuan's affection points had increased by 10. What was going on? He was thinking of using this land to make a big splash. When it came time to sign, he could tell Su Yuanchuan that this was prepared for her, to give her a shock. What did Wei Rusi say? Sensing Zhang Qian's suspicious gaze, Wei Rusi quickly gestured for him to sit down. Well, this land has a starting price of 12 billion. Jinghuaxinyu Group can't handle it alone, so they pulled Times-Tide Real Estate in to join forces and acquire it together. The CEO of Jinghuaxinyu who joined, Zhang Kilian, is the hidden financier of the Sun family. If we successfully acquire this prime piece of land, the stock prices will surely surge, and vice versa. So our goal is not just to acquire this land, but also to strike at their stock prices, find a way to forcefully acquire Jinghuaxinyu Group, and make a solid profit without any losses. I've seen your information. You also have a kind real estate under you, right? This can be a perfect opportunity for a merger, instantly transforming you from a new company to a group with mature construction qualifications and enabling you to immediately control both the Sun and Su families. After all, you're quite wealthy, aren't you? With her last sentence, Wei Rusi's gaze seemed to contain deeper meaning. The land auction officially began. Unlike auctions in the outside world, there were no young and beautiful hosts, nor was there a flashy commercial atmosphere. Each group representative had a computer in front of them, allowing real-time access to various data and bidding. Additionally, there were no strict rules on auction prices. This means that everyone could increase the price based on their group's actual situation. After all, with a total construction area of 150,000 square meters, a bid of 1 yuan per square meter would increase the total price by 150,000 yuan. One small change can have a big impact. Zhang Kilian seemed poised to win this bidding. His expression was relaxed, but the land, now worth over 12 billion, was not something just anyone could afford. Almost 99% of developers in Juzhou couldn't come up with that money in one go. Zhang Kilian utilized a lot of leverage, involving banks, investors, shareholders, and more. After mortgaging many properties and assets, he finally raised over 9 billion. Together with Chandakoxi Real Estate's over 5 billion, it should be enough to secure the land. Prior to the land auction, Jinghua Xinyu Group had already started a large-scale media publicity campaign. Therefore, every aspect of the land auction results was taken very seriously. This could potentially be the first land king in Shanghai under the overall sluggish real estate market in 2023. The confidence and strength of the bidders in bidding for land at this time clearly displayed their capabilities. Many believed that Jinghua Xinyu Group was likely to win, as their stock price had already started soaring. From an initial 10 yuan per share, it had risen all the way to 25 yuan. Experiencing multiple days of trading limit ups and still rising. Before they entered, the stock had hit its limit up again. However, Wei Rusi was clear that today would likely be the last time Jinghua Xinyu Group would hit the limit up, because once the land auction results were out, a continued downward trend would begin, until all the shareholders of the group panicked, at which point Zhang Qian would make his move. In fact, she had intentionally proposed this method. After chatting with Zhang Qian for a long time that day, she could only vaguely estimate that he had assets in the billions. But she felt he was still hiding something. So, through these big moves, she wanted to probe Zhang Qian's bottom line. If he truly had an astronomical amount of money, perhaps her idea of returning to the United States might actually come true. As everyone was lost in thought, the land auction had already begun. 81,000 yuan per square meter. 85,000 yuan per square meter. 88,000 yuan. The bidding for the land was less exciting than Zhang Qian had imagined, with bids being too low. Several companies raised their paddles in succession, while others chose to leave. Only 3 or 4 companies remained. Hehe. Looks like we're in a good position this time. Zhang Kilian looked around the room confidently. He whispered, If we manage this well and release some positive news, our stock price can continue to rise, possibly reaching 50 yuan. If that's the case, financing won't be a problem. We can acquire the Su family, replenish our losses. Then we can join the Sonshang Club together. Yang Ruhuan furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced in the direction of Lin Shuoyang not far away and hesitated. They still haven't made a bid. Are they really just here for show? But they haven't bid from the beginning. Could there be some variables? With those words, John Killian chuckled coldly. Don't worry. Not long ago, that old woman was scrambling for bridge loans of mere billions. She could barely make it through. Now the price has reached 13 billion. What does she have to buy with? John Killian didn't even care about people like Lin Shuoyang. And at the current price, it was indeed almost reaching their limit. Even they found it difficult to handle, let alone Teacher Z. Well, John General, now it's 13 billion. When should we make a move? Lin Shuoyang asked softly. Before he came, Teacher Z didn't reveal much about Zhang Qian. He simply said that he was very capable and to learn more from him. But now, with the price at such a terrifying level, in his heart, he had already determined that Zhang Qian couldn't possibly continue. Well, another futile trip today. 13 billion, huh? Zhang Qian furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Let's just raise the bid to 100,000. Wei Rusi, Xiyuan Shuang, Lin Shuoyang. The three of them looked at Zhang Qian in unison. JT, go crazy. 100,000 per square meter. That would make the total price 15 billion. This premium had already reached 25%. Zhang Qian, I know you are eager to win this land, but don't rush. Wei Rusi couldn't help speaking out. Zhang Qian waved his hand, a mysterious smile on his face. I suddenly have an idea. It may be better than your previous strategy. Let's give it a try. Shaolan, you can just raise the bid to 100,000 yuan. If I'm right, John Killian and his group will definitely follow. Wei Rusi helplessly rubbed her forehead. Okay. After all, you're the boss. Whatever amount you say, then it's that amount. Lin Shuoyang hesitated for a moment but reported the number as per Zhang Qian's instructions. What? John Killian stood up abruptly. Pointing at the computer screen, he shouted incredulously. Lin Shuoyang, did you study at the university for nothing? Your mom didn't send you here as a joke. 15 billion. Did you really bid that high? Can you afford it? Withdraw quickly. It's impossible to withdraw now, the organizers replied emotionlessly. They then turned to Lin Shuoyang. This number is legally binding. It's already a 25% premium. If you maliciously bid but can't make the payment in the end, there will be consequences. Lin Shuoyang nodded reluctantly. After all, before he left, his mother had already instructed him. Regardless of the situation, he must fully cooperate with Zhang Qian's actions. Even if he called out 100 billion, he must follow suit, and it must be in the name of the Lin Ziyuanfang group. F***K. Has he gone crazy? John Killian couldn't help but curse directly. Lin Shuoyang furrowed his brow, saying, John General, please mind your language. Since I'm here, I will naturally abide by the rules. How about it? Can't afford it. John Killian was temporarily speechless. Damn, it seems like I really can't afford it. What should I do? But this piece of land is really crucial. Lao Zhang, I just contacted the board, and we can only raise a few billion more at most. That's already the limit. Do we still want to bid? If not, the stock price may collapse. Yang Ruhuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Bid. Damn it. Now we're in a difficult situation. Even if we can't pay in the end, we must bid. Otherwise, the stock price will collapse, and we can't afford that consequence. Damn it. After the land auction ends, I'll definitely take this kid down. John Killian never dreamed that he would encounter such a formidable opponent halfway through. 15 billion. In previous years, this number would have been acceptable, but now it's 2023. The real estate market is in such a slump, and every property developer is extremely cautious about land acquisition. What's more important is that the authorities have imposed strict self-ownership ratios, further squeezing profit margins. John Killian's legs trembled uncontrollably. If killing was not a crime, he would have gone over and stabbed Lin Shuoyang to death right now. That damn old woman. Where did she get so much money? Wasn't she dirt poor before? John Killian's face was full of frustration. He stretched out his trembling fingers and forcibly raised the total price to 15.1 billion. There is still room for maneuvering. With the money Yan Ruixuan brought in, we can barely secure this piece of land, and even push it up further. Damn it, that Lin Shuoyang brat. He clenched his fist in anger and cursed wildly in his mind. 15.1 billion. Zheng Qian sneered inwardly. He wrote down a number on the paper and pushed it over. Lin Shuoyang was shocked, but still reported the price as instructed by Zheng Qian. Dang. Zhang Qilian was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thickened, and he slammed the table hard. Representative of Jinhua Xinyu Group, General Manager Zhang, please watch your behavior. The host frowned, pointing to the ground. This is an official land auction site, not your company's meeting room. If you can't control yourself, I will have security escort you out. Sorry, I will control myself. Zhang Qilian forced a smile. However, he harbored deep resentment towards them. General Zhang, what should we do? Should we continue? Continue. Damn it, we can't back down at this moment. Keep pushing ahead. It's not just our own money. There are so many investors to consider that the rise in stock prices is definitely beneficial to us. Seeing the numbers flashing on the screen, Zheng Qian's mouth showed a hint of a smile. They were indeed following his plan. Wei Rusi and Suan Shuang were astonished. They couldn't understand how Zheng Qian was so confident that the other party would continue. The price submitted by Jinhua Xinyu Group had not stayed long before Lin Shuoyang quickly revisited it. The number was directly raised to 16 billion yuan. In the current real estate market, this was an insane figure. Dang. The host frowned and was about to reprimand Zhang Qilian, but saw him suddenly collapse to the ground, his body trembling slightly as if having a seizure. Get someone to help lift him out. No knee. Zhang Qilian struggled to get up, wiped a cold sweat from his forehead, and said through gritted teeth, just with this number, you want to defeat me? Ha ha ha. It's simply a joke. I'll continue. With that, he raised the number further to 16.1 billion, 34%. The premium rate reached an astonishing 34%. This was not an ordinary commodity auction, but a commercial property auction, with a premium rate based on 12 billion yuan. It was gradually getting out of control. Although there had been cases of premium rates exceeding 100% in previous land auctions, they were rare. What's more, even if those properties did reach a 100% premium, it couldn't surpass this. Shouldn't we stop now? Wei Rusi hesitated. She seemed to understand Zheng Qian's intentions now. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Qian shook his head and whispered, if I guess right, they have reached their breaking point now. This is the limit. So, I need to push harder. He signaled Lin Shuoyang to continue raising the price. Lin Shuoyang trusted him and promptly operated the computer. 17 billion. Zheng Qian liked Lin Shuoyang. He seemed different from other rich second generations. It seemed like Xiaoshu had successfully educated him, with quite impressive control. It was hard for others to believe he was the son of a real estate tycoon. No wonder the girl had dumped him. General Zhang, what's wrong? General Zhang, are you okay? Yan Ruixuan hurriedly grabbed Zhang Qilian, who was about to fall, and shouted anxiously. The host rolled his eyes, too lazy to intervene. He did look genuinely injured, not just causing trouble. However, he discreetly called emergency services, fearing he might have a seizure. Don't mind me. Zhang Qilian forcefully pushed Yang Ruixuan away. He was gasping heavily, as if the keyboard he was pressing now wasn't keys, but missiles capable of destroying the world. At this moment, everyone could feel the seriousness on his face. The number was updated. 18 billion. Even with the air-conditioned room filled with cold air, Zhang Qilian's face flushed red, drenched in sweat, emitting intense heat. Yan Ruixuan's heart skipped a beat. Did General Zhang usually practice martial arts? Was he about to unleash his power? This heat, the distortion of space, was he a martial arts grandmother? Terrifying. But Yang Ruixuan couldn't comprehend the situation, and since he wasn't the boss of a major corporation, he didn't need to worry about the consequences. However, he found the number unbelievably absurd. Suddenly, Zhang Qilian smiled contentedly. His laughter seemed to echo halfway up the mountain. He sat down, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and whispered, rest assured, I can say they will continue to bid. I have discovered that this group is here to disrupt, not just to buy land. I understand now, as long as they raise the bid, I will definitely not follow. Even if the share price plummets, I will accept it. Damn it, it's still better than losing over 100 billion. 170 billion. It's just deliberately raising the price. Since you like to raise the price so much, I will play along with you. Keep raising it. At that moment, John Killian thought very clearly. Wei Rusi frowned tightly, but said nothing because she didn't understand what John Qian was up to. Was he deliberately pushing the price to create a sensation? But the cost seemed too high. It could have been bought for less than 16 billion, but they had to push it to 16.5 billion. What was he trying to achieve? It seemed that John Killian would not continue. This was their final bottom line. No, this is not their final bottom line. Zheng Qin seemed to see through Wei Rusi's thoughts and smiled lightly, because this has far exceeded their bottom line. I was thinking just now, buying this land and using the stock price to strike them would be the best move. Or, let them buy it at a loss, even cause a collapse because they can't afford it. Which one is better? Hearing this, Wei Rusi's eyes lit up. She finally understood Zheng Qian's true intentions. He was indeed interesting. No wonder he had bewitched Jin Lu. Wei Rusi suddenly had a different view of Zheng Qian. In the past, in her perception, the domestic tycoons couldn't be compared to the wealthy families of the Western world. It's not just about their temperament issues, nor the numbers in their accounts, but the family background and shrewd minds. She used to just see Zheng Qian as a parvenu, but now it seems not to be the case. What no one knows is what interests Wei Rusi the most is how Zheng Qian amassed such a large fortune. She really wanted to know who was behind Zheng Qian. I give up. Lin Shuoyang didn't hesitate and directly exited the land auction system. Zheng Qian's meaning was already very clear. Although he wanted that piece of land, it was not the right time. He was very curious about how Jing Hua New Moon Group Fan Times Tide Estates were going to fill this huge void, or even if they filled this void, how to deal with it later. 17 billion. Hey. To Zheng Qian, it was a drop in the ocean. But when wealth accumulates to a certain extent, Zheng Qian enjoyed the process of the game even more. He was indeed very rich now, rich enough to directly buy Jing Hua New Moon Group Pan Times Tide Estates. But what was the point? What sense of achievement does it bring? While making money, he could still enjoy the fun of the game. This was what Zheng Qian was pursuing now. Dang. Zhang Qi's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Oh no. Director John is foaming at the mouth. Yang Ruhuan said anxiously, getting up quickly. We need to stop the land auction. I strongly suspect he made this choice due to a mental issue. We can't. The land auction results are real and valid. Notary personnel can testify through the whole process. Get him to the hospital first, and we will follow up with the payment matters later. After saying that, the host glanced deeply at Zheng Qian. It seemed that this young man played a crucial role in this land auction. Quite interesting. Be ready to take over. Zheng Qian stood up and said, Zhang Qi's company probably can't hold on. The result is clear. They'll be forfeiting their earnest money. But there's always a way out of every situation. Start spreading the news first. Wait for them to hit the trading limit tomorrow to pressure their board. And when the time is right, negotiate terms. Wei Rusi nodded repeatedly. She finally understood Zheng Qian's thoughts. It was really enlightening. Rather than seeing the stock price plummet due to not winning the bid, it was better to deal a heavy blow to them at once. In a year as bleak as 2023 in real estate, to take down the Land King for 17 billion was simply impressive. The key point was, under normal circumstances, they absolutely couldn't come up with that kind of money. Of course, if they raised funds through some irregular channels, such as loans with high interest rates, it would be a disaster. If they didn't want it, they could refuse payment, but they would lose their earnest money. In this case, starting price of 12 billion, 20%, 2.4 billion. There would likely be further penalties, and this time, Jin Hua New Moon Group will indeed have to admit defeat. But it was also a pity. The earnest money was provided by Zheng Qian, and since it wasn't considered direct spending, the system did not offer a rebate. But it didn't matter. There would be opportunities to make it back in the future. We don't need to rush back to Sibei for now. Let's stay in Shanghai for a couple of days. A few people walked out of the office, and Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, laughing. After going through all this trouble, it's a bit late. Why don't we have something to eat first and enjoy the big city of Shanghai? Hehe. Since the boss is treating us, we should obey. Wei Rusi subconsciously linked arms with Suyuan Xuan. Maybe it was because of what Wei Rusi said before the auction started. Suyuan Xuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Wei Rusi seemed to deliberately push her own assets forward. pressing against Su Yuanchuan's arm and gently rubbing it. The latter's cheeks became even rosier, looking exceptionally charming. Zhang Qian turned his head suspiciously. The more he looked at these two girls, the more something felt off. He had a similar feeling back in Kui Ziking's office as well. Su Yuanchuan couldn't push Wei Rusi away, so she reluctantly smiled, then nodded. Oh, they must be very close sisters. Zhang Qian nodded slightly. It seemed he misunderstood them. Girls just liked that kind of thing, didn't they? Always wanting to hold hands, link arms to each other just to go to the restroom. By the way, where is your ex-girlfriend now? Seeing Lin Shuoyang's absent-mindedness, Zhang Qian couldn't help but ask. I just checked her social media. She should already be at that restaurant. It's not a big deal. It's just that I don't have much money now, so I'm hesitant to ask my mom. He shook his head bitterly. Zhang Qian took a deep drag from his cigarette, patting his shoulder. See, teacher did the right thing. And from this, we can see that this girl is materialistic, right? Anyway, the whole company will be yours in the future, so don't worry. At this moment, Wei Rusi happened to glance at the photo Lin Shuoyang showed. She suddenly froze, making a clicking sound with her tongue. Looks like the new guy that girl is with isn't anything special. How can you tell? See? I've been to that restaurant before. Well, it shows some taste. It's not easily accessible to everyone. The where she's sitting now is really not that great. In this corner, she can't see anything. The most attractive feature of that restaurant is the unique view location. It happens to be by the Spring Shen River, offering the best scenery. It's a pity she can't see any of it. Zhang Qian suddenly found an opportunity to show off. No, to help Lin Shuoyang show off. He had experienced being looked down upon by a girlfriend before, and he empathized strongly. He had to find a way to help Lin Shuoyang regain some face and impress that girl. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, "Do you have a membership at that restaurant?" Wei Rusi blinked. "Yes, but just a regular membership. It's okay. From today onwards, you will become the highest tier member of that restaurant, VIP. The name of this restaurant is Deep Forest, Seeing Deer, a place with a strong literary atmosphere. It is said that the owner is a celebrity from the Treasure Island province, but Zhang Qian is not interested in that. He only needs to know that it's time for him to show off, and that's enough for him." Lin Shuoyang is a bit embarrassed but can't resist Zhang Qian, so he follows reluctantly. Since they had notified the restaurant about their membership information beforehand, they were not stopped. However, as they walked further, they started feeling something was not right. They were even seated in a corner. "There's an empty spot by the window. Why can't we sit there?" Zhang Qian frowned and asked. The waiter politely replied, slightly bowing, "Respected guest, according to our rules, patrons with your membership rating can only be seated in this section. What if I insist on sitting there?" "You can't." "Can't?" Zhang Qian was taken aback. "Why not? Give me a reason. Is it because I'm too handsome, or my walk is too cool, or maybe because I didn't pay enough? I'll count to 3. Give me a reason." "Money, isn't it? What else in this world can't be solved with money?" The waiter awkwardly smiled. After a moment of silence, he politely said, "Only friends approved by our boss are qualified to be seated in the best locations. Because our boss is a celebrity from the Treasure Island province, his friends are all people of high status. It's not as simple as just throwing money around. Besides, tens of thousands or even millions, they really won't do. Tens of thousands or millions won't do." Zhang Qian laughed, lifted his head. "What about tens of millions or billions?" He was not joking, but to the waiter, it seemed absurd. The waiter also chuckled and shook his head, seriously saying, "Sir, forgive me for being blunt. In Juzhou, perhaps no city is more filled with the aura of capital than Shanghai. Here, money is the measure of everything. But when money piles up to a certain extent, it's not the quantity that determines influence, but the quality." "Oh, interesting." Zhang Qian thought the waiter was just talking nonsense, but his argument was intriguing. This was the first time he heard that money could have quality and quantity. "Interesting. Tell me more." Zhang Qian nodded slightly and was about to light a cigarette instinctively, but he reconsidered the surroundings, put it back in the case, and attentively observed the waiter. "Well," the waiter continued, "the quantity of money is easy to understand. It's just the numbers in the bank account. The quality of money, on the other hand, simply put, is that two people spending the same amount of money may get different services and values. In other words, the cost to achieve something may vary. Do you understand now? He understood very well and found it refreshing. Ultimately, it boiled down to a person's energy. The so-called quality of money is about assessing a person's energy. Some people can get things without spending money just because they are favor. But if one's energy is insufficient, no matter how much they pay, they might not get what they want. That was the gist of it. The person who can talk like this shouldn't be your boss, right? It wasn't that Jun Qian looked down on stars from the entertainment industry, but the conversation was profound and seemingly simple yet thought-provoking. No, indeed not. It's a very beautiful lady who just left not too long ago. As he reminisced, the waiter seemed slightly moved. A lady just left. When he heard this, Jun Qian's mind suddenly pictured a figure. Xian, the girl who resembled Jin Lu. All right, sir. Please take a look at the menu. I'll be right here to assist you. The waiter's attitude was very polite, even overly so, making it slightly uncomfortable, as if he was looking down on them. He took a few steps back, seemingly deliberately keeping his distance. Treasure Island Province? Celebrity? Jun Qian sneered inwardly. For such trivial matters, couldn't they just call Nikai? There's no need to bother Nikai with such small matters. And honestly, even if you find someone from the entertainment industry, you might not be able to solve this. Don't forget what the waiter said. I think it makes sense. His name is Bai Yi, a veteran artist whom many grew up watching his shows, so people naturally respect him. If you trust me, you can leave it to me. I guarantee not a single penny will be spent, and the entire restaurant will revolve around you. How about that? Because true quality of money is shown when not a penny is spent, right? Wei Rusi whispered to Jun Qian, while Su Yuanchuan and Lin Shuoyan were unaware of their conversation. Jun Qian didn't reply. He felt things were getting complicated. He thought he had found his moment to show off in this restaurant, but it seemed there was more to it that he didn't know. The lady who just left. Jun Qian was increasingly curious about her identity. Even Wei Rusi's reaction was somewhat irrational. All right, it's up to you. Jun Qian agreed with a nod. Wei Rusi gave Jun Qian a deep look, then picked up her phone and walked away. In less than 3 minutes, she was back in her seat. Then, the arrogant waiter was called over and scolded by the manager. Even from a distance, one could see the terror on the waiter's face. He couldn't help looking in Jun Qian's direction, bewildered. How did this man do what he did? The supervisor glared at him resentfully, then hastened to Jun Qian. Boing. I apologize, sir. We didn't know you were the owner's honored guest. Please move to the best panoramic spot. Later, a chef from France will personally explain today's special dishes to you and your friends. Before he finished, Jun Qian waved his hand, first giving Wei Rusi a deep look. Then, he pointed to a nearby couple. We're fine sitting here. Give the best spot to her. Oh, and don't forget to mention that a gentleman is gifting her this spot as a birthday present. Zhuang Yaoyao is in a very good mood. Today is her birthday and also her first time coming to this high-end restaurant. She used to hear her girlfriends boast about how upscale this place is, saying that regular people have no qualifications to dine here. Now that she sees it in person, it is indeed true, although the only downside is not being able to sit by the window, which is said to be the best spot in the restaurant. But then, can even Lin Shuoyan allow himself to come here? Sitting across from Zhuang Yaoyao, the young man seems to have no desire to eat at all. Instead, his gaze always lingers on her body, from the low-cut deep V-neck top to the tight short skirt, as if any slight movement would reveal countless wonders. Then there are the pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, round and slender, surely with a very good touch. Chen Xiao, thank you for celebrating my birthday, Zhuang Yaoyao said shyly, her cheeks slightly blushing. It's not that she's actually shy, but rather it's a protective color she has developed from being frequently in such situations. Now, she sneers at Lin Shuoyan even more. Originally hearing that he is the young master of the Lin family group, the future heir, she took the initiative to approach him. But now, he is just a joke, compared to such a big young master, and also hearing that their family business is about to go bankrupt. A hint of subtle contempt flashed in Chen Xiaoyang's mouth. In his eyes, Zhuang Yaoyao is just a toe for him to vent his desires. Coming to this restaurant doesn't require much cost. It would cost a few tens of thousands at most, and in fact, dining here is not very expensive. The expensive part is merely obtaining the qualification and status to enter. Don't be polite, Yaoyao. The night is so beautiful today. Why not stay out and not go home? I know a hotel. Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. It's just that the scenery around that hotel is really wonderful. Although you've grown up in this city, believe me, you haven't enjoyed the view of the city from that angle. Chen Xiaoyan talked freely, with a righteous appearance. How could Zhuang Yaoyao not understand his intentions? But now that she's here, she's already prepared to sacrifice herself. Besides, she has long known that she is very pretty. That's her greatest asset. Okay, Sha Chen, but you better not bully me. We are just enjoying the scenery. Okay. Zhuang Yaoyao has the potential for a performance personality. At this moment, her expression, along with her slightly blushing cheeks, gives off an extremely pure feeling. In that moment, Chen Xiaoyan admitted to himself that he was slightly moved. He felt like Zhuang Yaoyao had him firmly grasped. He almost couldn't wait to throw her down now and ravish her in his arms. Excuse me, may I ask if this is Miss Zhuang Yaoyao? The head waiter walked over and slightly bowed. After confirming, he bent even lower and pointed to the window side. That must be you. It's your birthday today, right? I'm sorry we didn't prepare in advance. Please come over there. The best scenic spot is still available. Please make sure you bring your belongings with you, and leave everything else to us. Oh, and this is a gift from a gentleman for you on your birthday. A gentleman? A gift? Sent? Zhuang Yaoyao was stunned for a moment, then began to quickly speculate. Firstly, there is absolutely no magnate around her who could allow her to sit in the best spot of this restaurant. Besides, if there was indeed someone who admired her so much, why bother chasing around Lin Shuoyang before? So it was easy to come to a conclusion. That gentleman is Chen Xiaoyan in front of her. She still didn't know what kind of business Chen Xiaoyang's family is involved in, but Zhuang Yaoyao knew that he is really wealthy. The cars he drives never cost less than $1 million, and he is usually very generous. He has long coveted her body. Choosing him was not a wrong decision, since Chen Xiaoyan could arrange for them to move to that spot. It meant he was definitely richer than she imagined. And he's so romantic. She really loves it. These feelings, who would understand in her family? Thank you, Sha Chen. Why are you so good to me? Zhuang Yaoyao quickly looped her arm around Chen Xiaoyang's arm and walked away. Chen Xiaoyan, is this something I arranged? When did I become so awesome? Oh, I get it. Surely the waiter recognized my status. Well, my father is quite wealthy, probably recognized by the waiter or the boss at some event. Trying to save face discreetly. Ha ha ha, it must be that way, right? Heh. Just a small effort. Thinking so, Chen Xiaoyang really thought he did it and boldly placed his hand on Zhuang Yaoyao's perky buttocks, squinting and saying, "How do you like the surprise I arranged for you?" "I love it, darling. Tonight is all yours," Zhuang Yaoyao said with a hoarse voice. All these occurrences were observed by Zheng Qian and others. Lin Shuoyang clenched his fists tightly, filled with disappointment and incomprehension. He used to really like Zhuang Yaoyao, never doubting her motives, but after today's incident, he truly saw her for who she is. Zheng Qian patted his shoulder and said lightly, "Actually, you don't need to dwell too much on this matter. The girl wasn't originally at fault. Everyone hopes for a better life, right? It's just that she shouldn't have deceived you. If I'm not mistaken, she must have known that kid for a long time, right?" Lin Shuoyang nodded heavily. "Well, then give her the best dream, and then crush it with your own hands," Zheng Qian said, calling the waiter and handing over a check. "I won't waste Boss Bai's kindness. You must also accept this money. Consider it as a dating fund for that girl. If there's any leftover after spending, just put it all into Wei Ruxi's account." The head waiter hesitated when handed over the check. "A few zeros? Is this 10 million? Even in this highly prestigious restaurant, it's rare for someone to directly charge 10 million. This is too extravagant, right? Can this money really be exchanged from the bank? It should be able to. After all, the boss personally called Van said to treat this customer with the highest standard of reception. With 100 million deposited, Zheng Qian was very satisfied. TSK, you're so wealthy now. If you directly throw this 10 million in front of that girl, I'm sure she wouldn't even frown. If you ask her to strip dance, Wei Ruxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. You don't understand the joy of spending money. Zheng Qian shrugged, looking at the men and women by the window, and said thoughtfully, "Who can't spend money? I can even offer a price to the owner of this store that he can't refuse and buy this place directly. But what's the point? I sincerely enjoy watching people dancing because of money. Wei Rusi raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. She kept silently repeating a thought in her mind. Showing off. Zheng Qian also nodded silently. Yes, he must have put on a good show just now. These words were read in a book before, so he noted them down. He had been thinking of using them to show off at the right time, and it seemed that now was the perfect opportunity. On the other hand, Zhuan Yaoyao was already in an extremely excited state. She still remembered a few days ago, when her girlfriends were boasting to her about how close her position was to the window at that time. It was indeed very close, but just close. There were several seats still between her and the window. Humph. Look at my position now. Zhuan Yaoyao took several beautiful photos. About that, can you also take a few photos for me? Chen Xiaoyang suddenly blushed and said, Zhuan Yaoyao, weren't you planning to come here? Why take photos? Haha. Actually, I really enjoy the feeling between us and want to preserve it well in the form of photos. In the future, when we're old, we can have memories, right? Chen Xiaoyang said with deep affection. You're so good to me. Zhuang Yaoyao sweetly smiled and was about to sit next to him. Let's take a photo together later. First let me take one of myself, because I'm really curious about how I look when I'm totally thinking about you. Chen Xiaoyang replied earnestly. Zhuang Yaoyao didn't doubt him and took photos for him for 5 minutes before he finally asked her to stop. Chen Xiaoyang was very satisfied. Well, he himself was not sure right now how he could sit here, but with these photos, he should be able to attract some girls to his social circle, right? He thought. They would surely line up to be with him since they saw him sitting here. By the way, Chen Xiao, can I order a bottle of wine? My girlfriend ordered a bottle of wine when she came before, and it felt quite nice. I really want to try it. Can I? Zhuan Yaoyao looked at Chen Xiaoyang extremely expectantly. Without much thought, he waved his hand and called the waitress. Just order something. Waitress, come here. It wasn't that Chen Xiaoyang was so generous, but he knew the rules here. With his level, he could only order wines costing a few tens of thousands. Those good wines were not something he could order now. Even if he could, it usually needed an advance reservation. Anyway, among the wines he could order, the prices were still manageable. Let's have a bottle of sunlit sea. Zhuan Yaoyao cheerfully ordered a bottle. Okay. The waitress quickly noted and left. Chen Xiaoyang, wait. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He remembered vividly. At this bottle of sunlit sea was an extraordinary red wine produced by Lafitte Winery in 1977. Due to crop planting problems that year, only less than 50,000 bottles were produced all year long. And because the grapes reached their peak flavor that year, the taste was absolutely praised. First rate. Even after so many years, it remained a luxurious wine that was becoming scarcer with each bottle opened. Much more expensive than the 1980 to Lafitte that had gone bad, it was a true noble among wines. According to his membership level, he wasn't qualified to order it. Why did the waitress agree? This bottle cost 800,000, damn it. My monthly pocket money is only around 2 to 300,000. How can I afford this wine? Do wait. He couldn't help but stop the waitress, hesitatingly said. Do you have this wine? Can I order it? I mean, a member. The waitress didn't understand his meaning and said, in confusion, of course, you can order. Just based on the fact that you can sit in this spot, you can definitely order it. You don't need to worry. Normally, this wine requires a reservation, but for you, there is no need at all. Chen Xiaoyang was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt numb all over. He hastily stood up, pulled the waitress aside, and whispered, even though I can sit by the window, I feel, this is a misunderstanding. My real membership is the lowest level. Are you sure I can order this wine? The waitress was slightly taken aback but finally understood what was going on. She gave Zhuan Yaoyao a deep look. Then she gently bent down and said, please rest assured, all expenses today will be covered by that gentleman. Including this bottle of sunlit sea, it is essentially a gift from him to Miss Zhuan Yaoyao. After the waitress left, Chen Xiaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon he felt that something was off. If being seated here could still be explained as being recognized, this wine was a different matter. This was an 800,000 worth red wine, casually given out. Could it be? Was there really such a mysterious man? Not me. Is everyone here? Zheng Qian glanced at the time and asked Wei Rusi. She smiled and waved her phone, taking the elevator. PSK. I wonder what Miss Zhuang Yaoyao will think when she finds out that everything is actually arranged in the name of Lin Shuoyang. Not just Wei Rusi, but everyone present was very excited. At that moment, the restaurant's light suddenly dimmed, and a beautiful beam of light shone. Ah, isn't this Asia's top boy band Soulmate? Yes, exactly, it's Soulmate. How did they come here? Just at that moment, under a beam of beautiful light, 5 handsome boys shimmered onto the stage. The influence of Soulmate is truly phenomenal. A top boy band from the mysterious country of Samita, sweeping major awards across Asia. They rarely participate in events and don't do commercial performances. To see them, one must attend their concert tour. Even the people capable of entering this restaurant are either wealthy or well-off, and many girls have never been so close to them before. And yet, here they are today, appearing before everyone. Amidst the cheers, many girls took out their phones to take photos. One significant reason they don't often appear is their exorbitant appearance fees. It is said to be 3 million for just 5 minutes. Even the wealthiest people wouldn't want to spend that much. But how did they come here? Wow, it's really Soulmate. It's so worth it that they came today. Zhuang Yaoyao couldn't contain her excitement. She felt even more certain that her decision was right. If not for Chen Xiaoyan, if not for coming here, she would never have had such a birthday night filled with wonderful memories. Before taking photos with her phone, she even took the opportunity to delete and block Lin Shuoyang. She must find a way to firmly grasp Chen Xiaoyang's heart. Oh well, if she had known, she would have done a full-body hair removal, exfoliation, beauty treatment, body care, and even a delicate skin treatment there. What if they went to the hotel, and he felt that her skin wasn't as delicate? Soulmate is Zhuang Yaoyau's ultimate boy band, and she once crazily asked her family for money to pursue them. Back in college, she even got fooled by someone promising to take her to a concert, and ended up being manipulated for a week. Finally, today, she can finally have close contact with them. Seeing Soulmate approaching her, Zhuang Yaoyao felt like her breath was about to stop. Can I take a photo with you guys? Her voice trembled intensely, separated by several bodyguards and managers. Are you Miss Zhuang Yaoyao? Soulmate's captain, Quan Long, in broken Chinese, asked with the guidance of the manager. Yes. It's me. Very well. Miss Zhuang, I am the manager of Soulmate, and I've studied Chinese. Coincidentally, we are currently in Shanghai, and a gentleman just invited our entire group here to celebrate your birthday and wish you a happy birthday. Zhuang Yaoyao felt like her heart was about to stop. Excitement, unmatched excitement. She rushed over and tightly hugged Chen Xiaoyang, excitedly saying, "Thank you, my dear. From now on, I belong entirely to you. No matter how many women you entangle with in the future, I will love you. Never divorce." Chen Xiaoyan was now even happier. It seems that his father is truly unparalleled in the agricultural machinery market. Who is this person? And what is he asking his dad to do that requires such a high cost? Hehe, Chen Xiaoyan, it seems, also has the chance to become the young master of the club. Just as Zhuang Yaoyao was about to faint with excitement, Quan Long waved his hand, saying a series of words in Samita, and then stepped aside. Not just him, the whole team took a step back, clearing a path. The manager exclaimed excitedly, "Now, please welcome this mysterious gentleman. He is also our Soulmate's eternal intimate partner." Hehe, I told you. There's no need to be so flashy. Chen Xiaoyan got more involved, wrapping his arms around Zhuang Yaoyao and said, "This person has something to ask my dad to do, so he went through all this trouble to please me. Hehe, I'm also curious to know who it is. If it's not too difficult, I'll have my dad take care of it." Chen, you're amazing. Zhuang Yaoyao became even more excited. The whole audience was focused on this passage. Everyone was curious. Who is this person? To be able to invite Soulmate, how much money must have been spent? It's probably a colossal amount. However, a jaw-dropping scene occurred for Zhuang Yaoyao. Lin Shuoyang walked expressionless towards them, having noted all her reactions earlier. Initially, he harbored a sliver of fantasy towards Zhuang Yaoyao, but after today's events, it was all shattered. He finally saw through this woman. Chen Xiaoyan also felt that something was off. "You, get out. How did you sneak in?" Zhuang Yaoyao instantly changed her expression, couldn't help but scold and taunt. You wretch, you even managed to sneak in. Get out now. Don't block the way. I want to see who asked Chen to do something. Today is my birthday. Don't bother me in front of me. We've already broken up. Chen Xiaoyang, feeling triumphant, gestured towards Lin Shuoyang behind. You better leave quickly. Tonight, she's ready to give herself to me. You're still stupidly standing there. What are you doing? Embarrassing yourself. Be a man and leave. Here, take this money. Get a taxi and go. He handed him some bills. What nonsense are you talking about? Soulmate's manager furrowed his brow, saying coldly, he is the sponsor of our current event. Could you please talk more kindly? Apologize immediately. Huh? Chen Xiaoyang and Zhuan Yaoyao both wore puzzled expressions. Incredulously looking at Lin Shuoyang, they couldn't snap out of it for a while. What was he saying? Lin Shuoyang is their event sponsor. What does that mean? Don't joke around. Lin Shuoyang is a nobody, and he is very clear. That, I'll call the security now and have him thrown out. We agreed. I'll take a photo with him later. Zhuan Yaoyao remained stubborn. At this moment, the restaurant manager came over. Speaking firmly, he said, due to your behavior, you have tarnished our restaurant's reputation. We don't welcome people like you who lack manners. Even if Mr. Lin arranged your seats, the sunlight sea he sent you is off limits. Since you've insulted our most esteemed guest, please leave. We don't welcome you. Please leave. The manager stared at them, unyielding in his words. His gaze was intense, causing Zhuan Yaoyao and Chen Xiaoyang to freeze on the spot. Both of them looked confused, as if, could it be that everything that just happened was not as they imagined? Could it really be Lin Shuoyang's doing? Is he really capable of that? Are there really people as formidable as him in Shanghai? Isn't this all a misunderstanding? Chen Xiaoyang couldn't bear the embarrassment anymore. He walked forward awkwardly and whispered, the gentleman you mentioned earlier, is he really this kid? Are you just teasing me? The manager looked down on him disdainfully, with a cold expression. Please, leave, he repeated. Even soulmate Guanlon couldn't hold back. He coldly spoke in sign language. A-C-ba asterisk 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 she ba long mother asterisk 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 she ba asterisk 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 asterisk. Although most didn't understand what he said, with that many asterisks, they could guess. Well, or at least, what does Shiba mean? Most people present could probably figure out. The manager remained composed. You should know what Quan Lon said, right? I won't translate for you. Anyway, you've messed with someone you can't afford to. Please leave immediately because we have a performance to prepare for. Even the thickest-skinned person probably couldn't bear it. Chen Xiaoyang quickly left with his head down. If he didn't leave soon, the situation might escalate further. But just as he took a few steps, he was stopped by the service staff. Chen Xiaoyang was bewildered, feeling publicly humiliated already. What more did they want from him? I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Due to today's incident causing a very negative impact on our restaurant, we must revoke your membership. No, cancel your membership. Please refrain from coming here again in the future. Right. Tone referencing an internet meme. Chen Xiaoyang felt too ashamed to stay any longer. Without even saying goodbye, he hurriedly escaped. Wait. Why are you doing this to me? Chen Xiaoyang was almost in tears as they still blocked his way. Please pay the bill. Including this bottle of Sea of Sunlight, the total is 900,000. Asterisk that asterisk. Chen Xiaoyang's eyes rolled back as he fainted. The manager waved his hand in annoyance. Take him to the back lounge. Call his family to pay. If you can't reach them, just call the police. Say there's someone trying to skip out on the bill. Husband, I was just joking with you. Zhuan Yaoyao finally realized. She quickly grabbed Lin Shuoyang's hand and said excitedly, I was mistaken. I didn't realize how powerful you are. I really had nothing to do with that Chen guide. He forced me today. Before Zhuan Yaoyao could finish, Lin Shuoyang broke her grip with disgust. Stepping back, he coldly said, that's enough. I'm tired. Let's never contact each other again because you disgust me. With that, he turned and walked away briskly. Lin Shuoyang. Husband, don't leave. Drag her away. Unable to watch further, the manager quickly ordered a few female waitstaff. He clapped his hands and turned to everyone. I'm really sorry, everyone. Mr. Lin specially invited Soulmate to perform, and he even covered the bill for everyone here. Please enjoy the upcoming performance. Cheers filled the restaurant, creating a joyful atmosphere everywhere, except for the two most unhappy people. One was carried to the lounge, waiting for his father to come and pay. The other was simply kindly escorted out by the female staff. They both disappeared as if they had never been there. Let's go too. Jun Qian patted the two girls on the buttocks and left ahead. Wei Ruxi and Su Yuanchuan quickly followed, but after a few steps, they both realized something was amiss earlier. Where did he pat just now? Thank you, Manager Jun. Leaving the restaurant, Lin Shuoyang looked grateful. Jun Qian waved his hand seriously. It's nothing. I've experienced what you went through today as well, but I didn't have the power back then, so this is my way of repaying that debt through you. Also, I hope you don't resent your mother controlling your pocket money. She must have her reasons. Keep it up, young man. I have high hopes for you. You carry a piece of me within you. Jun Qian patted his shoulder and walked to his car. Lin Shuoyang nodded heavily. Yet, he acted tough again. Jun Qian sighed and shook his head, but today was quite refreshing indeed. However, at that moment, his system alerted him. Retrieve reward of 9 million yuan. He quickly understood that it must be Chen Xiaoyang's father trying to return the money. ****. There are too many wealthy people in society nowadays. 900,000 were paid so quickly. But when he did the math, it wasn't that bad. At least, swiping over 90 million was worth it. He should have just topped up 100 million directly into Wei Ruxi's member account. Wait a moment, Manager Zhang. I need the IDs of all three of you. I'll arrange a suite for you. The driver was arranged by the Lin Xiaoyuan group. He was temporarily acting as an assistant. As soon as the car arrived at the hotel entrance, he subconsciously wanted to help them book rooms. Wei Ruxi, Su Yuanchuan, need 3 IDs to book a room. What does that mean? That's not necessary. I'll take care of it myself. You should go back and rest. Jun Qian smiled before bidding farewell. The driver nodded ambiguously and left. All right. Hand me your IDs. I'll get the rooms ready. How many rooms? How many? Wei Ruxi and Su Yuanchuan said, in unison. Then Wei Ruxi felt a bit embarrassed, and nudged Jun Qian's arm. Of course, it's 2 rooms. I'll share one with Su Yuanchuan. None of your funny ideas. Su Yuanchuan's cheeks flushed. She suddenly remembered what happened during the day. Wei Ruxi, no. It felt very dangerous to share a room with her. Well, that's a good question. Jun Qian pondered for a moment, but still nodded. Okay, 2 rooms it is. What they both didn't notice was Jun Qian's mischievous smile creeping up. Hey. I said 2 rooms, but I didn't specify who would share which room, right? Nor did I say both rooms have to be occupied, right? 3 people can also stay in one room, right? The other room is just open. I'm rich and capricious, no problem, right? Jun Qian took 3 room keys and went upstairs. However, in the elevator, the expressions on everyone's faces were different. Su Yuanchuan certainly did not expect to share a room with Jun Qian. The two were currently in a somewhat ambiguous situation, not yet at the stage where they could jump into bed at any time. Furthermore, Su Yuanchuan was not that kind of person to begin with. She couldn't quite say whether she was looking forward to something or feeling conflicted about it. Wei Ruxi's eyes were constantly scanning around. She, of course, had no particular thoughts about Jun Qian, but she was continuously pondering how she could sneak into Su Yuanchuan's room quietly at night. Would she use the excuse of the shower not working, or say there was a problem with the air conditioning? Until that time, she found herself greatly missing the beautiful Miss Monica Kennedy. She was truly a worldly beauty. Back when she was in America, every time they were intimate, it was an exquisite enjoyment. It was a pity. Now she could only return to her home country, and it might be a long time before she could see her again. Not just Miss Monica Kennedy, but also Lily Jo, Tiffany. Rest well. We'll meet again tomorrow. Jun Qian handed the room key to Su Yuanchuan before bidding farewell. Watching her enter the room, Jun Qian continued walking forward with Wei Ruxi. Ting. Arriving at the door of the next room, he skillfully opened it. Wei Ruxi patted Jun Qian's shoulder. You're extravagant, old man. TSK, you actually gave me such a large presidential suite. Sigh. It's truly a waste. You could have stayed with Su Yuanchuan. Such a waste. She then reached out her jade hand, signaling for Jun Qian to hand over the room key to her. However, Jun Qian's lips curled slightly upwards as he embraced Wei Ruxi's slender waist and led her into the room, closing the door behind them as soon as they enter. Pressing her against the wall, a sound of thud echoed. Could this be the legendary wall slam? Wei Ruxi's heart was beating rapidly, not because she had feelings for Jun Qian, but because she had never been so intimately close to a man before. In order to prevent her from escaping or screaming, Jun Qian's left hand covered her mouth. Coming out of a brief daze, Wei Ruxi desperately tried to push Jun Qian away. But how could she push him? His hands were like iron clamps tightly pressed against her mouth, and his hard chest was unmoving like a rock. Maintaining this aggressive posture, he gazed deeply into Wei Ruxi's eyes. Eventually, she gave up. Lowering her hands, she glared at Jun Qian resentfully. What did he want to do? Did he plan to use force? Did she need to directly ensure he wasn't able to act as a man? Fine. That's what she would do. She would kick him there with her high heels. Wei Ruxi, after a moment, Jun Qian finally let go of her, squinting as he spoke. What game are you playing with me? Since you knew so much information about John Killian and the others, I felt something was off. Plus the incident in the restaurant earlier, and that mysterious woman. I have every reason to suspect your intentions are not pure. Wei Ruxi was panting heavily. Her heaving chest showed signs of her shirt's buttons loosening. She wasn't trying to hint at anything to Jun Qian. She was genuinely lacking oxygen. That damn Jun Qian. Did he want to suffocate her? I warn you. Don't casually slander me. Furthermore, you are harassing me. Do you believe me if I tell Jin Lu? Wei Ruxi raised her head defiantly, glaring fiercely at Jun Qian. Jun Qian smiled, cigarette dangling from his mouth. Stop playing games with me. What is that woman's identity? I had my people remotely access the restaurant surveillance footage back in the car. Her name is Xian, right? Wei Ruxi raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. Not that he knew the woman was Xian, but surprised at how fast he found that out. That fast ... already linked her to Xian. Though Jun Qian was smiling, his mood was far from good. Very bad actually. He detested being manipulated, whether in the past or now. Clearly, Wei Ruxi and Xian were planning something. What if I am? Tell me. What are you planning to do? Jun Qian took a deep drag on his cigarette, lowered his head, and stared intensely into Wei Ruxi's eyes. And why does she resemble Jin Lu so much? It's like they were made from the same mold. What's the relationship between them? No. You'll escape. You've locked the door. Where can I escape to? Also, you're making me want to go to the bathroom. After drinking so much today, do you want me to relieve myself on your legs? Jun Qian was speechless. He had encountered sharp-tongued women before, but never someone this audacious. Stepping back, he said angrily, I warn you, if you don't come clean today, I won't let you off. I hate being manipulated the most. Tell the truth, and maybe I won't be so harsh. Wei Ruxi gave Jun Qian a disdainful look, thinking to herself incessantly. She truly didn't expect Jun Qian to react so strongly. In their usual interactions, he seemed quite easygoing. Wasn't it just a small matter? But seeing how serious he looked, could he actually be angry? She hesitated before slowly making her way to the bathroom to solve the issue. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour 30 minutes. Dang, bang, bang. Unable to bear it any longer, Jun Qian kicked the bathroom door a few times, gritting his teeth. Are you stuck in the toilet? Or sleeping during your defense? Aren't you afraid of getting hemorrhoids? Come out now. If you don't, I'm coming in. Wei Ruxi was taken aback. Her phone had run out of power as she sat on the toilet. She hadn't actually gone to the bathroom, she just didn't know how to explain it to Jun Qian. Suddenly an idea struck her. Oh, don't come in, I'm about to have diarrhea. Oh. My stomach hurts so much ... Jun Qian, if you like this kind of smell, come in. Did I actually come in? Yes, come in. Wei Ruxi coldly hummed to herself. This man was just all talk. Well, then she'd simply say she had been giving her defense the whole time. Nobody could endure that smell. If it doesn't work, she'd call Su Yuanchuan and tell her that Jun Qian was trying to molest her, see how he'd react. Or better yet, directly video call Jin Lu. Oh, can't do that. The phone is dead. Should have brought a power bank. What are you doing? At that moment, she saw someone standing in front of her. What do you mean by ow? Jun Qian leaned against the door frame, holding a cigarette in his mouth, couldn't help but say, "It's unbelievable. The rumored beautiful female banker from the outside world is actually wearing a skirt for her defense. Oh no, she's wearing underwear, stockings, a skirt, the whole set." Wei Rusi blushed deeply, almost dripping water. She exclaimed in panic, "How did you get in here?" Jun Qian kicked the door. "It just opened with a push. You didn't even lock it." Wei Rusi wished she could just hit her head on a tofu and die. Fuming, she stood up, chest puffed out, and said to Jun Qian, "You are simply shameless. You barge in even when a girl is using the restroom. Is it a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Jin Lu?" Jun Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette and smirked. "Fine. And then I'll tell her about how you've been harassing my female subordinates at work. How's that?" Wei Rusi was completely stunned. She chuckled and took a few steps back. You know all about that. I'm not blind. You first forcefully kissed Kui Ziking, and then today you were handsy with Su Yuanchuan. What exactly are you trying to do? I warn you, if you dare do anything to them, watch out, I'll have you taken care of. You probably haven't been with a man yet, right? This wasn't how Jun Qian usually spoke, but today he was so fed up with Wei Rusi, especially after what happened in the restaurant. He didn't know what she and that Xian were up to. "Jun Qian, can you please stop asking about this matter?" After a moment of silence, Wei Rusi said solemnly, "Regarding Xian, it's not the right time for you to know. When the time is right, you will naturally find out. Just be clear that we won't harm you. Okay." Jun Qian swore to himself that if Wei Rusi were a man, he would have kicked him a mile away by now, with his back heel. He took several deep breaths to calm his emotions. "And stop eyeing my female subordinates all the time." Jun Qian glared fiercely at Wei Rusi, extinguished his cigarette on the sink, and walked away. Wei Rusi suddenly felt like she had been granted clemency. She collapsed on the floor, unable to get up for a while. Jun Qian's pressure from earlier was just too intense. Especially when he first entered and pressed her against the wall. She really thought Jun Qian was going to force himself on her. Luckily, that didn't happen. She even had a fleeting thought in her mind. What if Jun Qian had really done that? What would she do? That would definitely make him impotent. This night was somewhat torturous for Su Yuanchuan. She didn't know why the soundproofing in this hotel was so bad. Despite being in the highly prestigious presidential suite, she could still vaguely hear the sounds from the next room. Especially shortly after entering the room, she heard a scream from Wei Rusi next door, and Jun Qian's voice. Even occasional banging sounds were heard. The two of them, were they that intense? Su Yuanchuan wasn't sure if her feelings were of anticipation, disappointment, or frustration. In any case, her emotions were very complicated. Not wanting to continue eavesdropping at the door, she got up, tittied up briefly, and went to the shower. However, not long after she lay down in the bathtub, on the opposite side separated by a wall, was also the bathroom. She heard the voices of Jun Qian and Wei Rusi from there. Were they like that already? Checking the time, it had been an hour and a half since they entered the room earlier, which meant Jun Qian had been in Wei Rusi's room for over an hour. Were they still at it? Su Yuanchuan's cheeks reddened, but her inner turmoil became even more complex and tangled. The whole night, Su Yuanchuan couldn't sleep well. The night passed in silence. Knock knock knock. Su Yuanchuan wearily got up from the bed and lazily asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Sister Su. My shower is broken. Can I take a shower here?" Soon Wei Rusi's voice came through. Su Yuanchuan hesitated for a moment but decided to open the door. She was still a bit afraid of what Wei Rusi might do, but since they both had fun with Jun Qian last night, she shouldn't have any ill intentions towards other girls, right? She must have been joking yesterday. "Come in." Though Su Yuanchuan's expression was still somewhat unnatural, mainly because her mind kept conjuring up scenes of Jun Qian and Wei Rusi's interactions. "Hey, Sister Su, why do you seem a bit off?" Wei Rusi said, quickly wrapping her arm around Su Yuanchuan's arm, saying concernedly, "Do you need me to call a doctor for you? The service in this hotel is very good. There's a resident doctor. Even simple illnesses can be taken care of." As she spoke, she groped on Su Yuanchuan's body. No, that's not necessary." Su Yuanchuan's cheeks reddened even further, quickly stood up and distanced herself from Wei Rusi. She pointed towards the direction of the bathroom, You should hurry up. If Jung Qian wakes up later and invites us for a meal. Mentioning Jung Qian, Wei Rusi sighed. Sister Su, can you help me with something? Not long after entering, Wei Rusi's call came through. What's the matter? I can't reach my back. Could you help me apply this body lotion? Oh. Su Yuanchuan didn't suspect anything. Wei Rusi smirked slightly. When she comes in later, she could just pull her into the bathtub. Sister's methods are quite powerful. Even a straight woman would surely be swayed. Dang bang bang. But at that moment, they heard knocking on the door. Who is it? Su Yuanchuan asked involuntarily. Is Wei Rusi in your room? Jun Qian's voice rang out. She said. What the hell? Stop her blabbering. Hurry up and open the door, or you'll be in danger. Unable to resist Jung Qian's urging, Su Yuanchuan quickly walked over to open the door. Due to the distance between the door and the bathroom, Wei Rusi didn't hear the commotion from here. More importantly, she had even turned on some lively music on her phone to create an atmosphere for people's imagination. Getting more exhilarated in the bathtub, she was waiting for Su Yuanchuan to hurry in. The first thing Jung Qian did when he entered was to grab Su Yuanchuan's shoulders with both hands and examined her from top to bottom. Su Yuanchuan felt awkward and bashful at his gaze. What are you doing? The key was that her nightgown was slightly see-through, revealing a bit of allure. Jung Qian wasn't trying to flirt, he was just making sure Su Yuanchuan hadn't fallen victim. He nodded somewhat relieved. As long as you're fine. Is Wei Rusi in there? Su Yuanchuan nodded and pointed towards the bathroom. Jung Qian smirked to himself. So, Wei Rusi, you let your guard down for a moment, and you want to take the woman by my side. You can't go in right now. Su Yuanchuan quickly stopped Jung Qian. Jung Qian turned back at the words, his brows furrowed. Why? Ow. Because, she's currently. Sister Su, what are you doing? I can't wait any longer. Your hands must be very tender. Before Su Yuanchuan could respond, an unusual voice of Wei Rusi came through. How to describe it specifically? If her voice were that of a man, it would be downright lascivious. Jung Qian sneered inwardly. Wei Rusi was really beyond comprehension. Su Yuanchuan blushed even more, explaining nervously. Jung Qian, it's not what you're thinking. Wei Rusi only. Her bathroom had a problem and needed my help. It's really nothing. What did she ask you to help with? To rub a little lotion. Then let me do it. Okay? Su Yuanchuan unconsciously nodded, but then realized something was off. Without further explanation, Jung Qian pushed open the bathroom door and strode in. At this moment, Wei Rusi was leaning on the edge of the bathtub, her back to the door, in a very graceful and seductive pose. Her idea was simple. To first capture Su Yuanchuan's attention and make her feel her charm. Then, when Su Yuanchuan was engrossed, she would simply pull her into the bathtub for retribution. Yes, the beautiful banker Wei Rusi was that straightforward and rough. Jung Qian gestured for silence, indicating to Su Yuanchuan not to make a sound. You're finally here. I can't wait anymore. Hurry up. Here, that lotion over there. Make sure to lather it into bubbles before using it, or it might not rinse off properly later. And not too much. Wei Rusi's voice was pleasant to listen to. If she weren't such a wicked woman, Jung Qian might have felt differently about her. Quietly pouring out some lotion, Jung Qian pressed his hands onto her skin. Well, objectively speaking, Wei Rusi's skin was really good. To describe it as delicate would not be an overstatement. It was as translucent as porcelain, fair and smooth to the extreme. Jung Qian couldn't help but compare in his mind. After thinking it over, perhaps only Jin Lu, Kui Ziking, Deng Yuking, and Su Shuyan could be compared to her. Thinking of Su Shuyan, Jung Qian couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Since they had a relationship, he couldn't just ignore her in Yabai. After resolving the Shanghai matters this time, he also needed to find an opportunity to arrange things for her. No. Perhaps he could conveniently bring Su Shuyan to Shanghai through the opportunity of acquiring the Jinhua New Moon Group. But back to the present. Jung Qian was lost in his thoughts, while Wei Rusi gradually felt something was amiss. The touch of this hand. Why does it feel somewhat coarse? And Su Yuanchuan's hands, are they this big? How did I not notice before? Surely she's been overworked at the company. It's a pity. Her hands are far inferior to Kui Ziking's. She definitely needs to lower her score a bit. After finishing up the busy period in the next couple of days, she definitely recommend that she go to a beauty salon for some care and maintenance. Just doing skincare for her hands won't suffice. Her entire body's dead skin probably needs to be removed too. Oh, Sister Sue, why are you so forceful? Perhaps John Qian was too engrossed in thinking about the arrangements for several women earlier that he almost forgot about punishing Wei Rusi. His hands involuntarily tightened a bit, almost pushing Wei Rusi's upper body directly into the bathtub. She exclaimed, turned instinctively, only to witness a terrifying scene. It wasn't Yuan Xuan reflected in her eyes but Zhang Qian. Startled by Wei Rusi's scream, Zhang Qian also came to his senses. You. Wei Rusi quickly grabbed a nearby towel to cover herself, pointing a trembling finger at Zhang Qian, unable to complete a sentence, just repeatedly saying you. After speaking, she rolled her eyes and fainted directly. Zhang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Should he give her artificial respiration? Did she really have a problem? Was it a joke taken too far? This time he didn't entertain the thought of teasing Wei Rusi, picked her up instead and laid her on the floor. At this moment, everyone should note, if you have to perform CPR, you shouldn't do it on a Simmons mattress. The excessively soft surface would hinder the effectiveness of chest compressions during emergency aid, and also make it difficult to assess breathing patterns. Zhang Qian was about to start chest compressions, but first checked her breathing. Her breathing seemed stable. It appeared she was just startled. After a moment of hesitation, he carried her back onto the bed. Awkwardly getting up, he smiled wryly and said, I learned some first aid techniques at the gym before. Could you please help her wipe? I suddenly recalled there might be a fire downstairs. I'll go check. After saying that, under Yuan Xuan's speechless gaze, he hastily left. In the corridor, Zhang Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Trembling, he lit a cigarette, his heart pounding. When he carried her out of the bathtub earlier, it seemed like he saw something he shouldn't have. Such a good asset, yet he was only interested in girls. It was really a pity. If he could convert her, wouldn't it be quite an achievement? Zhang Qian shook his head with a bitter smile. Better not. Wei Rusi had a good relationship with Jin Lu. If he took her down, he really wouldn't know how to face Jin Lu in the future. Just then, his phone started ringing incessantly. Good morning, Teacher Z. Zhang. Have you been following the news about Jinhyu and New Moon today? I haven't. What happened? According to regulations, they were supposed to arrange the financial payment early today, followed by the handover of this piece of land. But since their people haven't shown up yet, many people speculate that their finances have issues. Plus, with some people stirring the pot, shortly after the market opened today, Jinhyu and New Moon stock hit the lower limit. Upon hearing Teacher Zhao's news, Zhang Qian's expression brightened. It seemed like things were progressing faster than he had imagined. And most importantly, the Jinhyu and New Moon group had already contacted Teacher Z, wanting to discuss the matter of this land. According to them, they hoped to jointly acquire this land with the company. However, externally, it would be presented as Jinhyu and New Moon taking the lead, so it could be explained to the board of directors. It's impossible for both to take the land together. Here's what. Teacher Z, have your people decline temporarily. Then directly contact the major shareholders of the other company. Inquire if they're willing to sell the shares at 60 yuan per share. The current price is 45 yuan. For every day delay, it will drop by another 10%. We can't afford to end up holding the bag. Zhang Qian suddenly felt that the circuit breaker rules in the stock market were not very good. Whenever a stock's price falls by 10%, trading will be halted, and buying or selling will be prohibited. Otherwise, without this rule in place, the stock price of Gold Moon could directly drop to single digits. This is where the advantages of a bear hug acquisition come into play, as well as the strategy Wei Rusi provided to Zhang Qian. That is, to directly propose to the other party's board of directors, offer a relatively superior price to shake their thoughts. At this point, the group will often start convening board meetings. Most directors still want to make money. At least they do not want the value of their stocks to continuously decrease, so they usually agree to sell their stocks. In some cases, this may even lead to collective pressure from the board of directors on the group, forcing the group to accept the acquisition proposal. After all, the plan provided by Zhang Qian doesn't make them lose too much money. and might even allow them to earn some. If they don't agree, the stock will keep falling by 10% every day, and in just 10 days, it will drop below 1 yuan. At that point, it will trigger the delisting line, which would be very tragic. Unless there are some significant positive developments during this time. However, is that possible? Who would accept a company with a huge debt of 18 billion yuan? This just involves one land auction. Who knows if there are other issues with their other projects under construction? Have they borrowed money from banks? Are they repaying loans normally? Are they ensuring the proper construction of projects after pre-sale? There are too many questions. Unless it's charity, otherwise even a club would probably stay away. Not to mention that John Killian is not a member of a certain furniture club. According to the original plan, there was hope to enter the Song Business Club and even some definite arrangements. This is also why the Sun family and Su family are trying to flatter them. But after this incident, they probably no longer have that possibility. Also, there are ongoing acquisitions involving the Sun family, Su family, and a series of upstream supply families. Although Zhang Qian seems not to be insane, in reality, his every move is profoundly affecting the life and death of these two major families. Seizing this opportunity, he directly established a temporary N&A department. Kui Ziking temporarily leads, with Zhang Xiaoyao, Qin Zuli, Song Yaxian, and others participating. Good news spread frequently, and several companies have loosened their stance. For this reason, Zhang Qian specially set up high bonuses. There are 6 companies waiting to be acquired, and for each company successfully acquired, a bonus equivalent to 1% of the acquisition amount will be given. The valuation of these companies ranges from several billion to tens of billions. This means that the bonuses alone could reach tens of millions. Well, Zhang Qian just doesn't admit that he's interested in making money in various ways, because whether it's an acquisition or a bonus, they will bring him tenfold returns and he's feeling very happy about it. Ah. What are you doing at the door? Su Yuanchuan pushed the door open and found Zhang Qian still smoking at the door. Along with her was Wei Rusi, who had already woken up. At this moment, she had no thoughts of teasing Su Yuanchuan. Her mind was filled with the scene before she fainted. In her view, this was basically social death. It was too detestable. Who would have thought that Zhang Qian, this guy, would see her body and even carry her to bed? Ow. I just received a phone call and was thinking about something. Zhang Qian awkwardly touched his nose, fully aware that he needed to keep a thick skin in this situation. If Wei Rusi harbored resentment in her heart, it wouldn't just affect their relationship. It could also lead to a series of issues with the bank and so on. She was now one of the most important people in the team. Most importantly, she was very good friends with Jin Lu. If she left like this, he didn't know how to explain it. Well, complimenting her looks doesn't seem wrong, right? Hey, Miss Wei, it's been a few days, and you seem even more beautiful, isn't that right? Get lost. I just saw you a while ago. Wei Rusi originally wanted to temporarily set aside personal grievances and hoped not to cause misunderstandings with Jin Lu. But unexpectedly, Zhang Qian brought up the recent incident, causing her to remember what had just happened. She was instantly filled with rage. More importantly, she really wanted to interview Zhang Qian. How did such a brainless remark come about? This sentence not only had grammatical errors, but also made people quite angry. Haha, that's not necessarily true. The ancients once said, "One day not seeing you is like 3 autumns apart." It's been 3 days since we last met, which means we haven't seen each other in 9 years. You've truly become more beautiful. Zhang Qian looked at Wei Rusi affectionately and said earnestly, "Wei Rusi, calculate this. 1 day equals 1 sun, right?" Zhang Qian counted on his fingers. Wei Rusi was stunned for a moment but nodded. "Then calculate this. 3 days equals 3 suns, right? Seems right?" Wei Rusi nodded again. "Now look, from early morning when I first saw you until now, it's already midday. Though the sun doesn't get bigger, don't you feel that in terms of perception, the midday sun is 3 times bigger than the morning sun? Isn't that equivalent to 3 days? Ha ha ha. Isn't it like 3 days apart as if 9 autumns have passed? So, we practically haven't seen each other for 9 years. Zhang Qian burst into laughter. Wei Rusi, affection -3. She was merely an outsider in his eyes now. With an affection of just 3 points, Zhang Qian awkwardly lit a cigarette, never expecting that Wei Rusi wouldn't take his joke well. This cold joke was totally original. He had hoped it would break the tension, but it seemed to have lowered the temperature. Oh no, their first meeting had an affection score of 11 points, and Jun Qian felt there was still room to maneuver. That after that gimmicky performance just now, her affection probably dropped by 5 points when she fainted, and another 3 points just now. It had plummeted to 3 points. He had recharged her card with 10 million at the restaurant, but her affection didn't budge, not even by a point. On the contrary, when it started to decrease, it went down swiftly. What's going on? What does this lady really like? Gurgle. At that moment, Wei Ruxi's stomach made a faint gurgle, her cheek slightly flushed. Gurgle. Perhaps to match her, Su Yuanchuan's stomach also grumbled. It seemed like both of them were hungry. Ha ha. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat something. Jun Qian clapped his hands. Let's go ladies, let's walk around the area. Maybe we can get some inspiration. Su Yuanchuan took her hand and said with a smile. Let's go, it's rare to be in Shanghai. We can't leave without bleeding Jun Qian a bit. He loves buying things for girls. Jun Qian, how did you know that I like to buy things for girls? It sounds like it's not wrong. Actually, shortly after Jun Qian left, Wei Ruxi woke up. At that time, she was so furious that she even wanted to confront Jun Qian. Fortunately, Su Yuanchuan persuaded her, saying that Jun Qian was also desperate to save someone's life. Moreover, he didn't see anything he shouldn't have seen, and she covered herself with a towel immediately. After these persuasions, Wei Ruxi calmed down a bit, but she couldn't help but feel less favorable towards Jun Qian. The hotel they stayed in this time was not in the most bustling area of Shanghai, but a place similar to the 798 Art Zone in Beijing. The artistic atmosphere around was very strong and was a place that young people like. They wandered around, not sure what to eat for a while. Please don't do this. I've already paid. Why do you still want to kick me out? This art exhibition is really important to me. I've prepared for a long time, looking forward to this day. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a girl. She was wearing a pure white long dress, like an angel untouched by dust. Delicate facial features, like carved jade. Under the sunlight, she seemed to emit a halo. The dress was long, extending to her calves. Wearing a pair of white ankle socks and sneakers, she was all in pure white. Jun Qian couldn't help but be amazed. Wei Ruxi was even more resentful. Jun Qian couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman. He had no remorse at all. Clearly he had provoked her in the morning, and now he was staring at another beauty. Was she not pretty enough? Or, right? At that moment Wei Ruxi suddenly thought of a very crucial question. She vaguely remembered Su Yuanchuan saying that Jun Qian came to her room because he couldn't find her in his own room. Then, how did Jun Qian know that she wasn't in her room? Why did he have the key card to her room? Wei Ruxi got angrier the more she thought about it, preparing to confront Jun Qian again, but suddenly froze, because the girl in front of them seemed familiar, like she had seen her somewhere. Several men in suits were directing workers to remove the paintings from the art gallery. Miss Yanchuran, we also respect you. But you see, for 3 consecutive days, no one has bought your paintings, and we will also refund you the breach of contract fee for the temporary withdrawal. Here, 50,000 yuan. Take it. He handed a stack of money to Yanchuran. There was a look of helplessness and grievance on Yanchuran's pure face, tears streaming down. She didn't even look at the money handed to her, biting her lip tightly. Manager Zhang, please help me. According to the agreement, my exhibition still has 3 days. These 2 days, friends have helped me promote in the media, and I don't need this 50,000 yuan. I've already spent almost all my savings, not enough to rent another venue for the exhibition. The man forcefully handed the money to Yanchuran, shaking his head. No, the boss has ordered to clear the venue immediately because the next person for the exhibition is on the way, and they need to set up their things quickly. This 50,000 yuan is also their compensation. Little girl, even if you sue, it's useless. Forget it. Jun Qian and the others were not far away. They could hear the general situation. It seemed someone had intervened. This art exhibition seemed very important to Yanchuran. It had special significance to her. That the boss would rather take the risk of breaching the contract to force her out and arrange for someone else to come. It seemed that person had given quite a bit. At that moment, a bright pink Ferrari 488 roared arrogantly across the gallery entrance. The door opened, revealing a seductive pair of black silk long legs in front of everyone. The girl wore large sunglasses, almost covering her entire face. But from the outline, you could tell she was probably very attractive, wearing a tight-fitting mini dress. It was a scene that made one worrying about seeing a glimpse of something scandalous with a slight mishap. Next, a girl dressed like a boy stepped out of the driver's seat. Well, although she was dressed like a handsome beau, almost like the photo-loving Shijie, she was quite handsome. But you could tell she was a girl. As soon as she appeared, she hugged another girl's waist possessively. "What's the matter? Not done yet? The delivery for the paintings is arriving soon. Don't delay my wife's time." She patted the girl's back. "Honey, you're so good." The girl clung tightly to her arm, rubbing against it. "Oh, turns out it's Miss Zhang Lingyu." "Oh no, it's Miss Zhang Lingyu, along with Miss Qingyu, who wants to hold the art exhibition." The staff immediately put on a flattering smile. "Please wait a moment. We have already started the arrangements now. Please go inside and rest. Everything will be ready by this afternoon. Zhang Lingyu nodded, but when she saw Yan Churan, she was slightly surprised. It seemed she didn't expect her to be so beautiful. More accurately, it was pure. Unlike the current internet celebrities who exuded a sense of impurity, she was truly pure and innocent. It was hard to imagine such a pure girl still existed in this world. In her eyes, you could almost easily see into her heart. Qingyu seemed a bit jealous, hugging Zhang Lingyu's hand even tighter. "You are Miss Zhang Lingyu, right?" Yan Churan gathered her courage to step forward and begged, "Please, can you give me 3 more days? This art exhibition is really important to me. My only sister is sick and needs money urgently. Otherwise, I can't bear to part with these paintings. Give me another 3 days, okay? I believe someone will definitely buy these paintings." Zhang Lingyu was moved, not out of sympathy for Yan Churan, but because she wanted something to happen to this girl in front of her. But Qingyu was taking care of her so well now. If she agreed, she might be unhappy. This Qingyu was really skilled. She didn't need to do anything. She could easily manipulate the situation. "Hey, what do you mean? Trying to seduce my husband?" Qingyu took off her sunglasses, glaring fiercely at Yan Churan. Her beautiful face now looked twisted, causing a sense of disgust in Zhun Qian. Just as he was contemplating whether to help Yan Churan, "Zhun Qian, I've never asked you for anything. Can you advance me a year's salary?" Wei Rushi hesitated, lowering her head embarrassedly. "Oh, if that's not possible, just 1 month in advance is fine. Although the bank hasn't approved it yet, the colleagues aren't in place yet. The situation hasn't been settled. Even though I made you angry this morning." "Oh no." Well, Zhun Qian had promised her a basic salary for a year of $10 million, almost 6 million yuan for 1 month. But Zhun Qian had other ideas. "Do you know her?" Zhun Qian didn't give a direct answer, but instead asked. Wei Rushi hesitated and nodded slightly, looking at Yan Churan in a somewhat unusual way. She sighed and said, "I met her once in the United States during a France graduation ceremony." Yan Churan was also an art student at that school, but it seems like she was just an exchange student, only staying there for less than half a year, working hard to support her studies. What really made me remember her was the school art exhibition at graduation. Several of her paintings were qualified to be displayed together, causing quite a stir at the time, acclaimed as the most talented young impressionist painter of her generation. But I never expected to see her again here, in these circumstances. In fact, Wei Rushi had more to say. At that time, she also liked Yan Churan very much, in a pure way, without any mixed emotions. Facing Yan Churan, Wei Rushi couldn't bear to defile her, even keeping this feeling hidden in her heart. Yan Churan was just too pure, like she didn't belong in this world. It was as if a lotus flower blooming in the mud. Wei couldn't imagine how Yan Churan could have looks, talent, and works. Why has no one bought her paintings for 3 consecutive days? And why has she ended up in this situation? Zhun Qian nodded slightly, his thoughts aligning with what he imagined. Even if Wei Rushi didn't speak up, he wanted to help Yan Churan. "Don't worry, leave this to me." Zhun Qian earnestly nodded. Saying that, he walked forward on his own. "Please don't go further in." The manager stopped Zhun Qian, frowning. "We are rearranging inside the exhibition hall, removing many installations for reinstallation. It's temporarily closed to the public, and we won't take responsibility for any injuries." Jun Qian didn't insist on barging in. He was just curious earlier and wanted to see those paintings that were moved out. Even though he didn't have much appreciation for art, when he saw those paintings, he felt an indescribable beauty emanating from them. A vibrant and heartfelt beauty like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. Each painting was an extremely beautiful image, as if embodying beauty itself. He couldn't imagine the kind of beautiful soul one must possess to create such artwork. If he hadn't seen Yanchuren, he wouldn't have been able to imagine the artist's appearance. Now everything seemed to make sense. Truly, art reflects the artist, being pure to the extreme. Brother, you're also a worker. I don't want to make things difficult for you. How about this? You give me the boss's phone number. I want to talk to him. Honestly, with this young lady being a classmate from elementary school, she used to sit in front of me, and I always wanted to approach her but never had the courage. But today, seeing the goddess of the past unable to exhibit her work normally also stings my soft and sensitive heart. I hope you can give me a chance to convince the boss. Please understand a heart that loves but dare not speak. In love, we are all cowards. Saying that, Jun Qian offered a cigarette from Yebai brand. His eyes were full of stories. If it weren't for the fact that Yuanchuan and Wei Rushi knew him very well, they might actually believe him. It was because his eyes were truly sincere, almost as if he were the character Jun Qian from a film set at that moment. They suppressed the urge to burst into laughter and followed him. They couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by Jun Qian's seemingly endless storytelling prowess, finding it hard to keep up. The manager hesitated and waved his hand, not rejecting Jun Qian's request but refusing the cigarette. Well, it was a bit low class. When asking someone for a favor, at the very least, it should be a premium brand, right? But he had to admit, he was somewhat touched by Jun Qian's actions. That moment seemed to remind him of his school days. Watching the beloved goddess wearing white cotton socks, revealing cute cartoon patterns, was the happiest part of his day. It's possible, but I have to let you know in advance, it's not easy to convince him. Actually sigh, I also feel sorry for Miss Yanchuren. I don't understand her paintings, but whenever I look at them, they make me feel good. But I'm just a worker, needing the money from this job. I can't just refuse the boss's orders, right? After thinking for a moment, he pinned the cigarette to his ear and discreetly showed Jun Qian the phone number. Jun Qian immediately understood and slipped a few hundred yuan into the man's pocket. He quickly refused, saying with a stern face, I'm doing this purely for Miss Yanchuren. If you do this, you'll insult me. Hurry up. Don't let those two lace edges see us. Jun Qian gratefully nodded. You all. Yanchuren was startled by the sudden arrival of several people. Yanchuren, do you remember me? Wei Rushi walked up and said with a smile, I saw your work in LA before, and we chatted at a graduation party. He's my boss, very capable, should be able to convince the people here. Yanchuren was momentarily stunned, then broke into a joyful smile. She held Wei Rushi's hand, looking at Yuanchuan and Jun Qian. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really thank you. This exhibition is very important to me. Wei Rushi, rare to see, blushed. In the past, she made other girls blush, but today, it was the opposite. She waved her hands repeatedly. Don't thank me yet, let's wait and see. But you seem to be short on money. Weren't there many people willing to buy that painting of yours? I heard someone offered $100,000. For a newcomer, this was definitely a huge sum. Yanchuren forced a smile and shook her head. Well I sold it. I really liked that painting, but for my sister, I had no choice. Even after selling it, it wasn't enough, and I had to take care of my sister, so I came back. During her time back in the country, she had painted day and night. Finally, she managed to gather these 20-something paintings, along with sculptural works she had practiced before. However, the situation in her home country was something she hadn't predicted at all. The waters in this industry were truly deep. What's more, the attention she had garnered was limited to the Western world. The art scene in the country was very exclusive, and many ordinary people lacked artistic literacy, not fully comprehending how outstanding her paintings were. And the most crucial aspect, publicity. She had done no promotions whatsoever, just barely raising enough money to rent a space for an exhibition, but without any publicity. She really had no money left. She hadn't ruled out selling directly to art dealers, but you can imagine the faces of those businessmen. In short, everything was hitting a wall, leaving her no choice but to come here. However, she was suddenly halted, with all her hopes shattering into nothing but illusions. She couldn't help but look at John Qian not far away making a phone call. Can he really help me? These old-fashioned things, I don't know why they are being exhibited. Isn't this Monet's impressionist paintings? These are outdated. Really boring. Or maybe my darling's things are better. Zhang Lingyu and Chen Qingyu walked out slowly, grumbling incessantly. Apparently, they had just seen Yan Qian's works being taken down, and after comparing, they felt that Chen Qingyu's works were superior. The two of them were being overly affectionate, and Zhang Qian felt embarrassed watching them, finding it truly willing for a girl to spend money. But thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. Being played with by a girl and being played with by an old man felt completely different. At this moment, Wei Rusi couldn't stand it any longer. She walked up with a cold face. Oh. You don't even understand the most popular post-impressionist style in the Western world. Dare to talk about Monet. If you can't comprehend this, then I don't think you should be holding any art exhibitions. Aren't you afraid of being a laughingstock? It must be said that Wei Rusi's aura was indeed very powerful. Not only that, even her appearance today was truly sweet, with a strong sense of aggression. Unlike her usual attire, Wei Rusi was very eye-catching today. She wore bandages as inner lining, with a very transparent summer shirt draped outside, extremely loose, with only the bottom sides tied, revealing a flat and delicate abdomen with no excess fat, smooth, white, tender, and fragile. She was wearing a very tight-fitting short skirt underneath, which looked even more rounded and perky from behind. What was most worth mentioning were her long legs. Even Zhang Qian, who was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, had to admit, Wei Rusi's legs were definitely in the top 3 among those he had seen. They were so straight, without any excess fat, tight, round, white, with those long and beautiful curves. Not to mention her extremely graceful bare feet and high heels. They were crystal clear and transparent. One could describe them with one word: food grade. They were an absolutely standard size 36 to 37, with neatly and daintily shaped toes, standard in shape, without any deformities from long-term wear of high heels. The nails were round and shiny, adorable flower petals painted on them. The arch of her foot was beyond words, like a crescent moon, elegant and charming. With every step she took, her toes lightly curved, leaving traces in the air like a dancer. The smooth and graceful lines exuded a mysterious charm. In fact, when Zhang Qian first saw Wei Rusi today, he was already amazed. But considering that Yuan Xuan was still around, he didn't dare to stare too long. There was a huge contrast with her attire today compared to her usual business style. Previously, her attire was always very businesslike. Today, this unprecedented mysterious sweetness gave off a very special feeling. However, when Wei Rusi appeared in front of Zhang Lingyu and Chen Qingyu, the effect was completely different. Zhang Lingyu immediately sensed a different scent. She seemed to be just like herself, and even better built, more beautiful, and so aggressive. This kind of high quality. Why hadn't she seen her in Shuhang before? She had attended many gatherings before, but compared to those gods, she was simply outstanding. Even there was a moment when Zhang Lingyu felt she was about to be bent. Chen Qingyu felt her heart rate speeding up, unable to even look up at Wei Rusi. She lowered her head, even subconsciously letting go of Zhang Lingyu's hand. After a moment of thought, she tightly held on again. Well, she was very rich, and had given her a lot. Hehe, I admit I don't understand post-impressionism, and I'm not interested in art. But I do understand common social laws. Her works haven't attracted attention for several days, and with no deliberate sabotage. Doesn't that prove she's not good enough? If it were really great, wouldn't it have been snatched up already? Zhang Lingyu held Chen Qingyu's slender waist tightly, lit a cigarette, and sarcastically said, "At first listen, this statement seemed correct, but there were still issues. What you said is no different from farting." Wei Rusi narrowed her eyes, sneering disdainfully. Was Van Gogh's peak period works collected by the Louvre? Monet? Picasso? Oh, he was indeed the first painter to see his works enter the Louvre alive. But that was years later. Who is born to be affirmed by others? It must be said that Wei Rusi's bold defense of Yan Qian was truly impressive. Yuan Xuan couldn't help but be a little moved. Zhang Lingyu waved her hand lightly and said, "What you said is correct. Perhaps she is an unrecognized painter with extraordinary potential. But you should also admit that there are more people destined to be mediocre. No, you can't guarantee that everyone holding an art exhibition here is a genius, right? What if she is the one with the least achievement? In fact, Zhang Lingyu didn't really want to speak like this about Jin Churan. After all, she looked so pure and beautiful. But Wei Rusi seemed a bit pushy, and her defense of Yan Churan made it appear that there might be something between the two, which made her jealous. Not only that, even Chen Qingyu seemed to be a little infatuated. This was too much, wasn't it? What you said is correct, but you didn't hit the nail on the head. Just then, Zhang Qian put down the phone and walked over, smiling as he said, "Sorry, you two. While your works haven't arrived, you can tell the workers not to bother anymore, because you are no longer welcome here. Who are you? What are you?" Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu's emotions instantly flared up. She didn't dare to use harsh language towards Wei Rusi, but she didn't hold back against Zhang Qian. Wei Rusi's brows furrowed, feeling extremely angry, and even raised her hand to slap her. Even Su Yuanchuan couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment, she finally remembered her identity as the miss of the Su family from Shubei. How could she allow those around her to be wronged like this? But before the two of them could react, Zhang Qian stepped in. He wasn't angry. After all, they were women, and he wasn't someone who enjoyed hitting women. Lighting a cigarette in the wine, he nodded to the manager beside him. "Your boss will call you soon. Pay close attention to his instructions. Also, I have some unfortunate news for you. You are being fired." "Manager." Ding dong. The phone rang. It was indeed the boss. "Stop the workers immediately. Don't take out Miss Yan Churan's things. Don't ever. If there's any damage, you can expect consequences. Also, you're fired." "Manager, what the hell? I was trying to do a good deed and got fired. What is this? Is it because of this kid?" Angered, he was about to step forward to confront Zhang Qian. The latter immediately stopped him and calmly said, "Mr. Wang, considering your behavior just now, I have specially appointed you as the senior operations manager of this art center. Previously, you were just a figurehead. Although a manager, your duties were similar to that of a security guard. Now you are a real manager. Monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Would you like to consider it?" Manager Wang. The amount of information was a bit overwhelming, and he couldn't process it at once. "Are you saying?" He hesitated, looking at Zhang Qian, suddenly realizing a possibility. "That's right. Just now I was on the phone with your boss. More accurately, the former boss. He happened to be having financial difficulties recently, and I found out that this art center has been on the market for half a year with no sales. I decided to take over." Zhang Qian's tone was nonchalant to the point that except for Su Yuanchuan and Wei Rushi, no one believed it was true. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, disdainfully saying, "Who do you think you are? What kind of international joke are you playing? Do you know how much this gallery is worth? 1.2 billion. Did you dream of buying it?" Zhang Qian shrugged, showing no intention to argue with the woman. "Did you really buy it?" Wei Rushi furrowed her brows, quietly pulled Zhang Qian aside, looking at him skeptically. "Is it true or not? Well, even though I know you can come up with that amount of money, isn't it too coincidental? Real estate like this is usually held for investment purposes. With the current market conditions being so unfavorable, how could it be easily sold?" Zhang Qian held up his phone. "Here, I've already had Zia Qianchen contact him regarding the transfer of funds. Since it has been on the market for half a year, the contract has long been prepared and is currently being reviewed by legal. Later, my lawyer will come to give the final check, and it will be okay." "You're a lawyer? You have a lawyer in Shanghai too? Plus 30 affection, huh?" Zhang Qian was stunned. Why did the affection suddenly increase so much? Wasn't it in single digits before? Is she really grateful to me, or does she like Yan Churan? "Hey, Manager Wan, what are you standing there for? Do you really believe what he said?" Chen Qingyu furrowed her brows tightly, speaking coldly. "We have signed contracts, and the rent has all been paid. Be careful. We will sue you." Manager Wan hesitated, caught in a dilemma. He just called the boss, but the line was busy, indicating he was busy. Although he was already arranged just now, why does he still feel so uneasy? What if this kid is really just bluffing? However, seeing that he was accompanied by two beautiful women, he didn't seem like an ordinary person, right? "Well, what is it? Get on with it. Do you believe his words?" Chen Qingyu walked up with agitation, shouting, "My time is precious. Tonight, there's already a media event scheduled, getting ready to generate buzz. If my art exhibition the day after tomorrow is impacted, can you afford the delay?" Manager Wang was already sweating profusely at this moment. He was just a worker. He really didn't want to be involved in such a heavenly battle. "Don't worry." Zhang Qian patted his shoulder, glanced at the time. "Your boss should be arriving soon. His house is nearby. My lawyer is also around. He happens to be handling things at the abdominal department." Manager Wang reluctantly nodded. Since the boss had just called, he might as well listen for now. After all, breaking the contract didn't have anything to do with him. It wasn't he who signed the contract with these two girls. Yan Charan's mind shook. She didn't expect things to escalate to this point because of her. She was inherently kind and really feared that her own matter would lead to an irreconcilable situation and end up in court. However, the good thing about Yan Charan was that she was not a saint. Thinking of her sister, she clenched her fingers tightly, ultimately not saying anything. She quietly hoped that what Zhang Qian said was true. She really needed this opportunity. Many friends had been helping with promotions these 2 days, and she anticipated a lot of traffic coming in the day after tomorrow, placing high hopes on it. "Hehe, you're not moving, right? I'll move it myself." Zhang Lingyu, feeling fierce, pushed Manager Wan aside and was about to rush in. "Stop. Don't move." Wei Rushi stepped forward to block Zhang Lingyu. Being praised by Wall Street as a beautiful woman banker, once her imposing manner was unleashed, it really made people turn their heads. Combined with her tall figure, cold and slightly tired eyes, Zhang Lingyu and Chen Qingyu instinctively stood in their original positions. This had nothing to do with shivering the tiger's body. If we must use an analogy, it's like a girl suddenly seeing her favorite idol male star in a domineering posture asking her to stay put. Well, that's approximately the meaning. Suppressed bloodline pressure. What are you going to do? Although Zhang Lingyu had a tough mouth, she already felt like she was about to be bent over directly. "Those are all my good sister's works inside. If you casually go in, what if something gets damaged? Even if you have doubts, can't you wait a bit longer? Rest assured, if there are any losses in the end, I will bear the responsibility." Wei Rushi, however, was secretly contemplating. Well, Zhang Qian should take care of it, right? Anyway, with his wealth, a few $100 million is just dropping money. If it doesn't work out, I can quietly report to Jin Lu, let her influence him slightly. Well, there should be no problem. If that fails, I'll sacrifice a bit of my charm, let him hold my hand. That should be enough, right? No. How can I let a man touch my hand? Oh no. There's a mental image. Quickly throw it out of my mind. Throw it out. +1 affection. 1 affection. +1 affection. 1 affection. Why does the affection level fluctuate so drastically? It's strange. When Zhang Qian speaks, Zhang Lingyu and Chen Qingyu seem very excited, wanting to taunt him. Somehow, he feels like there's a hint of jealousy in the air. Zhang Qian wondered, are they jealous of me? But once Wei Rushi speaks, they deflate as if their dominance isn't as pronounced. Is it really because of the suppressed bloodline pressure issue? HMPH. That's what you said. Anyway, there's still some time. Qingyu, let's go in and rest for a bit. Remember, I'll only give you an hour and a half. If you exceed that, don't blame me for calling the police directly and going through legal procedures. Zhang Lingyu left a menacing remark and then walked in with Chen Qingyu. In the lounge, there were 5 women: Wei Rushi, Su Wanchuan, Yan Charan, Zhang Lingyu, and Chen Qingyu. Not sure if it was because there were too many women in the lounge, Zhang Qian felt the air pressure inside was a bit low. He was worried that staying inside for too long would lead to oxygen deficiency, so he walked around the art center with his hands behind his back to get a different taste. At the same time, he was pondering a question. Why did Yan Charan's works cause a sensation in the United States, but not locally? In other words, since her works were so valuable, maybe she was just in urgent need of money recently. Otherwise, she could easily arrange sales overseas. Suddenly, Zhang Qian's mind opened up. He could go crazy buying works by female artists. He could participate in auctions worldwide, exclusively targeting female sellers. He could invest in all female entrepreneurs, even without expecting returns. Zhang Qian believed that by doing so, he could amass unimaginable wealth instantly. If circumstances allowed, he could even buy a small country. Buy a country. At that moment, Jung Qian's eyes lit up. Damn it, his vision was still too small. Why did he need to open a bank? Wasn't it just because he was worried about drawing attention to his wealth, leading to potential safety issues? At this point, it was no longer just about himself. It also included the people around him. Jin Lu, Kui Ziking, the Deng sisters, Su Shuyun, and even the current Su Yuanshuang and Wei Rusi. Currently, Governor Zhang and the others wouldn't sell his information, but the bank could monitor the amount of money in his account at any time. If someone with ill intentions found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. His system was a money-making system, not a superpower. He could not protect his safety, nor could he suddenly turn into a martial arts expert, fearless of any attacks. Even Governor Zhang could send someone to assassinate him. With his billions in assets, if utilized properly, he could take away at least half. Therefore, establishing a bank was urgent. However, Zheng Qian suddenly had a brilliant idea. What if he had enough money to buy a country? Wouldn't that be the safest approach? He didn't need a particularly large country. It made no sense to buy an African country through bribes. The ideal situation would be to purchase a small island nation in the southern hemisphere, which was very realistic. Many wealthy people own their own islands nowadays. He could also spend money to hire an army and create his own paradise. Zheng Qian closed his eyes slightly, unable to help but indulge in these thoughts. If he was unclear about his ultimate goal in the past, he had started to gradually form an idea now. He just needed to keep refining it. Although this idea was not yet mature. On this island, could he not adhere to monogamy? Thinking about this, Zheng Qian felt even more exciting. Junzan. Just then, a discordant voice rang in his ears, pulling Zheng Qian's thoughts back. He subconsciously turned around and found several men in suits. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big belly. Perhaps due to the hot weather, he was sweating profusely, and his Mediterranean-style hair was tightly stuck to his scalp, looking rather comical. The LV belt around his waist exposed his nouveau rich taste. He was probably the owner of the art gallery, Mr. Wang. Among these people, there was a familiar figure. It was Wang Zhao, the lawyer who had worked with him many times before. Zheng Qian nodded to him and then walked towards the middle-aged man, saying, Mr. Wang acted quite fast. So, have you arranged all the procedures and documents? Can we proceed with the transfer? The middle-aged man's gaze never left Zheng Qian. Just as he entered, he coincidentally ran into Wang Zhao, who rushed over. He had heard of this lawyer before. He was well known in the circle, and many big bosses had sought his help in legal matters. And it was Wang Zhao who recognized Zheng Qian standing there at a glance. The middle-aged man was truly amazed. He didn't expect this young man in front of him, who could easily come up with 1.2 billion to buy a building. Who exactly was he? Could he be a prominent figure's son within the club? However, upon hearing Zheng Qian speak, the middle-aged man was relieved. His accent wasn't local, so he might be a big shot from the north. No problem. All the procedures are ready. Mr. Wang hurriedly shook hands with Zheng Qian and gestured for his assistant to hand over the briefcase. These are all the property ownership documents. Since this is commercial real estate, the transfer is much easier than residential properties, but due to the larger amount, the filing might be troublesome. No problem. I'm entrusting Wang Zhao to handle this matter. I might not be in Shanghai for some time, so it's convenient for him. However, there is one thing I'd like to confirm, Mr. Wang. If the transfer process isn't complete, can I still use this place? Zheng Qian turned back to ask. Without hesitation, Wang Zhao nodded and replied with a smile. That's definitely no problem. Of course, you'll need to pay a deposit first. This is a binding deposit, not a reservation. As long as the relevant information is stipulated in the contract between both parties, there shouldn't be any issues. With Wang Zhao around, Zheng Qian was indeed more at ease. The two of them chatted briefly and essentially finalized the contract. Wang Zhao had already reviewed the contract on the way, so there were no major issues to discuss. It was easy when you had money, especially when you could pay 12 billion in one go, leaving out even the step of paying a deposit. System cashback credited 1.2 billion. So, Mr. Zheng, when you purchase this building, is it a gift from Miss Yanchuran? Mr. Wang still found it somewhat unbelievable. 12 billion, just to impress a girl. He had seen Yanchuran. Indeed, she was very beautiful, in a pure and delicate way that didn't spark any impure thoughts. Even for a dirty old man like him who had done it all, there was absolutely no desire to take advantage of Yan Churan. Has this young man gone crazy? It's not a gift, you can think of it as her buying it herself. I just lent a hand. After all, if you look at the contract, the first party is Yan Churan, isn't it? Jun Qian smiled, then lit a cigarette. That's right. It was a good idea to remember this cashback opportunity. He promptly had the other party write Yan Churan's name on the contract when it was drafted. Yeah, I'm quite cunning. As for the ID number ... in this age of information transparency, is that really difficult? The pressure from Wei Rusi was really too strong. Jun Qian had not even entered the room yet, but from a distance of 10 steps away, he could feel that overwhelming aura that made one's heart tremble. Like a force overwhelming, as if coming from ancient times, it struck one's face. Involuntarily pausing his steps, he pondered whether this aura should belong to a grandmother-level powerhouse, or perhaps even a great-grandmother. If that was really the case, how should one respond? Should he test with Xiao Xiangong, or directly unleash the Qiangkunju to charge in and defeat him? At this moment, Jun Qian's internal energy churned, hands forming seals like lotus flowers, taking a deep breath, and then firmly pressing down on the door handle, pushing with all his might. It was only when he saw the situation inside that Jun Qian realized, no, what he saw just now was just an illusion from reading too many novels. This sense of oppression was purely Wei Rusi's suppression of women. It was like a handsome man, undefeated in love affairs, naturally more confident in front of women. Wei Rusi was the same. Even many prominent ladies in America, out down at the hem of her pomegranate skirt. No, at her high heels. The two girls before her eyes, in her view, were no different from chicks. With arms crossed, legs crossed, she glanced occasionally at Zhang Lingyu and Chen Qingyu. The two of them dared not meet Wei Rusi's eyes. Both could only bow their heads and play on their phones. Husband, earlier, I saw some information online. It seems like the price tag of this art gallery has been taken down. Do you think it was really bought by that stinky man from earlier? Chen Qingyu suddenly extended the screen towards him. Huh. Zhang Lingyu was taken aback, but still pretending to be calm. She coldly said, it's just been removed. Why make a fuss? No big deal. I already contacted my brother on WeChat just now. Even if he bought it, he'll have to obediently give it up. Husband, you're really nice. The two snuggled up to each other again, inseparable. Wei Rusi felt a shiver at the sight. Although she also had an interest in girls, she found no interest in these two girls. In her eyes, they seemed too low class, not even worth the effort to flirt with. Kui Ziking and Yuanchuan's younger sister had some charm. Maybe it was because Yan Churan was here. Wei Rusi didn't go too far, as if she naturally prevented herself from being too bold. Around her, she always left a little room for maneuver. Creak, the door pushed open, and Zhang Qian walked in with Mr. Wang. All right, the contract between us is almost finalized, just waiting for the signatures, said Zhang Qian, handing several contracts to Yan Churan. Smiling, come on, beautiful, sign this and put your fingerprint. Yan Churan couldn't help but be stunned. Wei Rusi's pupils contracted fiercely. This Zhang Qian was indeed wealthy. His wealth was like an endless gold mine, capable of producing so much money anytime, anywhere. There must be a problem. After becoming a bank manager, she would have to thoroughly understand the secrets he held. However, regardless, today's matter was still considered his help. She would have to give him some face. With these thoughts in mind, Wei Rusi reacted quickly, hastily taking the contracts and stuffing them into Yan Churan's hands, whispering, just sign it. He's been planning to invest in art. Although nominally you are the gallery owner and the owner of this art center, in reality, it's a nominee holding. Ultimately, it belongs to him. You don't have to worry about this aspect. Do you not trust me? Yan Churan's clear eyes showed a hint of deep emotion. She quickly stood up, bowed deeply, and gratefully said, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Aye. Zhang Qian quickly stopped her from bowing again, afraid she would do it once more. However, he became even more curious about Wei Rusi's abilities. She was a fascinating woman, not just the type he had in mind, who only knew how to manipulate the financial field. Always so clever, with just a few words, she managed to get Yan Churan to accept the contract. In fact, he had thought of many arguments earlier, feeling none were quite right, fearing Yan Churan would refuse. After all, the two didn't know each other, Accepting such a valuable art center worth 1.2 billion, anyone would hesitate greatly, perhaps worried it was a way to launder money. But Wei Rusi convinced her. Jun Qian suddenly realized that the woman he might be most reliant on now was Wei Rusi. Having her around seemed to make things much easier. Even without speaking, she seemed to understand his intentions. This kind of understanding, who knows, when they were doing those kinds of things, would she know what position to switch to with just a glance? Yan Churen didn't say much. Her gaze was firm, as if she made a certain decision in secret. What she was planning to do, no one knew. In that moment, when she looked at Jun Qian, there was something else in her eyes. Affection plus 80. Jun Qian. Damn. This directly raised by 80. Could it be the most significant increase in affection points since the system was initiated, going from 11 to 91 in an instant? This was no longer just at the level of lovers, it could even be marriage talk. In that instant, Jun Qian's heart trembled. Impossible. Zhang Lingyu suddenly stood up. Taking a deep drag of her cigarette, she grabbed Mr. Wang's collar excitedly. What kind of joke are you making? Was this building really sold? You guys must be colluding to cheat people, right? Wei Rusi raised an eyebrow, about to say something, but Zhang Qian finally couldn't bear it. He pried Zhang Lingyu's hand away, coolly saying, "Did your parents not teach you to respect others? Mr. Wang and I did a normal transaction, with money exchange for goods. We have completed the deal, your shouting is of no use." Saying that, Zhang Qian threw the contract that Yan Churen had just signed in front of her. "Take a good look. Black and white. Mr. Wang, I think she's still skeptical. Show her the transfer records. 1.2 billion. Paid in full. Please check it out." It was only when they saw the bank records on Mr. Wang's phone that the two of them were truly shocked. Chen Qingyu's mouth fell open. This so wealthy. At this moment, she deeply regretted being with Zhang Lingyu. If this handsome Zhang guy didn't mind having one more girlfriend. Zhang Qian didn't pay attention to their astonishment. Lighting a cigarette, he calmly said, "All right, we can now talk about the compensation issue. Given that you and Mr. Wang signed a lease contract, now that we want to terminate it, you need to compensate 50%, including the rent, a total of 300,000. Report the bank account details." Chen Qingyu became more envious and jealous. She thought about it. Especially when Zhang Qian casually prepared to give out the money. She was extremely frustrated. Envy. She was truly too envious. Why can they know such men, while I can only please a woman for money? Thinking about this, Chen Qingyu's face began to distort gradually, tightly clenched her teeth. 300,000? Is it just this 300,000 that we lack? By what right should we leave? Chen Qingyu suddenly stepped forward, shouting in agitation. "What are you shouting about?" Wei Rusi furrowed her brows slightly, a strong sternness in her slender eyes. Just one glare like that made Chen Qingyu suddenly feel at a loss. Her face flushed red, very much wanting to argue back, but she couldn't open her mouth. Damn. This is really ridiculous. I didn't originally like women, just money. But this Wei Rusi is so charming. Alright, no need to lower ourselves to their level. Hehe, we are not in a hurry for this money, and you don't need to be in a rush to give it. Maybe the problem won't be solved by this money later. Zhang Lingyu looked deeply at Zhang Qian and then pulled Chen Qingyu's hand to leave. Zhang Qian didn't care what they meant in the end. Anyway, the transaction was already concluded. Just finishing the process, the art gallery would truly belong to Yan Churen legally. He didn't have any intention of investing in art, just wanted to help her and make money in passing. Zhang Zong is a straightforward person. Mr. Wang said, satisfied. Shall I let my assistant liaise with lawyer Wang Zhao for the next steps? Haha, the formalities and qualifications have all been provided to you. The process will be completed quickly. The legal affairs of Kind Group had already been through. Added to lawyer Wang Zhao overseeing it, there wouldn't be any issues. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the place finally quieted down. Thank you, Zhang Qian. Yan Churen stepped forward, grateful. I can sign the contract with you at any time to transfer the ownership of this art gallery back to you. I only need to occupy it for these last 3 days, and once it's over, I'll leave immediately. Zhang Qian waved his hand. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "Don't rush to leave. If possible, I hope you can stay here. I have a lot of work on hand right now, and temporarily, it's not convenient for me to operate this art gallery." How about this? You become the manager of this art center. Just paint when you usually want, occasionally rent out. How to use it specifically, all up to you to arrange. Yanchuran wanted to say something more, but Wei Rusi quickly tugged at her sleeve. Su Yuanchuan also silently shook her head. She now understood Zhang Qian's character very well. His pretentious moments should not be disturbed at all. CC, contact Kui Ziking and have her send over some smart employees from Sabay to help Yanchuran manage this art gallery. She's an artist, probably doesn't have much operational experience. Don't worry, I have some people in mind already. Zhang Qian nodded slightly, feeling very comfortable working with Wei Rusi. It was like she understood him really well. Maybe, was there really some fate between them? Ba. Hurry up and dismiss this thought. Let go of it all. That's right. Hey, actually, I was just thinking, instead of waiting for a crowded day, how about selling these paintings at a discount to us? Ranran, how about giving us a few paintings? Even though Wei Rusi said it lightly, Yanchuran still trembled slightly. Looking at her with a complicated expression, you've already helped me a lot, really don't need to do this. No, that's not it. Zhang Qian waved his hand, speaking seriously, since your painting can sell for $100,000 in the US, it definitely is not simple. I also just sent some photos to some friends in the art circle. They all said it is very collectible. When your fame grows even bigger, the price might go up, and I will definitely make a profit. Yanchuran was truly moved. Affection +4. Zhang Qian couldn't help but be stunned. The affection has reached 95 points. With this level of affection, even if you were to push Yanchuran down directly, there probably wouldn't be any issues. However, that being said, Zhang Qian was not someone who thought about such things every day, so he definitely wouldn't be so crazy. But this also indicated that Yanchuran's feelings towards Zhang Qian had completely changed. Thank you. Perhaps because the affection had reached an unbelievable 95 points, Yanchuran's attitude towards Zhang Qian began to change. Even her clear eyes seemed to carry a hint of affection. Wei Rusi had been standing beside the two the whole time. She sensitively felt that Yanchuran's gaze towards Zhang Qian was somewhat different now. Could it be ... the power of affection? Damn. Quickly cast this thought out of my mind. Cast it all away. That's right. Hey. I was thinking just now, instead of waiting for a busier time and selling all these paintings, why not give us a better deal? Ranran, how about giving us a few paintings? $1,356,760,000 credited. She sold one of her paintings to Zhang Qian for $1 million, totaling $20 million for all 20 paintings. At the current exchange rate of 1 to 6.78, it amounts to $135,676,000. With a tenfold cashback, it was a whopping $1.3 billion. In this game, Zhang Qian once again made over $10 billion, nearly squinting with Zhou. Can I paint a picture for you? Yanchuran mustered the courage to ask. Still immersed in the joy of making money, Zhang Qian smiled and nodded. Manager Wan had already adapted to his new role, arranging for workers to display Yanchuran's work. Meanwhile, a few people entered the studio in the corner. Although the art gallery's size wasn't comparable to high-end art centers in Europe and America, it was a delightful surprise for Yanchuran. With so much money, her sister's illness was no longer a concern, and she could now focus solely on painting. The thought of painting here every day in the future filled her with genuine happiness. After a few hours, the artwork was completed. Is that really Zhang Qian? Darn, you made him look so cool, he doesn't even look like himself. Why don't you paint one for me too? Su Yuanchuan and Wei Rusi whispered, initially bored playing on their phones while waiting. But upon seeing the completed work, they were all amazed. The Impressionist style was different from realism, emphasizing the expression of the character's essence. Although Zhang Qian's image in the painting wasn't extremely clear and realistic, it still captivated them. Wei Rusi tried to reassure herself that she merely liked the painting, not Zhang Qian. It's not completely finished yet, Yanchuran said somewhat apologetically. It still needs some final touches. It'll be done soon. You've really helped me today. Before she finished, Zhang Qian waved his hand. Watching the painting of himself, he was already overjoyed. He was indeed becoming more and more handsome, exuding a debonair charm. It must be his strong genes, not just filtering through capital. that made him look this good. There must be plenty of things to attend to here. We won't bother you any longer. You can keep the staff here or change them. It's all up to you since you're the owner now. Manager Juan is good. Let him help you more. I've brought some colleagues from Sibei. They're trustworthy and can help you with operations. After a brief chat, Zhang Qian and Yan Churan bid farewell. He came here with the aim of making money, but more so to assist Yan Churan. Now that his goal was achieved, there was no need to linger, as it might seem like seeking undue credit. Still fixated on that painting, he decided to wait for Yan Churan to finish it and then find an opportunity to buy it back. Yes, to hang in the living room where everyone could see as soon as they entered. Just as they stepped out, they saw a Ferrari 488 and a black Maybach S60 parked at the entrance. A young man was leaning against the car door, smoking. Dressed in a simple yet elegant casual suit, cut just right. One could even make out the English cursive on the cuff. This was no ordinary wealthy person. Wearing a suit wasn't considered old-fashioned. That was a stereotype for some salespersons. A genuinely high-quality suit could be distinguished at a glance, especially if it fit well. Even the length of the sleeves, not too long or short but just right, was a masterpiece of high-end tailoring. The fabric's high thread count could only be felt, perhaps, in Yorkshire's Bradford, England. Bro, it's him. Zhang Ling pointed towards Zhang Qian and whispered. The man nodded slightly, extinguishing his cigarette, walking up with a smile. I just talked to Lao Wan. He said you bought this art gallery for 1.2 billion. That's correct, Zhang Qian replied plainly. Feeling a bit irritated. Did she never tire of it? He had already bought it. What more did she want? Did her brother run some underworld gang and intended to forcibly take it back? Thinking about that, Zhang Qian smirked inwardly. Where were they? Remember, this country is called Juzhou. Dare to touch me? I'll have your entire criminal network investigated right away. Hello, I'm Zhang Jihan. He nodded, handing a check to Zhang Qian. Give me face. Sell it to me for 1.3 billion. How about that? Even though I'm not someone prominent, I can still have some say in Shanghai. In the future, if you face any unresolved issues here, you can come to me. Really? Zhang Qian chuckled as he glanced at the figures above. Hot. He usually spent money to impress others, but today, the tables had turned. He offered 13 billion, 1 billion more than his own bid. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Also, please don't disturb Yan Churan inside, or we will call the police. No matter how much you offer, we cannot trade it. It ends there. Zhang Qian held the girl's waist, ready to leave directly. So Yuan Chuan and Wei Rusi were used to it. Well, being held by Zhang Qian like this, was it really a big deal? Wei Rusi felt the same. Initially, she thought there was nothing wrong. Intimate actions were more common among Europeans and Americans, but she couldn't help but feel Zhang Qian's hand was scorching, especially at her waist, a sensitive spot. It felt like an electric shock. Damn, could it be she was attracted to men now? Wait. Zhang Jihan furrowed his brow slightly, but maintained a dignified demeanor, smiling. Sir, are you dissatisfied with this price? How about 15 billion? If you're still not satisfied, we can discuss more. We'll negotiate until you're content. Zhang Qian halted. Using money to show off with me? And looking this good? Who is this guy? All right. Considering your determination, I'll give you a price. If you meet my conditions, I'll hand over this art gallery immediately. No delays. Hearing this, Wei Rusi felt a bit worried. Qian. She was genuinely afraid Zhang Qian would sell it. Okay. Tell me. Zhang Jihan's eyes flashed with a barely discernible mockery, as if nothing and no one in this world could withstand him with money. Most importantly, Wei Rusi and Yuan Chuan were extraordinarily attractive, especially Wei Rusi. Her beauty was simply breathtaking. He, accustomed to mediocrity and vulgarity, couldn't help but feel a long-lost excitement. 240 billion. 240 billion. Isn't that much, right? Zhang Qian just calculated. He spent 12 billion to buy this art center, and the system gave back 120 billion. If it's sold because of this guy, the system might take back the 120 billion. So, let him use 240 billion to compensate for his loss. Isn't that excessive? Oh, maybe not. Zhang Qian suddenly realized that this art center, in nominal terms, has already become Yan Churan's private property. If she sells it, the system probably won't take back that money. Instead, it would allow Yan Churan to cash out directly. But, for some reason, Jun Qian felt extremely repulsed when he saw this man. Are you kidding? Zhang Jihen pushed his glasses and laughed. 240 billion. Of course I can raise that money. But just to buy such a toe, it's really meaningless. Please, don't make jokes like this. I have other things to do later, so please don't waste my time. Jun Qian shrugged. Since you can't afford it, then forget it. I won't sell it for a penny less than 240 billion. You. Zhang Lingyu was about to explode in anger, but Zhang Jihen stopped her, nodded slightly. Sister, since he has no intention of making a deal, let's not force him. I'll find you a better place. Let's go. Although she was fierce, she seemed to not dare to defy her brother. She could only give Zhang Qian a resentful look. Oh, and sneak a glance at Wei Rusi. This family has problems. Wei Rusi snorted, pursed her lips, thinking that money can do everything, wanting to buy whatever they want. But this Zhang family seems a bit interesting, casually pulling out billions. They're not an ordinary family. Zhang Qian had no comment on this. What if they're not an ordinary family? In this world, no matter how rich a wealthy family is, can they compare to my system? Qian, what should we eat? I'm starving. Wei Rusi pouted. Yeah. Our stomachs are going to be empty. Su Yuanchuan also chimed in. She was becoming less and less like the young lady of the Su family, more like a girl next door. Zhang Qian was actually quite puzzled by her transformation. Was it because of Wei Rusi's training, or his own charisma? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but come up with an idea. Actually, having Wei Rusi stay by my side seems to have unexpected effects. Maybe it would be useful dealing with difficult women in the future. Suddenly, Zhang Qian had a playful idea. What would happen if Zhang Yanren and Wei Rusi were arranged together? Asterisk. Ding ding asterisk. The dinner appointment is set. The address is 188 Shanghu Road, Hashang Mansion. All right, got it. Zhang Qian shook his phone. Looks like we have our meal location sorted out. Zhang Kilian can't bear the pressure anymore. He wants to have a showdown with us. Let's go and resolve the problem. Once we settle that, we can return to Sudai to clean up the mess. Hashang Mansion. Wei Rusi's eyes lit up. Since Zhang Kilian is choosing this place, the name sounds ordinary, but the interior is anything but ordinary. In short, it's the kind of place where ordinary people can't enter. And the background of Hashang Mansion seems to have deep connections with the Song Business Club. In an instant, she seemed to have figured something out. Zili, the driver sent by Teacher Z, had been waiting at the street corner early on. After the group got in the car, Wei Rusi couldn't help but say, as far as I know, the owner of this Hashang Mansion seems to have deep ties with the Song Business Club. I wonder if Zhang Kilian knows them. In any case, I think things won't be too simple. If I'm not mistaken, the Song Business Club might be involved in this. Zhang Qian lit a cigarette, nodding slightly. It seems that this Golden China New Moon group still has some usefulness for the clubs. This could explain why Zhang Kilian managed to raise nearly 10 billion before the land auction. Regular businesses wouldn't have that much liquid capital in reserve. Who would easily lend over 10 billion to others, besides the wealthy clubs? 40 minutes later, they finally arrived at their destination. Hashang Mansion was located in a very remote area, with a serene environment and hardly any disturbances. The overall layout was like a traditional Suzhou-style garden, lacking the metropolitan feel, as if in a traditional ink painting. Zhang Qian was getting used to this kind of feeling. From Sibei to Shanhu, it seems that the wealthy people in these areas like this kind of ambience. President Zhang. Long time no see. Teacher Z personally waited at the door. Upon seeing Zhang Qian, she warmly approached him. Actually, if he hadn't been able to keep a low profile when he first arrived in Shanghu, Teacher Z would have wanted to meet him. If not for Zhang Qian, the Lin Xiaoyuan group would probably have faced bankruptcy and liquidation long ago, ending up on the streets. Teacher Z, you're too polite. Just call me Zizhong. In private, it's fine, but at the dinner table later, let's be formal. I'll tell you, the people coming this time are Zhang Kilian, Huan Junyi, and one more person. His background is quite strong. As they walked inside, Teacher Z started introducing them. Zhang Qian's expression suddenly shifted. They're here. It seems it's someone from the clubs. Thinking about this, he felt a bit eager. He had been hearing about how impressive these three major club members were, and now he would finally get to see them in person. Is it from the Song Business Club? Or the Hashang American Club? Or could it be the Chuncheon Club? You guessed. Teacher Z was slightly surprised and whispered, "It's a young master from the Son Business Club. His family deals in futures, very wealthy. This time he found me on his own, hoping to resolve everything in one go to avoid ongoing conflicts. They also have learned about the situation in Sabay, including the Sun family, the Su family's ownership. They also want to talk about it." Jun Qian nodded slightly. It's good to resolve things in one go. Constant calculations were wearing him out. He felt it was time to settle things. The Sun family and the Su family were at a critical juncture, burning through their money. Whoever could bring in enough investment at this time could turn the tables, forcing the other side to submission. And what these two families did not expect was that the negotiation that would determine their fate would be held in the secluded Shanghu, at a dinner. The orchestrator, none other than Jun Qian. But as soon as they entered the room, Jun Qian and his companions were stunned. This person, wasn't he the man they just met earlier? Isn't his name Zhang Jihan? It's a real coincidence that this has become a story. Seeing Jun Qian push the door and enter, there was a hint of surprise on John Killen's face as well. John Killen had thought that with the nod from this big shot, they could finally turn the tide. Not only could they smoothly acquire the land through the auction, but they could also manipulate the stock price through a series of dazzling operations. The family where John Killen belonged specialized in these types of things. Even though futures and stocks were completely different entities, they intended to expand into new business lines. After all, comparatively, the former involved greater risks. They also knew, thanks to Teacher Chao's hint, the real investors behind the Lin Xiaoyuan Group were Kind Real Estate, with intricate connections to the Sun family and the Su family. The struggle between these two families stemmed from this. They wanted to use John Killen's wealth to completely resolve these matters, but they never expected it was this young man. And it seems he even knows son of John Killen. Instantly, he had a bad premonition. "Young Master John, do you know this guy?" John Killen asked tentatively. "Not really. We just happened to exchange a few words just now." "This person is quite interesting." John Killen smiled elegantly, but his gaze did not linger on Jun Qian. Instead, he seemed more interested in the two beautiful women beside him, especially Wei Rusi. John Killen immediately felt relieved. If the two knew each other, it would be troublesome. But now it was different. With John Killen's words, it was equivalent to actively distancing himself. This way, during negotiations, he could act without considering any emotional ties and proceed directly. "Kid, this land auction, I really underestimated you. Never expected you were the mastermind behind it. You think just bidding it up to 18 billion would bring us down? Haha, that's just wishful thinking." John Killen waved his hand widely, ready to speak. Jun Qian squinted his eyes, smiled, lit a cigarette, and slowly said, "Please mind your words. It's not we bid it up to 18 billion. We bid up to 17 billion. You managed to push it to 18 billion yourself. That has nothing to do with me. Also, why did you come to me today? To listen to you boast, you." John Killen was about to stand up, slamming the table. This young man was really impolite. Didn't he see the current situation clearly, completely under someone else's control? "Mr. John, calm down." John Killen raised his hand, calmly saying, "We are here today to handle the problem thoroughly. I heard Miss Yuan Chuan is from the Su family, right? I was a bit blind just now, didn't recognize her. I declare that from today, the Su family and the Sun family will merge, and I will establish a new liquor industry group. This group will become a subsidiary of Jinhua New Moon. Brother John, I heard you hold the distribution rights for two liquor brands of Shanchen Group. Name a price, transfer them to us all at once." Bold and affluent. At this moment, everyone felt the same way. In a light-hearted manner, John Killen was discussing a business deal worth over 100 billion, seeming very relaxed. It was as if these astronomical figures, to regular folks, were just pocket money for him. If Sun Jifeng and Su Jian were here, they would feel ashamed. Damn it, despite being around the same age, maybe even younger than John Killen, how could he manage his family's money so well? Was he really a human? Was it really because their family had too much money with no place to spend it, or was he genuinely capable, convincing the elders he could control it? "Young Master John, I realize you truly know nothing about the power of capital." Smiling lightly, Jun Qian lit a cigarette. "How much are you ready to put out? To buy that piece of land, it will require 18 billion. Combining the Su family and the Sun family will need tens of billions in capital at least, not to mention the distribution rights in my hands. Are you serious? Hearing this, John Killen shrugged, a relaxed expression on his face. He nodded with a smile. I've calculated, as long as the operation is done properly, within 200 billion is more than enough. So, name a price. But I hope it's not like that joke just now, 240 billion. It's really not interesting. Since his debut, facing this young man today made John Qian feel interesting for the first time. Previous business battles seemed like a joke to him, but this confrontation at the billion-dollar level made him feel a surge of excitement. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he smiled even more brightly. The Su family and the Sun family are mine. They cannot be incorporated into Jinhua New Moon Group. What I have my eye on is not for sale. If you want to engage in a capital battle, I'm game. Show off to me? Flaunting wealth. Seems like he picked the wrong opponent. At this moment, Wei Rusi discreetly nudged Zhang Qian under the table, whispering, "Can you bring out hundreds of billions?" As Zhang Qian squinted, it seemed he understood something and nodded imperceptibly. Hundreds of billions? Right now, he could bring out 3 trillion. They whispered for a while, and then he immediately started the fund transfer process. Young Master Zhang, I checked the current market situation just now. It seems Sacred Forest Capital currently holds one of the largest products, a certain type of soybean from the US, right? While the price is currently high, what if it suddenly drops drastically? What would you do then? If I'm not mistaken, you plan to enter the real estate market with this money. I mean, if that money is gone, would you panic? Wei Rusi said with a smile, her eyes forming crescent moons. She tapped the desktop continuously with her beautiful nails. What do you mean? John Killen narrowed his eyes. Nothing much. Your words just now were a provocation to us. Let alone whether the young Miss Su said anything. But you saying you'd resolve this incident for 200 billion, I don't believe it. Moreover, it wouldn't bring us any benefit if it falls into our hands. Do you really think I'm naive about financial knowledge? Before Wei Rusi finished speaking, John Killen's phone rang. He instinctively picked it up, his face changing instantly. From the calm high monk he seemed to be before taking this call, he nearly lost control of his inner turmoil, almost standing up directly. Silence, a dead silence. Everyone could sense this suffocating silence. John Killen, in particular, didn't dare say a word. Although he felt that something had happened, he didn't dare to inquire. Was it you guys? After a while, he managed to say these few words firmly. Wei Rusi sneered repeatedly, neither confirming nor denying. Making a futures price drop on a certain product difficult for many, but for Zhang Qian, it was too simple. Nothing else but money. With her connections abroad, she easily found an institution specializing in this matter. Though it wasn't possible to completely lower the price instantly, it was enough to make him feel the pinch. Yes, the key was to make him realize not to show off carelessly. Zhang Qian also did not expect the price of this product to be so sensitive. Just as they were about to start taking action, feedback immediately surfaced behind them. This seemed abnormal, the only explanation being that Wei Rusi had been paying attention to the Zhang Jihen family's company for a long time, even knowing what kind of resources they had in hand. It seemed like she had been preparing to take action all along, just waiting for her own funds to be injected. How long have you been observing my company? After a moment of silence, Zhang Jihen finally gritted his teeth and spoke. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up. Yes, it seemed to be the case. It wasn't just him who had this feeling. Zhang Jihen felt it even more so. Wei Rusi was becoming more and more mysterious. There must be things about her that they did not know. You don't need to worry about that. Just know that what we, as Mr. Zhang, want to do, can easily be done. Even if you are a member of the Song Business Club, it doesn't matter. Of course, this is just a small warning. You've already started countermeasures now, haven't you? To truly impact the prices of such international bulk commodities, it's not something that can be done in just a few minutes. So, you better not harbor any ideas. Money can't create waves in front of Mr. Zhang. Wei Rusi tapped her fingernails lightly and said casually. It was as if this business involving billions of dollars in funds was of no value in her eyes. No, it was in the eyes of Mr. Zhang. Zhang Che was starting to feel a little scared. This was the first time he had seen such an expression on Zhang Jihan's face. In his impression, Zhang Jihan was a straightforward young man who seemed to have everything under control. Any schemes or tricks were insignificant in front of him. But today, It seemed like he had encountered a formidable opponent, and a very tricky one at that. Ding ding. Jung Ji-han's phone rang urgently. Glancing at the caller ID, his brows furrowed. It seemed like this was the first call he had received from this person so far. Moreover, the person on the other end of the line held a special position. Chairman Ran. He didn't avoid mentioning it in front of everyone. As he answered the call, his gaze fell on John Chan, because he sensed keenly that the purpose of this call seemed to be related to this young man. Young Master John, do you understand the rules? The voice was very pleasant, with a hint of sweet weariness. It felt like without seeing the person on the other end of the call, one could tell she must be a very beautiful woman. Chairman Ran, I really didn't expect that one day you would actually call me. Although I, Jung Ji-han, am not a big shot in the Shanghai beach, I do understand the rules, otherwise I wouldn't have done business until now. So, what is Chairman Ran's intention? When companies competing to enter the club engage in business warfare, club members are not allowed to participate directly, let alone provide financial support. Do you understand these rules or not? At these words, Jung Ji-han's heart skipped a beat. He knew this rule. To give an example, if Company A wanted to compete for club membership and encountered Company B also vying to enter the club, the two companies could not have direct contact with existing members, let alone ask for help. The Sun family and the Su family both wanted to enter the club. They could not directly approach club members. However, they could seek help from someone like John Chat who was not a member. But if companies competing for club membership were in business disputes with ordinary companies that did not plan to enter the club, it was not a problem to contact existing club members. This rule applied to the three major clubs as well. That was how Jung Ji-han perceived it. He knew that John Ki's Jinhyu and New Moon Group wanted to enter the Song Business Club, but his current opponent was not the Lin Xiaoyuan group led by Jung Qian, right? Did they also want to enter the club? Which club was it? Could it be the club of this Chairman Ran who called him? Being able to receive a call from the chairman of a top club, what was the background of Jung Qian? I understand. Good. Young Master John understands the situation for a talented person. And actually, this call is helping you. You may think that the short-term price has been affected, which is not a big problem. As long as the family launches a power group, the price can still rise back up. But forget it, that's all I have to say. Young Master John should understand. With that, before Jung Ji-han could reply, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Nobody knew what they had talked about. All they knew was that after hanging up the phone, Jung Ji-han's expression became extremely serious and solemn. He took a deep look at Jung Qian, stood up, and said to John Che beside him, I can't help you with this matter anymore. You'll have to manage it on your own. Young Master John, John Che immediately became nervous. Congratulations, Jung Qian. I didn't expect you to be such a hidden talent. Impressive, impressive. It seems that the future in our Shanghai beach, the three major clubs are going to stir up trouble again. With that, Jung Ji-han turned and left. He was someone who handled matters decisively. Seeing his savior leave, John Che slumped back against the sofa. Done. That was his only thought at the moment. Jung Qian, on the other hand, was thinking about something else. It seemed that the caller should be someone important in the club. However, at the moment, he couldn't determine to which club the person on the other end of the call belonged. Whether it was the Shanghai Americas Club, the Song Business Club, or the Chuncheon Club, all were plausible. This was also why Jung Ji-han had congratulated him just now. Could it be the Song Business Club that the Su family had previously sought? Well, if he thought about it this way, it made sense. But he had no connection with this club. On the contrary, even before entering, they had already clashed with the long-standing member Zhang family. It all seemed very perplexing. All right, back to the point. Jung Qian waved his hand and lit a cigarette, saying, John Chet, can you represent the Jinhyu and New Moon Group? Although you are not the chairman, your aged father does have a say. Take it or leave it, based on the merger proposal I submitted to you before. However, from now on, your group will have to disappear completely. Accept or not? Jung Qian's words were firm and struck deep into Jung Qi's heart. He truly did not want to accept it, as agreeing to Jung Qian would mean all his father's efforts would go to waste, and their family's dream of becoming club members would evaporate. But did he have the authority to refuse? A simple dinner party is about to completely resolve the Subei disputes, which are 100 miles away. Not only that, It's also gained control of the entire Jinghua Dingyue group. Previously, Zheng Qian had submitted the acquisition price to the board of directors of the other company. Although the shares controlled by those directors did not reach the controlling standard, it was enough to pressure the chairman at the board of directors. He hoped the company could be sold when the stock price continued to hit its limit down, minimizing the losses. Clearly, Zheng Qian had completely achieved his goal. It was not Zheng Qian's calculations that defeated them, but that irrational land auction. There was only one thing that Wei Rusi did not quite understand. If they were about to take over the Jinghua Dingyue group completely, why couldn't they first make them refuse to pay for the land auction, causing the land to go unsold? When the land was relaunched, the price would definitely not reach 18 billion, making it possible to purchase at a lower price. This way, they could save at least tens of billions in costs. Zhang Kilian's company could pay the default penalty. At that time, their stock prices would also drop to unimaginable levels. Without Zhang Jihan's financial support, their group would not be able to hold on for long before completely collapsing. By that time, Zheng Qian could carry out the acquisition again, and the price difference would be significant. Why buy at the highest point? And why even include that plot of land that wasn't worth 18 billion? She, of course, wouldn't understand, because on the surface, Zheng Qian had saved tens of billions, even possibly 100 billion. But, if that were the case, wouldn't it also be equivalent to Zheng Qian losing out on nearly 100 billion in system rebates? The picture was too small, and without Zhang Kilian's backing, the conflicts between the Sun family and the Su family would also come to a complete conclusion. Zheng Qian had already planned everything. This time he could integrate the Su family and the Sun family, establishing the new Sushan group. The headquarters of the group would be set up in Shanghai, located on the same plot as the bank headquarters. The new Sushan group would become part of the Shumel group or even its distribution company. After this battle, Suneti would surely become a prominent brand in Zhuzhou. During this time, Jinghua Dingyue group would be completely dismantled and merged into the newly established Kind Real Estate. When this process was completed, no longer would there be this company in the world. In its place would be the Kind Real Estate Group, prepared by Zheng Qian to make a big impact in Shanghai's real estate industry. A classmate known as the stock god had said, "When others are greedy, be afraid. When others are afraid, be greedy." Currently, the real estate industry was not thriving, and slogans of many real estate companies were to survive, stopping the past madness of land grabbing. However, Zheng Qian's perspective was different. He saw this as a very good time to enter the market. When the tide recedes, it reveals who was swimming naked. After this reshuffle, only the brands that could remain and continue to expand would have the last laugh. Compared to the mainland, the real estate market in Hong Kong had been reshuffled numerous times. It had already experienced the situation the mainland was facing now. Some believed that the real estate market in Hong Kong was a declining industry. Saying that out loud would probably make people burst into laughter. Even futures players like Zhang Jihan were planning to enter the market. Clearly, in the eyes of some, the real estate industry was entering a new historical period, a new phase that required insight to navigate. Returning to the story, several individuals had been wandering around after dinner and it was already late at night. The purpose of their trip to Shanghai had been exceeded, and the next step was to return to Subei tomorrow to clean up the aftermath. Where is Sumaimei? Upon arriving at the hotel and preparing to enter their rooms, Wei Rusi suddenly remembered. It seemed that Yuan Xuan had left midway during dinner and had not been seen since. "I have arranged something else for her, so just rest for now." "Oh, I seems to have forgotten my room key. This is not good." "It's okay, I have one." Wei Rusi glared at Zheng Qian aggressively, clenching her teeth as she said, "Fine. I knew why you noticed I wasn't in my room in the morning and went to Sumaimi's room to look for her. Zheng Qian, be honest, were you up to something?" Zheng Qian awkwardly touched his nose. But he really didn't have any unsavory thoughts. Well, indeed. I asked the front desk to give me an extra one." "Okay, fine. I gave a $500,000 tip, and they risked getting fired to give me an extra key. Wasn't it because you're a womanizer? I was worried you would behave inappropriately towards Yuan Shuang, so I got the key in advance, and also wanted to ask you about the fragrance incident." That was actually what Zheng Qian was thinking. Of course, he was mostly curious about Xian's identity. Wei Rusi had been developing in the United States for a while, So why did she seem so familiar with Shanghai? Moreover, logically speaking, she shouldn't had any connections with someone like Xian, who looks so much like Jinlu. Is that true? Wei Rusi looked at Zheng Qian skeptically, but was 80% convinced. Zheng Qian quickly nodded. Alright then. Let's go to your room. Huh. At that moment, Zheng Qian suddenly didn't feel tired anymore. After a day of running around, doing so many things and spending so much money, he was already feeling exhausted. But now that Wei Rusi mentioned going to his room, Zheng Qian had always thought Wei Rusi was a bit of a waste. With such a stunning figure and those legs that seemed to go on forever, if only they could come together, it would definitely be a life-enhancing experience. If only there was Yao Qiui's technique, absolute bliss. Oh. Mentioning her, Zheng Qian couldn't forget the scene from that night. Yao Qiu was currently the classmate with the best skills by his side, and she even managed to bring out his female assistant, Zenon. When he had the chance, he would gather everyone and have Yao Qiu pass on her knowledge. Wouldn't that be amazing? Thinking about this, Zheng Qian felt exhilarated. Are you sure you want to go to my room? Just the two of us? Zheng Qian swallowed nervously, still finding it hard to believe. Wei Rusi nodded. What's wrong? Don't you like it? If you don't want to, then forget it. She shrugged and walked towards her room. Ow. Wait. Zheng Qian's face turned red, and he spoke seriously. I was just thinking and worrying that you might be tired. Since you put it that way, it seems I was overthinking. Come in. Let's make the most of the time. Alright, this is something I don't want others to know. Zheng Qian nodded quickly. Coincidentally, he didn't want others to know either. Wei Rusi had finally shown some understanding. See, men were always better after all, right? Zheng Qian trembled as he took out the room card and opened the door. It wasn't nervousness, it was more of excitement. Being able to turn around a girl with orientation issues. No, he should say, to treat her. Being able to heal her and bring her back to her true feminine attributes gave Zheng Qian a great sense of accomplishment. And should he mention that every time Wei Rusi's legs were mentioned, he felt a surge of impulsiveness. Objectively speaking, after observing throughout the whole day, he retracted his previous top 3 statement. Wei Rusi was now at the top. Those legs were absolutely the most perfect pair among all the girls around him, no doubt about it. What are you doing? Suddenly, the doubtful voice of Wei Rusi sounded by his ear. Heh. Feeling shy. It's alright, I'll guide you slowly. After all, it's always like this for the first time. We need to act a little faster, there might be someone coming soon. Zheng Qian said, preparing to take it a step further. If you touch me again, do you believe I'll shout harassment? Only then did Zheng Qian notice that the look in Wei Rusi's eyes was not filled with desire but rather with panic concealed under calmness. She didn't seem to mean what he thought. He then withdrew his hand. Wei Rusi was actually pretending to be calm at this moment. On second thought, it seemed that indeed, she was giving Zheng Qian the wrong signals. Damn it. Why did I suggest going to your room out of nowhere? Why did I insist on keeping it a secret? This is. Wei Rusi appeared calm on the outside, but turmoil was brewing inside her. Perhaps it was because of the bit of alcohol she had earlier. She didn't feel much sensitivity in the areas touched by Zheng Qian's hands a while ago. I just wanted to say thank you for helping Yan Churan today. And I don't want anyone to know about something, that is, Xian. Please believe me, she really means no harm. Maybe you'll know soon. Wei Rusi bit her lip. Zheng Qian rolled his eyes in powerlessness. Lighting a cigarette, the devil's fire within him flared up. And you tell me you just wanted to chat about these things. Damn it. I don't care right now. Xian this and that. Right now, I only want to. Come here. Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette and nodded slightly to Wei Rusi. Leaning against the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes were filled with genuine emotions. Wei Rusi's heart skipped a beat. She had never seen these emotions in Zheng Qian's eyes before. This kind of emotion was just too intense. Nothing had actually happened, yet she felt as if something was burning within her, a feeling she had never experienced before. Indescribable and overwhelming, as if moved by a whim. Unexpectedly, Wei Rusi swallowed, and actually walked over, sitting beside Zheng Qian. Before she could say anything, Zheng Qian handed her a glass of wine. Tasting it lightly, it was quite good. Is this Zuniti? Zheng Qian embraced her delicate waist, pulling her towards him. In an instant, Wei Rusi felt as if her whole body was electrically charged. instinctively squeezing her legs together. As she watched his lips approaching, she felt as if all strength had left her body. Although she was pushing against Jun Qian, it seemed like she was inviting him. Wei Rusi couldn't help but think, damn it, why can't I push him away? I can't even use my hands to push. I used to detest men, right? Why do I not feel repulsed by Jun Qian? In the past, whenever a man touched her, Wei Rusi would feel disgusted as if she had eaten something spoiled. But inexplicably, whether it was because of the atmosphere or the bit of alcohol. Anyway, although her hands were resisting Jun Qian, her heart seemed to be sending out a different signal. Jun Qian's lips curled slightly, preparing to handle her when suddenly, knock knock knock. The urgent knocking interrupted. Wei Rusi immediately stood up like a startled bird. She anxiously tucked her hair behind her ears. Damn it, why did I act like that? Is this charm power? But I've managed more funds in currency battles, yet what's happening now? She didn't even know herself. Was she happy or upset about this uninvited guest's arrival? I'll go to the bathroom for a bit. Wei Rusi blushed, then quickly headed inside. Jun Qian was now contemplating murder. Damn it, I've radiated so much damn charm already. It was so close to curing Wei Rusi. Who is it? Jun Qian walked to the door, speaking with little patience. It's me, Qian. They've arrived. Should we? It was Su Yuanchuan's voice. Jun Qian had unsheathed his belt, ready to deal a sharp blow to this untimely knocking. But to his surprise, it was a girl, Su Yuanchuan, who was clearly leaning towards him. He sighed in resignation. Let them wait. It's already late, and I don't feel like discussing these matters right now. We'll talk tomorrow. Okay, all right. Hearing Su Yuanchuan's departing footsteps, Jun Qian shook his head in resignation. At this moment, Wei Rusi emerged from the bathroom. Me what? Wei Rusi interrupted Jun Qian. Just because I had a bit of alcohol and mistook you for someone else. Don't overthink it. And I'm telling you, the purpose of coming to your room was not that. It's because, last night, you made so much noise in my room that even Su Sis misunderstood. So she came over. Jun Qian took a drag of his cigarette and shrugged in resignation. There was no way around it. It seemed like he needed to postpone the treatment plan for Wei Rusi's orientation issues. Are you really leaving? Won't you stay a little longer? Look, the view outside is lovely. Let's enjoy some wine, chat about life, talk about ideals. Isn't that great? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? She smiled with picturesque brows and eyes like crescent moons, walking up to Jun Qian, grabbing his belt, and saying, I told you, I'm not interested in men. At least, I've never met a man who could turn me around. Rest well, I'm a bit tired too. As she prepared to open the door, Jun Qian bitterly said, Don't go to Su Yuanchuan's room. It's none of your business. Dang. She forcefully closed the door, striding away gracefully in her high heels. Jun Qian immediately took out his phone to search for related content. How to make a girl with orientation issues fall in love with you. Untold stories of a beautiful female banker. The romantic history of Monica Kennedy and Wei Rusi. It was a night that made it difficult for many people to fall asleep. Jun Qian spent the entire night looking through study materials. Wei Rusi tossed and turned in bed. Su Yuanchuan dreamt of many strange scenes, unsure if they were related to Wei Rusi's actions during the day. The next day, Jun Qian lit a cigarette. After Xia Qianchen had booked 3 tickets back to North Su, she got up and went downstairs. Inside the hotel restaurant booth, several men sat, the atmosphere unusually tense. Su Yulu looked bitterly at the person sitting in front of him, Sun Zhongteng, feelings of mixed emotions overwhelming him. Beside him, Su Zhending also stared at Sun Moin in the same manner. The two families were on the brink of collapsing their long-standing feud. What made the Su family even more distressed was the realization that their so-called backer was actually a member of the Sun family's interest group, and had also been highly recommended to enter the Song Commercial Club, the prosperous Jinhuaxinyu Real Estate. The local real estate company, Jinhuaxinyu, which had been established for less than 10 years, had already done very well. It had over 20 properties nationwide, including many high-end properties. They followed a luxurious path, different from Zhu Hongfu in Jiangnan. Moreover, Zhang Kilian's father was acquainted with some members of the club, so it was very likely that he would enter this time. However, nobody had expected that a weirdo like Zhang Qian would intervene. The Sun family felt equally uncomfortable because they had seen the news in the newspaper on their way here. The rising Jinhuaxinyu real estate had applied for bankruptcy, dissolution, and delisting after settling the land auction payment with the shadow of the Lin Xiaoyuan group behind the scenes. Sun Zhongtang had come back from abroad on short notice to deal with this matter. However, upon hearing that the backer was going bankrupt and was considering leaving to seek new investment opportunities, Zhang Kilian kept them all there. He claimed that he was going to introduce someone who could resolve the conflict thoroughly. Sun Zhongtang and Suyulu were very aware that they were running out of options. Zhang Kilian had promised an investment of over 2 billion, but now he couldn't come up with it. How could they find another investor at the last minute? Sun Zhongtang was silent for a moment, pondering his words. This person, is he from the club? As far as I know, the club seems to have rules prohibiting direct intervention. Actually, his question was not surprising because in his view, anyone who could readily provide tens of billions in funds must be a club member. Others were simply not possible, and as members of competing enterprises and families, club members were not allowed to directly lend assistance. Could it be a puppet of a club big shot? Yes, if a puppet acted indirectly, would there be no problem? With this in mind, Sun Zhongtang's mind became more active. Suyulu was even more ashen-faced. Clenching his teeth tightly, he remained silent. He regretted greatly now. Why did he have to mock and belittle Zhong Qian back then? They said that kid was quite wealthy. If he had known better, he would have allied with him, then sealed the deal for Yuan Shuang's marriage, and that would have been the end of it. Regardless, today, with Zhang Kilian hosting, it seemed like the Su family was heading towards ruin. Thinking of this, Suyulu rose abruptly, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, "Zhang, you really play a good hand of scheming tricks. You've got a tight grip on us, the Su family. Since it's all out in the open, then let's break the net. Even if our Su family must go bankrupt entirely, we absolutely cannot let you benefit." "Old Su, sit down," Zhang Kilian said, while gesturing with his hand. Sighing, "Stop struggling, it's useless in front of this person." Previously, I had reached out to the Zhang family of Song Commercial Club. Zhang Jihen had already prepared to invest 200 billion, but, as he spoke, he could barely hold back his tears. Jinhuaxinyu real estate was his father's hard work and his capital for showing off. Now, with Zhang Qian's wave, the business was directly acquired, and he had to cash out 40 billion to exit. Of course, this was already a good outcome. If Zhang Qian had intentionally waited for them to become unable to pay the land auction, along with the stock price avalanche before making a move, then he might not have been able to take even a cent with him. So, he hated Zhang Qian yet also felt grateful. It was a classic case of Stockholm Syndrome. He was having these strange emotions towards the perpetrator. Sitting next to Sun Zhongtang and Sun Moin was their youngest daughter, Sun Shangxi. Her eyes wandered, completely unaware that this grand business battle would end in this way. The Sun and Su families were both in a losing situation, and the outcome was predetermined. They were simply curious as to who would be the one to end it all. Just then, the door opened. "Morning, everyone." Zhang Qian strolled in, stretching lazily. "It's you. How did you get here? What the? I can't believe it." 5 people stood up simultaneously, expressing a wave of incredulous amazement. Suyulu's gaze focused directly on Su Yuanshuan's face, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Yuanshuan, the person you mentioned, is Zhang Qian? This kid, how is that possible?" Although Sun Zhongtang had never met Zhang Qian, he had heard of him. However, he only knew that this kid held the rights to 2 popular wines. Could he be the distinguished guest mentioned by Zhang Kilian? "It's impossible." Before Su Yuanshuan could respond, Sun Zhongtang waved his hand repeatedly, displaying a look of disdain. "Kid, are you also trying to get a piece of the pie? Get out of here quickly. This is not where you belong. Do you really think anyone from the Su family can step all over us?" In comparison to the furious Suyulu, the Sun family members were much calmer. They observed the change in Zhang Kilian's demeanor the moment Zhang Qian entered. The latter stood up with a wry smile, sighed, and said, "Calm down, everyone, and hear me out. He is the future master of both your families, and after the dismantling of our Jinhuaxinyu group, he will be the true controller of the reorganization. So, let's all sit down. There's nothing much to say. Today, we are here to discuss some details." Thump. Upon hearing Zhang Kilian's final decision, Suyulu plopped down on the chair, gazing in disbelief at the composed and confident young man before him. He was this wealthy, just the piece of land alone was worth 180 billion. Not to mention the massive assets of Jin Huaxinyu Group. Even Zhang Jihan hadn't confronted him directly and had chosen to withdraw. His eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. Zhang Qian nodded slightly and patted the rears of Su Yuanchuan and Wei Rusi, indicating for them to sit on his left and right. Then, he lit a cigarette and scanned the room. I want to acquire all of you present here. Once I finish speaking, who's in favor, who's against, who supports and who opposes? Zhang Qian cut straight to the point, lightly gazing at each person's face. His eyes were not imposing, yet they held a special kind of power, like being choked by destiny, unable to breathe. At this point, what else is there to say? But someone had to go against the tie. I disagree. Sun Jianteng trembled with anger, gritting his teeth. From the beginning of the war until now, the Sun family has always had the upper hand, always had the advantage. Why should you come in directly and take over everyone? What right do you have? My money is my qualification. Zhang Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, looking at him indifferently. Rough words, but valid reasoning. With just a few simple words, Sun Jianteng was rendered speechless and stood frozen in place. He stared dumbfounded at Zhang Qian, feeling a pang of heartache. Damn it! Too painful. Has the era already begun transitioning from old to new? Whose descendant is this child really? Don't think that having money gives you the right to do as you please. Having money really does let you do as you please. Sun Mofeng had intended to say a few diplomatic remarks, but found himself at a loss for words. Damn it, I can't even argue back. This speech may seem outrageously arrogant, too presumptuous, and off the mark, but wasn't it true? Weren't they simply failing because of money? If they had money, would they be in this situation? Affection meter -1 huh? Zhang Qian suddenly noticed someone's affection meter dropping. Nodding, he realized it was Sun Shengxi. Her affection level wasn't high to begin with, only at 5 points, and now it had dropped to 4 points. Nevertheless, it didn't matter. After all, Chu Qianzhi was the one who liked her. He gave Wei Rusi a glance. She immediately understood, handing out the prepared documents to everyone. Indeed, very cooperative. With just a look, she knew what I wanted. No, what I needed. She was even more useful than Xia Qianxi. If Wei Rusi became a secretary, she would undoubtedly excel. It's just a bit of underemployment. Otherwise, having a secretary to handle things needed would be very comfortable. Several people furrowed their brows tightly. This was a relatively troublesome yet not complicated merger proposal. Simply put, it entailed completely disrupting both the Sun and Su families, merging their redundant business scopes, cutting down some unprofitable projects that were merely for show, and then reorganizing. After the merge, the potential they would generate would be extremely powerful and formidable. Essentially, they would become the strongest alcohol distribution company in JZH. They could almost form a monopoly. Which business makes the most profit? Of course, it's a monopoly. Though liquor sales may not compare to high-profit industries such as finance or real estate, as previously researched, the red wine market in the entire 9-states country alone amounted to a staggering 113 billion yuan. And this was only for red wine. Excluding other types of alcohol, Zhang Qian wasn't aiming to earn over 1 trillion, but if he could reach a few hundred billion, it would already be very substantial, not to mention a terrifying figure. Even though he had a system that could make unlimited money, much faster than doing business, what if one day the system suddenly disappeared? He would still have endless money, but the feeling would be different. Therefore, it was essential to make money work for him as much as possible. This process was also enjoyable and fulfilling. Remember, even if it's hard to accept, you have to face reality. In this aspect, you should learn from Zhang Kilian. He couldn't bear to let go of the family business either, but this is the only dignified way to bow out. The same applies to all of you. It's either end up with nothing, leaving the family in ruins, or taking the money and leaving now. The choice is yours. If there's a fight, I will naturally accompany you, but can you handle it? With that, Zhang Qian crushed his cigarette butt and patted Wei Rusi's buttocks, getting ready to leave. He didn't pat Su Yuanchuan. She felt something unusual about it. However, seeing Zhang Qian's gaze, she understood his intentions. He wanted her to stay and work on the final pool with the two big families. So, she obediently nodded. Zhang Qian was very satisfied with this. Yes, Su Yuanchuan also had great potential. With just a glance, they could understand each other. They could cultivate better understanding with the ladies in the future. Soon, everything was settled between the Sun and Su families, reaching a historic reconciliation. They accepted Zheng Qian's perspective. In the face of absolute dominance, they had no chance of overturning the situation. After all, they were not the main characters, lacking any halo. At this moment, they truly realized what Zheng Qian had said. They were ignorant of the power of capital. Dealing with billions in business was beyond their capacity. Since making a splash in Jianan last time, Zheng Qian had learned to keep a low profile, at least in front of the media. He deliberately downplayed his presence, pushing Su Yuanchuan forward to handle the integration of the two major families. And he announced the establishment of a new company in Shanghai, Dukan Alcohol Industry. Su Yuanchuan was appointed as the CEO. Originally, they intended to place it under Shinyi Limited, but Zheng Qian decided to have it parallel with Shinyi Limited, becoming a subsidiary group of Shamir. With this move, Zheng Qian's territory became clear. Qin Lu was the chairman of Shamir, with Kui Ziking, Su Yuanchuan, Deng Yuqing, and Deng Shuxin as directors. Shamir currently included Shinyi Alcohol Industry, Dukan Alcohol Industry, Mix Bar, and Shuyuan Coffee. Kui Ziking and Su Yuanchuan managed Shinyi, Dukan, and MMIX, while Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin managed Shuyuan Coffee. Now that everything was ready, they awaited the return of the king. Wait. No, not the king but Jin Lu. In fact, when several women saw this organizational structure, they understood something. To Zheng Qian, Jin Lu held the highest position. Even though she was currently overseas, she was given such an important role. They all maintained a silent understanding, a terrifying balance. Everyone knew, but no one spoke of it. Zheng Qian left Su Yuanchuan and Wei Rusi in Shanghai to handle mergers, bank applications, and other matters. He repeatedly instructed Su Yuanchuan that she must never share a room with Wei Rusi and, more importantly, not pinch pennies. Spending 100 presidential suites at once would be no problem. Everything from food to shelter should be luxurious. He boarded a plane back to Su North alone but was bothered by something. A few days prior, he had planned to go to the art center, see the painting Yan Churan had made for him, and buy it to take with him. However, she said a girl came the next day and bought the painting from her. Originally, it wasn't for sale, but Yan Churan couldn't refuse her. So, the question arose. Who was this girl? Zheng Qian currently has domestic assets of 3,900 million. During this recent trip to Shanghai, he made over 2 billion in cash back. This money is lying in a Swiss bank. He only recently discovered a system function that allows cash back to be deposited into a designated account, whether domestic or overseas. As long as it is an account in his name, it can be done. This has saved him a lot of trouble, so he simply temporarily tied the money to overseas accounts. Moreover, he had already begun to transfer domestic funds consciously. However, he couldn't transfer everything at once, or it would be too obvious, so he divided it into many transactions. Some were in the form of overseas trusts, some in the form of investing in art, and some simply in the form of establishing funds, university scholarships, etc. And so on. Basically, he adheres to a standard, which is to cleverly disguise ... No. To conceal. It's worth mentioning that the teams he chooses must have female leaders and bosses, which can also earn him a cash back. Even before meeting Wei Rusi, he had privately found some institutions to handle this matter. The funds they normally handle are in the tens of billions, so they are not particularly surprised by the money Zheng Qian has brought out. They simply admire how wealthy he is. Because the funds were dispersed, they also don't know exactly how much money Zheng Qian has. Once the bank is established, Wei Rusi can come handle these matters. Zheng Qian began to realize the troubles of the wealthy. However, he also realized another thing. Since he boarded the plane, the way the flight attendants looked at him was quite peculiar. Zheng Qian admitted that after revealing his wealth, he seemed to have become more handsome. Plus, with Jin Lu often dragging him to the gym before, his overall aura had become extraordinary. But he had never encountered this kind of reaction from flight attendants before. Suddenly, Zheng Qian figured it out. This time, he was traveling alone. Before, he always had girls beside him, so the flight attendants couldn't ignore their presence. Thinking of this, he felt some relief. Yes, the flight attendants were indeed very beautiful. And that beauty who specifically serviced the first-class cabin had even longer legs. Although not as good as Wei Rusi, those alluring curves wrapped in gray stockings were worth a look. Jun Qian was contemplating how to discreetly give them his WeChat. He picked up the newspaper next to him to feign reading and formulate a plan. Suddenly, he finally realized what the problem was. The title was very eye-catching. Renowned female designer interacts passionately with male actor. Acting, singing, and then a hotel stay. Rising starlet and male actor from the set of a film actually returned to a hotel together. Damn it! Jun Qian clenched his fist, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it! No wonder the flight attendants were looking at him strangely. It was because of this. He truly hadn't expected that one date he would be on the front page of the entertainment section. Many of the pictures in sight had him in it, especially those of Huo Muyan, showing her removing props in the dressing room. He vaguely remembered that day she said she wanted to eat stick candy. But her mouth was so small. Could she even fit it? No. Now was not the time to think about these things. Jun Qian furrowed his brow tightly. Was someone targeting him? No. It shouldn't be him. He was only collateral damage. They were targeting Huo Muyan. Yin Yanyan. Damn it. They've even named everything at him. Am I really that easy to bully? However, possibly due to the angle, Yin Yanyan's face wasn't captured in the photos, only the backdrop of him and Jun Qian heading to the hotel. Even though Kui Ziking and others were with them, the focus seemed to be only on the two of them, giving the impression they were indeed going to the hotel together. Although the title only referred to a rising starlet and did not directly name anyone, it easily led people to associate it with Yin Yanyan. After all, among the actors currently filming in North Su, there were very few who could be considered a rising starlet. What's even more crucial is the beginning of the article mentioning acting, singing. The unbearable flight journey was finally coming to an end. Jun Qian was deeply troubled not by resolving this dispute, but by the plane itself. If he had his private jet, it would come equipped with a satellite phone and even Wi-Fi for playing on his phone. But regular airline planes are different. They are not at all user-friendly. Buying an aircraft should have been arranged long ago. It was time to get a Gulfstream to play with. Can you give me an autograph? Jun Qian? He had originally planned to leave in a hurry, but a beautiful flight attendant suddenly asked. If it were a man in front of him, Jun Qian would have long used his heel. But why would she ask me for an autograph? I'm not a celebrity. When she continued, what I mean is, can you help me get autographs from Yin Yanyan and Chichianch? Blushing, the flight attendant said. She even slipped a note into Jun Qian's hand. This is my WeChat. You can add me if you have time. I'll be in North Su during this time. If you can help me get them, I'll treat you to a meal. Jun Qian was grinding his teeth in frustration. Embarrassing, really too embarrassing. Originally, he heard she voluntarily gave him her WeChat, thinking maybe his appearance had really undergone a qualitative improvement. These young girls these days really have no taste. They don't understand how to appreciate my superior inner values better. Okay, I'll try my best. Jun Qian chuckled and accepted the note before quickly leaving. Getting into the business car sent by Kui Ziking, he immediately picked up his phone. What's going on? Nikai. I can feel Jun Qian's anger even through the phone. At this moment, he too was sweating profusely and quickly patted the little secretary's head under the table, gesturing for her to stop. This was a new secretary who opened her mouth obediently and carefully cleaned it with a tissue before leaving the room. Jun always reacts like this. I've already investigated. These are just a few damn paparazzi. Recently, Yin Yanyan's popularity has been quite good, so they wanted to stir up some trouble, and they also contacted me. They claim to have a frontal photo of Yin Yanyan going to the hotel with you. As long as you pay, they'll delete it. Upon hearing this, Jun Qian was extremely amused. Indeed, how much do they want? 10 million. Not a huge amount, but I feel it's quite stifling to pay, and who knows if they'll really delete it. If they brazenly extort more in the future, it's also a hidden danger. What do you think we should do? For now, let's stall then and pay a portion to stabilize, then figure out how to eliminate the threat. The movie hasn't officially premiered. We're still in the promotional phase, otherwise it could easily affect the box office. Pay them? Hey. I may be wealthy, but I'm not an ATM. Alright, wait for me to return. I have an idea. In this era of social media, he could never have imagined that print media would still be so powerful. In other words, if print media was already like this, the short video platforms would have exploded by now, right? Jun Qian guessed it right. Even though he had mentally prepared himself well, he still trembled a little when he opened a certain short video platform. He blamed himself for having spent too much money on buying traffic for Yin Yanyan at the beginning, and now her news was everywhere. Although those were just glimpses of her, many people still analyzed them, whether it was her walking posture, the clothes she wore, or comparing her to when she was on set, etc. Jun Qian lit a cigarette and fell into contemplation. In fact, deep down, there was something he didn't want to admit subconsciously. He was very worried about what Jinlu would think after seeing these videos. But what he hated the most were the paparazzi taking pictures. After a brief moment of thought, Jun Qian picked up his phone and started making arrangements. Nowadays, the print media was completely different from traditional newspapers. The Western world still maintained some characteristics of print media, but most had shifted their focus online, as the speed of the internet was more in line with the timeliness of news. This newspaper was quite interesting. They certainly had accounts on short video platforms, Weibo, etc., but the function of print media was mainly targeted at the sinking market. It was filled with things like daily opportunities, transfer information, temporary job recruitment, and so on. Through gossip news to attract readers, they lured some people to purchase or certain organizations to subscribe. This time, their boss Fan Sheng felt like he hit the jackpot. Not only did many big V influencers actively seek cooperation, but even certain brands wanted to advertise using the traffic from their exclusive news, taking advantage to promote things like escort services. Fan Sheng waved his hand and immediately arranged for a live broadcast at 8 p.m. He said he would reveal some unknown behind-the-scenes information in the broadcast. More importantly, he hinted at revealing the name of the female lead. In fact, this was also a final ultimatum to Nikai. Either pay 10 million yuan to buy the silence, or wait for the news to go viral online. Fan Sheng lit a cigarette, feeling delighted, and looked at Zhang Ergu and Wang Sangu sitting in front of him in the office, feeling a twinge of pain. After all, the photos they took were to be compensated for. Boss, did they pay up? Zhang Ergu looked at him expectantly. Fan Sheng waved his hand. After all, it's 10 million. How could they just pay up like that? From what I know, the investors behind this movie are very wealthy. Have you seen their recent advertisements? Hey, the money they spent on Yin Yanyan's not less than tens of millions. Paying 10 million to mitigate the damage in time, they will surely be able to afford it. It's about when they pay up. In fact, extortion like this also required skill. Like kidnapping, you couldn't just abduct anybody randomly. Before taking action, you had to check the other party's financial situation at home. If they had no money, wouldn't the whole thing be in vain? This time was no different. They targeted a wealthy investor behind the scenes. Hehe. Then we'll wait for the good news from Fan General. Zhang Ergu also lit a cigarette, stood up smiling, and said, "But me and my brother have been a bit tight on cash recently, and have been quite tired. Fan Sheng immediately understood what he meant. Although feeling contempt in his heart, he maintained a concerned expression on his face, immediately took out his phone to arrange a transfer. Blame me for not doing it well as a boss. With that said, I'll transfer you 20,000 yuan. Go to the Little Red Club and find some fresh girls to have some fun. Remember, ask for number 777 and 566. Those two girls are the new arrivals. New arrivals, you know the rest, right?" With that, Fan Sheng's smile gradually turned ambiguous and twisted. Watching Zhang Ergu and Wang Sangu leave, he sighed. Damn it, getting a total of 10 million, and still have to give these two brothers 7 million. Damn it. Fan Sheng no longer had the intention to stay. Thinking of his miserable wife at home, he felt a chill down his spine. He took out the divorce agreement he had prepared long ago from the drawer, ready to go back and force her to sign it immediately. If the big shot behind Yin Yanyan did pay up, this money would be considered premarital property. Even though it was wrongfully obtained, it was still premarital assets, so he decided to hurry the divorce, so that the 3 million in hand would be his. Half an hour later, Fan Sheng returned home. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of food. "Oh, honey, why are you back so early? I am not prepared yet. You have been coming back home early these past few days. Are you starving? Come, sit down, and have some fruits first." A woman in her 30s hurried out from the kitchen. Get lost, don't touch me. Fan Sheng impatiently shoved her away, then directly placed the divorce agreement in front of her, coldly stating, Liu Li, you have 1 minute to consider. Sign it immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Liu Li was shocked. She miserably smiled and said, Honey, are you joking with me? Dang. Before she could finish speaking, Fan Sheng slammed the table hard. He pointed at Liu Li and said, Stop pretending to be innocent. Have I not mentioned divorce many times before? Today, I specifically prepared the agreement. Behave and sign it immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Liu Li felt a wave of dizziness. She collapsed on the sofa, trembling, as she picked up the divorce agreement, tears streaming down her face. Honey, is there something wrong with me? You said before. I thought you were just joking. So I tried to do better. Look, I made ginger chicken soup for you in the kitchen recently. It seemed that Fan Sheng's patience had finally run out. Slap. He smacked her face, leaving a bright red palm print. Damn it. Shut up. If you say another word, do you believe I'll kill you? Sign it quickly, or I will beat you to death. Fan Sheng was getting anxious. The live broadcast at 8 p.m. was approaching. Thinking that the other party would be preparing to send the money, he needed to speed up the divorce. At least get the signature first. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Impatiently looking at Liu Li, who was crying in pain with her face covered, he walked to the door. There stood a young girl. It turned out to be the little sister from the neighboring house, Zidin. What's wrong? Little Din. Big brother Fang, I can't find the keys at home. Can I stay here for a while? Oh, that's it. Come out. I'll take you out for some food. Fan Sheng's mind was buzzing with schemes. Zidin was very cute, and supposedly the class flower in her class. At night, a little alcohol, then bring her to a hotel. He thought. Now with money, he could move out from here immediately, and her family wouldn't be able to find him. Or, he could use some photos to blackmail them. They would still come running when he called, right? And so, Fan Sheng happily opened the door. However, the sight that met his eyes was a group of unfamiliar men, one of whom had a fist as large as a sandbag. In the crowd, there was someone he recognized. Wasn't that the man from the photo? Fan Sheng once thought he had reached the pinnacle of life. But it all came to a sudden halt. He was planning on how to force his wife to sign that damn divorce agreement and then how to come up with an excuse to seduce Zidin. But with the arrival of a huge fist, all his fantasies were shattered. Dwayne Kieran punched Fan Sheng in the face, causing him to fall to the ground with blood flowing from his nose. Zhun Qian was truly angry. If it had just been about his own matters, he could have completely ignored it. But the photos also involved Huo Muyan and Yin Yanyan. The impact on them far exceeded Zhun Qian's imagination. Huo Muyan was fine. After all, her fame was limited to the design and fashion industry. Not many people outside knew about her. But Yin Yanyan was different. Despite not having any representative works on the screen yet, being only in a movie that hadn't been officially released, she had already been given the title of Rising Star, showing how high people's expectations were of her. But now, with the photos of the two paparazzi under Fan Sheng's control, everything was ruined. Some may wonder why the paparazzi didn't privately extort Zhun Qian. Hey, because they were afraid of such consequences. Some people collect money with their lives, but waste it without a second thought. With a boss to back them up, even if something really happened, they thought they could help smooth things over. But what they didn't expect was that this time they hit a brick wall, because his name was Zhun Qian. How dare you? How dare you hit someone? Before Fan Sheng could finish his sentence, Dwayne Kieran struck again. He grabbed Fan Sheng's hair and slapped him several times. Fan Sheng's head was spinning, unable to speak. At the back, Zhang Xiaoyao quickly took out a stack of money and signaled her to leave. Fortunately blocked by the crowd, she didn't really see what happened inside. Just thanked them with a smile and took the money and left. As for whether Fan Sheng was beaten or not, what's that got to do with her? As long as she has money to buy the latest fruit brand phone. Liu Li still had red palm prints on her face, but she gritted her teeth and nervously approached, saying, "How dare you hit someone? Leave here immediately, or I'll call the police." Her hands were trembling, and she was very frightened. Fan Sheng struggled to stand up, shouting excitedly, "It's almost time. This has nothing to do with you. Right now, sign the damn agreement for me. Quickly. If you don't divorce me, believe me, I'll kill you." He was truly agitated now. His only thought was to strike it rich. Because he saw Zhun Qian, It must be him who gathered people to come and beat him. Hehe. Dare to do something in this country. They really have no brains. Just call the police now, and you thugs will all get swept in. Don't want to go in? Fine. Pay up. Keep going until I'm satisfied. But in this case, the money must first be used to divorce Liu Li. This money is exchange for life. It can't be shared. You. Fan Shengyu. Liu Li's voice was trembling. She was truly heartbroken. Even though Fan Sheng had treated her like that before, she still had a glimmer of hope for their marriage. But with his words just now, any thoughts were completely shattered. Trembling with anger. Are you even human? Twin Kiran was furious and gave him another slap. The force was so strong that Fan Sheng's head collided with the nearby coffee table. The glass on it shattered, as he lay there covered in blood, but still with a twisted smile on his face. Hehe, the harder you hit, the better. Ready to pay up to settle this, seeing Fan Sheng still defiant, Zheng Qian shook his head. Glancing at the wedding photo on the wall, he calmly said, Miss Liu, I investigated a bit. It seems he often resorts to domestic violence against your family, right? We are your friends, standing up for justice. We saw him hitting you, even threatening your life, so we intervened to help. Is that right? Liu Li looked sorrowfully at Fan Sheng, biting her lip tightly and seemed to be pondering something. When she raised her head, she caught a glimpse of the slap mark on her face in the mirror. In that moment, she understood. Touching her hair, nodding slightly, Yes, I can testify. You were helping me. He has threatened to kill me more than once. You hurt him just now. He forced me to sign the divorce agreement, or he would really kill me. You. Fan Sheng got up excitedly, but was kicked down. Idwin Kiran. Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, and slowly said, Fan Sheng, listen to me carefully. We have found many of your victims and are commissioning lawyers to file a joint lawsuit against you. Oh, and you actually asked me for 10 million. Do you know you're suspected of extortion? Do you know how many years you could be sentenced for that? Fan Sheng covered his chest and laughed. Disdainfully, he said, Sue me? Ha ha. Since I started out, have I ever been afraid of being sued? Do you think the reputation damage to these celebrities is more important than suing me? These civil cases will drag on for months easily. The longer the battle drags on, the greater the impact on them. Who would really play along with you? He truly didn't believe that any celebrity would escalate the matter. After all, as he said, the impact on these people is really profound. And since he started out, he had never been properly prosecuted, just threatened. Trash talking. Who wouldn't? Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, his expression icy. You seem to make some sense. But what about extortion? This is already a criminal offense. Fan Sheng, you don't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem. Well, you'll probably find out soon. With that, he didn't seem hurry. Leaning back on the couch, he chatted with Twin Kiran and others. I should go first. Fan Sheng, rest assured, I've signed the contract. Liu Li took a deep breath and handed over the agreement. Fan Sheng was excited, but suddenly his phone rang urgently. Boss. Official people just came looking for you. And there's a lawsuit filed by many celebrities. The lawyer's letter has been sent to you. They might be on their way to your house. Before the staff member could finish, Fan Sheng immediately opened WeChat. Indeed, there was a lawyer's letter. However, the so-called celebrities mentioned in it were mostly C-listers, not any A-listers, right? C-list celebrities are not afraid of reputational damage. Most importantly, the law firm mentioned in the lawyer's letter was the famous Wang Zhao law firm. Although he wasn't from the legal field, he had heard of this law firm, seeing in the news that they had won many cases. How could they afford to hire Wang Zhao himself? And it seems official people just came. Did this young man in front of him really report him for extortion? Suddenly, Fan Sheng's heart turned cold. Fan Sheng was dumbfounded. If he really went to court, wouldn't he end up losing terribly? And it seemed like the other party didn't just hire Wang Zhao, but a whole luxurious team of lawyers. Just the mention of one of their names could make him sweat. Fan Sheng even thought, did all the money he paid these lawyers add up to 10 million? I'll give you a chance now. Zheng Qian pressed the cigarette but in front of Fan Sheng and said coldly, listen carefully. Who has the photos now? Don't play tricks on me, or I'll have all of you thrown in. Fan Sheng swallowed nervously and said, only I have them. They took the photos with a camera. and I was afraid they would keep them secretly, so I confiscated the camera in my office. They know the rules and are afraid that if the photos leak after taking money, it may lead to legal consequences. What Fang Shun said was true. These two paparazzi were not amateurs and knew the rules of the industry well. Blackmailing for money was one thing, but if the photos accidentally leaked in the future, it would be a big problem. Stars could get angry and report to the police, implicating them in various crimes like extortion and infringement. Take out the keys, then call those two paparazzi to your office and tell them it's time to split the money, Zhang Qian said, tapping on the table. Fan Sheng hesitated, looking at Zhang Qian, and asked reluctantly, "But what about the money?" A hint of mockery flashed across Zhang Qian's mouth. 20 million, by your company, then hand over the photos. How about that? You'll be out for good. 20 million? Not just Fan Shan, even Liu Li and Duen Qiren couldn't help but look over in surprise. What? What does this mean? It looked like everything was about to be resolved, but now money was involved. What was Zhang Qian thinking? Okay. How would you like to make the payment? Don't rush. Sign this first. Saying that, Zhang Qian gave a glance to Zhang Xiaoyao. The latter immediately understood and handed over a contract. Transfer of ownership. Transferring the company to Liu Li. What did this mean? I doubt your character, but I trust Liu Li. Once you sign this and make her the official person in charge of the company, I'll transfer the money to your company's account immediately. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fang Sheng suddenly came up with a good idea. Yes, he had just sued his own company. If he transferred the company to Liu Li and made her the legal representative, wouldn't it mean that it was Liu Li who was being sued? If Zhang Qian paid up, he could find a way to transfer the money out before she officially took over. If Zhang Qian refused to pay, that would be fine too. At least he would escape prison. Thinking about it, he quickly signed on the paper. Liu Li was just a housewife and didn't understand much about these things. She was pulled aside by Zhang Xiaoyao early on. About the money, Fang Sheng smirked at Zhang Qian. It's done, see for yourself. Zhang Qian replied. Ding. Received 20 million yuan, sender. Zhang Qian. Damn. They actually transferred the money. Hehe. Liu Li didn't know anything. As long as he contacted the bank early the next day to transfer the money, there wouldn't be any problems. What? You can't transfer from a public account to your personal account. Having run the company for so long, he was familiar with such expertise and it wasn't a problem. Besides, he could come up with a valid excuse and have someone else hold the money for him. Even in the event of a divorce, she wouldn't get any money. Fan Sheng handed over the keys to Zhang Qian decisively. Zhang Qian then gave the keys to Duen Qiren, who left with his people, received a system rebate of 200 million yuan. Zhang Qian smirked inwardly. Hehe. Making Liu Li the company boss was just to get the rebate, wasn't it? Of course, that wasn't all. He immediately found Wang Jia and withdrew the lawsuit against this media company. 1 hour later, Mr. Fang, someone just checked our phones. You said they paid you already, right? When are you going to pay us? The two paparazzi couldn't contain their excitement and sent a message over WeChat. Don't worry, the money has been received. I'll launder it and get it to you within 3 days. Okay. We recorded our conversation in the office earlier. If you don't pay us, don't blame us for causing trouble. Damn it. Trust me. Fan Sheng angrily closed the chat. These two greedy guys, damn. Not long after, Zhang Qian's phone rang too. Boss, we checked Zhang Ergu and Wang Sangu's phones, including social media, and found no traces of the photos. Some technicians in the same field have confirmed this. The photos are indeed in the camera. A total of 52. Hearing Duen Qiren's report, Zhang Qian relaxed. What about the cloud storage? Did you check? Yes, we checked all the cloud storage services available, and with their cooperation, we checked every platform. Besides some adult films, there was nothing else. Okay, control them, bring the evidence, and take them directly to the police station later. Got it. Upon hearing Zhang Qian's call, Fan Sheng suddenly felt something was wrong. Mr. Zhang, you said earlier that it was going to. Ah, right, you too. Fan Sheng was puzzled. He quickly stood up, shouting excitedly. What do you mean? Didn't you say? What did I say? Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow, smiling as he patted Fan Sheng's shoulder. You should review our earlier conversation carefully. When did I promise you I wouldn't report you? Oh right, I did drop the lawsuit, but that was for your media company. Now it's about you personally and those to paparazzi. Hearing this, Fang Sheng got up excitedly and rushed over. What the hell are you doing? I'll take you on. Before he could reach him, he was kicked back to the ground, curling up like a shrimp. Zheng Qian looked coldly at him. When you enter this world, you have to pay the price, and in your case, it's me. This matter ends here, and you'll be singing behind bars from now on. Consider that money as compensation for Liu Li, and you won't see a single cent of it. With that, he left. Liu Li didn't want to stay in this place either, and under the protection of Zheng Qian and his people, she left too. Only after leaving did she truly realize the significance of that transfer contract and the money in the company account. This poor woman no longer had to endure Fang Sheng's bullying. As for the rebate, Zheng Qian didn't really care about those 2 billion. He just hoped that through this measure, he could make her life a little bit better. After this incident, Zheng Qian realized a problem, that is, the necessity of building his own media empire. Public opinion propaganda campaigns are extremely important. If one cannot control the communication channels, then they will be very passive. Zheng Qian is not unwilling to spend money, but he dislikes the feeling of being led by others. So, in this era of the internet, what is the most powerful media force? Without a doubt, it is the well-known social media platform, Weibo. It would be very difficult to forcefully take it down since it currently belongs to Ma Baba. However, where there's a will, there's a way. Perhaps Wei Rusi can provide some different perspectives. This matter needs to be scheduled. The rest of the matters are up to you. After sending a WeChat message to Nikai, Zheng Qian immediately went to a certain villa. Looking at the time, it was only 6 p.m., just in time to finish the battle before the 8 p.m. live broadcast. He believed that Nikai would handle this matter easily. As expected, on the way to the hotel, he received some news alerts, especially from Weibo. Shocking, the star caught on camera is not Yin Yanyan but her. Identity of a certain celebrity with surname F exposed. Live broadcast cancelled. The sponsor behind this celebrity stepped in. Nikai really is talented. He actually remembered Feng Miao Miao, who is currently busy dealing with frozen assets in Hongcheng. In response to Nikai's request, she willingly provided various photos of herself. Nikai then had someone composite these photos to replace Yin Yanyan's. Feng Miao Miao was even more tactful, immediately posting on Weibo, admitting to being the female lead and apologizing for using society's resources, promising to be more self-disciplined in the future. To appreciate her timely actions, Nikai specifically called a bank president he knew in Hongcheng. Well, it only expedited the process of unfreezing Feng Miaomiao's assets. As for Huo Muyan, she is just a designer and doesn't have much fame. At the time of the incident, Yin Yanyan overshadowed her in the news, and news related to her was almost non-existent. With Nikai's orchestration, there was practically no content about Huo Muyan to be seen. Yin Yanyan also benefited from the situation, gaining even more popularity. With Rainbow spreading widely once again, Zheng Qian lit a cigarette and knocked on Yin Yanyan's door. This villa was a temporary arrangement made by Zheng Qian, with Nikai helping to contact an empty rental property. They would stay temporarily, and the next day, Zheng Qian planned to buy her a new place. It wasn't convenient to stay in a hotel now, something he should have thought of earlier.